Chapter 2 The Fragrance of Deception. At this moment, Lan Ziyan felt a sense of urgency. In the past, Xiao Nanfeng had always acted without hesitation, gifting whatever she desired. Was it possible that her current demands were too excessive? The thought of the value of the Su Yuni made Lan Ziyan feel a twinge of regret. Perhaps she had been overly eager. Could it be that this fool was beginning to awaken to reality? With this in mind, a gentle expression appeared on Lan Ziyan's face as she delicately tugged at Xiao Nanfeng's sleeve, saying, "Brother Nanfeng, perhaps we should reconsider." Although the Su Yuni is indeed remarkable, possessing both defensive capabilities and the ability to enhance focus and aid in cultivation, it is far too costly. I do not wish for you to incur such expenses. Xiao Nanfeng felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing her words. How insipid! His expression transformed into one of sheer delight as he grasped Lan Ziyan's hand. To be candid, despite her duplicitous nature, her delicate and fair hand felt exceptionally pleasing, such a breathtaking beauty, and yet she was merely rated as a willow-like figure in the system? Could this willow be of an extraordinary variety? Ziyan, you are truly wonderful. You are so considerate and thoughtful. To be able to marry you would be the greatest honor of my life. I am profoundly moved. With a wife such as you, what more could I possibly desire? I am tempted to have my father propose to you tomorrow and bring you into our family without delay. Xiao Nanfeng wore an expression of rapture, his eyes brimming with affection. Yet, inwardly, he scoffed the moment he held Lan Ziyan's hand. She had clearly intended to retract it. Did she truly believe him to be a naive fool with deep pockets, one who was unwilling to invest even a little, simply wishing to take advantage of him? He pondered how the system determined suitable matches, and the multiples seemed questionable. If there was a fivefold return, surely there must be higher multiples. Would he encounter female cultivators with returns of 10 or even 100,000 times in the future? As he contemplated this, a piece of information resonated in his mind. The system did indeed offer cashback, but not just anyone qualified for it. The recipient of the expenditure must possess at least the stature of a willow-like figure. Furthermore, cashback could only be redeemed once every 5 days, and items received through cashback could not be counted as consumables. Direct gifts were not considered expenditures. The cashback reward was not in spirit stones but rather in the purchased items, which could either double in quantity or quality. Truly, this was a system that preyed on the gullible and affluent. Was it not compelling him to act the fool? Seeing Xiao Nanfeng silent, Lan Ziyan grew anxious. She immediately adopted a tender gaze towards him, even caressing his palm. Brother Nanfeng, I long to share a life of dual cultivation with you, yet my talent is mediocre, merely a willow-like figure. I fear I may not be deserving of you. I truly wish to acquire the Su Yuni. If it could stabilize my cultivation, I would be able to keep pace with you. Lan Ziyan was seething with anger internally. What on earth was wrong with this fool today? It seemed she needed to proceed with caution. Excessive frequency could lead to complications, yet, her desire for the Su Yuni was overwhelming. With this garment, her cultivation could progress significantly, as it possessed the ability to enhance focus and tranquility, potentially allowing her to practice for an additional hour each day. In 3 years, when the Qingling sect opened its doors, perhaps she would have a chance to enter the immortal realm. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled inwardly. This green tea vixen clearly viewed him as an ATM. She spoke of keeping pace, but once she gained power, she would be the first to trample over him. Perhaps she would even resort to killing her husband for enlightenment. While one should not be a sycophant, the fivefold cashback was certainly appealing. 200 for 1,000, he could do the math. Buy, I must buy it. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, addressing the female cultivator at the Wanbao Tower. Isn't it merely 200 spirit stones? Money cannot buy my affection. Since it's what my sister Ziyan desires, I would sell my possessions to procure it. Xiao Nanfeng's deep feelings for Lan Ziyan elicited envy from onlookers. If only I could find a man like young Master Xiao, I would gladly embrace death at this very moment, a female cultivator from Wanbao Tower remarked, genuinely impressed. Her admiration stemmed not only from the prospect of a lucrative commission but also from envy towards Lan Ziyan. How she wished for a devoted admirer of her own. If she had a naive and wealthy Xiao Nanfeng, she would not need to serve anyone. Xiao Nanfeng produced his storage bag and promptly paid the 200 spirit stones. As he beheld the Su Yuni in his possession, a radiant smile graced Lan Ziyan's face, imbued with a sense of relief akin to a heavy weight lifted from her heart. Thankfully, this fool remained obedient. It had been a narrow escape. Lan Ziyan gazed deeply into Xiao Nanfeng's eyes, saying, Brother Nanfeng, I am truly touched. You were so kind to me. I will surely repay you well. Brother Nanfeng, I wish to return home to refine the Su Yuni. Once I am finished, I promise to enjoy a drink with you. How utterly pragmatic. The moment the item was acquired, she showed no desire to linger. Fortunately, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Transaction successful. This expenditure of 200 spirit stones has purchased a low-grade magical garment. The Su Yuni, the cashback multiplier for this transaction is 5 times. Settling expenditures. This cashback includes a mid-grade magical robe. The Su Yun Pao. The reward has been issued to the host's storage bag. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. He felt within his storage bag, where a moonwhite long robe for men, crafted from Su Yun silk, floated quietly, adorned with shimmering golden threads. This robe, made with a blend of Su Yun golden silk, was valued at 1,000 spirit stones but was rarely available and could fetch at least 100 spirit stones on the market. More importantly, the Su Yun Pao enhanced cultivation speed, potentially doubling a cultivator's rate of progress. With his current cultivation at the second layer of qi refining, he would ordinarily require a year to reach the third layer. However, with the Su Yun Pao's enhancement, he was confident he could break through in just 5 months. What a delight! It was simply exhilarating. Regrettably, the cashback could only be redeemed once every 5 days. Otherwise, Xiao Nanfeng would have considered dragging Lan Ziyan to Wanbao Tower for continuous purchases. 800 spirit stones in profit per transaction. One could make 10,000 transactions in a day. What did it matter whether one was a sycophant or not, compared to the cashback? Those concerns paled in significance. As he exited Wanbao Tower, Xiao Nanfeng felt invigorated. In Xinjiang town, numerous onlookers regarded him with astonished expressions. Just moments ago, the news that young Master Xiao had extravagantly spent 200 spirit stones to buy the Su Uni for Lan Ziyan had spread throughout the town. The title of the most devoted admirer in Xinjiang town reverberated far and wide. Xiao An's expression was one of despair as he could not help but remark, "Young master, you should think about how to explain this when you returned those spirit stones were pilfered from home." Chapter 3. The annihilation of the Lan family steal. Xiao Nanfeng's voice suddenly rose in intensity. With a hint of nervousness, he scratched his nose and added, "How can the affairs of cultivators be called stealing?" Xiao Nanfeng, a voice abruptly interrupted. A man clad in white approached, the grandson of the Xiao family's elder, Xiao Nanxuan, who was of the same generation as him. He was the second young member of the Xiao family to be detected with spiritual roots after Xiao Nanfeng. As the two most illustrious figures of the Xiao clan, their relationship was inevitably one of rivalry, and it had never been particularly amicable. Xiao Nanfeng felt a jolt in his heart. This scene felt oddly familiar. Next would be the family's interrogation, followed by the elder's vigorous response, seizing the opportunity to strip him of his position as the young clan leader. Ha! Xiao Nanfeng laughed heartily, placing an arm around Xiao Nanxuan's shoulder. "Nanxuan, you've come specifically to find me. Haven to you." Xiao Nanxuan was taken aback, bewildered by Xiao Nanfeng's sudden familiarity. When had they become so close? He was unaware of it. "You have quite the audacity to steal the clan leader's storage bag and spend 200 spirit stones on that Lan Ziyan for the purchase of a Su Yuni artifact. Do you realize your reputation as the foremost sycophant is now firmly established? The clan leader is furious and has ordered me to bring you back. Bring me back. We should return together." As they walked home, Xiao Nanfeng continued to drape his arm over Xiao Nanxuan, reminiscent of their middle school days when they would stroll home side by side. "Nanxuan, I wish to discuss something with you," Xiao Nanfeng remarked. "Go ahead, but do not plead for mercy. The clan leader is enraged this time, and I cannot assist you." "Not about that. I wanted to ask if you have any interest in the position of young clan leader?" Upon hearing Xiao Nanfeng's words, Xiao Nanxuan abruptly halted, stepping back 3 meters, his expression wary as he regarded Xiao Nanfeng. "What are you trying to do? Perhaps I should relinquish my position and let you take it." Xiao Nanxuan immediately raised his hand. "Stop right there, brother Nanfeng, you are the clan's foremost genius. The position of young clan leader is rightfully yours and will always be yours." With that, Xiao Nanxuan gestured to his attendant, Xiao Ming. "Xiao Ming, let us head home." Watching Xiao Nanxuan's retreating figure, Xiao Nanfeng felt perplexed. This script seemed off. Could there be hidden dangers? After a distance of several hundred meters, Xiao Ming could no longer contain himself. "Young master son, why not seize such a splendid opportunity? Given what Xiao Nanfeng has done, he will certainly face severe punishment. This is a prime chance for you to become the young clan leader." Xiao Nanxuan shot a stern glance at Xiao Ming, his expression grave. "Xiao Ming, I do not wish to hear such words from you again. Not if there is a next time. You need not accompany me any longer." Xiao Ming's face turned pale, and he promptly knelt. "Young master son, I shall never speak of it again." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Nanxuan replied curtly, "Get up. Do you think being the young clan leader is so easy? Are you foolish? What do you think of the clan leader?" Xiao Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration. "He is imposing and wields great power." Xiao Nanxuan rolled his eyes. "How is it that I have such a dim-witted attendant? Why don't you learn from Xiaoan? Do you think Xiao Nanfeng is merely a sycophant? Isn't he?" Xiao Nanxuan scoffed lightly. "This is his scheme. Xiaoan is merely an accomplice. Do you think I am unaware? He wishes to relinquish the position of young clan leader. Look at the clan leader. He toils for the family's development, not only exhausting his mind but also engaging in social dealings with the Lan and Chen families. Although the clan leader possesses exceptional talent, his cultivation has stagnated due to family affairs over the years. Now observe my grandfather, and look at Xiao Nanfeng's father, Xiao Donghai. Their focus is unwavering, appearing only when the family requires them, leaving them ample time for cultivation. Do you think my grandfather lacks power, or that Xiao Nanfeng's father lacks influence? Humph, Xiao Nanfeng thinks he can deceive me into becoming the young clan leader. He must be delusional." Within the Xiao family's council chamber, the atmosphere was markedly tense. Clan leader Xiao Zhinshan wore a grave expression, as did several elder council members. Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Nanxuan entered the chamber in succession, both bowing respectfully. "Clan leader, esteemed elders." Xiao Zhinshan raised his hand. "Nanxuan, step aside for now." Once Xiao Nanxuan had moved aside, Xiao Zhinshan slammed the table, his voice booming with anger. "Nanfeng, how dare you steal from the clan? Have you a death wish?" Xiao Nanfeng exhaled in relief. This familiar scene brought him comfort, primarily because of its familiarity. With that thought, he immediately knelt. "Grandfather, clan leader, Nanfeng acknowledges his mistake. Perhaps you could consider revoking my position as young clan leader, for instance, allowing Nanxuan to take over." Unthinkable. At that moment, 3 voices rang out simultaneously. This reaction surprised not only Xiao Zhinshan but also the other elders. Among them were the eldest elder, Xiao Zhinlong, and Xiao Nanxuan. The third voice came from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man of commanding presence strode into the room, standing approximately 185 meters tall, with a powerful gait and striking features. He bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Nanfeng. This was none other than the Xiao family's foremost expert, the 7th layer of qi refining, Xiao Donghai. "Merely 200 spirit stones. If my son has used them, then let it be. I have hunted a mid-tier demonic beast, the fire cloud bear, whose value should not be less than 100 spirit stones. Furthermore, I will forfeit my 6 months of monthly salary from the clan. Can that not cover the 200 spirit stones?" Xiao Donghai surveyed the room. "Clan leader, esteemed elders, does anyone have objections?" What a domineering presence. Alas, he is a bit too protective of his son. Xiao Nanfeng felt a mix of gratitude and exasperation. While his father was indeed protective, this behavior would only incite animosity towards him. Following the trajectory of events, it seemed likely that his father, this top expert, would face peril either going missing or meeting with death. Without his father's protection, he would be doomed. Lost in thought, Xiao Donghai approached Xiao Nanfeng, lifting him gently. My son, when will you grow up? You treat the matter of 200 spirit stones as if it were trivial. Since you are so fond of Lan Ziyan, how about proposing marriage? The clan's internal competition among the three families is in 3 days. Why not bring her home before the year ends? The gifts you give her will accompany you back, making it all worthwhile. What do you say? What do I say? You think a mere 5-fold return will allow me to marry her? What a fanciful notion. But before he could voice his thoughts, the eldest elder, Xiao Zhenlong, interjected. That sounds splendid. Donghai's words are indeed wise. While these items may be used by Lan Ziyan, they ultimately remain within the Xiao family. Clan leader Xiao Zhenshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I find this feasible. If the Lan family does not acquiesce, then we shall annihilate the Lan family. Chapter 4. My son has the bearing of an emperor. The patriarch's words were indeed sagacious. Over the years, the Lan family had witnessed my virtuous nephew, Xiao Nanfeng, bestowing numerous benefits upon Lan Ziyan, and now, it was time to take her as his wife, thereby ensuring the flourishing of the Xiao family. Uncle Xiao Dongfeng also concurred. Observing this scene, Xiao Nanfeng was utterly stunned. This script was all wrong. Having traversed into a realm of cultivation, he had become the junior patriarch of a modest town's cultivation family. Shouldn't the ensuing events involve a family crisis on the brink of life and death, where he would wield his golden finger to defy fate and revitalize the clan? How could these individuals speak so arrogantly, as if they could obliterate the Lan family? What audacity allowed them to utter such declarations? If his memory served him correctly, the strongest member of the Lan family, Lan Ziyan's grandfather, Lan Tanshi, was a formidable expert at the 7th level of qi refinement. As he watched the patriarch and the elders debate over how many wives to marry for him, Xiao Nanfeng felt utterly disheartened. Was this what it meant to be a junior patriarch? It seemed they regarded him merely as a breeding machine. Upon exiting the council chamber, he could still hear the furious roar of Xiao Zhenshan. This matter is settled. I am the patriarch, and my word is law. I have heard that the sword prodigy Chen Ruoyu of the Chen family has returned. I think we can marry her as well. Xiao Nanfeng's body froze momentarily, and he quickened his pace toward his courtyard. Madness, pure madness. His residence was situated in the heart of the Xiao family territory, encompassing several acres with not only a martial arts training ground but also eastern and western courtyards. Xiaoan, I must cultivate. Guard the courtyard well, no one is to disturb me, he instructed. Upon entering. Once inside his room, Xiao Nanfeng retrieved the mid-grade Suyun robe awarded by the system from his storage bag. This mid-grade robe, valued at 1,000 spirit stones, was an exceptional item that could double his cultivation speed and also had the effect of preventing demonic deviation. Eagerly, he donned the robe, settled cross-legged on his bed, and began to cultivate. He practiced the Xiao family's ancestral technique, the evergreen technique, which could be cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, a rarity in the entirety of Qingjiang town. The evergreen technique was renowned for its tranquility and longevity, boasting unique efficacy in nurturing spiritual plants and herbs. This was the reason the Xiao family stood as the foremost among the 3 great families of Qingjiang town. In this world, spiritual roots belong to the 5 elements. The fewer the roots, the purer the spirit, indicating greater talent. Xiao Donghai possessed a trinity of golden, wood, and fire spiritual roots, each reaching 6 inches in purity, thus earning his formidable reputation as the Xiao family's strongest expert. In contrast, Xiao Nanfeng was burdened with all 5 elements, yet his spiritual root purity barely measured an inch, rendering him a so-called trash root. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng had commenced his cultivation according to the evergreen technique's prescribed path. As he cultivated, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow gently into his body. However, after an hour of practice, he felt a piercing pain coursing through his meridians. This was the limit of his cultivation. Trash indeed. No wonder the 5-element spiritual root was dubbed a waste root. In Xiao Nanfeng's understanding, the number of spiritual roots was akin to the various types of vehicles traversing modern roads, while the purity of those roots represented the width of the road. Those legendary single spiritual roots, with purity reaching a staggering 9 inches, resembled magnetic levitation trains, whereas his own talent was comparable to a country lane accommodating all types of vehicles. There was simply no comparison. It appeared he needed to seize the opportunity to invest, no, not invest, rather, to court Lan Ziyan. After 5 days, he would send her a batch of cultivation pills to test. In due time, a 5-fold return awaited him. He would consume the pills as sustenance. If talent was lacking, then pills would suffice. He refused to believe that those pitiful, grind-hungry players could surpass him, a wealthy and determined individual. Xiaoan, is the young master in his room? Master Hai, the young master is currently cultivating. Ha, splendid. My son works diligently. Who claims he is a playboy? I see now that he is merely concealing his prowess, willing to tarnish his own reputation. Indeed, he has inherited my teachings well. Just then, the door swung open, and Xiao Donghai entered. Upon meeting Xiao Nanfeng's gaze, his face lit up with pride. Fonger, you need not toil so hard. Do not overexert yourself lest you injure your meridians. That would be futile. As he spoke, his eyes fell upon Xiao Nanfeng's attire. What is this? Xiao Nanfeng stood up. Indeed, father, this is the Suyun robe. Fonger, where did you acquire such wealth? Xiao Donghai was utterly astonished. His gaze toward Xiao Nanfeng transformed. Having heard others label his son a sycophant, he now wished to retort, which sycophant could procure such an item? Father, this is a gift I prepared for you, Xiao Nanfeng replied, removing the robe and presenting it to Xiao Donghai. I just tested its effects. They are indeed extraordinary. With the enhancement of the Suyun robe, breaking through to the 8th level of qi refinement is within reach. Xiao Donghai felt a surge of excitement, his eyes reddening as he gazed into the distance. Xingyue, our child has finally grown up and learned to care for his parents. Good, very good. Xiao Donghai felt a deep sense of comfort, patting Xiao Nanfeng on the back, his mind racing with thoughts. Over the years, this rascal had spent most of his fortune on Lan Ziyan. Were it not for his own support, this boy might not even have secured his own cultivation. Yet, he had managed to acquire the Suyun robe, something even he could not obtain. It seemed this lad had secrets, and significant ones at that. Perhaps he had caught the attention of some mysterious figure. This reminded him of a line from a novel he had once read, which he felt aptly applied to Xiao Nanfeng: my son possesses the bearing of an emperor. With this thought, Xiao Donghai nodded approvingly. Very well, I shall accept this Suyun robe. Fomer, this is for you. Saying this, Xiao Donghai produced a jade slip and handed it over. Fomer, your talent is modest, perhaps you are not suited for cultivation. I possess insights from the Peach Blossom Sword Saint's experience in swordplay, which are worth no less than your Suyun robe. Accept it as compensation from your father. Insights from the Sword Saint, this was invaluable. Xiao Nanfeng's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated such a boon initially. He had planned to exchange the Suyun robe for some spirit stones, but instead, he had received this treasure. This was worth 1,000, even 10,000 times more than any ordinary cultivation method or elixir. It could be said that with this Sword Saint's insight alone, an ordinary individual could transform into a master swordsman. He wondered what kind of returns he would receive when he presented this insight at the upcoming three-family competition. Chapter 5. The town's most devoted admirer arrives. Upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng lost in thought, Xiao Donghai placed an arm around his shoulder and said, Fomer, do not be disheartened. I have heard that some prodigies, despite lacking exceptional spiritual roots, exhibit extraordinary talents in other realms. Some individuals can draw talismans in mid-air, using them to fend off enemies and cultivate. Others are born as alchemical prodigies, capable of concocting legendary elixirs, revered even by golden core experts. There are also those who possess an innate clarity of sword heart, achieving the realm of unity between man and sword, allowing them to engage in battles beyond their level. Therefore, dear Fomer, you need not worry, you are already superior to most, for some are even devoid of spiritual roots. Xiao Nanfeng wore a look of utter disbelief as he regarded the earnest Xiao Donghai. Is this truly my father? He seems to possess a knack for consolation. After bidding farewell to Xiao Donghai, Xiao Nanfeng turned abruptly, pondering a query: can the insights of the Sword Saint be considered as a form of consumption? System, if I gift this, does it qualify for a consumption rebate? Moments later, the system responded, yes, however, the exchange must meet a value exceeding 3 times that of the item itself. Well then, aside from my own father, who would engage in such foolishness, that plain white robe is worth 100 spirit stones. According to the system's appraisal, this sword insight holds a minimum value of 300 spirit stones. It is utterly improbable for anyone else to entertain such a loss. Although this opportunity cannot be exploited for rewards, it is better than nothing. Perhaps, in the future, such an opportunity to reap benefits may arise again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Xiao Nanfeng had not ventured outside. On one hand, Lan Ziyan had not invited him, and on the other, his newfound fame loomed large. The acquisition of a plain white robe had firmly established him as the foremost devoted admirer in Xinjiang town. An unmatched status, a mere outing would send him running back in fright. The overwhelming adoration from countless young maidens presented a vexing dilemma. The crux of the matter was that they were nothing more than a horde of superficial admirers, unworthy even of the most modest fivefold return. What right do they have to expect a smile from me? As dawn broke, with the sun rising in the east, a grand platform had been erected outside Xinjiang town. The expansive area, spanning dozens of acres, was constructed from stone slabs, resembling a colossal plaza. The quinquennial martial arts competition of the 3 families in Xinjiang town was set to commence. Cultivators from nearby towns and rogue cultivators had sent representatives to witness the event. Colorful banners fluttered in the square. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhanshan, led the way, followed closely by over 20 cultivators from the Xiao clan. In contrast, a number of young talents had gathered around Lan Ziyan, surrounding her like a proud little swan. Sister Ziyan, congratulations on acquiring such a rare artifact as the plain white robe. With this robe, I believe you will undoubtedly shine during the disciple recruitment ceremony in 3 years, a dashing young man, around 20, remarked with a smile. Lan Ziyan's face radiated pride and satisfaction. Thank you for your kind words, cousin. I shall strive to do my utmost. Xiao Nanfeng is truly favored. He lavishly spent for Sister Ziyan. Not only did he escape punishment, but I have also heard he has become even more cherished. I heard he recently obtained a sword insight from the Sword Saint of Peach Blossom, valued at 2,000 spirit stones. As they spoke, a voice rang out: the head of the Xiao family has arrived. In the plaza, a viewing platform had been constructed. The core seats for the 3 prominent families of Xinjiang town were arranged in a triangular formation. The Chen family, the host of this grand event, occupied the central position, with the Xiao and Lan families flanking either side. Upon Xiao Zhanshan's arrival, Lan Tianqi, the head of the Lan family, burst into laughter. Brother Xiao, I must apologize, Ziyan is quite naive. How could she accept such a precious artifact? However, she insists that it was a gift from Nanfeng, and she felt she could not refuse. I thank you on her behalf. Xiao Nanfeng immediately frowned, realizing the old man's intentions. This was clearly a ploy to appear virtuous while benefiting at his expense. To make such a statement in front of such a crowd was an affront. How could he continue to engage in any form of consumption after this? Not to worry, Xiao Zhanshan responded breezily, waving his hand. Lan family head, I would like to take this opportunity to formally propose marriage on behalf of Nanfeng. The two children are clearly smitten with one another, and accepting such a valuable gift can be seen as a tacit agreement of lifelong commitment. In my opinion, we should set a wedding date at this juncture. The expression on Lan Tianqi's face instantly shifted. Lan Ziyan is the most gifted of the Lan family. She is destined to enter the sect in 3 years. With her in the sect, the Lan family's prospects would undoubtedly soar. What, you are unwilling? Xiao Zhanshan's voice deepened. It appears that the Lan family does not regard the Xiao family as kin. The younger generation nearby caught wind of the conversation. The cousin who had just spoken suddenly turned pale and chimed in. Cousin, what should we do? It seems the Xiao family is intent on gaining both wealth and beauty. I wondered why Xiao Nanfeng was so generous. It turns out he harbors such intentions. If he marries her, he takes both person and property to the Xiao family. Lan Ziyan chuckled lightly. No need to worry. I will speak to Nanfeng. I believe that with just a word from me, he would never compel me to do anything against my will. Indeed, cousin, you must ensure that he also offers that new sword inside as compensation, Lan Ziyan added with a gentle smile, striding confidently towards Xiao Nanfeng. As she met his gaze, a sense of pride swelled within her. This foolish admirer dares to look at me with such a nauseating gaze. Were it not for his usefulness, I would hardly deign to acknowledge him. Nanfeng, how have you been these past few days? Lan Ziyan felt a surge of triumph. This was still the Xiao Nanfeng who catered to her every whim. This was a sure win. The head of the Xiao family wishes to turn the tide, yet he fails to recognize his own limitations. Brother Nanfeng, I have been diligently practicing. Every time I think of the plain white robe, I cannot help but remember your favor towards me. Alas, I am wholly devoted to my cultivation and have no desire for marriage at this time. Would you wait for me for 3 years? If you cannot grant me this small request, it would mean I have misjudged you. Before Xiao Nanfeng could respond, Lan Ziyan continued, I have heard that you recently acquired an insight into the sword arts from the sword saint of Peach Blossom. You truly are too kind to me, Nanfeng. I merely mentioned it, and you have already procured it for me. At these words, the expressions of Xiao Zhanshan and the rest of the Xiao family darkened. Meanwhile, the members of the Lan family, including Lan Tianqi, wore smug expressions. Lan Tianqi even raised an eyebrow at Xiao Zhanshan, as if to say, what can your cunning plan accomplish when your family has produced the foremost devoted admirer? Chapter 6 Xiao Nanfeng, do not hesitate to apologize. Chen Xingyao, the head of the Chen family, wore an expression of utter disbelief as he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Zhanshan, then shifted his gaze to the smug countenance of the old fox, Lan Tianqi. Such a sycophant, and yet the Xiao family continues to indulge him. If Xiao Nanfeng were a child of the Chen family, his temper would have long since extinguished him. Should we really let this ungrateful descendant linger through the new year? Lan Tianqi, the old rascal, has indeed produced a remarkable granddaughter. Given time, the Xiao family may very well become a mere gift to the Lan family. Chen Xingyao chuckled lightly. Lan brother, your granddaughter is truly remarkable. She has the young master of the Xiao family completely under her thumb. If Xiao Nanfeng were to take charge in the future, wouldn't it be tantamount to transforming into the Lan family? Chen Xingyao was acutely aware that the Xiao family's loss in producing a character like Xiao Nanfeng would ultimately be their own detriment. However, the three great families of Qingjiang town rely on one another as allies and rivals. It is this delicate balance that has created the current stalemate. Should the Lan family swallow the Xiao family whole, would there still be a place for the Chen family to stand? Lan Tianqi laughed heartily. Chen brother, matters between the younger generation are not for us elders to meddle in. After all, isn't it Xiao Nanfeng who was protecting our Ziyan, wouldn't you agree, Xiao brother? Xiao Zhanshan's expression darkened. What a disgrace, this Xiao Nanfeng is truly a source of embarrassment. Is it possible that Donghai has deceived me, that the Suyan robe was not acquired by him at all? The mere thought ignited a furious indignation within Xiao Zhanshan. He should have realized it sooner. With such a worthless offspring, how could he possess the ability to procure such a rare artifact? Only Donghai could have such capability. Nevertheless, it matters not. What of your Lan family's schemes? In the face of absolute strength, all plots become mere jest. Xiao Zhanshan will take action. Your granddaughter shall marry, whether she wishes to or not. I refuse to believe your Lan family would dare confront the Xiao family. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng was utterly taken aback. He could no longer endure the sight of such a duplicitous woman. Even a glance filled him with revulsion. System, may I select my target for consumption? Affirmative, the host may freely choose a consumption rebate target that meets the system's criteria or opt not to consume at all. However, the opportunity for a consumption rebate, occurring once every 5 days, will be forfeited if not utilized in time. Splendid, a wave of joy washed over Xiao Nanfeng. The system was indeed considerate. Was it merely an opportunity for a consumption rebate? I am indifferent. It is Lan Ziyan who is truly repugnant. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly pointed at the man beside Lan Ziyan. Ziyan, are you not aware that we are to be wed soon? How can you be so intimate with another man? What pretense of weakness, what mockery of a sycophant to toy with the antagonist? Why worry about a supposed rapid change in character that might raise suspicion? Is this not merely seeking one's own torment? Before Lan Ziyan could respond, Xiao Nanfeng took a decisive step forward and delivered a resounding slap. Following that, he unleashed a palm strike aimed at the man beside her, catching him entirely off guard. Lan Ziyan's cousin was sent sprawling through the air, landing heavily on the stone floor, pale and spitting blood. Lan Ziyan covered her cheek, disbelief etched across her face. Xiao Nanfeng, how dare you strike me? What of it? You, a woman of loose morals and lacking propriety, for all these years, if you have held no affection for me, then why accept the gifts I presented? You desire spirit stones. I willingly offered my own. You sought elixirs, I delivered them to you, pleading for your acceptance. You wanted the Suyan robe, without hesitation, I procured it for you. My affection and devotion stem from my fondness for you. Yet instead of gratitude, you dare consort with other men and refuse to marry me. What are you, if not a mere trifle? My affection grants you the right to pride. Without it, you are nothing. Lan Ziyan was utterly flustered, her eyes widened in disbelief. You dare strike me? Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Strike you? What of it? Are you some kind of saint? You are merely a distant member of the Lan family, blessed with a spirit root, and you presume yourself above others. Had I not favored you all these years, do you think you would have attained the status of the so-called young lady of the Lan family? You are truly oblivious to your own insignificance. I shall see how the Lan family treats you without my support. The scene brought immense satisfaction to Xiao Zhanshan. Nanfeng, my grandson, truly embodies the spirit of the Xiao family. Though he has made foolish choices in the past, his fundamental principles and boundaries are clear. Ha ha. Xiao Zhanshan chuckled. Lan brother, let us refrain from interfering in the matters of the younger generation. It is normal for young people to have their conflicts, wouldn't you agree? Chen Xingyao, wearing a broad smile, concurred. Indeed, what Xiao brother says is quite reasonable. Did not Lan brother just mention that matters among the youth are not for us elders to intervene in? Lan Tanqi's expression darkened. What a waste of space Lan Ziyan is. Was she not supposed to have Xiao Nanfeng completely under her control? How could this happen, this fool, in such a grand occasion, still entangled with her cousin? Such blatant disrespect towards Xiao Nanfeng, does she not deserve this? Had it been me, that scoundrel would have been eliminated long ago. Lan Ziyan was overwhelmed with anxiety. Xiao Nanfeng's merciless words instilled a profound fear within her. As she gazed at him, regret flooded her heart. Had she known, she would have treated this insufferable sycophant with more kindness, and now, he must certainly be consumed with jealousy and rage. To feign weakness at this moment would surely not win his forgiveness. Is he attempting to coerce me with such despicable tactics? Xiao Nanfeng, had it not been for our years of acquaintance, your performance today would have truly deceived me. Lan Ziyan's thoughts raced as she rapidly replayed the day's events in her mind. Conventional methods were no longer viable. I refuse to believe the sycophant would genuinely abandon me. With this resolution, she retorted, Xiao Nanfeng, what are you doing? How can you strike me so, and to lay such a heavy hand on my cousin? Is it not your reliance on the Xiao family that has emboldened your impudence? Today, you must apologize to me and my cousin. You will present me with the Sword Saint's insights as compensation, along with 2 bottles of spirit condensation pills as an apology, otherwise, you shall never receive my forgiveness. Indeed, if you do not apologize, Ziyan will never speak to you again. Xiao Nanfeng stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. Is this sheer foolishness? No wonder he is dubbed Xinjiang town's foremost sycophant. Contemplating this, Xiao Nanfeng turned his hand, and the Sword Saint's insights appeared in his grasp, followed by 2 bottles of spirit condensation pills and a bottle of essence nurturing pills. Chapter 7 of the appearance of the tenfold return object. Haha. Upon witnessing this scene, Lan Tanqi's face broke into a triumphant smile as he provocatively glanced at Chen Xingyao. Brother Chen is absolutely correct. Let the younger generation resolve their own matters. The frustration that had earlier constrained Lan Tanqi now transformed into a sense of liberation. Truly, my family's eldest daughter is remarkable. Although Ziyuan has displayed some arrogance over the years, when it comes to manipulating that young man, Xiao Nanfeng, she is second to none. Just look at how elegantly she plays her cards, deliberately provoking him, only to ensnare him with a final blow. Her grasp of human emotions is unparalleled under ordinary circumstances. Even if Xiao Nanfeng dotes on Ziyuan, he would never part with such a precious insight into the swordsmanship of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint. This insight, gleaned from a legendary master, is invaluable. One could assert that for someone unversed in swordsmanship, possessing it is tantamount to 5 years of diligent training. In terms of sword cultivation, it would yield exponential growth. Now, given that Xiao Nanfeng has just scolded Ziyuan, he will undoubtedly be compelled to surrender that insight. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng spoke of this as the swordsmanship insight of the Sword Saint, along with 2 vials of qi condensing pills and a vial of superior primordial nourishing pills. Do you desire them? A smile crept across Lan Ziyuan's face as she stepped forward. Xiao Nanfeng, do not assume that you can simply demand these. If you wish for the swordsmanship insight and the cultivation elixirs, you must kneel and beg me. In light of our long-standing acquaintance, I might consider granting you the position of a concubine. Xiao Nanfeng abruptly interrupted Lan Ziyuan. He had no desire to endure her haughty demeanor any longer. I have traversed realms. I refuse to be made nauseous by a mere green tea girl. That would be an affront to the novels and dramas I have perused. Detected suitable matching target, current consumable target Chen Yujie qualifications. A humble beauty consumption rebate, tenfold. Xiao Nanfeng was suddenly taken aback, nearly leaping from his spot at the unexpected notification in his mind. Tenfold, this was certainly more enticing than that green tea girl, Lan Ziyuan. Casting a sidelong glance, his gaze fell upon a figure approaching from the square below. A woman clad in flowing garments was making her way toward him, with exquisitely beautiful features, an alluringly curvaceous figure, and an air of cold elegance. Was this the humble beauty the system had evaluated? Yujie has arrived. The head of the Chen family, Chen Xingyao, rose to his feet, his face brimming with pride and satisfaction. Turning to Xiao Nanfeng and Lan Tanqi, he proclaimed, Gentlemen, this is my granddaughter, Yujie. Xiao Zhanshan was taken aback. Brother Chen, is this the granddaughter who has long been managing the family affairs in the county? Lan Tanqi was equally astonished. The Chen family's stability in the county is thanks to her efforts. Brother Chen, you have truly raised a remarkable granddaughter. Haha, you flatter me, Chen Xingyao replied with great pride. It is all thanks to Yujie's diligence. Without her, my family would have fallen into decline over the years. Now that the celestial gates are about to open, it is high time for Yujie to return and prepare for the disciple recruitment ceremony. While the elderly gentleman conversed, Xiao Nanfeng had already approached. Fairy Chen, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And you are? Xiao Nanfeng smiled. I am Xiao Nanfeng, the young master of the Xiao family. Chen Yujie's brow arched. Oh? So you are the infamous licking dog of Qinjiang town, the young master of the Xiao family? Those are mere rumors, Xiao Nanfeng replied. Fairy Chen is the true paragon of talent, managing the Chen family's talisman shop in the county all on her own. Fairy Chen, I possess an insight into the swordsmanship of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint, which I would like to present to you as a token of our first meeting. Xiao Nanfeng extended the jade slip containing the insight toward Chen Yujie. Originally, he intended to humiliate Lan Ziyuan, fully confident that even if he acted excessively, she would still accept the swordsmanship insight, finding some excuse to do so however, should he proceed with such an act, despite his strong words, he would merely earn the reputation of a licking dog. Xiao Nanfeng had even resigned himself to the waste of this consumption rebate opportunity. To his surprise, a superior target had emerged, leaving no room for hesitation. After all, this opportunity arose only once every 5 days, why settle for fivefold when tenfold was available, unless one were utterly foolish? Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your kind intentions, but I must decline the gift. Chen Yujie was somewhat taken aback. Had she not heard that Xiao Nanfeng was a licking dog, yet he did not seem to fit that mold. The Xiao family must have seen something in him, for if he were truly a waste, he would not have earned their recognition and support. Observing Xiao Nanfeng's demeanor and expressions, it was evident that he exhibited no infatuation or trepidation toward Lan Ziyuan. This man was far from ordinary. It was no wonder the Xiao family had maintained its status as the foremost of the 3 great families in Qinjiang town for so many years. Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily stunned, rejected. This was an insight worth thousands of spirit stones. Did Chen Yujie truly not desire it? Yujie, please accept it. You cannot fathom how your beauty captivated me the moment I laid eyes on you. I have confirmed it through our gaze. You are the one I have been searching for. It is merely a swordsmanship insight. This is trivial. If you so wish, I would pluck the sun, moon, and stars for you. Absolutely not. Lan Ziyuan interjected, stepping in between Xiao Nanfeng and Chen Yujie. By now, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle, and whispers filled the air. Didn't they say that the young master of the Xiao family was a licking dog for Fairy Lan? Why is he now fawning over Fairy Chen? Could it be that Lan Ziyuan is merely trying to embellish her own worth? Some in the crowd speculated. The young master of the Xiao family holds a distinguished status, being the young master of the illustrious Xiao clan. I believe he is merely toying with her. It seems Lan Ziyuan has taken this too seriously now that Fairy Yujie has returned. Isn't it all too apparent? Lan Ziyuan's expression darkened. Chen Yujie, what are you doing? This is a gift specially prepared for my brother Nanfeng. On what grounds do you claim it for yourself? Chen Yujie regarded Lan Ziyuan coolly. Oh, is that so? Then I must accept this gift without question. With that, she snatched the jade slip from Xiao Nanfeng's grasp, pressing it to her forehead. A flash of white light enveloped her as the jade slip was consumed. Such enlightenment jade slips are one-time use only. Once utilized, they transform into ordinary jade slips, losing all potency. Xiao Nanfeng observed with amusement. This Chen Yujie was quite intriguing. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Consumption successful. This consumption pertains to the swordsmanship insight of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint, valued at 300 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this consumption is tenfold. Processing consumption settlement. This rebate pertains to the profound insights gained from the swordsmanship of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint. Chapter 8. The essence of the Peach Blossom Sword. The profound insights and experiences of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint, who achieved mastery in the sword arts. In Xiao Nanfeng's mind, there was no longer any thought left, only one word of fragrant. The tenfold return was truly irresistible. The Peach Blossom Sword Saint. He was a legendary figure from 2 millennia ago. It is said that throughout his lifetime, he frequently fought beyond his level. The insights gained from his mastery of swordsmanship made Xiao Nanfeng recall the name of a certain legendary swordsman, Duguchobai. One wonders if the legendary Peach Blossom Sword Saint was as formidable as the Sword Demon. With these insights in hand, one could assert that even with merely a cultivation level of the second layer of Qi refinement, his practical combat ability should not be lacking. This scene did not go unnoticed by the elders of the 3 clans. Lan Tianqi's expression was exceedingly grim, and he could not help but curse inwardly. What a useless waste is Lan Ziyan, unable to see such a precious opportunity to gain the Sword Saint's insights. Xiao Zhinshan rubbed his forehead, unable to bear to look. What was this brat trying to do? Was it not enough to curry favor with Lan Ziyan, and now he was lavishing attention upon Chen Yujie? It seemed he would have to suggest a marriage alliance to that old fox, Chen Xingyao. At this moment, Chen Xingyao, the head of the Chen family, felt entirely at ease. Ha, let us not meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. Xiao brother, Lan brother. The auspicious time has arrived, and I propose we officially commence the grand competition among the 3 clans. With Chen Xingyao's announcement, Xiao Nanfeng lost interest in continuing to observe. He stood up and said, "Grandfather, I shall take my leave." Xiao Zhinshan nodded, eager for Xiao Nanfeng to return home. If this troublesome brat were to cause any more incidents, the Xiao family's reputation would be in tatters. At that moment, Chen Yujie unexpectedly stood up as well and approached Xiao Nanfeng directly. "Young Master Xiao, please wait. Does Miss Yu have something to discuss?" "Not much, merely to express my gratitude for the invaluable gift you bestowed upon me. I wonder if you will attend the final competition tomorrow to observe." A flicker of intrigue crossed Xiao Nanfeng's mind as he regarded Chen Yujie's icy demeanor and her tranquil, composed presence. He could not help but ponder whether Chen Yujie was perhaps one of those sophisticated women, appearing unworldly while secretly waiting for a chance to ensnare her prey. Could it be that a true ice beauty could contribute to the Chen family's business within the county? With this thought, Xiao Nanfeng nodded. Is this an invitation from Miss Yu? Chen Yujie was taken aback, her heart flaring with irritation. Indeed, this young Master Xiao was not so easily deceived. However, a smile graced Chen Yujie's face. Of course, Brother Nanfeng, you must come. Suddenly, Lan Ziyan's voice rang out. She had stormed over, glaring at Chen Yujie with indignation, then took hold of Xiao Nanfeng's arm. Chen Yujie, what do you mean by this? Are you not aware that my brother Nanfeng and I have been close since childhood, like childhood sweethearts? How dare you? Chen Yujie cast a disdainful glance. Miss Lan, your words lack reason. I am merely expressing gratitude to young Master Xiao for his precious gift of the Sword Saint's insights. I wish to personally convey my thanks. As for your relationship, I am not the least bit interested. This scene astonished the entire gathering. Many of the young talents from Qingjiang town stared, dumbfounded, at the unfolding drama. Was this not the same loyal admirer from before? How had the tables turned, with two enchanting women seemingly vying for his attention? Brother Nanfeng, look at her. She even dares to scold me. A person like that surely has ulterior motives. You must not trust her. Lan Ziyan clung to Xiao Nanfeng's hand, feigning innocence. Xiao Nanfeng withdrew his hand firmly, stating, Sister Ziyan, how can you be so unreasonable? I have merely met Miss Chen once. How can you speak of her in such a manner? Is this not what you often say? I recall you telling me to keep my distance from my cousin, yet here you are, saying such things. Observing Lan Ziyan's vexed expression, Xiao Nanfeng turned and left. Delight surged within him. The proverbial boomerang had struck her squarely in the face. Upon returning home, Xiao Nanfeng made his way directly to his chamber. He activated both the defensive and spirit-gathering formations, instantly saturating the room with rich spiritual energy. Settling into a meditative posture, he arranged various elixirs before him, healing pills and other remedies, preparing meticulously for what was to come. With his mind now tranquil, he silently intoned, "Receive the insights of the sword path." As he uttered these words, a stream of information surged into his consciousness. He felt as if he had transformed into a child, with a grand yet indistinct figure guiding him in the practice of swordsmanship. Each day, he would repeat the foundational movements of swordplay. As time progressed, the child grew, and his swordsmanship attained a minor level of mastery, exuding an ethereal and dynamic aura. A decade later, the child had matured into adulthood, his swordsmanship unmatched among his peers. Years passed, and a magnificent peach blossom grove appeared in his mind. As the petals danced in the air, the figure wielded a sword amidst the falling blossoms. Instantly, all the petals cascaded from the branches, suspended in midair. This was the essence of sword intent, the unique peach blossom sword intent of the peach blossom sword saint, from whom the name was derived. Under this sword intent, even the smallest grass and wood could engage in battle. Xiao Nanfeng felt as though he was immersed in the experience, reliving it all. Was this truly the essence of swordsmanship? He had read little, so he hoped not to be deceived. He recalled how Chen Yujie absorbed those sword path insights. She was not in a similar state as he was now. Moreover, he had seen that insight before. It was merely akin to text and could not possibly be so miraculous. What he was experiencing was not mere comprehension, it was akin to enlightenment, a transmission of knowledge across generations. When he finally opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashed within them. His gaze had become exceptionally sharp, akin to a divine sword poised to strike. The true chi within him surged, causing his garments to flutter as if caught by an unseen wind. As he felt the overwhelming true chi coursing through him, Xiao Nanfeng was astonished to discover he had broken through from the second layer of chi refinement to the third layer. By all accounts, a waste like him, with 5 elemental roots, should have required at least a year to reach the third layer of chi refinement. Furthermore, the difficulty would only increase with time. With his talent, it was uncertain if he could ever attain the 4th layer. Previously, with the assistance of the Suyan robe, Xiao Nanfeng had anticipated breaking through to the 3rd layer in 5 months. Yet now, he had achieved this level overnight. This was the benefit of sword intent. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng raised his hand, and the swords displayed in his room began to hum with resonance. The previously ornamental low-grade magic sword soared into the air. Rise, he commanded softly, and the room became suffused with sword intent. Under this influence, the furnishings and walls bore fine scratches, testament to the awakening of his sword intent. In a single night, Xiao Nanfeng comprehended the essence of the sword. Chapter 9 At the winds of change in the Xiao clan. Not long after Xiao Nanfeng had risen, footsteps echoed from outside. Upon seeing that he was awake, Xiaoan immediately dashed off to make preparations. Young master, are you planning to attend the grand tournament of the 3 clans today? I heard that young master Nanli will be participating, Xiaoan inquired. A figure suddenly flashed in Xiao Nanfeng's mind, Xiao Nanli, the beloved grandson of the 2nd elder of the Xiao family, who had been training outside and whose visits had been infrequent. The impression he left on Xiao Nanfeng was rather faint. Alright, let's go take a look. Xiao Nanfeng replied. Xiaoan hesitated for a moment before saying, Young master, just be careful today. Xiao Nanfeng nodded and patted Xiaoan on the shoulder. What do you mean by that? Do you really think I'm some sort of sycophant? He chuckled watching Xiao Nanfeng's retreating figure. Xiaoan muttered under his breath, that would indeed be strange. Outside Qingjiang town, at the venue of the grand tournament of the 3 clans, many gazes turned toward Xiao Nanfeng as he approached. Lan Ziyan was the first to greet him. Brother Nanfeng, you're here. Today, Lan Ziyan was exceptionally demure, resembling a docile little kitten, as charming as could be. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. This seemed familiar. Wasn't this something he had once gifted to Lan Ziyan? At that moment, Chen Yujie also approached, a smirk gracing her lips. I heard that young Master Xiao has gifted Miss Lan quite a few chi condensation pills. This wouldn't happen to be one of them, would it? Her sharp tongue could easily ignite Lan Ziyan's temper. Chen Yujie turned to Xiao Nanfeng, producing a jade pendant. Young Master Xiao, this is for you. What is this? Xiao Nanfeng asked, eyeing the pendant before him. It was a flawless white jade, translucent and exquisite. Its very material was extraordinary. Intricate patterns were engraved upon it, glowing softly, radiating an aura of spirituality. Chen Yujie smiled gently. It's merely a spirit-gathering pendant. I hope it aids you in your cultivation. As her words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, many displaying looks of shock. The spirit-gathering pendant was an auxiliary cultivation artifact from the Qi Kingdom. It is well known that in the path of immortality, wealth, methods, companions, and land are all indispensable. Even a small family like those in Xinjiang town relies on spiritual springs to sustain their lineage. The major sects are built upon spiritual veins. Items such as the spirit-gathering array and other similar artifacts accelerate the gathering of spiritual energy, and this pendant served the same purpose. Possessing one meant carrying a spirit-gathering array with you. Such artifacts had never before appeared in Xinjiang town. Point 1 was immensely valuable, as a spirit-gathering pendant could cost 2,000 spirit stones. More importantly, its effects were somewhat underwhelming, evoking a sense of both desire and regret. Could Chen Yujie truly part with such a valuable item? Was she out of her mind? Lan Ziyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger boiling over. Previously, she was the only one receiving gifts from Xiao Nanfeng. When had a mere sycophant earned such treatment? On the high platform, Lan Tianqi felt a twinge of discomfort and remarked sarcastically, Brother Chen, your granddaughter is quite generous. Chen Xingyao laughed heartily. This is merely a matter for the younger generation. Brother Lan need not concern himself. At this moment, Xiao Zhinshan felt as though he had been quenched after a long drought, his whole being relaxed. After Xiao Nanfeng had shared his insights on the sword path yesterday, he felt utterly embarrassed. Today, however, he was elated. It was not easy for his sycophantic grandson to finally encounter someone worthy. Seeing a return on his investment, Xiao Nanfeng took the spirit-gathering pendant, caressing it, and cast a knowing smile at Chen Yujie. In that case, I sincerely thank you, Miss Yu. After this brief interlude, the grand tournament officially commenced. Held every 5 years, this year's competition had a modest number of participants. The outstanding youths from the 3 clans, alongside some scattered cultivators, formed a total of 32 competitors. They would face off in pairs until a victor emerged to claim the championship. The previous day had seen the completion of 2 rounds, successfully determining the 8 finalists. From the Chen family, Chen Yufeng, Chen Yugang, and Chen Yuming had all advanced, while from the Lan family, both Lan Renjie and Lan Rencheng made it through. Only Xiao Nanli from the Xiao family had reached the top 8, with the other 2 spots filled by scattered cultivators from Xinjiang town. By the afternoon, the finals were finally underway, featuring a contest for the championship between Xiao Nanli and Chen Yufeng. After a fierce battle, Xiao Nanli broke through in the crucial moment, triumphing over Chen Yufeng with his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, securing the ultimate victory. As the tournament concluded, a smile spread across Xiao Zhinshan's face. What if the Chen family was formidable among the younger generation? Even with only one representative, the Xiao family could still triumph over thousands. Lan Tianqi's expression darkened. Among the youth, the Chen family produced exceptional talents, and although the Xiao family had a lackluster young patriarch, the presence of individuals like Xiao Nanli and Xiao Nanxuan was sufficient to uphold the Xiao clan's prestige. The Lan family, however, truly seemed to be on a downward spiral. Chen Xingyao's expression remained neutral as he spoke slowly. Esteemed guests, the grand tournament of the 3 clans has reached its conclusion. The ultimate victor of this competition is Xiao Nanli from the Xiao family. Please, Xiao Nanli, come forward to receive your award. As Chen Xingyao's words resonated, capable martial artists swiftly approached with a tray in hand. Xiao Nanli stepped forward to the champion's podium, offering a slight bow to the 3 clan leaders. Wait, I have something to say. Chen Xingyao glanced at Xiao Zhinshan, who nodded slightly, before responding, speak your mind. Standing tall, Xiao Nanli turned to address the gathered crowd. Esteemed friends and respected elders, it is well known that the Xiao family's young patriarch, Xiao Nanfeng, is utterly unlearned and indulges in a life of debauchery. He spends his days idling away with trivial pursuits, lost in the allure of beauty. Xiao Zhinshan's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. You wretched child, what do you intend to accomplish in such a setting? Xiao Nanli raised his gaze. Patriarch, I wish to inquire what merit Xiao Nanfeng possesses to be deemed worthy of the title of young patriarch of the Xiao family? All eyes turned towards Xiao Zhinshan, and members of the Chen and Lan families wore expressions of eager anticipation. Lan Tianqi's gaze fell upon the Xiao family's second elder, Xiao Zhinshuan, realizing that this old man was indeed remarkable, speaking up when least expected. If memory served, Xiao Nanli was indeed his beloved grandson. Xiao Zhinshan's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that Xiao Nanli would seize this opportunity to publicly confront such a matter. He solemnly replied, Nanli, if you have something to say, it can be discussed within the family. Why must you bring it up here? At that moment, however, the second elder of the Xiao family shifted slightly, interjecting, Elder brother, the 3 clans of Xinjiang town have coexisted in harmony for centuries. What is there that cannot be discussed openly? If Nanfeng can act so shamelessly, then why should it not be spoken of? The second elder's unequivocal words sent a shockwave through the crowd. It appeared that the Xiao family was on the brink of transformation. Chapter 10. Does the young clan leader dare to fight? Xiao Zhinshan's expression grew serious. Second elder, what do you mean by that? The second elder stood up directly, casting a sweeping glance around, and declared, what do I mean? Naturally, I believe that Xiao Nanfeng is unworthy of being the young clan leader of the Xiao family. I dare anyone to challenge that. Suddenly, a voice rang out as Xiao Donghai strode forth. With a leap, he landed in the center of the square and solemnly proclaimed, I, Xiao Donghai, have devoted myself, heart and soul, to the family over the years. I have bled and fought for our clan. My son Nanfeng possesses the potential of an emperor. Why should he not be worthy? Xiao Nanfeng possesses the potential of an emperor? At this proclamation, the entire assembly fell into a hush. Chen Yujie looked at the Xiao family members, her eyes wide with disbelief, and whispered, Brother, I haven't been back to the town for long. Has the Xiao family always been like this? Chen Jiafeng nodded in agreement. I have heard that the Xiao family dotes excessively on Xiao Nanfeng, but I never imagined that Elder Donghai would indulge him to such an extent. To claim he has emperor potential, how could anyone utter such words? From the Lan family side, many erupted in laughter. Lan Zian wore a mocking expression, saying, as the saying goes, a doting mother spoils her child. I never anticipated that Xiao Donghai would be so oblivious to reason. If Xiao Nanfeng possesses emperor potential, does that not make me akin to a celestial being? The townsfolk of Qingjian all knew Xiao Nanfeng to be a useless cultivator with 5 spirit roots, currently at the 2nd level of qi refining. How could such a person be deemed worthy of emperor potential? Lan Tanqi chuckled awkwardly, Elder Donghai, is this not a bit exaggerated? The second elder burst into laughter, turning to Xiao Xinshan and saying, Brother, do you still think Xiao Nanfeng is suitable? With someone like Xiao Donghai, does the Xiao family have any hope for the future? I acknowledge that Xiao Donghai is formidable and has contributed significantly to our family by opening up spiritual fields and establishing trade routes over the years. 5 years ago, when traces of a spiritual spring were discovered deep within the Qingjian mountains, it was Xiao Donghai who led the family to drive away the beasts and set up formations, thus adding 10 more acres of spiritual fields to our clan. If the leadership were to be entrusted to Xiao Donghai, I would have no objections. However, Xiao Nanfeng, a good-for-nothing with 5 spirit roots, is not only unskilled but has also recklessly gifted our family treasures to women of other clans. If such a sycophant continues to be the young clan leader, our Xiao family will undoubtedly become the laughingstock of Qingjian town, and even the entire Nanhuan county. More importantly, allowing such a person to lead the Xiao family will surely result in the destruction of our family's centuries-old foundation and lead to our complete downfall. The second elder's voice rang with authority and righteousness, leaving the square enveloped in silence. Even members of the Chen and Lan families remained quiet, contemplating whether they would tolerate such a person leading their own clans. Xiao Nanli stepped forward, addressing the assembly. Esteemed elders, grandfather, and respected seniors, I, Xiao Nanli, possess 3 spirit roots, with a spirit root potential of 7 inches. Over the years, I have diligently guarded our family's spiritual fields without a single lapse. 3 years ago, when the beasts invaded the mountains, I fought them alone at the 2nd level of qi refining and sustained grave injuries to protect our spiritual fields. A year ago, I brought back the spiritual seed of the Qingling berry, which alone could generate an annual income of 300 spiritual stones for our family. Today, I am the only one from our Xiao family to reach the top 8 in the Triclan competition and even secured the championship. I, Xiao Nanli, am fully qualified to assume the position of young clan leader. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Nanchuan watched the spectacle with a sense of resignation. The second elder and Nanli have truly lost their minds. Xiao Ming could not help but interject, Young master, why do you hold back? With young master Nanli's abilities, he could defeat him in less than 10 moves. Xiao Nanchuan shot a glance at Xiao Ming. What do you know? This is an instinct. Do you understand? Do you truly believe Nanfeng is weak? I tell you, when I see him, I feel a sense of unease. This fellow is not simple. Moreover, you know well that the lineage of the clan leader, including Uncle Donghai, are all cunning individuals. You should learn from them. Xiao Xinshan's demeanor grew despondent as he sighed. Jinshuan, do you truly intend to push matters to the extreme? I am still the clan leader. The affairs of the Xiao family are not for you to meddle in. Xiao Xinshuan did not even glance at Xiao Xinshan and called out, Nanli. Xiao Nanli immediately stepped forward, standing tall and proud, though an ominous aura surrounding him cast an unsettling impression. He surveyed the crowd and clasped his hands in greeting. That the position of young clan leader should belong to the capable Dai, Xiao Nanli, have contributed significantly to the family. Why should I not be allowed to become the young clan leader? With me, the Xiao family can usher in a more glorious era. Xiao Donghai retorted coldly, 3 years ago, when the heart-calming fruit ripened in the spiritual fields, it attracted the beasts from the mountains. Was I not the one who fought for 7 days on the outskirts? Do you truly believe you alone dispatched that beast? A year ago, when you brought back the Qingling berry seeds, was it not known to everyone? Where did the second elder divert the family finances? I do not need to elaborate, do I? This account, should I investigate it? It is merely because you two, grandfather and grandson, acted for the family that the clan leader did not pursue the matter. And now, this has become your credit? Xiao Donghai scoffed, if we are to discuss accomplishments, then let all my merits be attributed to Nanfeng. Does anyone have any objections? Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Wasn't it said that his father, Xiao Donghai, was merely a brutish cultivator, which was why he had chosen him as the young clan leader? This did not seem like the behavior of a mere brute. The other clans watched calmly, enjoying the spectacle. Lan Tianqi's eyes sparkled with delight. Let them clash, the more chaotic, the better. Ideally, they will both suffer. In that case, the Xiao family will surely fracture, and even if it does not, it will be greatly weakened. That will be the moment of the Xiao family's demise. Xiao Xinshuan exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Nanli. Understanding the cue, Xiao Nanli approached Xiao Nanfeng and declared, Xiao Nanfeng, now that the Triclan competition has concluded, I, as the champion, according to the family rules, challenge you to a duel for the position of clan leader until death or defeat. Young clan leader, do you dare to step onto the stage and fight? The declaration of a duel to the death sent shockwaves through the Xiao family. Members of the Chen and Lan families were equally astonished, but soon their faces lit up with joy. They were well aware of the Xiao family's rules, which allowed a challenger of significant merit to contest the position of young clan leader. They had once considered this tradition a hallmark of the Xiao family, ensuring that every generation would have the most capable leader. The Lan family had even attempted to emulate this by modifying their own rules, yet now, they felt a sense of unease. It seemed the Xiao family was on the verge of a catastrophic upheaval. With Xiao Nanfeng being such a useless individual, he stood no chance against Xiao Nanli. Should Xiao Nanfeng fall, the family's foremost expert, Xiao Donghai, would surely turn his back on the Xiao clan. At that juncture, the decline of the Xiao family would be inevitable. Chapter 11. Ascending the stage to meet death. Xiao Zhinshuan's expression was exceedingly grim, the veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Zhinshuan, must you truly go to such extremes? The contest for clan leader is one thing, but why must it culminate in a life-and-death battle? Regardless of the outcome, it would be a loss for the Xiao family. Xiao Zhinshuan smiled lightly and replied, Elder brother, since Nanli has such resolve, I would be remiss to stand in his way. Our pursuit of immortality is inherently defiant against the heavens. If we lack even this modicum of courage, how can we lead the Xiao family, let alone progress further along the path of cultivation? If you deem it unacceptable, you, as the clan leader, might as well amend the clan rules in front of the Chen and Lan families. Xiao Zhinshuan trembled in fury, his face ashen. It was evident that the second elder in Xiao Nanli had seized this opportunity to provoke him, and in such a setting, their intent was to bring the matter into the open and make it irrevocable. Xiao Donghai was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Nanfeng. Shaking his head at Xiao Donghai, Xiao Nanfeng asserted that the clan rules, having been passed down through the ages, could not be altered lightly. At this moment, failing to support the clan leader would undoubtedly place him in a difficult position. Xiao Nanfeng approached Xiao Nanli, saying, Very well, I accept your challenge. Is it not merely a contest for the clan leader? I agree. Upon witnessing this, Lan Xian's face immediately displayed contempt and delight. A pathetic sycophant dares to face a challenge, he may as well await his demise. Such a person presumes to belittle me. This is his fate. Chen Yujie felt a stir within her, her gaze lingering on Xiao Nanfeng, filled with curiosity. This Xiao Nanfeng was far from the waste that the outside world spoke of. Surely, he must have some hidden strength. Xiao Nanli was already a master at the 4th level of qi refinement, among the younger generation, and even within the previous generation, he was considered formidable. With such prowess, he might well enter the inner sect of Qingling sect when the gates open in 3 years. Xiao Nanfeng clasped his hands and declared, You wish to initiate the contest for clan leader? I accept your challenge. 3 days hence, I shall face you at the Xiao residence. That will not do. At that moment, the second elder in Xiao Nanli spoke in unison. Xiao Nanli regarded Xiao Nanfeng, contemplating. This wastrel sought to buy time with such tricks. 3 days, that was ample opportunity for him to prepare. After all, his father was Xiao Donghai, and he had the protection of his grandfather, the clan leader. Who could tell what twists fate might take? In 3 days, anything could transpire. Moreover, with the duel taking place within the Xiao family, devoid of outside witnesses, the outcome was uncertain. Xiao Donghai, being the foremost expert in Xinjiang town at the 7th level of qi refinement, could easily suppress the Xiao family. No one would dare oppose Xiao Nanfeng alone, he would be powerless and vulnerable. Xiao Nanli scoffed, Clever calculations, cousin. Alas, I am not one of your ilk. If we are to battle, it must be now, otherwise, kneel before me, bow thrice, cripple your own meridians, acknowledge my superiority, and relinquish your claim to the position of young clan leader. Perhaps then I might spare you. Xiao Zhinshuan stepped forward, patting Xiao Nanli's shoulder with approval. Lear, well done. After today, you shall be the young clan leader of the Xiao family. I once thought you might fall for his tricks, but it seems you have indeed matured. Such ghostly schemes are hardly worthy of display. Remember, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Any softness towards others is a disrespect to oneself. Do you understand? Xiao Zhinshuan could no longer contain his fury, slamming his hand down on the table. Instantly, the ironwood table shattered under the force of his wrath. Lan Tianqi gestured, and a surge of energy enveloped the debris, confining it within a narrow space. Xiao brother, why must you be so incensed? I believe the second elder and Nanli have valid points, though this is a family matter. Since it has been brought up in such a setting, my brother Chen and I are willing to serve as witnesses. You have no objections, I trust? Xiao Zhinshuan cast a calm glance at him. Elder brother, I have stated before that cultivation is inherently rebellious against the heavens. In the past, I could not best you, for your abilities were indeed superior. But why should my grandson not vie for the position of clan leader now? Or is it that from the moment you, Xiao Zhinshuan, assumed leadership, only your branch is entitled to the clan leader's position? At this declaration, the other members of the Xiao family fell silent. The Xiao family had established itself in Xinjiang town several hundred years ago, enduring through many generations. The position of clan leader had always been held by the most capable. Xiao Nanfeng's reputation had become notorious throughout Xinjiang town, and many within the clan harbored grievances. Xiao Zhinshuan's words had stirred a desire for spectacle among them. Xiao Zhinshuan stood frozen, unable to respond. A misstep could lead to discord within the Xiao family. Xiao Nanfeng understood this and spoke up. Grandfather, esteemed elders, if that is the case, let us proceed now. With that, he stepped onto the central arena for the duel. The platform rose 1.5 meters above the ground, constructed entirely of massive blue stones, which were then fused into a single entity using spiritual fire techniques. During this process, a talisman master from the Chen family inscribed runes upon it. The entire structure was sturdy, capable of withstanding the impact of combat. Xiao Nanfeng walked slowly to the center of the platform, turned, and beckoned to Xiao Nanli with his finger. Xiao Nanli, come here. Step up to the stage and meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenchuan's countenance turned ashen as he admonished Xiao Nanli, Lear, the contest for clan leader is a life or death battle. Do not hold back, kill this wastrel outright, should any issues arise, your grandfather will bear the consequences. Xiao Nanli nodded heavily, taking a step forward, lightly touching the ground with his foot, and his body soared into the air, executing a graceful somersault before landing firmly on the stage. Without uttering a single word, a flying sword suddenly appeared in Xiao Nanli's hand, hurtling directly towards Xiao Nanfeng. With his 4th-level qi refinement prowess, Xiao Nanli was indeed formidable, his speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the sword was aimed at Xiao Nanfeng's face, and simultaneously, a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertip. Celestial Finger Path, Spirit Fire Technique in conjunction. This Xiao Nanli was indeed impressive. Having just broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, he could manage 2 tasks simultaneously. This was a lethal maneuver. No matter how Xiao Nanfeng tried to evade, under the dual assault, there was no escaping Xiao Nanli's onslaught. Witnessing this scene, Lan Tianqi could not help but remark, Xiao brother, it appears the victor has already been determined with a single strike. What a pity, young friend Nanfeng holds such deep affections for my daughter Xian. Given the current circumstances, it seems any talk of marriage is unlikely. On the Chen family's side, Chen Yufeng's side, Xiao Nanli is indeed powerful. When he dueled with me, he still held back. With Xiao Nanfeng at the 2nd level of qi refinement, he simply cannot contend it just now. Xiao Nanfeng seems so confident in his victory, urging Xiao Nanli to step up and meet death. I had thought he possessed some hidden card, now it seems he was merely boasting, his fate is sealed. Chapter 12. My grandson possesses the aura of an immortal. As the conversation unfolded, the situation on the arena underwent a significant transformation. The flickering flames at the fingertips of Xiao Nanli had morphed into a dragon of fire, swirling in the air and charging directly towards Xiao Nanfeng. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe. Chen Xingyou and Lan Tianqi wore expressions of grave concern. The prowess of Xiao Nanli was truly formidable. Despite only being at the 4th level of qi refinement, he had mastered the art of spiritual fire to such an extraordinary degree. It was as if he had reached a realm of transcendent excellence. The fiery dragon emitted intense heat, launching a direct assault on his adversary. Such a technique was seldom achievable even by the stalwarts of the 3 clans. This young man was remarkably potent. Xiao Zhenchuan wore an expression of immense pride as he turned to Xiao Zhenshan, saying, Elder brother, what do you think of Lear's abilities? This humble technique of spiritual fire has been cultivated by him to an unparalleled level. I dare say, in Qingjiang town, his understanding is unmatched, and perhaps even in the entire Nanhua county, none could rival him. My grandson Nanli embodies the essence of an immortal. Ha ha. Xiao Zhenchuan laughed heartily. Lear, do not show mercy. When it is a contest of life and death, do not blame yourself for being outmatched. Let the young patriarch meet his end. Xiao Donghai's eyes widened in fury. You old scoundrel, how dare you? At that moment, under the astonished gazes of all present, Xiao Nanfeng moved with composure, drawing forth a flying sword. The blade shimmered as it danced gracefully, producing a symphony of sword cries. Without any overt action, the sword aimed directly at Xiao Nanfeng's face, halting merely an inch from him, a mere step away from piercing his eyes. Xiao Nanfeng remained unperturbed. What is this? Are you reluctant to kill me? Go on, just a gentle push forward, and this sword could penetrate my eyes and pierce my brain. Roaring, the fire dragon surged through the air towards Xiao Nanfeng, yet when it was but a foot away, it dissipated into a cloud of embers, falling gently onto the arena. Crack, a clear, crisp sound echoed, and Xiao Nanli's sword shattered into countless tiny fragments. Of this, Xiao Zhenshan, Chen Xingyou, Lan Tianqi, and Xiao Donghai all sprang to their feet in shock. This is the essence of sword intent. Lan Tianqi, his face a mask of astonishment, gasped. It is said that there are swordsmanship prodigies who can comprehend sword intent even at the level of qi refinement. Sword intent can envelop one, forming a protective barrier. How is this possible? Chen Xingyou's face mirrored his shock. Is this truly the same Xiao Nanfeng, the reputed #1 sycophant of Qingjiang town? How could he possibly grasp sword intent? If the Qingling sect were to learn of such a talent, they would not wait 3 years to open their gates. They would send an elder to personally recruit him as a disciple. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng smiled gently. Since you allowed me to make the first move, it is now my turn. With that, he stepped forward, flicking his flying sword upward, and instantly, the air was filled with blossoms of peach flowers. The surroundings stirred without wind, as leaves from afar danced around him. But he thrust the sword forward, and the ethereal peach blossoms rushed towards Xiao Nanli. Boom! Xiao Nanli was sent hurtling through the air, crashing forcefully onto the arena floor. In the next instant, Xiao Nanfeng stood before him, his foot pressing down on Xiao Nanli's chest. At that moment, Xiao Nanli's face turned ashen, his body marked with numerous wounds, as if pierced by 1,000 swords. Wow! Xiao Nanli spat blood, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. In that instant, all present were dumbfounded. This was Xiao Nanfeng, the same Xiao Nanfeng, once deemed the #1 sycophant of Qingjiang town, lacking in skills? How could he possess such strength? Ha ha! Xiao Donghai laughed heartily. This is the peach blossom sword intent, the very essence of the peach blossom sword. Saint Nanfeng has actually comprehended sword intent at merely 17. Xiao Zhenshan interjected. Donghai, if I am not mistaken, it seems that Fenger is currently at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Chen Xingyou felt a pang in his heart. He had thought that the younger generation of the Xiao clan had fallen into mediocrity, with only Xiao Nanli standing out. It now appeared that Xiao Nanfeng was the true prodigy of the Xiao family. However, given his close ties with Yu Jie, perhaps this son-in-law was not such a bad consideration after all. On the periphery, Xiao Nanchuan wore a knowing expression, casting a glance at Xiao Ming. Did you see that? I told you Xiao Nanfeng was a schemer. Their entire family is filled with schemers. Do you still think that I was wrong to conceal my talents? Second elder Xiao Zhenchuan, having regained his composure, urgently called out, Xiao Nanfeng, cease this at once. Xiao Nanfeng, with his foot pressed firmly on Xiao Nanli's chest, applied more pressure as he turned to the second elder. Elder, are you attempting to defy clan rules? Xiao Zhenchuan's face turned ashen, yet he dared not speak those words. Instead, he knelt down. Young patriarch, Lear has overstepped his bounds and dared to challenge your authority. He recognizes his error. I implore you to show mercy and spare him. Xiao Nanfeng smiled lightly. In a contest of life and death for the clan's leadership, one must separate life from death and victory from defeat. Do not hold back, just eliminate this waste, as you suggested, elder. With that, Xiao Nanfeng lifted his left foot lying on the ground. Xiao Nanli's eyes flickered with resentment, but in the next moment, Xiao Nanfeng's foot came crashing down, ruthlessly pressing against Xiao Nanli's neck. The sound of a sharp crack echoed, followed by the look of disbelief etched on Xiao Nanli's wide-open eyes. How could he dare to kill him? In the subsequent instant, his neck was entirely crushed, barely a hair's breadth from decapitation. Xiao Nanli felt as though his very soul was being ripped from his body. Xiao Nanfeng sensed a chilling aura surrounding him, as he drew his fingers together, channeling a surge of sword energy that filled the air, banishing the cold sensation in an instant. He couldn't help but ponder, since this is a world of cultivation, souls must surely exist. With that last move, Xiao Nanli should have been left soulless. It's better to be cautious. Who knows what malevolent techniques might lurk in the realm of cultivators, or if he might resurrect and seek revenge? Such a risk was not worth taking. To eradicate the root of a problem, one must eliminate it entirely. A villain typically meets their end through their own verbosity. This lesson was firmly lodged in Xiao Nanfeng's mind. This scene left everyone from the three major clans astonished. Xiao Nanli was dead, the champion of the three-clan competition had perished just like that, and at the hands of Xiao Nanfeng, the so-called waste of a sycophant? How could he dare? Did he not fear igniting a civil war within the Xiao clan? Did he not fear retribution from the second elder, Xiao Zhenchuan? Chapter 13 South Wilderness City Beast, you're courting death. Xiao Zhenchuan's face twisted with fury as he bellowed and charged directly at Xiao Nanfeng. However, before he could reach him, Xiao Donghai had already positioned himself in front of Xiao Nanfeng, raising his sword to intercept Xiao Zhenchuan's assault. Clang! The sound of clashing swords rang out sharply. The arena quaked with a surge of spiritual energy, and Xiao Zhenchuan was sent hurtling back several paces, landing on the ground and sliding back another 4 or 5 steps. Xiao Donghai remained composed, gazing at Xiao Zhenchuan. Does the second elder believe that I, Xiao Donghai, am already dead, or do you doubt the sharpness of my blade? Xiao Zhenchuan's expression grew grave, his countenance darkening as he resolutely addressed all the members of the Xiao clan present. I refuse to accept this. We are all brethren of the clan. Why must South Li be slain? He is a prodigy with 3 spiritual roots, the hope of our Xiao family. Xiao Nanfeng touched his nose thoughtfully. A prodigy? The dead do not count. With that, he lifted his sword, and a surge of sword intent shot skyward. Around him, the sword energy manifested into tangible peach blossoms, encircling the retreating Xiao Zhenchuan. Xiao Zhenchuan erupted into wild laughter. You, a mere waste, dare to compete with me? I am a master of the 6th layer of chi refinement. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the blossoming peach flowers coalesce into a blade, hurtling toward his chest. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhenchuan conjured a translucent shield before him. This was a defensive artifact, the Feather Spirit Shield, crafted from the feathers of the white feather eagle and inscribed with runes of protection. Among low-grade artifacts, it was considered quite valuable. Crack! Before Xiao Zhenchuan could revel in his own bravado, the sword energy, fierce and unyielding, shattered the artifact, piercing through his chest and obliterating even his soul in a whirlwind of sword intent, leaving him utterly lost. Xiao Zhenchuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with shock as he toppled backward. At that moment, the other families in Qingjiang town stood frozen in astonishment, as did the members of the Xiao family. This was a master of the 6th layer of chi refinement, vanquished by this so-called waste in a single stroke. Shen Yujia observed the scene with a cold glint in her eyes. She had not misjudged. Xiao Nanfeng was indeed extraordinary sword intent. To comprehend such formidable sword intent at such a tender age was a testament to his genius on the path of the sword, a talent found once in 1,000. The people of Qingjiang town were akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware of the true might of one who had mastered profound sword intent. Not far away, Xiao Ming trailed behind Xiao Nanfeng, whispering, Am I seeing things? The second elder has truly fallen? Xiao Nanfeng's expression mirrored the shock of those around him as he patted Xiao Ming on the shoulder. Now you understand why I have no interest in the position of young patriarch, right? Young master is indeed wise. Xiao Nanfeng noticed the astonishment and fear etched on the faces of many within the Xiao family. The number of cultivators in the clan was already scarce, with spiritual roots being rare. The entirety of the Xiao lineage, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, had fewer than 3 cultivators. Yet now, 2 had been eliminated by the young patriarch. A chilling sense of dread gripped the others, many feeling a shiver down their spines, fearing that if the young patriarch were displeased, they too might meet a similar fate. Xiao Nanfeng then declared, Xiao Nanli has shown disrespect to the patriarch, seeking personal gain at the expense of the family's safety and destiny, disregarding kinship. He initiated a life and death battle, and thus his death is warranted. The second elder harbored resentment. Just by looking at his venomous gaze, I knew that if I spared him today, he would seek revenge on me and the Xiao family. Such a person would disrupt the unity of our clan. Xiao Zhenchuan, still reeling from shock, stood up and proclaimed, What Winder says is reasonable. The second elder has defied authority and undermined the unity of the Xiao family. He deserves death. Bring the bodies of that grandfather and grandson back to the clan. With Xiao Zhenchuan's words, no one dared to object. He then turned to Chen Qingyao and Lan Tianxi, clasping his hands in respect. Brothers Chen and Lan, I propose we conclude this tournament here. The Xiao family has matters to attend to, and we shall take our leave first. Upon returning to the Xiao family, Xiao Zhinshan quickly summoned all the cultivators available to the assembly hall. After issuing a series of commands, results soon came pouring in. Report, the second elder, while overseeing the Xiao family's general store in South Wilderness City, embezzled funds, with at least 3,000 spiritual stones unaccounted for. Report. During Xiao Nanli's tenure overseeing the spirit fields, he siphoned off at least 200 spiritual stones from the harvest. Parasites, these two are nothing but parasites. The third elder seethed with righteous indignation. I wondered why their strength had progressed so rapidly. It turns out they were draining the family's resources. They deserve to die. Indeed, they deserve it, the fourth elder echoed vehemently. The fifth elder's expression darkened as he remarked, I wondered why the Xiao family has struggled to establish a foothold in South Wilderness City. Even the Chen family has managed to gain ground there. Our family's profits have dwindled compared to the Chen family. It seems the root of the issue lies here. Patriarch, who do you think should be in charge of the store in South Wilderness City? I. Xiao Nanfeng stood up decisively. At his declaration, Xiao Zhinshan immediately interjected, Winder, do not be foolish. Xiao Donghai's face grew stern. South Wilderness City is not comparable to Qingjiang Town. Here in Qingjiang Town, you can act with impunity, but South Wilderness City is different. There are foundational families present. What are you, a mere local tycoon from Qingjiang Town, in South Wilderness City? Winder, what nonsense are you spouting? You lack understanding of business. The Xiao family's store encompasses a broad range, from spirit rice and fruits to the meat, hides, and pelts of magical beasts, as well as various spirit herbs, medicines, and talismans. You know nothing of this, do not cause trouble. Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. I am not jesting. I can pledge a military oath if the Xiao family general store is entrusted to me. I guarantee at least 3,000 spiritual stones in annual profit. If I fail, I will accept punishment. What sort of joke is this? We must venture to South Wilderness City. What prospects can be found here in Qingjiang Town? Am I to return and squander my time on that willow-like figure, Lan Zian? Why should I not seek out Chen Yujie, the petite jewel with tenfold returns? That would be sheer folly. Moreover, the larger the territory, the more people one encounters. Qingjiang Town holds no potential. There is but one Lan Zian and one Chen Yujie who meet the system's standards. What if I discover even more lucrative opportunities in South Wilderness City? He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Relying solely on diligent cultivation in this lifetime was unrealistic. Should he encounter someone offering 100-fold returns, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Thus, a journey to South Wilderness City was imperative. Chapter 14. The Xiao Family General Store. Xiao Nanfeng's earnest declaration left all the elders astonished. 3,000 spirit stones each year. The second elder, who had managed the Xiao family store in South Wilderness City for many years, had embezzled only 3,000 spirit stones in total. The annual revenue of the Xiao family was approximately around 1,700 spirit stones, yet the income from the store in South Wilderness City alone was merely about 500 spirit stones. Wind, you jest, do you not? The third elder inquired with a serious tone. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. The third elder was the grandfather of Xiao Nanshun, and he held a favorable view of him. Thus, he responded courteously, of course, if Uncle Sen does not believe me, he may accompany Nanshun and me to South Wilderness City. This proclamation stirred excitement among everyone. If Xiao Nanfeng could indeed fulfill his promise, it would imply that the Xiao family's annual revenue would exceed 4,200 spirit stones, more than double the previous amount. Consequently, everyone's cultivation resources would undoubtedly see a substantial increase, and the prospect of personal advancement made everyone elated. The fourth elder stood up decisively. Elder brother, I believe this is feasible. Since Nanfeng possesses such ambition, why not allow him to try? With this statement, it would be meaningless for Xiao Zhinshan to oppose, as it might incite dissatisfaction among the others. Observing the earnest demeanor of Xiao Nanfeng, Xiao Zhinshan felt a flutter of uncertainty in his heart, hoping fervently that Wind was not merely boasting. He nodded in agreement. Very well, let Wind take charge of South Wilderness City. Meanwhile, within the other two prominent families of Qingjiang Town, discussions about Xiao Nanfeng were also underway. In the Chen family, Chen Xingyao and several elders were seated, alongside Chen Yujie. Chen Xingyao expressed with a hint of nostalgia, Yujie, is there any issue with the swordsmanship insights that the young master Xiao gifted you? Chen Yujie affirmed, none at all. With these insights, my understanding of swordsmanship has deepened significantly. I believe that within 3 years, when Qingling sect opens its doors, I will surely grasp the essence of sword intent. Chen Xingyao's face revealed a look of satisfaction. Indeed, Yujie is truly the pride of our Chen family. It seems that Xiao Nanfeng holds a unique regard for you. You ought to maintain contact with him. At this, Chen Yufeng interjected with discontent. Grandfather, Xiao Nanfeng is merely a dandy, causing a ruckus. Chen Xingyao's expression darkened as he slammed the table. Can your dandy defeat a 6th-layer qi refining master with a single move? Moreover, you are only at the 3rd layer of qi refining, are you not? If Xiao Nanfeng is a dandy, what does that make you? In my opinion, this young man is likely unfathomable, especially his talent in swordsmanship. He may be terrifyingly strong. Chen Yujie nodded in agreement. Grandfather, I too believe so. In the past few centuries, no cultivator in Qingjiang Town has comprehended sword intent. Xiao Nanfeng is the first. He is likely not as simple as he appears, and I shall maintain contact with him. In contrast to the ease of the Chun family, the Lan family was far less optimistic. Lan Ziyan knelt in the council hall, looking pitifully at Lan Tanchi. Patriarch, I truly do not know the reason. Is it not due to your inflated self-importance, believing you could manipulate Xiao Nanfeng? You even demanded an apology from him. Have you looked in the mirror to see if you are worthy? Just then, a figure approached from outside. Patriarch, news has just arrived from the Xiao family. Xiao Nanfeng is preparing to take over the Xiao family's store in South Wilderness City. Upon hearing this, Lan Tanchi immediately rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Lan Ziyan. You worthless girl, did you think Xiao Nanfeng could not thrive without you? He is already preparing to go to South Wilderness City.as for that plain cloud robe. I see no need for you to keep it handed over to the family for someone more suitable to use. Lan Ziyan's complexion turned pale, and she pleaded, Patriarch, I was wrong. I truly was wrong, please give me some time, I will definitely ensnare Xiao Nanfeng. Lan Tanchi regarded Lan Ziyan's expression with some hesitation. To say he did not believe her would be false. Xiao Nanfeng had indeed been exceedingly compliant with Ziyan in the past, why had he changed so suddenly? Very well, I shall grant you a month. If you cannot make Xiao Nanfeng change his mind, then you shall no longer be fit to be a young lady. Days swiftly passed. The fervor of the three clans' competition in Qingjiang town gradually dissipated, returning to the tranquility of yesteryears. During this time, the Xiao family underwent significant upheaval. The various factions and subordinates of the second branch of the Xiao family were swiftly eradicated. Given the circumstances, there was no longer a need for excessive mercy, whether for the sake of family unity or other reasons. It was imperative to eradicate the roots of the problem. Unbeknownst to all, the day of Xiao Nanfeng's departure had arrived. A grand four-wheeled carriage came to a steady halt at the Xiao family's entrance. Xiao Nanfeng took his seat in the carriage. This was no ordinary carriage, crafted by skilled artisans. While it did not reach the level of a magical artifact, its stability, comfort, and speed far surpassed that of common vehicles. The horses pulling the carriage were also extraordinary, bred from a mix of ordinary horses and beasts, capable of covering 1,000 miles effortlessly. The distance from Qingjiang town to South Wilderness City was precisely 1,000 miles, a journey that would take a day. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Nanfeng finally arrived at South Wilderness City. The towering city walls loomed at a height of 40 to 50 meters, their expansive area immense. The walls shimmered with a lustrous sheen, adorned with exquisitely drawn runes, indicative of the array formations interwoven within. Upon reaching the city gate, the guards were all cultivators of the second layer of qi refining. After paying a fee of 1 spirit fragment to enter the city, Xiao Nanfeng drove the carriage inside. The entire South Wilderness City spanned 20 miles in length and 15 miles in width, divided into 8 marketplaces, with the Xiao family store located in the western city area of Ruyan Square. As he passed through, the bustling throngs of people appeared to be in a hurry, with many being ordinary citizens. The proportion of cultivators was less than 1 in 10, predominantly low-tier qi refining cultivators. Xiao Nanfeng's emotions shifted from eager anticipation to gradual disappointment. He had expected to encounter many suitable rebate candidates in South Wilderness City, in accordance with the system's requirements. However, reality proved that he may have been overly optimistic. Along the way, he encountered a couple of 5-fold rebate candidates, yet not a single one offering 10-fold or higher. More importantly, he had anticipated that the spiritual energy density in South Wilderness City would surpass that of Qingjiang town, but upon entering the city, he discovered that it was not only lacking but even weaker. Lost in thought, the carriage came to a halt, and Xiaowen's voice echoed, "Young master, we have arrived." On the wide street, various shops stood in abundance, resembling establishments catering to ordinary clientele. Above a trio of storefronts, the sign of a Xiao family general store hung prominently. As Xiao Nanfeng descended from the carriage, he furrowed his brow. Inside the store, not only did no one come out to welcome him, but many of the attendants appeared lethargic, dozing off. Before Xiao Nanfeng could speak, a young attendant emerged with an impatient expression. Shu, you're blocking our business." Chapter 15 Thunderous Measures. Xiao Nanfeng maintained a calm demeanor as he exchanged a discreet glance with Xiaowen, who immediately stepped forward. Slap, a crisp and resounding slap echoed through the air. "Have your eyes gone blind? The young patriarch has arrived, and you wretches dare to speak to him in such a manner. Summon the manager." Xiaowen bellowed, his voice drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Before long, several men emerged from the Xiao family's general store. The foremost among them, upon spotting Xiao Nanfeng, instantly donned a facade of insincere cordiality, exclaiming, "It is an honor to receive the young patriarch. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Xiaowen cast a sidelong glance and noted that Xiao Nanfeng showed no inclination to engage in conversation. Raising an eyebrow, he retorted, "Xiao Tieguan, what standing do you possess to address the young patriarch in such a manner? By bloodline, you are merely a distant branch of the Xiao family. In terms of status, you are but the store manager. Do you truly believe you have the right?" Xiao Nanfeng chuckled inwardly, as everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. For many years, Xiao Xinchuan and Xiao Nanli had maintained their stronghold over Nanhua City, meticulously managing it like a well-crafted vessel. The individuals associated with the general store had likely become their loyal confidants. This was precisely why the family head and his father had wished to keep him from venturing to Nanhua City. It was simply too troublesome for a fledgling like Xiao Nanfeng to navigate. However, that was the old Xiao Nanfeng. He was now well versed in the subtleties of manipulation. With millennia of historical experience, coupled with the explosive insights of modern consulting, he understood that it was merely a matter of a subsidiary being rendered impotent. As long as he held the reins of power, what was there to fear? Xiao Tieguan's complexion turned pale momentarily as he protested, "Young patriarch, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to the Xiao family for many years. Is it not excessive to treat me thus? He continued, allow me to introduce these esteemed individuals beside me. This is Steward Song, responsible for talismans. This is Steward Yao, in charge of elixirs. And this gentleman is Steward Zhang, who oversees the procurement of spirit rice and spirit beast meat. All three stewards are adept practitioners at the third level of qi refining and have immersed themselves in this field for many years. It can be said that without them, our Shao family's general store would be forced to close its doors today. Starting from now, the Shao family's store will be unable to receive even a single item of elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, or even ordinary medicinal materials. Shao Nanfeng's heart jolted. This was tantamount to having control over the supply chain. Throughout his journey, he had observed Nanhua City, which sprawled over a vast area, housing numerous markets with establishments akin to the Shao family's general store. The towering Wanjin building, rising 5 stories high, dominated the central district of Nanhua City, situated leagues away from the Royun block where the Shao family's store was located, at least a considerable distance from the city center to the outskirts. It was evident that with these resources, they possessed no competitive advantage. Achieving an annual profit of 3,000 spirit stones through such means was utterly impossible. Finally, Shao Nanfeng stood up, declaring, countless individuals have sought to employ them, but had it not been for their connection to the Shao family, they would have long since departed. With Xiao Tieguang's words, the expressions of the others betrayed their smugness, their gazes towards Shao Nanfeng filled with disdain for this mere youth, who had yet to fully mature. They believed that if they could not subdue him today, their futures would be bleak. Very well. Shao Nanfeng proclaimed, in that case, I shall dismiss all of you. Xiao Tieguang, I am here to inform you that Elder Xiao Xinchuan and Shao Nanli have betrayed the family and have been executed. You are to return to the family and accept your punishment. Those who wish to leave the Shao family's general store may do so, however. For those willing to remain, your monthly salary will be increased by 10%. Upon concluding his announcement, a smile graced Shao Nanfeng's face. Although this is my first visit to Nanhua City, with so many individuals around, am I to fear not finding suitable partners? Shaowen, relay my orders. The Shao family's general store shall commence recruitment immediately, offering a monthly salary of 3 spirit stones. In Nanhua City, the primary currency was spirit fragments, with 1,000 spirit fragments equating to 1 spirit stone. To Shao Nanfeng, 3 spirit stones were akin to 3,000 fragments, a reasonable proposition. The salary range in Nanhua City typically fluctuated between 2 to 25 spirit stones. By offering 3 spirit stones, he had no doubt in attracting applicants. Simultaneously, he would also recruit managers for talisman crafting, elixir refinement, and artifact forging, necessitating that candidates possess at least apprentice-level skills, with a monthly salary of 7 spirit stones. Additionally, the store would provide 20 spirit stones worth of practice resources each month, contingent upon signing a service contract. As soon as these words left his lips, Steward Song and Yao fell to their knees, pleading, young patriarch, spare us. We were misled by Xiao Tieguang. We remain ever loyal to the Shao family and hold you in the highest esteem. They lamented, realizing their folly and believing Xiao Tieguang's deceitful words. Had it not been said that the young patriarch was a mere neophyte, lacking in skill and merely a sycophant, how could he possess such remarkable capabilities? In the next moment, Steward Song's expression shifted as enlightenment struck him. The young patriarch, who would lavish wealth upon women without a second thought, would surely not concern himself with their meager expenses. It was a grave miscalculation. Had he known better, he would not have followed Xiao Tieguang's coercive tactics. Not far from the Shao family's general store, in a tavern on the second floor, Chen Yujie observed the unfolding scene. Rising, she declared, there is no need to watch any longer. Let us return. Miss, why are we leaving Isnt Xiao Dasha causing a ruckus? I predict that in less than 2 months, his store will collapse. A maid chimed in. Chen Yujie shot the maid a stern glance, her expression darkening. Qingmei, if you dare speak so freely again, I shall send you back to the town. How could a mere maid presume to comment on Xiao Dasha's affairs? Chen Yufeng, standing beside Chen Yujie, interjected, I must admit, I underestimated Shao Nanfeng. I had thought he would take months just to organize the store, yet he has displayed such audacity in executing these thunderous measures. Sister, what do you think his next move will be? Chapter 16. The young patriarch's arrogance. Chen Yujie pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I cannot fathom what he intends to do. Let us observe for a few days and then perhaps test the waters. Meanwhile, in the general store, Shao Nanfeng chuckled inwardly, thinking how trivial their tactics were in attempting to coerce him, failing to recognize the futility of their threats. The most crucial elements in any place in era are the rights to personnel and finances. In these respects, he lacked for nothing, bolstered by the might of the Shao family. These individuals did not possess the strength to turn against him. Moreover, his sword intent was not to be underestimated. Even Xiao Zhengchun, at the 6th level of qi refinement, could be dispatched with a single strike. What then of these others? With formidable power as his foundation and control over personnel and financial matters, if he were still to engage in pretense with such individuals, he might as well renounce his position as the young patriarch. Xiao Tieguang, bring forth the account books and reconcile the inventory with Shaowen. Complete the financial handover and then you may take your leave. Shao Nanfeng turned, addressing the others, as for you all, be gone, the Shao family has no need for traitors. Feeling fatigued, he declared, I shall retire for now. Shao Nanfeng proceeded to the back of the store, where a servant promptly arranged his accommodations. Situated behind the Shao family's general store, the layout featured a front shop and a rear courtyard, with a yard of approximately 1 mu in size. Naturally, Shao Nanfeng resided in the central main house. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the richness of the spiritual energy present. The servant smiled and explained, "Young patriarch, this is characteristic of Nanhua City, which is under the jurisdiction of the Qingling sect, built atop a primary spiritual vein. Given the preciousness of spiritual energy, the Qingling sect devised a method to connect all the houses in the city through pipelines. Homeowners or tenants can control the flow of spiritual energy according to the size of their residences, with a fixed monthly quota. Exceeding this quota incurs additional charges. The houses are safeguarded with a spirit-locking formation to prevent any leakage of spiritual energy. Isn't this akin to utilities such as water or gas?" Xiao Nanfeng mused, paying based on usage. However, the Qingling sect was quite humane, providing a minimum consumption guarantee. "Very well, let it be so. You may leave now." He waved his hand dismissively once the servant exited. Xiao Nanfeng reclined in a chair, resting his feet on the table. Cultivation seemed impossible with his current aptitude. No amount of diligence would yield significant results. Now, his only reliance was the system that he had already formulated a plan for the general store to pursue a high-end, boutique approach, eschewing low-tier products altogether. With a tenfold rebate in hand, he could reap substantial rewards every 5 days. If he were to gift Chen Yujie 1,000 chi-gathering pills, with each bottle priced at 20 spirit stones, that would equate to 100 bottles, yielding a tenfold rebate, guaranteeing at least 10,000 chi-gathering pills. Even if he could not give them away, selling them would be a lucrative venture. The profit margin was enticing. In a hypothetical scenario where he encountered an opportunity to enhance quality, he would not incur losses. The prices for superior and exceptional chi-gathering pills far exceeded those of ordinary ones, and he eagerly anticipated the emergence of higher-tier products. This would dwarf the value of 1,000 bottles of standard pills. Warning to the host. Given the current rebate multiplier, the quantity of equivalent items gifted at any one time must not exceed 100, with a total value not to surpass 5,000 spirit stones. What does this mean? Xiao Nanfeng sprang upright, incredulous. Does it imply that is it not worth a fortune to me? Warning to the host, exceeding the quantity or value will result in the excess not being counted toward the consumption rebate. Xiao Nanfeng's expression hardened. System, are you spying on me? There is no need for alarm, host. This is merely a benevolent reminder. Following this statement, the system fell silent. Very well, she is merely a delicate flower, indeed unworthy. It is akin to gifting a lavish mansion or luxury sports car to a girl of modest stature. What businessperson would be so foolish? In the ensuing days, Xiaoan was beset with confusion. All the original staff at the Xiao family's general store had been dismissed, the existing inventory and accounting matters had been smoothly transferred. As of now, the store's stock comprised 20,000 pounds of spirit rice, valued at 200 spirit stones, 3,000 pounds of various spirit beast meats, worth 300 spirit stones, and assorted spiritual herbs and medicinal materials, totaling 120 spirit stones. The account retained 278 spirit stones for daily expenditures. In an instant, an opportunity for consumption rebates arose, stirring Xiao Nanfeng's anticipation. Xiaoan entered. Young master, finding staff has been relatively easy, but locating a competent manager may prove challenging. I have received several batches of candidates, yet they are either too old or lack genuine skills. It seems a daunting task. Patience is key. Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand. I recall that the Chun family's talisman shop is not far from here. Since I have been here for a few days, I plan to pay a visit to the Jade Fairy. Nanfeng, there's no need for that, I have arrived. Chen Yujie's voice resonated as she entered, accompanied by Chen Yufeng and a girl. This girl bore a striking resemblance to Chen Yujie, though lacking the latter's icy, regal demeanor, resembling more a neighborly little sister. With just a glance, Xiao Nanfeng felt disinterested. Simply put, the system offered no reaction whatsoever, not even a 5-fold rebate. She was unworthy of his interest. Ah, the Jade Fairy and I share an unspoken connection. I was just contemplating a visit, and here you are, he declared, his tone somewhat flippant. Chen Yufeng's brow furrowed in irritation. How dare this shameless sycophant flirt with his sister right before his eyes as if he were invisible? Xiao Nanfeng wore a faint smile as he regarded Chen Yujie, inwardly amused. This seemingly naive girl was clearly more astute than she appeared. Was it mere coincidence that she arrived just as he had settled matters at the Xiao family's general store? He found it hard to believe in such serendipity. If Chen Yujie were not intentional in her visit, it would be a rare oddity indeed. Chen Yujie glanced at Xiao Nanfeng with a calm demeanor. If young Master Xiao believes so, then so be it. How cunning. Neither proactive nor dismissive, devoid of responsibility, what a schemer. Chen Yufeng, his face darkened, could not restrain himself. Young Master Xiao, your words are somewhat excessive. My sister is pure and virtuous. What of her reputation? What would it imply if this were to spread? Xiao Nanfeng blatantly ignored Chen Yufeng's admonitions, raising his hand to produce an oversized medicine bottle. Jade Fairy, it has been too long since we last met. Since the grand competition amongst the 3 clans, I have been quite concerned about your cultivation. Thus, I have prepared a modest gift for you, 100 chi-gathering pills. I hope you will graciously accept them. Young patriarch. Chen Yufeng erupted, but as he heard Xiao Nanfeng's words and beheld the enormous medicine bottle, he was left speechless. Is this how sycophants present gifts? 10 bottles of chi-gathering pills, worth 200 spirit stones, just like that? In that moment, he understood why the Lan family members had once prospered so. The young patriarch truly was extravagant. Chapter 17 Long lines to catch big fish. Young master, what does this mean? When did the condensation pills come in such large bottles? Chen Yujie cast a casual glance at the medicine in Xiao Nanfeng's hand, revealing an air of indifference. Chen Yufeng swiftly grasped Chen Yueying's arm and whispered, "Elder brother, what are they doing? Isn't this offending young Master Xiao?" At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled lightly. "Fairy you misunderstand. I simply found that a bottle containing 10 condensation pills did not quite reflect my status, so I specially commissioned a custom batch of exquisite medicine bottles." He continued with pride, "These are premium products from the Lin family's pill shop, crafted from over a century-old black clay. Additionally, the bottles have been infused with spirit-preserving resin to maximize the efficacy of the pills." Xiao Nanfeng's demeanor remained as haughty as ever, embodying the quintessential image of a spoiled young master. As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, gazing at Chen Yujie. "Fairy you, how could a mere 10 condensation pills in a bottle truly represent my prowess? You, being a paragon of beauty, surpass even the likes of Lan Ziyan by a significant margin. Therefore, anything gifted to you must be unique. Fairy you, do you not agree?" Women, after all, seldom tire of flattery, particularly when the one showering them with praise is the self-proclaimed top admirer of Qingjiang town, now having abandoned his previous love interests, even disparaging them in her presence. It was hard to believe that Chen Yujie would remain untouched by such sentiments. Sure enough, as Xiao Nanfeng finished his remarks, a subtle smile graced Chen Yujie's face. "Then, I shall express my gratitude to you, Nanfeng. However, do not speak ill of my sister Ziyan. Regardless of circumstances, we hail from the same roots, and her talent and strength are indeed formidable." Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. "Of course, you are absolutely right, Fairy you. It appears I have been somewhat petty." With a smile, Chen Yujie said, "Shall I take my leave now?" "Indeed, Fairy you, please travel safely. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 10 times. Rebate processing 1000 condensation pills received." What a delight! A smile involuntarily broke across Xiao Nanfeng's face. Although the quality had not improved this time, securing 1000 condensation pills was still commendable. At the current selling price, this amounted to a value of 2000 spirit stones. Even if the Xiao family's general store engaged in no other business for the entire year, this income alone would suffice to appease his family. Such opportunities arose every 5 days, an endless bounty. At that moment, Xiaoan's expression shifted as he gazed at the young master, feeling an urge to despair. The young master was commendable in many aspects, yet his inability to resist the allure of beautiful women was rather unfortunate. Back in Qingjiang town, while he had earned a reputation as a sycophant by ingratiating himself with Lan Ziyan, at least he had only gifted from his own share, and now, however, upon arriving in Nanhua City, it seemed he had undergone a transformation, completely liberating himself. To gift away pills worth 200 spirit stones so casually, if the family head were to discover this, Xiaoan feared for his life. "Young master, this is highly inappropriate. Xiao, today, everyone shall receive a bottle of condensation pills as an additional reward. Xiaoan, gather the remaining pills for sale." "Thank you, young master." The two newly working at the Xiao family's general store was exceedingly pleasant. Not only were the wages high, but the benefits were generous, and the boss was remarkably magnanimous. To give away a bottle of condensation pills valued at 20 spirit stones was something they could scarcely afford even in a year. Xiaoan's face was painted with shock. "Young master, should we reserve some for Fairy you?" "Reserve, this is a reward from the tenfold rebate. There is no rebate left for Chen Yujie. Why reserve any? Not a single bottle shall go to her. Sell them all, whether retail or wholesale." With that, Xiao Nanfeng turned and strode toward the back courtyard. Observing Xiao Nanfeng's departing figure, one of the assistants, "He certainly doesn't seem like one." Xiaoan shot a fierce glare at the assistant. "Sycophant, your entire family are the sycophants. The young master's actions are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. What you call sycophancy is merely a lack of understanding of the young master's caliber. A mere 10 bottles of condensation pills is but a trifling matter to him. If you were to spare a single pill for a beggar, would that make you a sycophant as well? The 1000-year-old Bai Ling grass can cleanse marrow and enhance talent. You spent 500 spirit stones on this, a culmination of years of savings. How can you give it away?" As for the heavenly fire talisman, its value was not to be understated. He had just gifted her 200 spirit stones worth of condensation pills, and she intended to reciprocate with such a precious item. Why is this so? Chen Yueying, equally perplexed, urged, "Sister, you can't possibly have feelings for Xiao Nanfeng, can you?" Chen Yujie chuckled softly, "You are both mistaken. Do you not understand? After all these years, what has Lan Ziyan received from Xiao Nanfeng? The total is barely over 1,000 spirit stones, yet Xiao Nanfeng swiftly moves on to new interests. This indicates he is not entirely devoid of principles. Could a wastrel possibly annihilate a master at the 6th layer of qi refinement? He is one who has comprehended the essence of the sword. You all witnessed his prowess when he dealt with Xiao Nanli and Xiao Jingchun. One must give to receive. Do you understand? That sword saint's insight is worth thousands of spirit stones. My offering is entirely reasonable. This is what it means to fish with a long line. I am certain that Xiao Nanfeng possesses even more valuable treasures." "Impressive, truly impressive." Chen Yufeng raised his. "This contrast will surely make Xiao Nanfeng devoted to you in the future." Chapter 18. Playing with you. Listening to Chen Yufeng's words and observing Chen Yuyao's look of admiration, Chen Yujie maintained a calm demeanor, lightly waving her hand. "Elder brother, please give the orders. For the next few days, I shall devote myself to comprehending the swordsmanship insights of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint and shall not see anyone with that sycophant, Xiao Nanfeng. I can easily manipulate him at my leisure." Such a grand gesture of gifting, I cannot believe that this sycophant would dare to part with it. Surely, he will come seeking me out. I must ensure he leaves empty-handed. To let this young man stew a bit. This is akin to training a hawk, coupled with the return gift I shall present. I am certain that Xiao Nanfeng will be overwhelmed with gratitude, perhaps even moved to tears. At that moment, I shall make my appearance at the opportune time, and he will be entirely under my control. At the Xiao family's general store, a knock echoed at Xiao Nanfeng's door, followed by Xiaowen's voice, "Young master, someone from the Chen family has arrived with a gift for you." Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. "A gift? Let them in." As Xiao Nanfeng's voice faded, Xiaowen respectfully entered. "Young master, this is sent by Miss Chen Yujie. It is a mid-grade heavenly fire talisman, which, upon activation, can unleash a bolt of heavenly fire to attack. Its power is comparable to that of a cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Such talismans are valued at 50 spirit stones in the market. Additionally, there is a millennium old by Ling grass, valued at 200 spirit stones, which can enhance. I am but a humble, ignorant servant, utterly astonished by your prowess." Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I understand, you may leave now." Xiaowen hesitated but obediently exited. As he gazed at the now closed door, he felt a surge of admiration. Incredible, the young master is truly extraordinary to remain so composed when receiving such a valuable gift from the Chen family's eldest daughter. Xiao Nanfeng approached the table, picking up the talisman. The exquisite yellow paper was adorned with a mysterious script painted in vivid red vermilion. At its center was a small seal character for fire. The heavenly fire talisman emitted a luminescent glow, tinged with a faint scent of blood. Clearly, it had been crafted using the blood of a demon beast, otherwise, it would not possess such an effect. Next to it, within a jade box, lay the millennium old by Ling grass. This grass is known for its ability to solidify one's foundation, enhance vitality, and cleanse the marrow. With a millennium old variant can elevate the spiritual quality of one's root by half a point. The quantity of spiritual roots signifies the lower limit of cultivation, while their quality represents the upper limit. Both are indispensable. In this world, the spiritual root and its quality are rarely found exceeding 9 feet 9 inches. According to legend, the missing inch symbolizes a slender thread of hope bestowed by the heavens. Alas, this by Ling grass was a gift from Chen Yujie. Had it been offered by another, I could have returned it tenfold, whether in the form of 10 millennium old by Ling grasses or a singular 10,000-year-old variant. It would have been a tremendous boon. It seems I must seek out a more lucrative return on investment. If all else fails, I shall bestow it upon Lan Ziyan. I wonder what expression Chen Yujie would wear upon learning that I gifted the by Ling grass to Lan Ziyan. With that thought, Xiao Nanfeng called out, "Xiaowen, young master, make a trip to the Chen family's talisman shop and inform them that I wish to visit Feiyu tomorrow." Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Xiaowen returned. "Young master, the Chen family said that Feiyu has entered seclusion to comprehend her swordsmanship insights and will not emerge for 3 days. Hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Xiao Nanfeng's lips. Indeed, as I suspected, Chen Yujie's status far surpasses that of the foolish Lan Ziyan. At first, she establishes herself as an aloof ice queen, showcasing her exceptional talent in cultivation and management. She graciously accepts my gifts without hesitation, displaying a certain charm reminiscent of a siren. If my earlier thoughts were mere speculation, Chen Yujie's prompt reciprocation of such a substantial gift has confirmed my suspicions. This woman is clearly intent on playing the long game, coupled with her strategy of feigned indifference. Should I truly be a sycophant, I would undoubtedly be utterly smitten by now. But alas, I, Xiao Nanfeng, am no sycophant and shall never be one. A high-caliber hunter often presents themselves in the guise of prey. Since Chen Yujie wishes to play the long game, I shall indulge her in this performance. With the prospect of a tenfold return, regardless of Chen Yujie's gains, I, Xiao Nanfeng, shall assuredly not suffer any losses. In the following 2 days, news of the Xiao family's recruitment for managerial positions spread far and wide. The Xiao family's general store became a bustling hub of activity. After all, such extravagant offerings are not something just anyone can afford. Not to mention, the materials provided entirely by the Xiao family alone would entice countless aspirants. It is well known that the myriad arts of cultivation come at a cost in spirit stones. While talisman makers, alchemists, formation masters, and weaponsmiths can indeed profit, their expenditures are often unfathomable to the average person. It is akin to spending money on sports, performance arts, or singing. While many may attempt it, only an exceedingly rare few achieve fame and success. The same holds true for the myriad arts of cultivation. Countless practitioners invest their efforts into these arts, yet many do not succeed. Take, for instance, the 3 prominent families of Qingjiang town. The Chen family fortuitously became talisman makers, while the Xiao family has dedicated hundreds of years to alchemy and weapon crafting, yet still survives on spirit rice and spirit herbs. Thus, when Xiao Nanfeng announced such a condition, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire southern wilderness city. In these past few days, the managerial positions for talismans, weapon crafting, and formations have all been filled, save for the alchemy sector, where Xiao Nanfeng had yet to find a satisfactory candidate. Young master, a new alchemist has arrived, claiming to be a first-tier alchemist. Would you like to meet him? A first-tier alchemist? Xiao Nanfeng sprang to his feet. What are we waiting for? Such an esteemed alchemist, you must bring him to me at once. Xiaoan's expression turned pained, much like someone suffering from constipation, as, whatever conditions he has, agree to them. He requires a monthly supply of no less than 500 spirit stones worth of medicinal materials for his consumption. Note, this is not for alchemy, but merely for his own use. The profits from alchemy would be split 50-50, but that is not all. The key issue lies in his age. Young master, perhaps you should see for yourself. Chapter 19:200 Spirit Stones, who do you look down upon? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he kicked Xiaoan, causing him to stumble. You fool, hurry and invite that person in. His heart raced with excitement. A first-tier alchemist, this individual could concoct a qi gather. Even the most inferior chi-gathering pill would fetch at least 10 spirit stones. Typically, a mainstream chi-gathering pill would be priced at over 20 spirit stones. If he presented Chen Yujie with 100 chi-gathering pills, he would strike it rich. An investment of 500 spirit stones per month would be trivial. What he feared was not the demand being excessive, but rather that the alchemist might decline the invitation. A first-tier alchemist would undoubtedly yield system rebates. Even if they asked for 50,000, that would be unacceptable. The system, that scoundrel, only permits a total value not exceeding 5,000 spirit stones at a time. Securing 50,000 in a month could very well lead to losses. Shaoan, wearing a distressed expression, reluctantly shuffled outside. This person must maintain the face of the young clan leader. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng felt something amiss. Shaoan, thinking Xiao Nanfeng had changed his mind, swiftly returned. Young clan, is there even a first-tier alchemist in Nanhuang City? Have you inquired about their background? Nanhuang City is merely a county town. Despite its population of 400 to 500,000, it remains a rural backwater in this world. It is barely superior to Qingjiang town. A first-tier alchemist appearing in the state capital is the norm. In fact, many shops in the state capital may not even have a first-tier alchemist on staff. In a wretched place like Nanhuang City, having an apprentice alchemist at the 5th level of Qi training is already considered a significant figure. It would be a blessing for the city. Just look around, there are only a handful of establishments selling condensation pills. The Xiao family, acting as mere intermediaries, barely keeps up with the supply. Otherwise, why would only condensation pills be available for sale? Aren't Qi-gathering pills enticing enough? As Shaoan prepared to speak, he was met with another slap to the head. Is the alchemist male or female, and are they attractive? Shaoan's heart raced with hope. It would be ideal if she were a beauty, even if she only matched the standard of Lan Ziyan, that would yield 5 times the rebate. If that were the case, the monthly expenditure of 500 spirit stones would be inconsequential. It would serve as a stable source of income. Convincing Chen Yujie to exploit this opportunity would require a fitting excuse, and if the alchemist were a beauty, it would be entirely justified. Shaoan covered his head, looking pitifully at Xiao Nanfeng, young clan leader. I forgot to check. Xiao Nanfeng retorted, get out there and find out. Forget it, I'll go see for myself. Such a prominent figure is not someone you can host. Shaoan, speechless, lowered his head in defeat. However, Xiao Nanfeng was becoming anxious and hurried out, lifting his robe as he strode forward. Outside, the shop was bustling with a considerable number of people. After all, it was no easy feat for the Xiao family to recruit in this world. People's professions are remarkably stable. Once someone takes on a role, it is essentially a lifelong commitment. Even though serving as waitstaff can remain employed until their last breath, yet, the number of shops seldom changes. Finding such stable work is exceedingly difficult. No one anticipated that the Xiao family would suddenly dismiss a large number of employees, creating many available positions. Make way, clear the path. Shaoan shouted imperiously. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a disdainful glance. Though the crowd is numerous, they are all orderly in their queuing. No one dares to act recklessly or obstruct the way. This is a crucial moment for securing employment. Who would dare to disrupt? Shaoan resembled those overzealous bodyguards of celebrities from his past life, utterly embarrassing. Before Shaoan could introduce him, Xiao Nanfeng spotted someone standing on the other side of the shop, a short, youthful figure. Upon seeing a near teen, it became clear why Shaoan appeared so distressed. In this day and age, youth often equated to inexperience, particularly in the alchemical profession. Few would believe that someone so young could be an alchemist, let alone command a monthly expenditure of 500 spirit stones. Shaoan rushed forward, interjecting, young clan leader, it's him, his name is. Xiao Nanfeng kicked Shaoan aside, snapping his folding fan in hand as he scrutinized the young alchemist. Upon laying eyes on him, Xiao Nanfeng heard the system's notification, suitable match detected, Yi Yiting, a charming young lady, 10-fold consumption rebate available. Xiao Nanfeng's heart stirred, and he inquired, first-tier alchemist, what is your surname? The young man, upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng, responded with pride, Yi Yiting, I was promoted to a first-tier alchemist last year. Xiao Nanfeng blinked, Yi Yiting? I have a 3-room, 2-hall residence. What are your terms? Xiao Nanfeng asked. Yi Yiting replied indifferently, I require 500 spirit stones for monthly expenses. Just moments ago, he had negotiated with Shaoan without anyone overhearing. Now, his voice was raised, and the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. A managerial-level alchemist typically earned 20 spirit stones per month, which was already considered a high price, yet you demand 500? This did not even account for his salary. Even in the state capital, first-tier alchemists rarely exceeded 200 spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng stomped onto a stool and slammed the table with a resounding thud. Seeing his demeanor, Shaoan immediately shouted, block the door, don't let him escape. Damn it, how dare he extort the Xiao family? If I don't strip you of 3 layers of skin today, consider yourself fortunate. Behind him, several individuals remaining in the shop rushed forward to block the entrance. Some even seized door bolts as makeshift weapons. Yi Yiting's face paled in an instant as he looked at Xiao Nanfeng in terror. Stepping back, let's talk this over. If the deal falls through, we can still maintain our dignity. Outrageous demands can be negotiated, just don't resort to violence. At this moment, Yi Yiting regretted his decision. He had heard of Xiao Nanfeng's notorious reputation as a spoiled rich kid in Nanhuang City, yet he had come regardless. There was no other choice. He was out of money and did not hail from a wealthy family, lacking the support of a tycoon to cover his expenses. It was pitiful that he, a first-tier alchemist and a fire element specialist, would face such a predicament today. Initially, he intended to head to the state capital, but upon seeing the shop recruiting, he was momentarily blinded and had walked in, inadvertently demanding a high price. Xiaoan swaggered over, brandishing a doorbolt. Do you think the Xiao family is just any place? 500 spirit stones per month? Have you lost your mind? Yi Yiting's face turned ashen, and he shrank back against the wall. Don't resort to violence, we are all cultivators, gentlemen should speak rather than fight. 200. 200 per month. I don't want a salary, just 200 spirit stones for expenses. I am, after all, a first-tier alchemist, a fire element specialist. 200 is the standard rate. Before Yi Yiting could continue, Xiao Nanfeng seized Xiaoan by the neck and tossed him aside. Nonsense. 200 spirit stones for hiring a first-tier alchemist? Who do you look down upon? Is the dignity of the young master of the Xiao family worth nearly 200 spirit stones? 1,000. 1,000 spirit stones for monthly expenses, do you accept? If you dare refuse, you are showing disrespect to the young master of the Xiao family, and I will deal with you. Xiaoan's legs went weak. Oh no, the young clan leader's sycophantic demeanor is back. But damn, is he now fawning over a man? Just what is happening here? The shop had just dispatched 100 chi gathering pills, now effectively in debt. To hire an alchemist demanding 1,000 spirit stones a month? That price would hardly guarantee securing even a second-tier alchemist, let alone two from the state capital. There would be fierce competition. The atmosphere fell silent. Yi Yiting remained agape, incredulously gazing at Xiao Nanfeng, instinctively nodding. I will do it, is that acceptable? Yi Yiting was nearly frightened to tears. The onlookers regarded Xiao Nanfeng with odd expressions. The rumors were not unfounded. Chapter 20 Young Master, I was wrong. In the next moment, the eyes of all the applicants ignited with fervor. A dandy, how splendid. If I were to succeed in this application, wouldn't I also have such an opportunity? Truly, fortune favors the bold. If they can demand a high price, why can't I? I am applying for the position of a rice seller, with a monthly salary of 1,000 spirit stones, a young man shouted loudly, slamming his palm on the table. He then looked at Xiao Nanfeng with an air of triumph. Come on, hurry up and throw spirit stones at me. A mere shop assistant receives 1,000 spirit stones. Doesn't that show you respect, young master Xiao? Xiao Nanfeng suddenly turned his head, glancing at the young man with narrowed eyes. Who let this lunatic in? Someone, throw this fool out. Today, Xiaoan had endured several blows and was finally able to vent his frustration. Grabbing a doorpole, Xiaoan charged forward ferociously, and with a single swing, the young man was sent screaming out the door. Xiao Nanfeng turned back, his expression calm as he looked at Yi Yiting. Are you going to show me some respect? A monthly expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones, are you in or out? If you refuse to give me face, look, Xiaoan, break his legs. Outside, a wail echoed. Indeed, a monthly expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones was no lie, but as for the salary? Xiao Nanfeng was still quite frugal. He himself declared that he didn't require a salary. Yi Yiting clutched the contract tightly, his joints turning pale from the pressure. He was an alchemist, albeit a first-tier one, but when it came to fighting, he truly, I can do it. I will not back down. Xiao Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction, raising his hand. Bring me paper and a pen. Let us draft a contract. In this world, once a contract is signed, no one dares to violate it. The spirit of the contract is absolutely revered here. Xiao Nanfeng swiftly penned the contract and grabbed Yi Yiting's hand, preparing to press it down for a seal. Yi Yiting desperately tried to retract his hand, but Xiao Nanfeng suddenly glared at him. What, unwilling, backing out, not giving me face? The triple query flustered Yi Yiting. I didn't. I'm not. With a resounding slap, Yi Yiting's entire hand was pressed onto the contract. He exhaled in relief. Little brat, what kind of cross-dressing master's haven I seen in my previous life? I have even encountered the duality of yin and yang. Don't think just because you have a front and back that you can masquerade as a man. There is no need for the system's adoptive father to intervene. My eyes have seen enough to discern the truth. I haven't even seen what the contract states yet, and Yi Yiting was on the verge of tears. Children truly lack composure. This was enough to scare him to tears. Xiao Nanfeng, proudly lifting the contract, blew on the ink. This is not important. What matters is whether you are satisfied with the monthly payment of 1,000 spirit stones. Every month, 1,000 spirit stones. The second-tier alchemist is beckoning to you. Xiaoan, escort our alchemist to the back and arrange the finest room for him. Yi Yiting snapped back to reality. Indeed, in the face of 1,000 spirit stones a month, did the specifics of the contract really matter? Although he found Xiao Nanfeng somewhat daunting, the offer was simply too generous. Xiao Nanfeng, stand still. Chen Yufeng suddenly appeared at the door, shouting loudly. Xiao Nanfeng paused momentarily, wondering what this fellow intended. Poach, the Chen family had always coveted the Xiao family's elixirs. If the Chen family truly snatched away a first-tier alchemist, the Xiao family's elixir business would likely be ruined. Xiao Nanfeng, you are engaging in coercive buying. Xiao Nanfeng disdainfully spat. Coercive buying? Have you ever seen someone engage in coercive buying at double the price? Brother Yi, tell me, am I coercing you? The conditions I offered, are you satisfied or not? Yi Yiting's face contorted as if he were constipated. Though shocked by the day's events, the prospect of 1,000 spirit stones made him nod vigorously. Satisfied, this esteemed friend, can you truly offer me 1,000 spirit stones a month? Chen Yufeng was momentarily speechless. How much does the Chen family earn in a year? 1,000 a month amounts to 12,000 a year. They could barely afford to sustain themselves. Chen Yufeng had merely come to observe the spectacle today. After all, Xiao Nanfeng's offer was extravagant, creating quite the commotion that he initially intended to watch a joke unfold. After all, in this world, the value of a shop assistant was something everyone had calculated meticulously. Give too much, and you would suffer losses. You must not be deceived by him. The entire Xiao family earns scarcely a few thousand spirit stones a year. How could he afford to pay you 1,000 a month? Yi Yiting paused, realizing that while Xiao Nanfeng was indeed extravagant, he was merely a local upstart unable to contain himself. He glanced at Xiao Nanfeng with uncertainty. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled coldly, abruptly unfurling the contract. Do you see this? Are you reassured now? Yi Yiting was taken aback. Chen Yufeng was dumbfounded. Xiao Nanfeng was truly daring. He had written in the contract that if he failed to make timely payments, he would use the Xiao family as— This was gambling with the family as fate. No wonder Xiao Nanfeng had a notorious reputation in Xinghe town. He truly was audacious. I'll be waiting to see your family go bankrupt. Chen Yufeng flung his sleeve and departed. Xiao Nanfeng scoffed, strutting away with an air of triumph. Bankrupt? I'll break you like a banana peel. The system just mentioned a tenfold return. Indeed, Yi Yiting's rebate was tenfold. As long as I provide 1,000, it will instantly yield 10,000 spirit stones in return even if the shop does nothing. As long as she receives 1,000 spirit stones each month, she could effortlessly earn over 100,000 spirit stones annually. At this rate, any thoughts of loss would be utterly fanciful. Xiaoan, however, followed Xiao Nanfeng with a face as if his father had just died, shoulders slumped, and glared at Yi Yiting with exasperation. Aren't you leaving? We, the common folk, are truly delighted today. Xiao Nanfeng interjected with a grin. Xiaoan quickly went to arrange accommodations for Yi Yiting, then approached Xiao Nanfeng with a look of despair. Young master, we cannot even afford the first month as 1,000 spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng smacked Xiaoan on the head with a fan. Who the hell said I had to pay him 1,000 spirit stones all at once? The alchemy costs, do you understand? Use the materials in the shop first. Can he really concoct 1,000 spirit stones worth of elixirs in a single day? As long as he brews something, there should be enough useful materials in our shop to yield some profit, right? Xiaoan was taken aback. That did seem plausible. A first-tier alchemist. He had just claimed to be a fire spirit alchemist. Perhaps he could indeed produce something useful. Xiaoan quickly slapped himself. A first-tier alchemist could hardly brew anything substantial, yet Xiaoan dared not inquire further. Another question might earn him another hit. Even if he were beaten, Xiao Nanfeng would continue with his plans. Come back. Seeing Xiaoan about to leave, Xiao Nanfeng called out. Xiaoan immediately turned around. Alright. After a moment of thought, Xiao Nanfeng patted the fan in his palm. We place an advertisement. 5 days from now, the Xiao family shop will have a large sale of condensing chi pills. The price will be 5 spirit stones for 1, 3 for 2, and 10 for 7, with discounts for bulk purchases. With 1,000 condensing chi pills, this quantity could not possibly be consumed in the short term in Nanhua City. Items priced at 2 spirit stones each are considered quite expensive here. To sell in bulk, one must think of a strategy. Xiaoan felt as if he were caught in a bind. Young master, please don't boast. We don't even have half a pill in our shop right now. Even if the newly arrived alchemist is impressive, a batch of condensing chi pills takes at least 7 days to brew. He can't possibly produce 50 pills in a single batch. Moreover, with the current materials in our shop, we are— Young master, I was wrong. Xiaoan promptly knelt on the ground, gazing at Xiao Nanfeng with admiration. On the table, an entire spread of condensing chi pills lay before them. Chapter 21. The young master has changed his ways. As for the source of the elixirs, is this a question that a mere servant like Xiaoan is entitled to ask? Although he is also a member of the Xiao family, he is but a distant branch, so far removed that his clever appearance is overshadowed by his utter lack of principles. By sheer chance, he caught the eye of Xiao Nanfeng and was taken on as a personal attendant. As a personal attendant, Xiaoan is acutely aware of what he can and cannot say. Have those who are oblivious not seen the fates of Xiao Nanfeng's previous attendants? In the Xiao family's shop, Xiao Nanfeng stood within, surveying the establishment that resembled a prison. Towering counters topped with stout iron bars, with the staff enclosed within. Customers had to remain outside, and those slightly shorter had to rise onto their toes just to peek in. This must change. How can one conduct business while maintaining a distance from patrons? Young master Xiaoan scampered about. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng kicked him over. Xiaoan looked up at him, eyes filled with indignation. A fan struck him on the head as Xiao Nanfeng admonished, "Address me by my title while working." Xiaoan replied, "Plants? Why must I refer to plants while working? But what plant are you, young master? A type of grass." Xiaoan cautiously lifted his gaze to Xiao Nanfeng. "Young master, what plant are you?" "Grass, grass?" Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare insult me?" Xiaoan, feeling wronged, replied, "Young master, I wouldn't dare. I have no sister, just an elder sister with 2 children. However, if it pleases you, divorce and remarrying is not out of the question." With a swift kick, Xiao Nanfeng sent Xiaoan sprawling out the door. Moments later, limping back with a bruised face, Xiaoan finally grasped the meaning of title. Xiao Nanfeng took a seat at the entrance, observing those who had come to apply. "Young master, these are the 6 candidates who passed the preliminary selection, 2 newly graduated apprentices and 4 seasoned managers." Xiaoan scurried over. "Let me see their resumes." Xiao Nanfeng yawned. Shaoan paused. Young master, should they not greet you first? Very well, I shall have them come to pay their respects. Xiao Nanfeng casually remarked that there were no such things as resumes in this world. Hiring was done face-to-face, with no written tests, only interviews. As he watched the 6 candidates approach, he noted that 2 appeared to be in their 20s, while the remaining 4 were nearly 70. What the hell? Is it just young fools or old geezers? Suddenly, a realization struck Xiao Nanfeng: in this world, unless absolutely necessary, who would dismiss a manager? Truly competent managers were typically family-raised, employed for life. Among ordinary folks, managers were considered high-caliber talents. Once dismissed, it was exceedingly difficult for a manager to find new work, especially in a small place like Nanhua City. Candidates were either fresh apprentices or elderly individuals ousted for other reasons. In short, there was no good pork to be had, yet people still needed to be hired. Xiao Nanfeng rose, eyeing the 6 candidates lined up, the fan in his hand clapping rhythmically. He spun around and pointed at the oldest man on the far left. You, speak out. If you were the manager, what would you do? The man, evidently experienced, promptly replied, as a manager, the foremost priority is stability. Only with stability can the staff have confidence. Age brings the requisite stability. Damn, you're over 70, you must be quite stable indeed. Get lost. Xiao Nanfeng dismissed him with a single word. The man, taken aback, had yet to regain his composure when Shaoan swiftly ushered him out. You, speak. Shaoan pointed at the second candidate. What did you say, master? Speak up. Xiao Nanfeng retorted, are you hard of hearing? Get out. The second candidate, barely able to remain upright, proved to be a talent in his own right. Get lost. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened further. One by one, the 4 elderly men were expelled. You, speak. Xiao Nanfeng scrutinized the remaining individual. This was one of the 2 young apprentices, plump and jovial, sporting a floppy hat and smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. Upon hearing Shaoan's order, the young man immediately clasped his hands. To be a manager, it boils down to 2 words: obedience. Whatever the young master commands, I shall do. I am but the young master's loyal servant. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up. Excellent. A true talent. Shaoan fumed. How dare you? The young master's servant is only me. You dare to usurp my position. With a swift kick, Xiao Nanfeng shoved Shaoan aside. You're hired. Now, go recruit staff. I expect everyone to be gathered within an hour. Onlookers reacted with mixed emotions. Some pounded their chests in dismay, others sighed, while some wore expressions of disdain. Young master, you haven't asked me yet. I too am applying for the manager position. The last slender candidate grew anxious. Xiao Nanfeng shot him an irritated glance. Get lost, I despise those taller than me. But I'm taller than you. The floppy hat wearer, standing at a mere 6 feet, appeared quite agreeable. Applicants for ordinary staff must be over 6 feet tall. Those below that height may leave. The floppy hat candidate's opening line struck Xiao Nanfeng as extraordinary. The crowd murmured, isn't dexterity the most important trait for staff? Why are you measuring height? There was even a 7-foot fool behind. Yet this method proved effective. In less than 10 minutes, 6 staff members were recruited. Xiao Nanfeng blinked and beckoned the floppy hat wearer. Why recruit like this? The young man replied succinctly, our shop deals in cultivation materials, precious goods. We need strong, robust individuals to lift and carry the cumbersome items. As for receiving customers, it is the clever managers and attendants who are vital. Why must the staff be clever? Should we train them to compete with me for a living? Xiao Nanfeng was pleasantly surprised. He appreciated the directness and intelligence. Splendid, it is settled then. Where is my alchemy chamber? Before Xiao Nanfeng could finish, Yi Yiting appeared. Instantly, he slapped the floppy hat wearer on the shoulder. From now on, you are the manager, you shall make the arrangements. The floppy hat wearer quickly responded, young master, my humble name is Qian Duo Duo. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. Qian Duo Duo is indeed a talent. Beside them, Shaoan glared with resentment. This Qian Duo was his competition. Without hesitation, the floppy hat wearer led Yi Yiting to the back. Watching her, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled, a tenfold return elixir master. Suddenly, fear flickered in Shaoan's eyes as he sensed a grave danger. Was the young master developing an infatuation with this delicate-looking alchemist? Had he truly changed his ways, turning into a love-struck fool? Young master, Shaoan suddenly mustered his courage. Xiao Nanfeng, in high spirits, acknowledged him with a hum. Shaoan, seeing that Xiao Nanfeng was not angry, gritted his teeth and said, I, too, am quite tender-skinned, young master. If you Xiao Nanfeng interrupted, get lost. Chapter 22. How dare he? In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Shaoan stood at the entrance of the shop with a sorrowful expression, gazing at the empty space within, devastated by the destruction. Yet, Chen Guopi trailed behind Xiao Nanfeng with a beaming smile. Indeed, the shop had been smashed, by none other than Xiao Nanfeng himself. Oh no, he had hired others to do it, but who in their right mind would employ someone to demolish their own establishment? Clear everything out, and the custom wooden racks I ordered will arrive shortly. Set them up in the center, precisely as I designed, Xiao Nanfeng commanded. Do you understand the rules of the supermarket? He placed one hand on his hip while wielding a fan in the other, gesturing grandly. Chen Guopi's face twitched, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor. I have committed everything to memory, sir. You are truly a prodigy, installing defensive formations on the shelves to deter those with unscrupulous intentions while allowing customers to appreciate the merits of various medicinal materials up close. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Xiao Nanfeng was thoroughly pleased with Chen Guopi. His words always brought comfort, even when merely offering suggestions. When at work, refer to me by my title, he instructed. Chen Guopi promptly slapped his own mouth lightly. Young master, look at this wretched mouth of mine. At home, I shall address you as young master, and in the workplace, by your title, there shall be no error. This pleased Xiao Nanfeng greatly. Observing that the place was nearly cleared, he noticed a cart approaching, delivering the wooden racks he had requested. Qian Guopi had even arranged for intricate carvings on the racks, exuding an antique charm, yet, despite their ancient appearance, they were inscribed with formation patterns that would activate defenses upon use. Naturally, such items did not come cheaply, but with Xiao Nanfeng, the young master, in need of money, at this moment, Xiaoan felt utterly desolate, as though he were about to be forsaken by his master. When will I be able to refine pills for you? According to the rules, I must open the furnace twice in the first month to concoct pills for you. Yi Yiting emerged, donning a flowing azure robe that lent her an air of elegance. She exuded professionalism. Xiao Nanfeng cast a glance at her chest. It's a bit flat, too flat. Yi Yiting sensed Xiao Nanfeng's gaze, her face flushing slightly as she instinctively drew back, lowering her head. Ah, Yi brother, there is no need for such formality. When we meet ordinarily, there is no need for such elaborate greetings, Xiao Nanfeng remarked with a mischievous smile. Yi Yiting's cheeks reddened further, and she hastily coughed twice. One must not neglect etiquette. You are the master, and I am your employed alchemist. How could I dare to stand upright before you? Xiaowen's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of intense foreboding washing over him. Good grief! How can a first-tier alchemist be so shameless? Where is your pride? Weren't alchemists supposed to have lofty ideals? Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to speak, Chen Yujie's figure suddenly approached from the opposite direction. Upon seeing her, and glancing at the system prompt, Xiao Nanfeng mused. Chen Yujie, a minor beauty, tenfold rebate. Yi Yiting, fire spirit alchemist, tenfold rebate. Chen Yujie's beauty had elevated her to the status of a minor beauty, qualifying her for the tenfold rebate. Yet, when it came to mere appearances, Yi Yiting, while charming, paled in comparison to Chen Yujie, and even when restored to her female form, would barely score an 89. It was far too plain, too much of a flat expanse, yet Yi Yiting still warranted a tenfold rebate? System, what is going on? Xiao Nanfeng inquired immediately. The rebate multiplier for consumers is primarily based on talent, with beauty being the least significant criterion. Other conditions await the host's exploration and discovery. The system responded swiftly. Xiao Nanfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. A fire spirit alchemist was someone who possessed both the fire spirit root and alchemical talent. It appeared that this talent surpassed even the beauty of a minor beauty. At that moment, Chen Yujie noticed Xiao Nanfeng's unwavering gaze fixated upon her, and her heart swelled with pride. She had merely walked over, and yet this infatuated fool could not tear his eyes away. After days of teasing him, she had anticipated he would seek her out, yet he had retreated after one rejection. It seemed she needed to apply a bit more pressure. Lan Ziyan was nothing, she could manipulate him until her appearance, and now, it was her turn to take control, and it would be simple. 1,000 qi condensing pills. This spoiled young master truly had money to burn, but had the Xiao family lost their minds, how could they allow Xiao Nanfeng to squander so recklessly? After years of development, the price of ordinary qi condensing pills had already approached its limit, yielding only meager profits. Even those that still offered reasonable returns would not be profitable if sold at a third lower than market value. This was common knowledge, but why worry? If he chose to squander his wealth, let him do so on her. Chen Yufeng followed closely behind Chen Yujie, feeling somewhat anxious. After Xiao Nanfeng had rejected her sister, Chen Yujie had indeed retreated into seclusion. The peach blossom sword intent, requiring 100 qi condensing pills, had stirred within Chen Yujie an insatiable desire to cultivate. Upon concluding her isolation that morning, she had rushed down upon hearing that Xiao Nanfeng was having a tearful sale. Sister, should we gather some spirit stones and swallow their qi condensing pills whole? Chen Yujie smiled proudly. I want Xiao Nanfeng, this infatuated fool, to willingly give them to me. If Lan Ziyan could manage it, why couldn't she? Just wait and see my performance. Dealing with such a smitten fool posed no challenge for Chen Yujie. In fact, she needed do nothing at all. She merely had to adopt a stance of nonchalance, neither initiating nor rejecting, and she would have this infatuated fool wrapped around her finger. Isn't the Jade Fairy in seclusion? But alas, he had Yi Yiting now, tenfold rebate. How could she compare? Well, perhaps there was a slight difference, but was he truly someone who cared about such things? As he noticed Xiao Nanfeng's gaze lingering on her chest, Chen Yujie smirked internally, this infatuated fool. Yet she feigned ignorance, maintaining an expression of serene indifference. These past few days of seclusion have yielded me great rewards from the peach blossom sword intent and qi condensing pills. I specifically came to express my gratitude. However, the path of cultivation is long and costly, and I intend to purchase some more qi condensing pills. Xiaowen seethed with anger. Another one here to exploit the young master. The price was clearly displayed on a massive sign at the entrance. How blind could one be not to see it? This person was clearly aiming for a free handout of the young master's pills. His heart twisted in despair as he cast a hopeless glance at Xiao Nanfeng. Given Xiao Nanfeng's nature as a lovesick fool, it was certain he would wave his hand and declare, "What money? Take as much as you want." And he would likely give it away in abundance. Chen Yujie neither advanced into the shop nor departed, maintaining a composed stance as if she were a regal queen, neither initiating nor rejecting, nor taking responsibility. Her words were unmistakable. Come and worship me. With so many qi condensing pills at his disposal, she would not refuse a few hundred. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. "Bai, you stand at the door with your hands behind your back, not even stepping inside, and yet you intend to purchase pills? Bah! Yi brother, you have been here for several days. I previously promised you a monthly allocation of 1,000 spirit stones. Today, I will grant you the first installment, although not of the best quality. It is still usable, take it and enjoy." As he spoke, Xiao Nanfeng flipped his hand, producing a 1,000-year-old blue spirit grass, which he tossed towards Yi Yiting. Yi Yiting gasped in shock, scrambling to catch it, cradling it with utmost care. But wait, she had come to inquire about when she would be able to refine pills for the shop, not to solicit materials. How could one demand resources before having made any contributions? Moreover, a single stalk of 1,000-year-old blue spirit grass was worth at least 200 spirit stones, yet he tossed it aside as if it were refuse. Chen Yujia's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000-year-old blue spirit grass. This was something she had gifted to Xiao Nanfeng, and he had the audacity to present it to that little enchantress in his shop right before her eyes. Chapter 23. He no longer licks me. Yi Yiting believed she had disguised herself rather effectively, yet in the eyes of a truly discerning individual, her faade was riddled with flaws. What man possesses such crystal-clear and delicate hands as yours? Not to mention, she exuded a fragrance reminiscent of youthful innocence. Anyone not as blind as Xiaoan could easily see through her charade. But what right does she have? Of Chen Yujia, filled with pride, slightly raised her head and stood tall. Xiao Nanfeng gasped in astonishment. How fierce! At least in this regard, Lan Ziyan was not even able to lift her head in her presence. As for Yi Yiting, do not insult her fierceness. Noticing Xiao Nanfeng's gaze, Chen Yujie ground her teeth in frustration. She had already taken the initiative to entice him, yet, Xiao Nanfeng abruptly remarked, "Fairy Yu wishes to purchase elixirs? Excellent, a discount. It shall be. A Fairy Yu is an old friend of mine. Let us give her a 90% discount. Fairy Yu, please." Chen Yujie was taken aback. Was this man not going to indulge her? This script was all wrong. Had he misplaced it, she had been quite fierce herself. Oh dear, this was bad. She had been overly forward. She was too eager for those 1,000 gathering chi pills. Once a woman takes the initiative, a man tends to undervalue her efforts. You see, my earlier boldness made Xiao Nanfeng less appreciative. My aloof persona is on the verge of collapse. No, I must play it cool. After all, we are fellow townsfolk from Qinghe Town. Naturally, I wish to support your shop, Chen Yujie said with an air of indifference. Yi Yiting gazed at Xiao Nanfeng, clutching the Millennium Grade by Ling grass, yet hesitated to accept it. This Millennium Grade by Ling grass was a treasure capable of enhancing one's spiritual roots. Although it was said to be worth 200 spirit stones, the reality was that it had a price but was virtually non-existent in the market. This item could not even be used for alchemy. 200 spirit stones was no small sum. Shopkeeper, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Though she desired it deeply, Yi Yiting, Xiao Nanfeng put away his fan and suddenly wrapped his left arm around Yi Yiting's shoulders, drawing her close. Brother Yi, we are like old friends at first sight. Good brothers ought to share wealth. A mere Millennium Grade by Ling grass is insignificant. Take it and enjoy. Yi Yiting was filled with terror and immediately attempted to break free. She had never been this close to a man before in her life. Struggling fiercely, she managed to pull away, her face flushed with anger. Brother Yi, do you not wish to be my brother? Xiao Nanfeng gazed at Yi Yiting in astonishment. Yi Yiting paused for a moment. Yes, she was a man. Ha 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 ha. She laughed heartily. I am indeed like old friends with Brother Xiao, so naturally, we are brothers. However, your generosity touches me deeply. Never before has anyone treated me so kindly. Thank you for valuing me, Brother Xiao. Xiao Nanfeng laughed uproariously. Not at all. Come, let us go inside and share a drink. As he spoke, he stepped closer once more, wrapping his arm around Yi Yiting's shoulders. Yi Yiting involuntarily shivered, but if she broke free again, it would be difficult to explain. In the next moment, Yi Yiting suddenly broke free. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. Brother Yi, what do you mean by this? Feigning a hearty laugh, Yi Yiting replied, Brother Xiao, I am but a true man. Though we are brothers, such intimacy is still a bit much for me. I prefer women, like that fierce one. She is my favorite. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled to himself. Very well, another day, I shall invite Brother Yi to the nearby Huichen Tower for 3 days of revelry. Rest assured, I will ensure the finest ladies attend to you. Huichen Tower. Yi Yiting was instantly filled with dread. This scoundrel intended to take her to a brothel. Panicking, she quickly shifted her focus back to the shop's reopening. Did you just mention alchemy? Brother Yi is a first-tier alchemist. Surely you can concoct gathering chi pills? Xiao Nanfeng had already lost interest in the gathering chi pills. 2 spirit stones for a gathering chi pill cannot compare to 20 spirit stones for a gathering chi pill. If we can produce 100 of those, it would yield a 10-fold profit in one go. If Yi Yiting concocted the pills, he could then gift them to her, enabling her to enhance her power and create even higher-tier pills. A perfect cycle. Yi Yiting quickly responded, though my technique for crafting gathering chi pills is not flawless, the quality is still commendable. However, can we sell gathering chi pills in Nanhuang City? Perhaps we should stick to crafting gathering chi pills instead? Xiao Nanfeng insisted, we need gathering chi pills. My family has shop entrusted me, Xiao Nanfeng, to manage it. Naturally, we aim to expand and strengthen our business. Gathering chi pills are far too low end. We must focus on gathering chi pills. Do not worry about their marketability. With me around, no pill will go unsold, and no profit will be unattainable. Chen Yujia, listening from a distance, felt immense contempt. It seems you cannot squander your money fast enough, can you? However, since this foolish sycophant was wasting money, she would not let it benefit others. It must be spent on her. Ye Yiting, ever responsible, immediately rushed off to begin her alchemical work. Of course, the more pressing concern was that she saw Xiao Nanfeng approaching her once again, which was quite alarming. Watching Yi Yiting retreat to the back, Xiao Nanfeng sniffed his fingers. The fragrance of youth. A sudden wave of immense anxiety surged through Chen Yujie. Oh no, does this sycophant not favor the fierce type? A fleeting thought of Lan Ziyan crossed her mind. Indeed, while Lan Ziyan was fierce, she did not possess much in terms of stature. Yi Yiting, however, was genuinely petite. This was bad. This sycophant must prefer the petite type. Furrowing her brows, Chen Yujie realized that her once proud asset might lead to her downfall. No, she must return and bind herself with a chest wrap. The sycophant must belong to her. Casting a glance at Chen Yujie, Xiao Nanfeng intentionally strolled past her, offering merely a casual greeting before hastily making his way to the backyard. Chen Yujie felt alarm bells ringing. Oh no, this sycophant truly favors the petite type. I must quickly devise a plan. Upon returning to her room in the backyard, Xiao Nanfeng immediately called out, Xiaowen, guard the door. Xiaowen, elated, had been waiting all day for his master to remember him. He hurried over, secured the door, and stood proudly with his hands behind his back, relishing his role as his master's closest aide. Xiao Nanfeng beamed as he checked the system, process my expenditures. Instantly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Current selected expenditure target. Yi Yiting. Qualifications: Fire Spirit Alchemist. Expenditure rebate, tenfold. Expenditure successful. Value of this transaction, 200 Spirit Stones for Millennium Grade by Linggrass. Rebate multiplier for this transaction, tenfold. Processing expenditure settlement. This transaction's rebate, 10,000 by Linggrass. Rewards have been placed in the host's storage bag. Damn! Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. 10,000 by Linggrass can enhance 1's spiritual root by an inch. An inch? I possess all 5 spiritual roots, yet only 1 inch. This time, using it directly will double it to 2 inches. How delightful, a foolishly rich system. Adoptive father, cultivation, grueling practice. How could I, as a noble scion, toil like a beast? Cultivation is impossible. With this system in hand, I can rely on cheats. Swallowing the 10,000 by Linggrass whole, he then exclaimed, 1 inch of adoptive father, it only increased by 1 inch? Xiao Nanfeng was left dumbfounded. The system replied, this is beyond the scope of the system's services. However, I grant you a chance for explanation. You possess all 5 spiritual roots, while the 10,000 by Linggrass can enhance a single spiritual root by an inch. For you, an increase of 1 inch is already optimal. The difficulty of cultivating with 5 spiritual roots is exceedingly high and cannot be compared to that of fewer roots. Xiao Nanfeng, fear not. With my adoptive father, what is there to fear? Wait, earlier you mentioned that gifted items do not count as expenditures, yet this time, I gifted the Millennium Grade by Linggrass, and it is counted as an expenditure. Is it not considered an item? Chapter 24. Gazing at the system, one could see that those who could only rely on their beauty to qualify for rebates were deemed the lowest of beings, deserving only of consumer rebates. Conversely, those who acquired their rebate qualifications through talent or other criteria could consider the gifting of any item as a form of consumption. Xiao Nanfeng, isn't this a double standard, the lowest tier? On what grounds do you discriminate against formidable individuals? Fine, you may be my adoptive father, but this is indeed discrimination. However, the 10,000-year blue spirit herb is truly a treasure among treasures. Although it has merely enhanced my spiritual root by a fraction, I can distinctly feel my aura becoming significantly more profound. My comprehension of the peach blossom sword intent has deepened, and even my perception of the heavenly and earthly aura has intensified. Training? What a farce! How could I possibly train, with an adoptive father like you? Why should I endure hardships? Confirming the receipt of goods, Xiao Nanfeng felt immensely refreshed, stretching languidly. It had already been 10 minutes since he had taken the medicine and sat in meditation, so exhausting. Such arduous labor is unfit for me. Rising to stretch his limbs, Xiao Nanfeng strode out with a sense of pride. Upon hearing Xiao Nanfeng's exit, Xiaowen immediately turned around, his straight posture bending slightly. Young master, you have emerged. Xiao Nanfeng playfully tapped Xiaowen's head with his fan. Come, let us take a stroll. These past few days in South Wilderness City have utterly worn me out. A little exploration is in order. As they approached the front shop, Chen Guopi rolled over, beaming. The young clan leader is indeed wise. In just under an hour today, we have sold over 500 qi condensing pills and even managed to sell a considerable amount of other merchandise, yielding immense profits. Young clan leader, should we not procure more stock in advance? Under your brilliant leadership, our shop is destined to thrive tomorrow, certain to sell out completely. Qian Guopi's words were indeed pleasing to the ear. Xiaowen gritted his teeth, vowing to memorize Qian. Such sweet words deserve to be internalized and shared with the young master. Xiao Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. Leave 100 spirit stones for you to purchase stock. Take all the remaining spirit stones with you. This young master is off to shop. At this, Qian Guopi was thrown into a state of alarm. All of them? Shop? What kind of shopping requires so much money? We currently possess over 1,000 spirit stones in the store. Besides the funds from the qi condensing pills, we have sold quite a bit of other items as well. However, as the shopkeeper, there were 2 words to abide by: obedience. Without hesitation, Qian Guopi turned and dashed to the counter, swiftly returning with a large bag of spirit stones to present to Xiao Nanfeng. Young clan leader, this cannot be. The earnings from sales must be reserved for restocking and to fulfill the family's share. You cannot expend it all. Xiaowen was anxious, fully aware of the consequences should Xiao Nanfeng take money out. Xiao Nanfeng, in a fit of anger, kicked Xiaowen away. Qian Guopi immediately frowned. What are you saying? The young clan leader is wise and powerful, can he be lacking in such a trivial sum? Young clan leader, do not worry about leaving behind spirit stones, today's business is booming, and we will undoubtedly receive a substantial influx of income, you should take all the money. Be sure to enjoy yourself thoroughly. Xiaoan was greatly pleased and patted Qianguapi's shoulder. Well done, you no longer need to be on probation, you are officially promoted today, with a 50% salary increase. Qianguapi beamed with pride, his face alight with joy. Xiaoan ground his teeth in frustration, yet, Xiao Nanfeng noticed that Qianguapi had just recorded the withdrawal of 1,000 spirit stones in the account book at the counter, quietly setting aside 200 spirit stones as funds for restocking, hidden within the counter. As an ordinary person, such subtle maneuvers could hardly escape the notice of Xiao Nanfeng, who had attained the 3rd level of Qi training. This Qianguapi was quite adept, managing to please his master while efficiently handling matters. Standing by the window of the most bustling tavern in South Wilderness City, Xiao Nanfeng wore a desolate expression to eye in this vast city, home to tens of thousands. He found it utterly lonely that not a single qualified beauty was present to receive a token of his affection. Beside him, Xiaoan's face twitched. Thank goodness there were none. Had there been, all his money would likely have been squandered today. Suddenly, Xiaoan felt an immense gratitude towards this world. Although women here did not strictly confine themselves to their homes, it was generally uncommon for unmarried women to venture out, much less frequent establishments such as taverns and brothels. What respectable lady would stroll proudly down the street every day? That would be a streetwalker. Bored, Xiao Nanfeng decided to leave and return home. After all, he had just arrived and had not yet made any friends. The only acquaintances he had were from the Chun family and his own. The Xiao family had not adhered to tradition by sending an elder to introduce him to the influential figures of South Wilderness City, which left Xiao Nanfeng feeling quite speechless. It seemed that there were indeed internal intrigues within the Xiao family, yet while the rest of the Xiao family might relish the prospect of his embarrassment, what about his father? His father, who cared for him so deeply, had not come either. Feeling restless, he returned to his family's shop, the sun nearing its descent, just as the shop was closing. Qianguapi rushed over, exclaiming, young clan leader, joyous news, today, we sold 90% of our qi condensing pills, there are less than 100 left, and I assure you, they will be sold out by tomorrow. Other merchandise has also sold nearly 5 times the usual amount. I have already sent someone to notify the family to prepare more stock. Xiao Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. Well done, keep it up. However, Qianguapi, following behind him, appeared somewhat troubled. Once the qi condensing pills were sold out, what would they sell next? The bustling scene of today relied heavily on the popularity generated by the qi condensing pills. Should they run out, what would attract customers? Young clan leader, will the alchemist in the shop be able to produce more qi condensing pills tomorrow? Qianguapi inquired cautiously. Xiao Nanfeng paid no mind. Once the qi condensing pills are sold out, we will simply move on to other items, sell whatever I provide you. Qianguapi immediately nodded, understood, I will follow the young clan leader's orders. Humming a tune, Xiao Nanfeng returned to his room. Although he had not encountered a better rebate opportunity today, his mood was nonetheless elevated. By tomorrow, with all the qi condensing pills sold out, albeit at a discount, yet accompanied by the sale of numerous other items, he anticipated a net profit nearing 2,000 spirit stones. As for what would come tomorrow, no, even tomorrow there would be nothing left to sell. What of it? As long as Yi Yiting could produce the gathering qi pills, he would utilize her to achieve a tenfold rebate, launching the sale at a discounted price, guaranteeing at least 5 times the profit. Even a 5-fold profit would far exceed the earnings from the qi condensing pills. After all, gathering qi pills were priced at 20 spirit stones each. If he sold them for 10 spirit stones each, even if some were deemed useless, there would undoubtedly be a rush for them. Indeed, on the following day, the qi condensing pills were snatched up in a frenzy, leaving Xiao Nanfeng somewhat speechless to eye in such a vast South Wilderness City. The mere 1,000 qi condensing pills had taken 2 days to sell out. Such a lack of consumer capability. However, there was little to be done. The number of individuals capable of cultivation was exceedingly scarce. This was precisely why Xiao Nanfeng had refrained from allowing Yi Yiting to refine qi condensing pills. The market was saturated for the time being, and there would be no buyers for them shortly after production. Yet, gathering qi pills would not be visible for several days. Xiao Nanfeng was not anxious. Rushing to sell too quickly was not necessarily advantageous. While Xiao Nanfeng pondered how to optimize his rebate efficiency, somewhere else, a vial of the Xiao family's qi condensing pills was placed upon a table. Exceptional! Even a second-tier alchemist may struggle to concoct such exquisite qi condensing pills, yet it is curious, if such skills are possessed, why not produce higher-tier elixirs? A second-tier alchemist's creations fetch hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. Why expend effort crafting qi condensing pills when it is far more profitable? One shadow could not help but remark. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. We shall observe, replied another shadow. Chapter 25. Determined to succeed as Yi Yiting busily concocted the qi gathering pills, time swiftly slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. It would take at least another 5 days to complete this batch of qi gathering pills, with a minimum yield of 50. Yi Yiting brimmed with confidence. Even before she had earned a profit for her employer through alchemical endeavors, he had generously gifted her a 1,000-year-old blue spirit grass, which she had consumed, resulting in a notable enhancement of her spiritual root. This filled Yi Yiting with immense guilt, compelling her to wholeheartedly dedicate herself to the production of qi gathering pills. Intending to repay Xiao Nanfeng's kindness, Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Theoretically, a single batch of qi gathering pills could yield 100. Yet, in reality, even some second-tier alchemists struggled to produce 30 in one go. The loss during the alchemical process was considerable. To successfully produce 50 in one batch would be the mark of a genius. Xiao Nanfeng had initially thought that achieving a yield of 10 or so would be deemed successful. However, if she could indeed manage 50, the cost per unit would be nearly equivalent to that of merely 3 condensation pills, yet, once sold, each qi gathering pill could fetch a price tenfold that of a condensation pill. The profits would be astronomical. Keep it up, as long as you succeed, you shall not lack for rewards from me. Xiao Nanfeng was determined not to display any overt signs of eagerness. Such a demeanor would diminish his stature. He was not a man easily swayed by mere thousands of spirit stones. Approaching the front of the shop, Chen Guopi and others stood at the entrance, engaged in animated discussion. With a swift motion, Xiao Nanfeng's fan landed on Chen Guopi's shoulder. What are you discussing? Chen Guopi hastily turned around and clasped his hands in respect. Young master, we just heard that the Wanbao Tower is holding an auction today. Look, the Chen family across the street has even closed their shop to attend the auction. Xiao Nanfeng was astonished. They've closed their shop for an auction. Is there something of particular interest to the Chen family? Xian Guopi replied in a hushed tone, it is rumored that this auction features insights on talismans. Xiao Nanfeng immediately understood. The Chen family was primarily focused on talismans. If there were insights on talismans being auctioned, it was only natural for them to be intrigued. Xiaoan, lead the way, let us visit the Wanbao Tower. Xiaoan promptly dashed ahead. The Wanbao Tower was reputed to be a vast chain institution that stretched across the world, or rather, a power that none dared to provoke. The name Wanbao was indeed well-deserved. Anything you could name could be procured from the Wanbao Tower. Yet, no one had ever discovered the true identity of its proprietor. Transactions at the Wanbao Tower were unequivocally fair. With an impeccable reputation spanning millennia, even the mightiest sects in the world dared not stir trouble with the Wanbao Tower. It was said that there were those who once coveted the Wanbao Tower, but they mysteriously vanished thereafter. Although Nanhua City was merely a small town with a limited number of cultivators, it still housed a branch of the Wanbao Tower, underscoring the extent of the tower's influence across the world. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wanbao Tower, the guards did not even cast a glance at Xiao Nanfeng. It was not that they were lax, rather, it was a display of confidence. They welcomed anyone to enter, daring them to cause any trouble. However, generally, one would not casually wander into the Wanbao Tower without purpose. Excuse me, where is today's auction being held? Xiao Nanfeng casually inquired. A staff member of the Wanbao Tower promptly responded, on the 5th floor. Xiao Nanfeng ascended the stairs and soon reached the 5th floor, where the auction was already underway. 150 spirit stones, third call. Very well, this sword intent will belong to guest number 33. Sword intent, 150 spirit stones, is it truly so inexpensive? Xiao Nanfeng found a place to sit and noticed an individual nearby who appeared to be reasonably affluent. My good sir, I arrived late and missed the details of the sword intent. Why is it so cheap? The portly gentleman glanced at Xiao Nanfeng and casually remarked, it is merely an ordinary introductory sword intent. In other words, it is worthless, yet even worthless things can fetch 150 spirit stones here in Nanhua City. Xiao Nanfeng fell silent. The realities of cultivation were arduous, and the acquisition of various resources for cultivation was even more formidable. Otherwise, how could it be that the strongest individual in Nanhua City was merely at the foundation establishment stage? With a population of nearly 1 million when including the surrounding towns and villages, there was only one foundation establishment cultivator. This led to a peculiar situation where, even when fully aware of an item's limited utility, if it had any use at all, there would always be buyers. There were always those who yearned for even the slightest advantage in enhancing their cultivation levels. The subsequent items auctioned opened Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. A single qi gathering pill could fetch 50 spirit stones? My good sir, how could 10 qi gathering pills sell for 500 spirit stones? Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Wasn't it stated that qi gathering pills cost 20 spirit stones each? The gentleman, sensing Xiao Nanfeng's confusion, seized the opportunity to show off. While it is said that qi gathering pills cost 20 spirit stones each, just take a look around Nanhua City. Aside from the Wanbao Tower, which store can sell them, although it is claimed that first-tier alchemists can concoct qi gathering pills, in reality, the success rate for first-tier alchemists is dismally low. Xiao Nanfeng began to comprehend. Even second-tier alchemists could barely manage to keep the cost of producing qi gathering pills around 15 spirit stones. 20 spirit stones each was a price that only emerged from fierce competition in larger cities. Even then, the price typically hovered around 30 spirit stones. In a remote place like Nanhua City, where not even a single first-tier alchemist resided, let alone a second-tier one, there was no one capable of producing them. Even if they were transported from larger cities, the price for qi gathering pills would exceed 30 spirit stones. However, qi gathering pills were in high demand. The supply from major cities was nearly insufficient to meet the demand, leaving little chance to acquire them in marginal areas. No merchant would be foolish enough to sell them in Nanhua City for merely 20 spirit stones. If they were to transport them, they would dare to charge 100 spirit stones apiece. Xiao Nanfeng's heart raced with excitement. Could this mean a windfall? Yi Yiting was adamant that not only could she produce them, but she could yield dozens in a single batch, and the materials used were not particularly rare. Moreover, there was a rebate system in place. Even if Yi Yiting's production were to yield substantial profits, combined with the rebate system, Xiao Nanfeng felt a sense of vertigo. Next up for auction was an extraordinarily precious talisman insight. This insight was the complete record of a first-tier alchemist's knowledge. Possessing this insight, even someone with no prior experience in talisman crafting could swiftly become a competent talisman apprentice, potentially nurturing a first-tier talisman master. The starting bid was set at 300 spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng abruptly raised his gaze towards the stage. If he were to bid on this item and gift it to Chen Yujie, would it not guarantee a rebate of 10 similar talisman insights? More likely, it would enhance the quality. The items won at auction were eligible for consumption rebates. Even if he received 10 identical talisman insights in return, it would be a tremendous profit. This meant he could cultivate 10 competent talisman apprentices. The Chen family had only 3 talisman apprentices and not a single first-tier talisman master. At that point, he could leverage the Chen family's rebates for his own gain. The Xiao family would not be shy about it in Xinghe town. No family should be allowed to rival the might of the Xiao family. 500 spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng glanced over to see Chen Yujie placing the bid. Indeed, the Chen family was resolute in acquiring this talisman insight. Determined to succeed? Xiao Nanfeng chuckled with smug satisfaction. Chapter 26 Insights on Talisman. She bid 500 spirit stones, and the surrounding voices of competition immediately hushed. The art of talisman crafting is indeed more arduous than that of pill refining. It demands an extraordinary level of innate talent. To forge talismans, one must not only possess a formidable spiritual root but also specialize in various skills such as painting, sword techniques, and alchemical formulations, an endeavor that the average individual cannot hope to achieve. Despite its challenges, a talisman master is undeniably formidable. When wielded effectively, a talisman master can easily overpower ordinary cultivators, and they possess the capability to fight beyond their rank, making them quite fearsome. A first-tier talisman master, essentially at the Qi refinement stage, could easily trounce a foundation establishment cultivator. However, Chen Yujie, the prodigy of the Chen family, despite having reached the Qi refinement stage with her sword intent, remains merely an apprentice in talisman crafting. In South Wilderness City, talisman masters are exceedingly rare, with the Chen family standing out as one of the few prominent families. Without their prowess, how could the Chen family maintain their foothold in South Wilderness City? Besides the Chen family, there are 2 other talisman clans, yet they are significantly weaker, each boasting only a single apprentice who has already fallen into decline. One of these so-called clans has their apprentice working at the Xiao family's shop, having been dismissed by Xiao Nanfeng. It is evident what a dire situation they find themselves in. Chen Yujie is resolute in her pursuit of this talisman insight, especially since there are no competitors. Other families dare not gamble on such a venture. Cultivating talisman masters is far too challenging. 55 10 spirit stones, exclaimed the last remaining talisman family in South Wilderness City, gritting their teeth to make the bid. This was already their final offer, 560 spirit stones. Chen Yujie declared proudly. This price is one that only the Chen family would dare to offer in South Wilderness City, 800 spirit stones. Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to raise his bid, he suddenly turned around in astonishment. Not far away, a young man clad in black, reclining languidly in his chair, elegantly brandished a fan, and just like that, he bid 800 spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at the fan in his hand, instantly seething with fury. What on earth? It is rumored that he has been pursuing Chen Yujie, and today he likely came with intentions of sabotage. Young master, this Xiao Nanfeng hails from the same Qinghe town as the Chen family, whispered an elder beside Li Xiuliang. Though he possesses a spiritual root, he is merely a 5-root waste, and it is said he is a mere sycophant. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuliang's anger boiled, yet he found himself powerless. Not only did he dare not act recklessly in Wanbao Tower, but the fact that Xiao Nanfeng possessed a spiritual root was also a cause for concern. A spiritual root signifies the potential for cultivation. Even the most mediocre of roots allows one to become a Qi refinement cultivator, far beyond the capabilities of Li Xiuliang, whose 5-rooted status renders him a waste. While his father may sympathize with him, he would never dare offend a family of cultivators on his behalf. Damn it! I shall surely awaken my spiritual roots. With that, Li Xiuliang turned away in a fit of rage. At this moment, Chen Yujie was filled with immense joy. The sycophant Xiao Nanfeng had actually made a move. If he were to succeed, it would be akin to her own victory. No, the distinction was significant. If she were to purchase it, she would need to spend her own money, whereas this insipid sycophant would undoubtedly give it to her as a gift. The Xiao family is not a clan of talisman cultivators. What purpose could he have in acquiring this? He must intend to present it to her. After all, when she had rebuffed him that day, she had promptly adjusted her demeanor, restored her aloof persona, and intentionally avoided him for several days. He must be desperate to use this opportunity to curry her favor. 1,000 spirit stones. For the 3rd time. The talisman insight from this auction belongs to Xiao Nanfeng. With a cheerful smile, he approached to collect the talisman insight, promptly paying the 1,000 spirit stones. Xiao Wangxi stood frozen in place, realizing the disaster. His young master had once again lost his. This talisman insight, purchased with 1,000 spirit stones, would undoubtedly be used to ingratiate himself with Chen Yujie. This was a sum of 1,000 spirit stones. Although the shop had made a considerable profit in recent days, it could not possibly amount to that much. He remained unaware that Xiao Nanfeng's Qi condensation pills bore almost no cost, and all he could do was sigh in resignation. Chen Yujie was elated yet clenched her teeth, remaining seated without a glance in that direction, maintaining her aloof demeanor. To her surprise, Xiao Nanfeng, after acquiring the talisman insight, turned and left. Chen Yufeng could not contain his agitation, anxiously scratching his head. Sister, Chen Yujie gritted her teeth and whispered, do not fret. There are too many people here. He must be intending to secretly gift it to me. After all, he is a young clan leader and must maintain some semblance of face. Let us depart. Yet upon returning to the shop, as night fell, she still did not catch sight of Xiao Nanfeng. This left her feeling increasingly restless. No, he is doing this on purpose. I must remain composed. The more I ignore him, the more he will seek to please me. I will endure. Tomorrow, at the latest, he will surely come. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng returned to his shop, glancing toward the direction of the Chen family's establishment. Damn it, that was close. Tomorrow, I can finally deliver the gift. Otherwise, he could have presented it to her in front of everyone, keeping her on her toes. Should I make a public display of gifting it to her in the street? Or create some spectacle to make her think she has me wrapped around her finger? After all, Chen Yujie is a tenfold return on investment. Chapter 27, A rebate is a good plain ba. I am a man with a system and a foster father in hand. Why should I act like a sycophant and rush to consume? If I am to spend, it must be you begging me to do so. A sycophant, I shall make Chen Yujie, no, everyone, my sycophants, who is in control here. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled with delight. Indeed, Chen Yujie has presented me with numerous gifts, and although I have received the Peach Blossom Sword intent in return, I am still at a loss overall. Just a single spirit-gathering jade pendant is worth 2,000 spirit stones. Would Chen Yujie willingly accept a loss? A sycophant, a female sycophant, you shall be the first. With these thoughts settled in his mind, Xiao Nanfeng drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Xiaoan approached Xiao Nanfeng's bed, carrying his toiletries. Young master, it's time to rise. Xiao Nanfeng yawned, stretched lazily, and after a moment of dazed contemplation, sat up. Smack, he seized the fan by his bedside and playfully struck Xiaoan on the head. Xiaoan recoiled, his expression one of foolish confusion. Young master, are you hitting me again? Xiao Nanfeng yawned. When I am not working, you may call me young master. Xiaoan replied, young master, you could simply say you wish to hit me. After all, I will not resist. Xiao Nanfeng regarded Xiaoan with a smirk. Ha, you've made some progress. After freshening up, Xiao Nanfeng was about to saunter out when he suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrance of alchemy. Nosing his way to the alchemy room, he leaned in to peek, only to receive a sudden thump to his head. Damn it, who dares strike me? Xiao Nanfeng fumed. I in his own courtyard, to be struck on the head? How audacious! Xiaoan swiftly brandished the door guard strapped to his back, preparing to retaliate. However, he was swiftly sent rolling by a kick from Yi Yiting. No one is allowed inside the alchemy room. Yi Yiting emerged coldly. This expression was different, and it oddly struck Xiao Nanfeng as somewhat attractive. The prohibition against entering the alchemy room is a rule upheld by all alchemists in this world, universally acknowledged. Even if the alchemist is your family servant, entry is forbidden. Rubbing his head, Xiao Nanfeng observed Xiaoan, now getting up from the ground with a bloodied nose. Next time, be gentler. A first-tier alchemist could easily best a chi refinement practitioner, but defeating an ordinary person was a mere trifle. With a clang, the door shut. Xiao Nanfeng pondered. Previously, the system referred to Yi Yiting as a delicate beauty, yet, the rewards were based on her talent as a fire spirit alchemist. So, is she truly a delicate beauty or simply benefiting from her alchemical prowess? Regardless, as long as it yields me a profit, it's all good. Having only just stepped into the shop, Qian Guopi rushed over, exuding an air of festivity, resembling a walking fortune. Young master, you are inspecting the shop so early. It must be exhausting. Xiaoan looked up in confusion, noting that it was already past 6 o'clock. Was it truly early? Xiao Nanfeng patted Qian Guopi's shoulder with satisfaction. You are perceptive. I am indeed a laboring soul, forced to rise before noon. Upon arriving at the front, Xiao Nanfeng took a seat in the shop, observing the shelves reminiscent of a supermarket from his past life, and shook his head in resignation. This was not his former world. Had anyone dared to open such a supermarket here, it would likely take less than an hour for all the tables and chairs to be carted away. Such a lack of decorum. Nevertheless, setting up shelves and employing protective formations to allow customers to examine goods up close was already a significant advancement. A glance at the entrance revealed that Chen Yujie had not yet arrived. Xiao Nanfeng began to strategize. If she did not come, he would have to find something else to present to Yi Yiting and not squander this opportunity for a rebate. However, it was still early. Yet, suddenly, a wicked grin crept across Xiao Nanfeng's face. Xiaoan, fetch a chair for me at the entrance. Xiaoan immediately turned. As you wish. Sitting at the entrance, Xiao Nanfeng produced the talisman comprehension jade slip and squinted at the sunlight, as if it were a dazzling treasure. In truth, he could see nothing, yet, under the sunlight, the jade slip sparkled with brilliance, refracting light beautifully. Across from him, Chen Yufeng stood behind the counter of the Chen family shop, stealing glances in anticipation of Xiao Nanfeng's approach. His sister had said this sycophant would surely be unable to resist, yet, what the hell? Chen Yufeng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This scoundrel was using the talisman comprehension jade slip, which he had purchased for 1,000 spirit stones, as a mere plaything at the entrance? How dare he treat such a treasure with such disdain? He hurriedly dashed upstairs, pounding on Chen Yujie's door in a frenzy. Sister, it's bad, it's bad. Chen Yujie flung the door open, her teeth clenched in anger. She had also been observing from above, having seen Xiao Nanfeng brandishing the talisman comprehension she so desperately coveted. What now, sister, should you go down and lower your stance? This was a first-tier talisman. If she obtained it, she would surely break through to become a first-tier talisman master within 2 years. In 3 years, or perhaps even sooner, Qingling sect would come to recruit her. Chen Yufeng was in a state of desperate urgency. This was a matter of great significance for the Chen family's future. Once she entered Qingling sect and became an inner disciple, the Chen family would no longer be a mere rural clan in Xinghe town. They would be a prominent family in Nanhua City, and perhaps even secure a place in the state city. One individual's success could elevate an entire family, and such examples abound in the realm of cultivation. Countless individuals yearn for such an opportunity. Chen Yujie was torn with indecision. If she took the initiative to lower her stance, would he look down upon her instead? Her persona was that of an aloof goddess. Once that facade crumbled, never mind, she must obtain the talisman comprehension. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Chen Yufeng. Go fetch that fragment for me. Chen Yufeng was momentarily stunned. A sister? Chen Yujie ground her teeth. I cannot allow him to underestimate me. This insufferable sycophant is far too wealthy. Just days ago, he earned over 1,000 spirit stones. He is certainly no ordinary man. I must keep him intrigued, but he is not an ordinary person, and ordinary methods will not suffice. I shall emphasize the principle of reciprocity. By not accepting his favors, I will only pique his interest further. That fragment was something the Chen family could not cultivate with anyway. Its value is ambiguous. Exchanging it for the talisman comprehension is hardly a poor deal. Chen Yufeng's heart soared with joy. His sister was indeed insightful. He promptly went to retrieve the fragment. This fragment was merely a remnant, related to body refinement, of little value. Chen Yujie soon found herself before Xiao Nanfeng, still maintaining her aloof demeanor but deliberately lowering her stance slightly. Observing Chen Yujie's appearance, Xiao Nanfeng felt a surge of delight. If you can lower your stance today, then the day after tomorrow, you shall be my sycophant, and tomorrow, you may find yourself in my bed. Once a person takes the first step, the rest is unpredictable. I possess countless treasures. I shall not be easily dismissed. Even today, I will not allow you to take the talisman comprehension slip so effortlessly. Chapter 28. The affectionate couple today, Yu Xianzi is exceedingly beautiful, to the point that I cannot tear my gaze away. Xiao Nanfeng gazes at Chen Yujie with an expression of foolish admiration, as if he is entranced by her beauty. Chen Yujie beams a charming smile. She smiled. The woman renowned in Nanhua City as the Ice Queen has smiled. Xiao Nanfeng is momentarily stunned. Thankfully, I have a system and a father figure who has witnessed countless instances of fervent passion. Otherwise, with such a smile, my previous incarnation would have immediately knelt and licked the ground. Chen Yujie's smile is indeed captivating. Ahem, brother Xiao, I have heard that you acquired a precious item yesterday. Might you allow your sister a glimpse? Chen Yujie's demeanor has lost its initial aloofness, replaced by a hint of coyness. Xiao Wen's eyes widen, staring blankly at Chen Yujie. Even Xian Guopi is taken aback. The onlookers around them cannot help but swallow hard. Xiao Nanfeng's heart races violently. He discreetly pinches his thigh. Damn, what a seductress. Once the aloof beauty lets down her guard, her allure is utterly lethal. But what of it? If you can lower your standards today, you could very well shed your clothes tomorrow. The real challenge lies in resisting that first step. Xiao Nanfeng feigns difficulty. Sister Yu, this is a treasure I have prepared for my family. Upon hearing him refer to her as Sister Yu, Chen Yujie feels a wave of nausea. How dare this pitiful sycophant address her so intimately? Yet, needing something from him, she grits her teeth and suppresses her emotions. Brother Nanfeng. A chorus of pain gasps erupts around them. She has resorted to flirting, and it is for Xiao Nanfeng. Chen Yufeng looks on in horror. Is my sister losing her mind? Xiao Nanfeng chuckles inwardly. Look, the icy persona is crumbling. Isn't it? Today you can smile, which means you can call me brother. Tomorrow, the sycophant, who is the real sycophant here, masterfully played. In truth, I do not insist on seeing it. I merely discovered a fragment while tidying up family treasures today, and I thought it might be suitable for brother Nanfeng's cultivation. Thus, I specially brought it to him. Chen Yujie is willing to forego her initial dignity, and she may very well abandon her second step. Chen Yujie, you shameless hussy, you dare to tempt my brother Nanfeng. Suddenly, Lan Yanyan rushes over from a distance, her eyes filled with murderous intent, as if she wishes to devour Chen Yujie. Xiao Nanfeng is her sycophant. How could she? Chen Yujie feels her cheeks flush. Perhaps she has indeed gone a bit too far. Xiao Nanfeng grins widely. Perfect. Having made a significant profit a few days ago, he naturally wants the people of Qinghe Town to be aware of it. What is the point of being impressive if no one knows? He even specifically instructed those returning to boast about it. Originally, he intended to lure the Xiao family members over, as they had recently dealt with figures like Xiao Zhenan but still lacked stability. Who would have thought that before the Xiao family arrived, Lan Ziyan would come first? Brother Nanfeng, Ziyan misses you so much. You promised you would come back to see me and give me a grand wedding gift. Lan Ziyan's eyes brim with tears, as if she has suffered a great injustice, rushing to wrap her arms around Xiao Nanfeng's arm. Xiao Nanfeng thinks quite the catch. Although not as exquisite as Chen Yujie, his previous incarnation had pursued her for years without even holding her hand, and now she is the one making advances. However, the likes of her do not deserve my affections, no, my investments. Ziyan, how can you speak so irresponsibly? The grand wedding gift is, of course, meant for Sister Yu. I only regard you as a sister. Do not be so disrespectful towards Sister Yu. Xiao Nanfeng is quite familiar with the tactics of those scoundrels from his past life, employing them with ease. To regard you as a sister, this trick has broken the hearts of countless young girls deceived by scoundrels. Can I handle you? Green tea, you are far beneath the green tea I encountered in my previous life. Only Chen Yujie is somewhat worthy of a battle. Sister Yu, what did you say about a fragment? We share mutual affection. If there is anything you desire, simply tell your brother, and I shall move heaven and earth to procure it for you. Xiao Nanfeng adopts an exceedingly excited demeanor. Yet, he has no intention of handing over the talisman to Chen Yujie. Chen Yujie grits her teeth. This insufferable sycophant is waiting for the right moment to strike. Lan Ziyan, beside them, is on the verge of losing her mind. What do you mean by treating her as a sister? What mutual affection? Why have you stopped pursuing me? You are doing this on purpose to infuriate me. Chen Yujie, biting her teeth, manages a calm smile. Brother Nanfeng, your sister is also concerned about you, unlike some people who only know how to take without limit from brother Nanfeng. This cultivation fragment is a priceless treasure, and upon discovering it, I immediately thought of gifting it to you, brother. Look, brother. Chen Yujie produces the fragment, and Xiao Nanfeng snatches it without hesitation, stowing it away. Lan Ziyan, furious, exclaims Chen Yujie, who are you referring to as some people, have the courage to clarify your words. Chen Yujie pretends not to hear Lan Ziyan, instead stepping closer to Xiao Nanfeng, calmly gazing at Lan Ziyan. Chen Yujie realizes this insufferable sycophant is merely resentful for his previous unrequited affections towards Lan Ziyan. He has knelt before her, and she did not even allow him to hold her hand, which is precisely why, upon my arrival, Xiao Nanfeng immediately turns his attention to me. Fishing is all well and good, but at least you should use bait. Lan Ziyan's failure stems from her stinginess. She attempted to fish without bait and expected to be forgiven. Look at me, I casually offer something, and I am bound to reap rewards. Indeed, Xiao Nanfeng chuckles, sister you, we truly share a bond of understanding. Just yesterday, I spent a full 1,000 spirit stones at the auction to acquire this talisman, specifically to present it to you. Chen Yujie gasps, oh my, a treasure worth 1,000 spirit stones. Lan, dear sister, I have heard that brother Nanfeng has been on the verge of gifting you something worth 1,000 spirit stones for years. Chen Yujie glances at Lan Ziyan, her gaze laced with meaning. Lan Ziyan feels her vision darkening, nearly swooning. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes shine brightly as he looks at Chen Yujie. In my heart, sister you is the world's most priceless treasure. Nothing compares to the affection of a sister. No fragment, no rare treasure, can match even a fraction of your heart. Without hesitation, Chen Yujie takes the jade slip and presses it to her forehead to absorb its essence. Lan Ziyan's vision blurs. That belongs to me, it is all mine, you shameless couple. Xiao Nanfeng is immensely pleased. She is anxious, she is broken. You all wait for me. Lan Ziyan stomps her foot, crying, and turns to leave. How hurtful. Chen Yujie calls out, Sister Lan, do come visit when you have the time. My shop is right across from brother Nanfeng's, it's quite convenient. Lan Ziyan stumbles, nearly falling to the ground. Shameless couple. Xiao Nanfeng doesn't even spare a glance at Lan Ziyan. How pitiful, you still shamelessly approach me with your meager returns. Chen Yujie feels quite satisfied. Brother Nanfeng, I must return to oversee the shop. I shall take my leave. Xiao Nanfeng feigns a smile, sister you, travel safely. Before Chen Yujie has walked far, Xiao Nanfeng rushes back to his room to check his rewards. Chapter 29. Is this even worthy of being called a heavenly fire talisman? Transaction successful this time. A sum of 1,000 spirit stones has been spent to purchase the insights of a first-tier talisman master. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is tenfold, currently processing the expenditure. The rebate consists of insights from a second-tier talisman master, and the price has been dispatched to the host's storage bag. Xiao Nanfeng erupted into a fit of laughter, his mirth echoing wildly. Chen Yujie, oh Chen Yujie, no matter how cunning you are, you still ended up drinking my bathwater. For a mere first-tier talisman master's insights, to exchange it for the perfect understanding of a second-tier talisman master, what a windfall. The Chen family prides itself on its talisman expertise. Just wait and see. Wait, hold on. Glancing at the insights of the talisman master in his hand, Xiao Nanfeng found himself in a quandary. Becoming a second-tier talisman master might be achievable, but he would still have to toil to craft talismans. He recalled how Yi Yiting, that little girl, had been cooped up in the alchemy room for 6 days, not even stepping out for meals, save for the occasional trip to the restroom. If the alchemy room was so demanding, how much more arduous must the life of a talisman master be? Some higher-level talismans even required one to draw upon their own blood as a medium. This was sheer madness. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at his own fingertip, biting it lightly to test. Ouch, he exclaimed, jumping back in surprise. Why does it hurt so much even before breaking the skin? How come in those novels, characters casually bite their fingers to write blood scripts without flinching? Yet, looking at the insights of the talisman master, he felt a pang of reluctance. A second-tier talisman master, in the state capital, a second-tier talisman master is revered as a figure of great esteem. The insights produced by the system are not the ordinary kind. Once absorbed, Xiao Nanfeng would directly acquire the complete abilities of a second-tier talisman master. No, wait, the hardships of a talisman master stem from their need to cultivate. But why should I cultivate? It is utterly impossible. If I can gain the insights of a second-tier talisman master without the need for arduous training, then why should I toil away crafting talismans? I am the young clan leader, who dares to force me into such labor? As long as I refuse to draw talismans, who would dare to compel me? Pressing the jade slip to his forehead, a torrent of knowledge surged into Xiao Nanfeng's mind. Time passed, second by second. Eventually, he succumbed to sleep. After an unknown duration, when Xiao Nanfeng slowly opened his eyes, he yawned and stretched his body. How is it that others toil for decades and may not become second-tier talisman masters, while I simply take a nap and achieve this status? The insights of a second-tier talisman master were vast, akin to a grand repository of knowledge. The Peach Blossom sword intent, while formidable, was merely one type of swordsmanship, yet, the insights of a second-tier talisman master were boundless, encompassing numerous techniques and even artistic expressions related to swordsmanship. No wonder talisman masters endure such grueling training. There is so much to learn. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly burst into boisterous laughter. By the heavens, system, and esteemed adoptive father, I bow to you. Once a scrawl that resembled a dog's paw print, his writing transformed into that of an undeniable master after absorbing the talisman insights. Astonishingly, his comprehension of sword intent deepened, allowing him to wield the Peach Blossom sword intent with newfound fluidity. He even discovered he could draw. With a leap, Xiao Nanfeng kicked open the door and hurried to the talisman counter. The Xiao family also engaged in the talisman trade, albeit relying on hired talisman apprentice craftsmen. Therefore, the materials for crafting talismans were certainly complete. Young clan leader, what brings you here? The new talisman master attendant looked a bit perplexed. Does the young clan leader require your input? Xian Guopi rushed over, shooting the talisman master a glare. Is it your place to meddle in the young clan leader's affairs? Just stand there quietly. The talisman master felt a surge of displeasure but chose to endure. Who would allow a mere novice talisman apprentice to act as an attendant, especially one earning a mere 20 spirit stones a month? Even for the sake of those 20 spirit stones, he had to bear it. Besides, the shop belonged to them, they could do as they pleased. Why should he concern himself? Xiao Nanfeng's mind, now a vast repository of talisman knowledge, swiftly gathered some materials, tossing them to Xiaoan, who clutched them and retreated to his room. Setting up a table, Xiao Nanfeng pondered what talisman to draw. Suddenly, he recalled the heavenly fire talisman that Chen Yujie had given him. Taking out the heavenly fire talisman, he wore a disdainful expression. Is this truly worthy of being called a heavenly fire talisman? The heavenly fire talisman, meant to summon the power of true fire, could unleash the full force of a 6th layer chi refinement master in a single strike. However, using the blood of a chi refinement level beast to draw such a simple talisman was utterly ridiculous. Did it truly require precious beast blood for something so elementary? With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Nanfeng produced a piece of talisman paper, employing the most ordinary of blood, certainly not even black dog blood, and set to work. His movements were like a fleeting shadow, and with a flourish, he completed the task in one seamless motion. The heavenly fire talisman surged with vitality. This talisman undoubtedly equated to a full strength strike from a 7th layer chi refinement master. Yet, that wasn't the best part. It was so inexpensive. The heavenly fire talisman gifted by Chen Yujie cost at least 15 spirit stones to produce, and success was not guaranteed on the first try. After a few attempts, the cost could easily skyrocket to over 30 spirit stones, plus several days of labor. Yet Xiao Nanfeng's heavenly fire talisman was superior, taking merely 30 seconds to create, with materials worth perhaps a few dozen spirit fragments. This was practically a no-risk endeavor. A heavenly fire talisman from a 6th layer chi refinement master retails for 50 spirit stones, thus, his 7th layer version could fetch 120 spirit stones. If I work 8 hours a day, how many could I draw? Wait, why should I be a beast of burden? Xiao Nanfeng blinked. Let us draw a few. It seems there is hardly anything to sell in the shop. An hour later, over 100 talismans of various types lay before Xiao Nanfeng, all within the chi refinement stage, with the strongest being at the 9th layer. This was more than enough to utterly dominate the Chen family shop. As for the first tier talismans, Xiao Nanfeng's face darkened. Damn it, I can't draw them. With his current 3rd layer chi refinement level, he could not manipulate the power of first tier talismans. Were it not for his 2nd tier talisman master skills, the talismans he could manage would barely reach the 5th layer of chi refinement. Damn it! Xiao Nanfeng tossed the brush onto the table. Xiaoan rushed in. Young master, what are all these talismans? Xiao Nanfeng scoffed, I am a natural talent. What is drawing a few talismans to me? Take them to the front and sell them. As for the rest, I shan't worry, such high quality talismans will surely find buyers. Oh, and price them accordingly. He smirked. The Chen family prides itself on talismans. Let us see how they fare now. If one cannot sweep a room, how can one conquer the world? With 3 families contending in Qinghe town, this little town needs no more than the Xiao family. The Lan family is not worthy of being a rival. The Chen family can await its demise. Xiaoan suddenly knelt, wailing and howling. Our ancestors have opened their eyes. The young master is destined for greatness. May the ancestors of the Xiao family bless us. We are finally on the path to prosperity, destined to dominate Qinghe town. The ability to craft talismans is not an ordinary skill. Although the Xiao family possesses far superior resources and strength compared to the Chen family, the latter could stand on equal footing solely through their talisman prowess. In high spirits, Xiao Nanfeng lightly tapped Xiaoan on the head with his fan. What a useless fellow. What is so special about Qinghe town? Set up the goods and be sure to take a few talismans home for my father's protection. Ah, this unreliable father, how long must I worry about him? The next day, it all exploded. Chapter 32 thinks of me like this. What? The Xiao family's shop is offering a plethora of high-grade talismans for sale? A Skyfire talisman for the 7th level of Chi refinement at merely 50 spirit stones? A Lightning Strike talisman for the 9th level of Chi refinement for just 80 spirit stones? Chen Yujie and Chen Yufeng were nearly paralyzed with shock. Sister, this can't be true, can it? In South Wilderness City, who besides you could possibly craft talismans for the 6th level of Chi refinement? Let alone for the 7th level, Xiao Nanfeng must be lying. Chen Yujie fell silent. One could deride Xiao Nanfeng as a debauched scion, but one could never claim he was incompetent. Is being at the 3rd level of Chi refinement truly that poor? It hardly seems remarkable, yet, he is merely a waste with 5 spirit roots. A mere 5 spirit roots, with only a single inch of a crippled root, and at just 15 years of age, he has already attained the 3rd level of Chi refinement. Furthermore, he has comprehended sword intent, effortlessly dispatching masters at the 6th level of Chi refinement, who would dare label him as a failure. Even a single spirit root genius with a root spanning a foot would only reach this level. Such matters are beyond the realm of deceit. Despite his debauched nature, Xiao Nanfeng would hardly dare to fabricate such claims. Chen Yufeng remained silent, recognizing the truth. Yes, even if Xiao Nanfeng is the epitome of a wastrel, he is undeniably skilled. Not to mention, no one would dare to lie about such matters. To do so would invite universal disdain, rendering survival in this world impossible. Let us take a look. Chen Yujia rose, her legs trembling slightly. She was afraid, if the Xiao family could indeed produce such a vast array of high-grade talismans, the Chen family would be doomed. It was imperative to ascertain whether the Xiao family's talismans were purchased or self-manufactured. The shop was not particularly crowded, yet a throng of people had gathered outside. Nevertheless, they made way for entry. Most were merely spectators, as few could afford talismans that started at 50 spirit stones. Inside the shop, only a handful, 7 or 8 individuals, were examining the goods. Chen Yuji approached, and even the onlookers failed to notice her presence, intensifying her unease. Typically, whenever she ventured out, passers-by would steal glances, drawn to her beauty. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng was seated across from a portly middle-aged man, engaging in jovial conversation. In that case, I will purchase all talismans above the 8th level of Qi refinement at 75 spirit stones each. Should there be more in the future, regardless of quantity, just send them to Wanbao Tower or notify me, and I will arrange for collection. Chen Yujie overheard this statement and was immediately filled with dread. The middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Dafu, the manager of Wanbao Tower in South Wilderness City. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled heartily, while said, "Xiaoan, pack it up and collect the payment." Chen Yujie watched in disbelief as Zhou Dafu handed over a staggering sum of over 6,000 spirit stones to Xiao Nanfeng. Over 6,000 spirit stones, the Chen family's shop didn't even generate that much in a year. The profit margin for talismans typically ranged from 20 to 30, meaning a minimum profit of 1,200 spirit stones. But wait, the price set by this debauched scion is alarmingly low, which seems illogical. Selling at such rates would yield minimal profit. However, a chilling realization struck Chen Yujia. While it may not be profitable, it could obliterate the Chen family shop. Today, I am offering a special deal. 2 Skyfire talismans of the 7th level of Qi refinement for 100 spirit stones. Since I am in a good mood today, I will only charge 95 spirit stones. Here you go, esteemed customer. The jovial vendor radiated enthusiasm. In a matter of moments, everything was sold out. Zhou Dafu departed, waving his sleeve and taking with him a stack of papers, leaving behind 750 spirit stones. To Xiao Nanfeng, this was merely paper. With a cost of less than 30 spirit stones, could this even be considered a cost? Other talismans were swiftly snatched up as well, simply too inexpensive. Humph, the Chen family's shop is utterly ruthless. Indeed, how could they dare sell Skyfire talismans at 50 spirit stones for the 6th level of Qi refinement? Right. The Xiao family's 7th level talismans are merely 50 spirit stones, and bulk purchases come with discounts. As Chen Yujie listened to the surrounding chatter, her heart sank. In such a small locale, the survival capacity was nowhere near that of the established stores in larger cities. The emergence of such competition often signaled the impending demise of a shop. The Chen family's talisman store was the most significant source of spirit stones for the Chen family. If it were to collapse, would the Chen family remain intact? Chen Yujie turned and departed. Xiao Nanfeng had already noticed her approach from the corner of his eye but chose to ignore her. Today was not a day for rebates. Upon returning to the shop, Chen Yujie sat dazedly at the counter, gazing at the establishment that had encapsulated a century of her family's efforts, tears streaming down her face. Chen Yufeng, witnessing her distress, exclaimed, "Sister, what on earth is wrong?" Chen Yujie sighed deeply. "Brother, our Chen family is finished." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Yufeng's face turned ashen. Regardless of whether the Xiao family's talismans were purchased or self-made, the outcome remained unchanged. Even if they were sold at a loss, 2 more waves of such transactions in the Chen family shop would be utterly finished. Previously, the Xiao family lacked the strength to suppress the Chen family. Now, with Xiao Nanfeng's arrival, they had undoubtedly profited significantly. They possessed the means to financially crush the Chen family shop. He looked at Chen Yujie. "Sister, what shall we do?" Chen Yujie appeared lost in thought, when suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her expression. "Wait, we still have hope. If I can win over that insufferable Xiao Nanfeng, the Chen family will be fine. If Lan Ziyan can have her way with him, why can't I? He has wealth and talismans, and I shall seize them all. That way, we could earn even more." Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng stood at the entrance of the Xiao family shop, helplessly fanning himself. Being invincible is far too lonely. Abruptly, a sense of danger surged within him, awakening his instincts. Fortunately, he had drawn himself a set of protective talismans the day prior. The sensing talisman for murderous intent was now put to use. Xiao Nanfeng glanced sideways, and the oppressive aura momentarily faltered before vanishing entirely. Not far away, a figure clad in black retreated into the shadows, furrowing his brow. A mere 3rd level Qi refinement individual sensed his presence from nearly 100 meters away. This was simply impossible. The shadow swiftly departed, returning to a residence. Upon entering, the figure rushed into the living room, confronting Lan Ziyan, who was seated there. "Ah!" Lan Ziyan shrieked as the shadow seized her by the collar. "How dare you deceive me? Damn it, Xiao Nanfeng could sense my presence from 100 meters away. Is this something a mere 3rd level Qi refinement individual can achieve? Not to mention, he is selling advanced talismans in abundance, including lightning strike talismans with the power of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Do you truly believe a person capable of selling lightning strike talismans would lack the means to eliminate me?" the shadow demanded, fury boiling within. "Speak, what is Xiao Nanfeng's true strength?" This shadow was incensed. "Can your family's waste truly sense an 8th level master from 100 meters away? Can your family's waste earn nearly 10,000 spirit stones in just over half a month for a shop that was barely surviving?" And even forged connections with Wanbao Tower, selling over 1,000 condensation pills in just a few days. Such a capable shop is a rarity even in the state capital. The shopkeeper Xiao Nanfeng yawned. Who the hell is thinking of me? Chapter 31. My sister still exudes charm with a pen in hand, gazing at the over 100 newly drawn talismans. Xiao Nanfeng ground his teeth in frustration. I did not come here to toil like a beast. I have been laboring for nearly an hour, he seethed. If I must work an hour each day, how is that different from being a mere beast of burden? Xiaoan, come in. Xiao Nanfeng forcefully thrust the pen onto the table, seething with rage. Xiaoan immediately darted in. Young master. A sharp slap from Xiao Nanfeng landed on the back of his head. Address me by my title when you're working. Xiaoan protested helplessly. Young clan leader, you said just yesterday that when you are in the shop, it is considered working time. When in the room, it is not. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glare. Are you arguing with me? Am I mistaken? Xiaoan promptly lowered his head. Young clan leader, I was wrong. Is this something only a servant like me can learn? Moreover, I lack a spiritual root. Without a spiritual root, how could I possibly draw talismans? Young master. Xiaoan suddenly knelt down, wailing uncontrollably. Since I have followed you, I have diligently served you every day. Please do not treat me this way. I do not wish to die. Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Is there truly someone who does not wish to learn a skill? In this world, knowledge is of immense value. Ordinary people seldom have the opportunity to learn to read, let alone cultivate. If you grant an ordinary person's child such an opportunity, they would become your loyal servant without the need for a contract. They would never betray you. For those loyal servants, if they were to secretly learn to read, it would be a death sentence, let alone if they attempted to secretly learn cultivation. Ah, that is indeed the case. Xiao Nanfeng was at a loss for words. This damnable world fails to comprehend that knowledge is only maximized when shared. Why would I possess the lofty ambition of aspiring for the greater good? However, as for my own servants, I can do as I please. If this young master orders you to learn, who dares to resist? I shall kick them to death. But your lack of a spiritual root is a significant problem. Xiao Nanfeng frowned, yet, he could not trust others. Having traversed through time, the only individual Xiao Nanfeng could genuinely trust was this loyal servant, Xiaoan. Even his father was not someone he dared to place too much trust in. Xiaoan relied on Xiao Nanfeng for a good life, a means to survive. His loyalty was indisputable. Xiao Nanfeng, vexed, continued to fan himself. Forget it, let's not discuss this for now. Qian Guapi, who had been in the shop ahead, quickly rolled over upon hearing the call. What orders do you have, young master? Xiao Nanfeng pointed at the talismans on the table. Take these out and sell them gradually. Only bring a few each time. It seems that Nanhua City is nearing saturation. I understand. Qian Guapi nodded immediately. In due time, he would likely earn Xiao Nanfeng's trust, for it was the opportunity granted by the latter that had led him to this day. Otherwise, as an apprentice, he would have had to toil for at least 20 years to become a competent shopkeeper. Xiao Nanfeng had shown him kindness, and Qian Guapi had performed admirably. Though he appeared to have no boundaries, he possessed remarkable discretion. He was truly a talent. Many shopkeepers in this world were from families that had managed their shops for generations and could be trusted. However, Qian Guapi was the first generation, and his reliability remained to be tested. As Xiao Nanfeng strolled down the street, Xiaoan paid no heed to previous matters and obediently followed in his wake. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at Wanbao Tower. Upon hearing of Xiao Nanfeng's arrival, Zhou Dafu promptly descended from upstairs. In a small place like Nanhua City, someone capable of crafting, or rather acquiring, 9th-tier qi. What was even more concerning was that this was certainly not something Xiao Nanfeng could accomplish alone. At least, Zhou Dafu did not believe so, yet he was able to produce so many at once. He must have a powerful backing. To create and sell 9th-tier qi refinement talismans at such low prices, it would require at least a 5th-tier talisman master, otherwise, it would be a loss. This indicated that the Xiao family was deeply entrenched, with at least one formidable talisman master hidden behind them. Maintaining a good relationship was imperative. Xiao brothers' arrival graces Wanbao Tower. Zhou Dafu, with a countenance of affluence, spoke in a manner that was as refreshing as springtime. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. A talent indeed. You are in your 40s, yet you call me Xiao brother? What audacity! Is your face so thick? Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. Good, good. Zhou Dafu internally cursed. Are you still putting on an act? I was merely being polite. At my age, calling you Xiao brother is already quite generous. Even the city lord of Nanhua City would not dare accept such a title. I, the esteemed Zhou Dafu of Wanbao Tower, am dealing with a mere local bumpkin. How shameless. However, Zhou Dafu, being pragmatic, did not dwell on it. As long as someone could bring him profit, why should he quibble? If he could acquire a few more batches of such high-quality talismans, his performance this year would... Xiao Nanfeng casually replied, nothing much, just that earning money is far too easy. My pockets are full. I find myself bored, wandering to see if there are places where I might spend some money for amusement. If I don't spend a few thousand spirit stones each day, I feel uncomfortable, as if I might cough. Zhou Dafu thought to himself, damn it, can you not act so nonchalant? Your money just came from me. Oh, by the way, do you have anything that can help someone develop a spiritual root? Xiao Nanfeng asked casually. Zhou Dafu was momentarily taken aback. Develop a spiritual root? That must exist. Even if it's not available in Nanhua City, I can procure it from elsewhere, depending on how much you are willing to pay. Indeed, the Millennium Green Spirit Grass, 180 spirit stones. Since you've come, Xiao brother, I must offer a discount, Zhou Dafu quickly responded. Xiao Nanfeng shook his head. I meant something that can enable those without a spiritual root to acquire one. Zhou Dafu's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you speaking coherently? Such treasures must exist, but do you, a mere country bumpkin, dare to dream for such a thing? If anything like that existed, it would have long been snatched up by various noble families. Not only would the price be exorbitant, but it would also be nearly impossible to find. However, Zhou Dafu, ever the shrewd businessman, pondered for a moment. There is, but the price might be a bit steep. Xiao Nanfeng scoffed. He had something that could satisfy this fool. He looked at Xiao Nanfeng. There are indeed treasures that can grant someone a spiritual root, and I have a piece of the lowest grade 5 source spirit stone. However, this price, he deliberately cleared his throat and glanced at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes brightened. As long as there was something available, price would not be an issue. I'll repay tenfold. In the future, 100-fold return is inevitable. Who fears a lack of money? Old Joe, are we not old friends? Of course, you are merely a shopkeeper. As long as there is goods, how could I make it difficult for you on price? Zhou Dafu gritted his teeth. Let us see, since it's for the sake of my relationship with Xiao brother, 2,000 spirit stones. He initially intended to ask for 5,000 spirit stones to fleece this naive fool, but he still hoped to sell talismans in the future. Being too greedy would not be wise. Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily stunned. Something that could grant someone a spiritual root was so inexpensive. If it were truly this affordable, wouldn't every wealthy noble family possess a spiritual root? There must be some hidden trick. Chapter 32. Raising his head and opening his mouth. Old Joe, these 5-source spirit stones are probably not very good, are they? Xiao Nanfeng was once a sycophant, but he was no fool. He had heard of treasures capable of giving birth to spiritual roots. Any such item was worth at least several 100,000 to millions. 2,000 spirit stones? Who do you think you're fooling? Zhou Dafu chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, these 5-source spirit stones are indeed effective, but the probability of giving birth to spiritual roots is rather low. Zhou Dafu glanced helplessly at the wide-eyed Xiao Nanfeng, forcing a bitter smile. The reason this item remained at the Southern Wilderness City branch was precisely because it was deemed useless, yet, parting with it was a difficult decision. Who would be foolish enough to purchase such a thing? Nevertheless, it was exceedingly rare, a curious artifact in its own right. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. He suddenly recalled the 5-source spirit stones. Indeed, they could foster the emergence of spiritual roots, but to utilize them? A slightly low probability, that was an understatement, that was a dismal chance. Even if one were to succeed, it was almost guaranteed to yield at least 4 useless spiritual roots. However, Xiao Nanfeng inquired of the system and then turned to Zhou Dafu. How many do you possess? Zhou Dafu gazed at Xiao Nanfeng as if he were looking at a simpleton. He truly wanted them, even if these items were worthless. Could a mere country bumpkin like you afford several thousand spirit stones? But then again, having a foolishly wealthy customer was the best kind. I have one in the shop, but I personally have 2, totaling 3. If Brother Xiao desires them, it's 5,000 spirit stones, as a gesture of friendship. Xiao Nanfeng lightly clapped his hands, seemingly lost in contemplation. He was consulting the system. System, just how low is that probability? System, I am the foolish and wealthy system. I do not provide explanations. Xiao Nanfeng, is there any in the system shop? System, or the system shop has not yet opened. Access is restricted. Xiao Nanfeng, which shop doesn't allow browsing without making a purchase? I've wandered around Wanbao Tower without anyone charging me. I just want to take a look. Father, system, even calling me father puts the system in a difficult position. Ding. The system shop access is now enabled. However, transaction conditions are insufficient. You can only browse, not trade. Xiao Nanfeng rejoiced and immediately checked. The newly opened shop was merely at the most basic level, and he was unsure how the levels were determined. Nevertheless, he did indeed see the 5-source spirit stones. An exceedingly minuscule probability of activating spiritual roots. Repeated use renders it ineffective. Would using all 3 simultaneously count as repeated use? The system fell silent. Seeing Xiao Nanfeng lost in thought, Zhou Dafu refrained from interrupting. After all, 5,000 spirit stones was no trifling sum, and he was purchasing rubbish. Xiao Nanfeng snapped back to reality and slammed the table. Get the goods. Xiaoan, bring the money. Xiaoan's face twitched. Young master, no. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glare. Who is the young master here? You or I? Despairing, Xiaoan retrieved the spirit stones, his heart shattering at the sight of the large pile. Zhou Dafu's face was about to burst with laughter, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The spirit stones he had just procured yesterday were now being exchanged for useless items that had remained unsold for years. With this transaction alone, the branch's evaluation would surely favor him this year. The higher-ups must be blind not to see it. 3 stones, shimmering with a colorful aura and no larger than a finger, appeared on the table in an instant. Zhou Dafu dared not delay. If he missed this opportunity with this extravagant fool, who knew when another would arise, Xiaoan gazed at the 3 small stones, weeping. 5,000 spirit stones. Just earned yesterday, and they haven't even warmed up yet. Old Zhou, is this really of little use? Xiao Nanfeng inquired. Zhou Dafu felt a bit awkward. It was rather inappropriate to declare the worthlessness of what he was selling. But to claim the 5-source spirit stones were useful would be an outright lie. As a merchant in a world that thrived on reputation, he had to maintain some dignity. Xiao Nanfeng slammed the table again, startling Zhou Dafu. He wouldn't dare to backtrack. Would he? Damn, he would regret spending 5,000 spirit stones. Xiaoan, come here and kneel. Why didn't you stop me earlier? Xiaoan was dumbfounded. He had tried to intervene, but his words had gone unheard. Yet, it truly was his fault for not stopping him. As a servant, this was his crime. Without hesitation, he knelt before Xiao Nanfeng. Such was the lot of a servant. Look up. Xiao Nanfeng approached, seizing Xiaoan's hair and tilting his head back. Open your mouth. Xiaoan offered no resistance. Upon hearing the command, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Zhou Dafu could no longer bear to watch Brother Xiao. Your servant is quite loyal. It was already a rare exception for Zhou Dafu to utter a word in defense of a servant. After all, even if Xiao Nanfeng were to kill him on the spot, he had no right to interfere, but Xiao Nanfeng was simply too. Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly interjected, Damn, I told you to open your mouth, not to slap yourself. Zhou Dafu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Xiaoan remained kneeling, head tilted back, mouth agape, his face filled with despair. Xiao Nanfeng seized the 3 5-source spirit stones and shoved them into Xiaoan's mouth. Hold them in, no, swallow them. Zhou Dafu's eyes nearly popped out. He sprang up a Brother Xiao, that could kill him. Xiaoan, undeterred by the impending doom, swallowed for the young master. I willingly accept death. Young master, should I perish? Please take care of yourself, young master. Xiaoan is leaving. Xiao Nanfeng muttered, Damn, something's in my eye. Zhou Dafu sighed silently, such a loyal servant, what a pity. However, a certain general from an island district once stated, a single missile has a 70 hit rate, 3 missiles yield a 210 hit rate, with 3 5-source spirit stones, the minuscule probability might just achieve a small chance of success. As the 5-source spirit stone settled in Xiaoan's stomach, a violent surge of energy erupted within him, causing his body to convulse before collapsing to the ground. For an ordinary person, forcibly activating their spiritual root would entail unimaginable suffering. Everyone possesses spiritual roots, but not all can activate them. In this world, the vast majority of people will never activate their spiritual roots in their lifetime. Only a minuscule number of fortunate individuals might, through serendipity in their youth, awaken their roots. The older one gets, the more impurities accumulate in the body, blocking the meridians, making it even more unlikely to activate the roots. Many in this world mistakenly believe that some are born with spiritual roots. In reality, those who possess them are exceedingly few. It was only after Xiao Nanfeng had called out to the system as Father 8 times that the system provided this explanation. With a puff, Xiaoan convulsed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The onlookers regarded him with pity. Only Xiao Nanfeng leisurely sipped his tea. Zhou Dafu frowned slightly, but what could be done? Such events were all too common in this world. One grows accustomed to it. You see, this is the fate of us servants. Not far away, another servant observed Xiaoan's plight, his face filled with despondency, mourning for the fallen. Chapter 33 of the 3 Best. At this very moment, Xiaoan's body suddenly stiffened, and in the next instant, an inexplicable aura erupted. Zhou Dafu abruptly rose, gazing at Xiaoan with disbelief. As the proprietor of Wanbao Tower and a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of Qi training, he naturally recognized that this was the aura of a nascent spiritual root. It was as if the heavens and earth were responding. Although the radius was minuscule, barely 3 meters, this aura unequivocally signified the presence of a spiritual root. Xiaoan collapsed to the ground, slowly opening his eyes, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. Young master, please strike me dead once more. I have failed to perish, and I apologize to the Xiao family. Xiao Nanfeng swiftly turned his head. Get up, since you haven't died, you must continue to serve me like a beast of burden. I won't let you die, you wretched creature. Summoning every ounce of strength, Xiaoan trembled as he struggled to rise, only to fall again. He repeated this several times until he finally stood up, bowing his head and standing beside Xiao Nanfeng. Zhou Dafu suddenly clapped his thigh, exclaiming, It's done, he has a spiritual root. Quick, someone fetch the testing instruments. Chaos ensued in Wanbao Tower. Could it be that someone had actually birthed a spiritual root through the consumption of 5-source spirit stones? Several attendants rushed upstairs and soon returned with the necessary apparatus. Gazing into a mirror-like device, they saw that Xiaoan possessed a mere half-inch of the 5 spiritual roots. Though it was only half an inch and comprised waste roots, it was indeed a spiritual root. Even a fraction of an inch, as long as it was a spiritual root, meant that he had crossed the chasm between an ordinary person and a cultivator, irrevocably altering the trajectory of his life. Zhou Dafu's hands trembled with excitement. Xiao brother, would you sell this servant of yours for 10,000 spirit stones? Xiaoan looked at Xiao Nanfeng in terror. What did it matter that he had a spiritual root? He would forever remain the servant of the young clan leader, but 10,000 spirit stones, could he truly be worth that much? What if Xiao Nanfeng actually went through with it? Xiao Nanfeng glared at Zhou Dafu with fury. What do you mean? You wish to buy my Xiaoan for 10,000 spirit stones? He has been by my side since childhood, clad in split trousers, urinating and playing in the mud together. He is my beloved companion. Xiaoan weakly raised his hand. A young master, I've only been with you for a few years. The one in split trousers was your first servant. Silence. Xiao Nanfeng shouted, kicking him aside as Zhou Dafu abandoned that line of thought. A servant with waste roots held little value. We need to increase the offer. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly declared. Zhou Dafu replied, what do you mean by beloved companion? You're selling him, isn't it just to demand a higher price? Xiaoan knelt before Xiao Nanfeng, young clan leader, please don't sell me. I'll eat less, I won't dare again. Xiao Nanfeng kicked Xiaoan aside. Wretched creature, do you think you have the right to interject? Zhou Dafu's eyes brightened. Although this servant had waste roots, he could serve as a subject for research. While he might not hold immense value, 10,000 spirit stones for a research specimen was certainly not a loss. How much more? Zhou Dafu inquired eagerly. Xiao Nanfeng looked skyward, snapping open his fan and waving it a few times. For such a beloved companion, the minimum increase must be substantial. He raised a finger. Zhou Dafu's eyes widened. An additional 10,000, 20,000, I can accept 20,000 spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng shot Zhou Dafu a disdainful glance. Who do you look down upon? My servant, my beloved companion, for 2,000, it's an increase of 100 billion spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng shook his finger. You must be jesting. Zhou Dafu exclaimed. 100 billion. With that, I could purchase 2 ancient beings of the Yuaning stage. Zhou Dafu's smile became awkward. Xiaoan suddenly felt elated. I'm worth 100 billion spirit stones in the young master's eyes. Old Zhou, in business, one must demand a sky-high price to negotiate down. If you're unsatisfied, we can always discuss further. Zhou Dafu protested. 100 billion, how am I supposed to negotiate that? Even at 10% discount, I wouldn't dare open my mouth. Xiao Nanfeng snapped his fan closed. Xiaoan, return home. Yes. Having birthed spiritual roots, Xiaoan was already feeling much better. He promptly got up and hurried after Xiao Nanfeng. Zhou Dafu was left utterly speechless. He never intended to entertain any bargaining. Forget it, today has already been a great profit. It turns out that 3 or more 5-source spirit stones can increase the success rate. Reporting this news will surely be a significant achievement. He dashed back to write a letter. As Xiao Nanfeng walked through the streets with Xiaoan, he trembled with concern. It wasn't he for the 5,000 spirit stones. But rather, the system had demanded 10 opportunities for a rebate before granting him a pill of unknown origin, thereby saving Xiaoan's life. Had it not been for this, Xiao Nanfeng would never have considered destroying Xiaoan. After all, he was his cherished companion and loyal servant. In the next 50 days, he wouldn't have any opportunities for rebates. What a heart-wrenching loss. How much wealth has been squandered? Damn it, if I can't train Xiaoan to death, I'll consider it his good fortune. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly recalled that fragmentary scripture regarding body refinement. Whatever it is, just give it to Xiaoan. Within 5 days, if you do not reach the first level of Qi training, I shall strike you every time I see you. Xiaoan's eyes widened in terror. 5 days, even a genius born with a foot of spiritual root could not achieve that. What constitutes seeing you? Does turning around count? If so, with Xiao Nanfeng turning around, doesn't that mean I'd be beaten hundreds of times a day? Then, Xiao Nanfeng settled down to listen. I will now impart to you the insights of a talisman master. If you cannot learn it in 5 days, I will beat you to death. 5,000 spirit stones have been invested in you, you wretched creature. Xiaoan felt utterly despondent. Days later, at the headquarters of Wanbao Tower, a foolish-looking youth stood within a training room. A few minutes later, a corpse was carried out of the room. Zhou Dafu, you fool, consuming multiple spirit stones at once, 3 is the best, I'd rather eat your mother. The person in charge cursed vehemently. This was the 199th experimental subject. No matter how many spirit stones were consumed, 3, 5, 10, or 8, it all ended in death, and they died without even a hint of resistance. It was utterly futile. Perhaps that little brat just had a stroke of luck. After all, 5-source spirit stones do possess an exceedingly minuscule probability of yielding a spiritual root, another bystander lamented. Forget it. Consider it a mere experiment for amusement. Send the order down. Zhou Dafu is disqualified from this year's evaluations, his salary halved, and he is to be demoted from the position of manager at the Wanbao Tower branch in Nanhua City to an apprentice. Meanwhile, far away, Zhou Dafu was still basking in his self-satisfaction. With this news, upgrading, rewards, and recognition as outstanding were all certainties. At this moment, within the Xiao family, Xiao Donghai held a cup of tea, his trembling hands causing the teacup to clatter. The family head, Xiao Zhinshan, was drenched in sweat, staring in horror at the letter in his hand. Madness, utter madness. Chapter 34. Wake him up quickly. This is the letter that Xiao Nanfeng asked Xiaoan to bring back. The letter is quite straightforward, directly addressing the matter of managing the shop. It also included a sum of 1,500 spirit stones. Upon entering Nanhua City, having sold 1,000 Qi condensation pills and made a considerable profit, this news nearly caused Xiao Zhinshan to leap for joy. Xiao Nanfeng truly is a prodigy in business. He even forgot to ponder the origins of those 1,000 Qi condensation pills, but then, as if on a roller coaster ride, his spirits plummeted to the depths. Just as he started to profit, he shockingly hired an alchemist who would cost 1,000 spirit stones a month. Fortunately, he is merely a first-tier alchemist. Surely, he wouldn't incur a loss? Acceptable, yet, he then went on to purchase a talisman comprehension and gifted it to the Chen family. Does he not know that the Chen and Xiao families have always been rivals? He is aiding the enemy. This left Xiao Zhinshan breathless with anguish. With this talisman comprehension, why could not my Xiao family learn as well? Although I am not young, I can still strive to give it a try. And yet, it was given away, no less to the Chen family. This simply cannot stand. I must contemplate an alliance with the Chen family. I cannot suffer such a significant loss. The next step. Suddenly sell a large quantity of talismans and reap a substantial profit. This thought provided a slight comfort to Xiao Zhinshan's heart, but then, he shockingly gifted a millennium-old blue spirit grass to the newly arrived alchemist. As if that were not enough, he spent 5,000 spirit stones on 3 worthless 5-source spirit stones and even coerced Xiaoan into consuming them. Were it not for Xiaoan standing alive before him, Xiao Zhinshan might have fainted outright. Xiaoan has actually manifested spiritual roots. My Xiao family has gained another genius with spiritual roots. Xiao Zhinshan's heart surged with vitality. Compared to all these expenditures, the emergence of another cultivator with spiritual roots is of paramount importance for a small family like the Xiao family. He gazed at Xiaoan with fiery intensity, causing Xiaoan to turn pale, stumbling backward and instinctively covering his behind. Xiao Zhinshan, what in the world is that expression? Xiaoan, terrified, looked at the clan leader. Clan leader, I won't sell my behind. The clan leader said that I have spiritual roots now. Xiao Zhinshan's gaze was utterly terrifying, much like a lecherous ghost who has spotted an unclothed maiden. Xiao Zhinshan's silence, his face instantly flushed with a myriad of colors. Good heavens, you little rascal, what do you take me for? Following the righteous to learn good deeds, and the wicked to learn misdeeds. Such an honest and good child, Xiaoan, has been led astray by Xiao Nanfeng. Donghai, Xiao Zhinshan's heart felt as though it might burst. Xiao Donghai trembled as he looked at Xiao Zhinshan, the clan leader. Is there nothing else? Xiao Zhinshan, with a pained expression, replied, Isn't this enough of a thrill? Is this true or false? Xiao Donghai chuckled bitterly. Regardless of its authenticity, this 1,500 spirit stones are indeed real, right? Do we not know the state of our shop? Even if we sold the land, it would be impossible to gather 1,500 spirit stones? Xiaoan softly interjected, clan leader, why not go and take a look? Strangely enough, since Xiao Nanfeng went to Nanhua City, the Xiao family acted as though nothing had happened, and not a single person went to check on the situation. They let Xiao Nanfeng run amok. Why not go and take a look? Xiao Donghai gazed hopefully at Xiao Zhinshan. Xiao Zhinshan rolled his eyes and laughed. Well, isn't Nanfeng doing quite well? Anyway, by the end of the year, if he brings back 1,500 spirit stones, he will have fulfilled the wager, and then what do I care? What about you, Xiaoan? What are your plans? Now that Xiaoan possesses spiritual roots, no matter how useless, he is considered a significant figure in Qinghe town. If Xiaoan were to express a desire to remain within the main branch of the Xiao family, they would undoubtedly not refuse him. With spiritual roots, it would no longer be appropriate for Xiaoan to serve as a servant. Both Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai turned their gazes toward Xiaoan without hesitation. Xiaoan replied, I have no plans, I will just accompany the young master. My mother has long said that in this lifetime, I am but the young master's dog. A dog that leaves its master will eventually perish outside. Xiao Donghai fell silent. Xiao Zhinshan let out a gentle sigh. A good child. Thus, I shall bring your mother, your sister, and your two nephews into the Xiao family's inner courtyard, providing for them all according to the standards of the inner courtyard. You can rest assured and follow the young master. Xiao Zhinshan declared. Xiaoan was momentarily taken aback, but my brother-in-law won't agree, right? He is of a different surname and cannot enter the Xiao family. Xiao Donghai fell silent, glancing up at Xiao Zhinshan. Xiao Zhinshan smiled wryly. Your brother-in-law has divorced your sister. Xiaoan was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Xiao Donghai sighed. Your sister has borne 2 daughters in a row, and your brother-in-law's family was displeased. But do not worry, within the Xiao family's inner courtyard, they will live well. In this world, a woman who remarries is better off not remarrying. A divorced woman is worse than a dog. Do not be deceived, this is a world of cultivation. Yet how does cultivation relate to ordinary people? In the world of cultivation, divorce and remarriage mean little, but for ordinary women, once divorced, their lives are essentially ruined. Xiaoan's eyes brightened. Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai were taken aback. No, this child cannot be so impacted by this news that he goes mad. This concerns a woman's entire life. It is entirely understandable that he would struggle to accept such a significant event concerning his own sister. Xiaoan, do not be agitated, we must. Xiao Zhinshan hastily interjected, yet Xiaoan was no longer a servant. He was one of the Xiao family's figures. Xiaoan quickly responded, no, it's a good thing. Xiao Donghai, in despair, covered his forehead. It's over, this child has truly gone mad. Our Xiao family has finally gained another genius with spiritual roots. Xiao Zhinshan swiftly slapped Xiaoan across the face, shouting, fool, wake up. The slap spun Xiaoan around, leaving him dazed. Why did you hit me? Clan leader, you're acting just like the young master. Clan leader, this truly is a good thing. Xiao Zhinshan was astonished. Donghai, quickly, wake him up. They could not afford to lose another genius with spiritual roots, they must save him. With a resounding slap, Xiao Donghai struck. Xiaoan let out a scream but did not resist. He was a servant of the Xiao family, a lackey of the young master. If the young master's father hit him, it was certainly deserved. If the clan leader hit him, it was undoubtedly warranted. Xiaoan, wake up. Xiao Donghai bellowed. Xiaoan quickly shook his head, exclaiming, I'm awake, I'm awake, I'm awake. Xiao Donghai breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Xiao Zhinshan. See, just a bit more effort is needed. Otherwise, if he doesn't wake up, this child will be ruined. Xiao Zhinshan wholeheartedly agreed. Clan leader, but this truly is a good thing. Xiaoan stared with his naive, clear eyes at Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai. Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai gasped in shock, exchanging glances. Chapter 35. Digging up his family's ancestral tomb. Xiao Nanfeng was basking in the sun at the entrance of his shop, as he had no chance of earning any rebates during this period and felt disinclined to check on Chen Yujie. His only task was to supervise Yi Yiting's alchemical endeavors daily. Yi Yiting was indeed impressive, a true fire spirit alchemist. In a single furnace, she produced 12 batches, yielding a remarkable 52 qi-gathering pills. This was akin to striking gold. After accounting for consumption, the profit was at least 500 spirit stones even without any rebates. If she refined twice a month, it would cover her expenses of 1,000 spirit stones without incurring a loss. Currently, Xiao Nanfeng was hoarding qi-gathering pills, hoping to reap significant rewards when the rebates reopened. Qi-gathering pills were worth 10 times more than qi-condensing pills. Suddenly, the sunlight was obstructed. Xiao Nanfeng's mood soured instantly as he opened his eyes wide. What the? Startled, he jumped up, banging his head against the doorframe. Ouch, whose pig has wandered over here? Xiaoan looked at Xiao Nanfeng with a pitiful gaze. Do I look like a pig? It was your father who hit me. Xiaoan grimaced, trying to force a smile, but winced in pain. The chief and the young clan leader's father truly struck him hard, two chi refinement experts taking turns beating up a weakling who hadn't even officially stepped into the first level of chi refinement. It was utterly brutal. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiaoan gasped. He rubbed his head, staring in shock at Xiaoan's pig-like visage, unable to articulate a word. I only asked you to go home and deliver a message, and you returned like this? Who did this to you? I'll make them pay. Xiao Nanfeng fumed. My underlings can only be beaten by me. Xiaoan forced a grin, wanting to speak, but gasped in pain instead. Stop smiling. Yi Yiting, fetch some healing medicine. Yi Yiting happened to be resting. After all, alchemy was exhausting, and she needed to take breaks every month for half a day, or it would be inhumane. Hearing Xiao Nanfeng's call, Yi Yiting hurried out and nearly burst into laughter upon seeing Xiaoan's condition. Xian Guopi quickly grabbed a bottle of healing ointment. Oh dear, what happened to my child? Quickly, sit down. Although Qian Guopi was only in his 20s, he was still considerably older than Xiaoan, and in his eyes, Xiaoan was a pitiable child. Xiaoan was pressed into a chair, applying the medicine, grimacing in pain and unable to explain. Xiao Nanfeng was decidedly displeased. At that moment, a timid voice piped up from the side, young clan leader. Xiao Nanfeng turned around, surprised. Oh, Xiaoan's sister, what brings you here? Xiaoan's sister, Xiao Ling, nervously clutched a small bundle with one hand, while holding the hand of a 2 or 3-year-old girl with the other. Nearby, a 4 or 5-year-old girl was wiping her nose, tightly grasping Xiao Ling's patched clothing. Xiao Ling anxiously glanced at Xiao Nanfeng, suddenly shy, and quickly lowered her head, her face turning crimson. Forget everything else. Just come inside, Xiao Nanfeng urged, concerned about Xiaoan's injuries. The healing ointment worked wonders. Xiaoan's pig-like face had completely swollen down within an hour, as the injuries were merely superficial. Xiao Xinshan and Xiao Donghai were quite restrained in their actions. Young clan leader. Xiaoan dutifully approached Xiao Nanfeng as soon as he was better. Xiao Nanfeng, you go home to deliver a message and cause me to waste a bottle of healing ointment. Get back to your doghouse, for 3 days, don't let me see you, or I'll hit you every time I do. Get lost. Qian Guopi hurried over, pulling Xiaoan away. Xiaoan panicked, but I haven't mentioned the important matter regarding my sister. Qian Guopi whispered urgently, don't provoke the young clan leader right now. He's in a foul mood. You'll just get beaten, and I've already taken a few kicks myself. Whatever it is, wait a few days to discuss it. Xiaoan was exceedingly anxious, struggling to get closer. Several shop assistants rushed over, covering his mouth and lifting him away. Seal the door with a formation from the outside. If he dares to come out, break his legs. Xiao Nanfeng shouted. Feeling quite indignant, Xiao Nanfeng drummed his fingers on the table noisily. Guopi. Qian Guopi, having settled Xiaoan, rushed over. Young master, you called for me. This is quite satisfactory. Xiao Nanfeng frowned. Have there been bandits on the road from Qinghe Town to Nanhua City? Arrange for someone to inquire at Wanbao Tower. Their information is the most reliable. Don't hesitate to spend money to find out who attacked Xiaoan. I want them dead. Hearing Xiao Nanfeng's anger, Qian Guopi felt tears welling up. To follow such a young clan leader was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Qian Guopi was not foolish, he was quite clever. Having earned his position as a shopkeeper at such a young age, having been with Xiao Nanfeng for a while, he knew that others labeled Xiao Nanfeng as a wastrel without brains. But he understood that Xiao Nanfeng was astute, always calculating and prepared in whatever he did. Yet, that wasn't the most crucial point. The most important aspect was that Xiao Nanfeng treated his own people with genuine kindness. Despite his usual cursing and rough behavior, he never truly harmed anyone. Qian Guopi had resolved that he would dedicate his life to being the young master's loyal dog. He quickly wiped his tears and gritted his teeth. Rest assured, young master. Our people can only be beaten by the young clan leader. No one else is allowed to touch them. We must reclaim this honor. Let us unearth their lair, dig up their ancestral tomb, and scatter their ancestors' ashes. Xiao Nanfeng looked at Qian Guopi with satisfaction. Now that's what I like to hear. Such commendable qualities are what it means to follow me, the illustrious young clan leader. He nodded firmly. Guopi, no matter the cost, this matter must be resolved. Go on, bring plenty of money. With a heart full of discontent, Xiao Nanfeng planned to head to the nearby Huichen Tower to ease his mood. It had been so long since he had visited, and the fact that it was merely across the street made it all the more disappointing. Today, he must go. Pay up. Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to step out, a small, snow-white hand reached out. Startled, he looked up to see Yi Yiting glaring at him in anger. What are you staring at? Xiao Nanfeng, confused, replied, what is with this fuss, as if you have muscles like a man? Yi Yiting nearly bit her tongue in shock. This boss is truly insufferable. But considering the expense of 1,000 spirit stones, I'll endure. The healing pill earlier cost 50 spirit stones. Yi Yiting extended her hand. Xiao Nanfeng, bewildered, looked at her. 50 spirit stones? Are you robbing me? Moreover, you're my employee, don't you understand? Yi Yiting glared at Xiao Nanfeng. You hired me, and I always fulfill my tasks according to the rules. The healing pills are my personal property. You must pay. In truth, Yi Yiting had no money on her. She had been misled by this fellow, and the contract only stated a consumption of 1,000 spirit stones per month, without mentioning her salary. But as a woman, she needed to purchase personal items, didn't she? Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes. Xiao minor injuries don't require a healing pill. Isn't it merely a healing ointment? It's from my shop and hasn't even touched your healing pills. Yi Yiting huffed. That is not my concern, the healing pills were taken out at your request, whether they are used or not is your problem. Xiao Nanfeng sighed, fine, I can't afford. If the young master is anxious, alright, it's merely 50 spirit stones, isn't it, Guapi? Hand over the money. Oh, Guapi has gone to attend to matters. Xiao Nanfeng, feeling helpless, reached into his pocket. No money? Staring at the few spirit fragments in his hand, he was taken aback. Am I not the esteemed young master of the Xiao clan, who can easily command several spirit stones? How can I find myself devoid of funds? Where has my money gone? He rolled his eyes and approached the counter, which displayed hundreds of spirit fragments alongside a few spirit stones. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart sank. Damn it, have I been robbed? Did Guapi abscond with the funds? Yi Yiting gritted her teeth and stubbornly retorted, stop pretending, I know the shop has made a considerable profit. You must pay today. Desperation clouded him, he had run out of personal essentials, and with relatives visiting today, he needed to procure daily necessities immediately. Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to look towards others for assistance, he recalled that Guapi managed the account single-handedly, and no one else could intervene. I'll wait for Guapi to return. I assure you, I am not one to default on my debts. Am I not the young master of the illustrious Xiao family, capable of losing 50 spirit stones? Xiao Nanfeng declared confidently. Yi Yiting looked as if she might burst into tears, her need was genuine. Observing the 3 spirit stones and over 300 spirit fragments he carelessly placed on the counter, she stepped forward and seized them. This will suffice for now. In total, you still owe me 47 spirit stones. With that, she turned to leave. Xiao Nanfeng stood frozen, counting on his fingers. 50 spirit stones minus 3 spirit stones and 320 spirit fragments. Wait, did you just consume those 320 spirit fragments? Debts accrue interest. Yi Yiting called out from a distance. Xiao Nanfeng scratched his head, that seems fair enough? Hey, where are you going? You're slacking off, that's a fine of 47 spirit stones. She dashed away, leaving him behind. Before long, Guapi returned. Young master, Wanbao Tower has accepted our commission, but I was instructed to seek Mr. Zhou Dafu. However, Mr. Zhou has been dismissed and is now just an apprentice, incapable of handling matters. Fortunately, I cleverly found the current shopkeeper, who accepted 3 spirit stones, stating it was a trivial issue. As he spoke, Guapi placed the remaining several dozen spirit stones back. His presence indicated he hadn't absconded with the funds. Xiao Nanfeng was bewildered. Where's the money? Is this all there is? Guapi's face twisted in bitterness. Young master, you spent 5,000 spirit stones to purchase 5 source spirit stones. Then, you acquired several thousand spirit stones worth of materials, awaiting to help Xiaoan with his foundational practice, and even sent back 1,500 spirit stones home. You also replenished a batch of alchemical and talisman materials. We are truly out of money now, waiting to sell the elixirs to recoup costs. Xiao Nanfeng blinked, realizing the truth. Forget it. Money is of little consequence, with but a flick of my finger, I can summon boundless wealth. I shall devise a plan in the coming days. For now, we shall make do with what we have in the shop. Tonight, I shall venture to the Rejuvenation Pavilion and not return. With that, Xiao Nanfeng headed toward the Rejuvenation Pavilion. Damn it, I have to go tonight. It's imperative. But just a few steps away, Guapi suddenly gasped and rushed out. Young master, you cannot go. Xiao Nanfeng, furious, kicked at Guapi. Damn it, no one can stop me from going to the Rejuvenation Pavilion, not even Jesus. Xiao Ling, having settled in, was just about to assist when she overheard Xiao Nanfeng's words. Unaware of what the Rejuvenation Pavilion was, she turned to a nearby attendant. Excuse me, is the Rejuvenation Pavilion a place for drinking? An attendant chuckled, indeed, it is a place for drinking. However, it is a venue only accessible to the young master. Another attendant chimed in, the Rejuvenation Pavilion, a visit costs over 100 spirit stones, and the ladies within. Xiao Ling, having heard of such establishments referred to as brothels, felt her face flush. So the young master truly needs a visit? But he is just a mere teenager, would that be appropriate? Guapi clung to Xiao Nanfeng's leg. Young master, you cannot go today. We are out of money. Xiao Nanfeng was about to raise his leg to kick him again when he suddenly froze. Wait, no money. Damn it, the plan to visit the Rejuvenation Pavilion has once again been thwarted. Xiao Nanfeng felt as though all vitality had been drained from him. Money is indeed a man's backbone. Jesus may not be able to stop me, but money can. Guapi adjusted his crooked hat, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we didn't go. Otherwise, the young master would have been stuck at the Rejuvenation Pavilion, claiming he was broke and becoming a gigolo to repay debts. The Xiao family cannot afford such disgrace. You mentioned Jesus earlier, who is he? A formidable cultivator? Guapi inquired curiously, intrigued by the tone of Xiao Nanfeng's words, as if this Jesus were a powerful figure. Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes. Upon returning to the shop, Xiao Nanfeng found no desire to bask in the sun outside. He turned back immediately. Xiao Ling, her head lowered, cautiously followed him inside. Once in the room, Xiao Nanfeng turned back to look at Xiao Ling, suddenly recalling her presence. But how did you come here? Young master, if you are anxious, what can you do? Xiao Nanfeng gaped, terror gripping him as he stared at Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, the mother of 2 children, though married at a young age and in her 20s, was still rather delicate, but she was painfully thin from long-term malnutrition. The mountains are quite tall. How can one so slender scale such heights? How curious. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Xiao Nanfeng was startled. Am I experiencing some kind of desire due to being reborn in this world? Am I actually contemplating such thoughts about a woman like her? He hastily shook his head, or upon looking up, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Sister, what are you doing? He rushed over and seized Xiao Ling's hand, which was about to unfasten her belt. The more alarming realization was that he not only recognized her but was also quite familiar with her, as she was Xiaowen's elder sister. Xiao Ling was an utterly traditional and virtuous woman. Had she gone mad today to dare undress in front of him? Something felt profoundly wrong, extremely wrong. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Ling panicked. Young master, I know I am unworthy, but, Xiao Nanfeng, flustered, stammered, sister, you should go rest. I have matters to attend to, I must leave. With that, he bolted from the room. Xiao Ling covered her face and hurried to her newly settled room. Bursting into tears, Xiao Nanfeng dashed to the front of the shop, his heart still racing. What on earth just happened? Did I lose my mind? Why did Xiao Ling suddenly act so differently? She is a married woman, abandoning her husband to undress before me. This is far from simple. Guapi, quickly, hurry to Wanbao Tower and add to our commission. Have them investigate the Xiao family in Qinghe Town and uncover what transpired. Xiao Ling has gone mad. Chapter 37. A major incident. Xiao Nanfeng was restless, a profound sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Was something amiss with the Xiao family in Qinghe Town? Had Xiao Ling been coerced? Yet, what sort of coercion would compel Xiao Ling to undress before him? If there were to be coercion, it should not involve Xiao Ling, should it? Xiao Nanfeng was engulfed in confusion. Should he return home to investigate? His expression grew grave. If someone was targeting the Xiao family, then indeed, a grave situation must have unfolded. He was acutely aware that his father was a formidable figure, a master at the qi refinement stage, boasting a remarkable prowess at the 7th level, having cultivated an unknown technique that rendered him exceedingly strong. Within the confines of Qinghe Town or Nanhua City, anyone brave enough to challenge the Xiao family would undoubtedly be someone of greater strength. His own abilities seemed woefully inadequate in the face of such threats. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. They must have launched an assault on the Xiao family. Perhaps they had captured Xiaowen upon his return, forcing him to submit and subsequently seizing Xiao Ling to leverage against him. Impossible. Xiaowen was a loyal subordinate. He would never betray them. Indeed, that must be the case. Xiaowen, steadfast and unyielding, would be beaten to a pulp. Just moments ago, he must have pretended to acquiesce, biding his time for an opportunity to relay a warning. Yet, something felt amiss. A woman like Xiao Ling would never forsake her purity for such a scheme unless she was ensnared by some damning leverage. If Xiao Ling was indeed compromised, it was likely that Xiaowen would not. What should he do now? Xiao Nanfeng abruptly rose, his countenance icy as he examined the talismans in his storage space meant for self-defense. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the shop. Just then, Qian Guapi returned and nearly collided with him. Guapi! Xiao Nanfeng sighed upon seeing him. Qian Guapi nodded eagerly. Yes, young master, I am here. Xiao Nanfeng placed a hand on Qian. I must step out for a while, and should I fail to return, inform Xiaowen that this establishment is his. It is the least I can do for our bond, and with Xiaowen's honest nature, I trust you will assist him well. Qian Guapi froze for a moment, then suddenly gasped, Young master, are you preparing for the worst? What has happened? He knelt before Xiao Nanfeng, clutching his legs. Young master, what are you planning? Please do not act rashly. Xiao Nanfeng slightly lifted his gaze, a look of desolation etched on his face. I fear the Xiao family may have drawn the ire of powerful adversaries. Should I proceed, I doubt I shall return, but I must go back. That is home, and my father is there. Tears streamed down Qian Guapi's face. Young master, please do not act foolishly. We can devise another plan. What if you do not return? Xiao Nanfeng turned his head slightly, his expression grim, as the cold wind swept through, gently tousling his hair and adding an air of tragic resolve. Then I shall depart without return. With that, he shrugged off Qian Guapi's grasp and strode purposefully out of the shop. Witnessing Xiao Nanfeng's forlorn silhouette, Qian Guapi collapsed to the ground. How could such a fine master face such adversity? In a sudden burst of emotion, Qian Guapi seized his hat and hurled it to the ground. Having come from a humble background, he appreciated how the young master never held his lowly origins against him. At just over 20, he had become the proprietor of such a significant establishment. Once he had taken on the role of the young master's steward, he vowed to remain loyal for life. He rushed back into the shop, shouting, who was willing to follow the young master to his fate. With that, he grabbed a nearby door beam to hoist over his shoulder, hastily snatching money from the cash drawer. The other employees were momentarily stunned, but soon 4 or 5 of them surged forward. A few stewards also joined in. Though their time together had been short, everyone felt the young master's kindness. In this place, he treated them as equals. Even when reprimanding them as dog servants, it was merely playful banter, devoid of any genuine contempt. Though brief, they finally felt respected as human beings. A total of 11 individuals rallied behind Qian Guapi, rushing out to follow Xiao Nanfeng. Just as they burst outside, Yi Yiting returned, encountering Qian Guapi and the others. Stay here to safeguard the shop. We rough men shall accompany the young master today. With that, Qian Guapi held his head high, bearing the door beam as he led the employees toward Xiao Nanfeng. Yi Yiting suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. It was nothing short of catastrophic. She glanced at the receding figure of Xiao Nanfeng, then dashed to her alchemy room, seizing several vials of elixirs before hurrying after him. At the city gate, several carriage drivers awaited hire, engaged in casual banter. Xiao Nanfeng approached swiftly. One carriage, to Qinghe town. One driver leapt from his cart. Young master, that will be 5 spirit fragments to Qinghe town. For cultivators, 1 spirit fragment was roughly equivalent to $1. Yet, for ordinary folk, a single spirit fragment could sustain a family for half a month. A typical horse-drawn cart was worth merely 1 spirit stone. Xiao Nanfeng patted his pockets, cursing silently. He had not a single spirit fragment left, as Yi Yiting had taken them all. Just then, Xianguapi, panting and rushing over with the others, thrust a spirit fragment into his hand. 3 carriages, all of them. If the horses perish, we shall compensate. Xiao Nanfeng turned to see the sweat-drenched Xianguapi and the others, his heart swelling with gratitude. Yet, they were not cultivators. What could they possibly do? Yuol Xianguapi suddenly knelt, and the rest followed suit, dropping to the ground. Young master. Without needing to say much more than 10 pairs of eyes gazed up at Xiao Nanfeng. Gritting his teeth, he declared, if you are not afraid of death, follow me. As long as I survive, I promise you a lifetime of loyalty. Wait for me. Yi Yiting called out as she rushed to join them. The carriage thundered out of Nanhua City, racing toward Qinghe town. Xiao Nanfeng sat on the carriage, a bitter smile on his lips. Damn it, surely I am not the first to traverse to this world only to encounter such dire straits and meet my end? What a disgrace to those who came before me. But Xiao Donghai, in this world, his own father had truly shown him what it meant to be a father. For the sake of Xiao Donghai, Xiao Nanfeng would never hide away. If he could not protect his own father, what good was his existence? The horses galloped furiously, frothing at the mouth, as the carriage driver felt a pang of sorrow for them. Xianguapi immediately slapped down 6 spirit stones, declaring, if the horse dies, we shall buy another. The carriage drivers were immediately incensed. As night descended, at the Xiao family's estate in Qinghe town, Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai regarded the 2 men before them with grim expressions. Just as darkness fell, how audacious it was for anyone to dare infiltrate the Xiao family, a master at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you finally speak? Xiao Nanfeng raged as he relentlessly assaulted the 2 captives. Despite their status as masters at the 9th level, they were utterly subdued, unable to retaliate, reduced to pitiful cries beneath his onslaught. Patriarch, have you stirred any trouble recently? Xiao Donghai inquired, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized Xiao Zhanshan. Xiao Zhanshan shook his head slightly. Since Nanfeng went to Nanhua City, I have not ventured out. You are aware, are you not? Could it be that Nanfeng has provoked someone in Nanhua City? Highly likely. He has been quite conspicuous there of late, Xiao Donghai acknowledged gravely. Should we? Xiao Zhanshan interrupted with a cold snort. Let them stew for another half hour. If they do not speak, we shall end their lives. Notify all capable members of the Xiao family to head to Nanhua City overnight. Whoever dares to harm a member of the Xiao family shall face death. Do they truly believe the Xiao family is without defenders? Chapter 38. Father loses control. Xiao Donghai nodded. As for the other members of the Xiao family, the individuals they sent to probe are all cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. It is possible that they have even more formidable experts lurking in the shadows, poised to target our family. Where have we made a mistake? Xiao Zhanshan gazed at the sky outside and let out a faint sigh. There is no hiding place that is entirely foolproof. However, this does not seem to be the work of enemies. If they were indeed adversaries, they would not have merely dispatched 2 9th-layer Qi refiners to do their bidding. Yet, their capabilities are undeniable. The fact that they utilized 2 9th-layer experts for reconnaissance is telling. Immediately send word, all personnel, except those accompanying us to Nanhua City, should retreat to the spiritual fields in the southern mountains of our estate for safety until we return. Xiao Zhanshan was already prepared. The carriage, illuminated by torches that flickered in the wind, bore 3 horses that spewed frothy blood, arriving at the gates of the Xiao family in Qinghe town before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Xiao Nanfeng sprang into action, but the chaos behind him, with the people in the 2 carriages, Xianguapi and others, tumbling and howling in disarray, left him little time to attend to them. The Xiao family gate loomed dark and silent. This is impossible. The Xiao family is undoubtedly a prominent household in Qinghe town, and the lanterns at the entrance should be lit and burning brightly until dawn. With the lanterns extinguished, something terrible must have transpired. Xiao Nanfeng raced forward, and upon witnessing the desolation of his family home, his eyes turned red with fury. You scoundrels, come out and face your death. He unleashed a Xiao Nanfeng knew full well that despite the return of over a dozen people, the rest were mere cannon fodder. He alone possessed the strength to fight. He had to assert dominance first and quell the adversary before anything else. Thus, he acted with a thunderstrike talisman imbued with the force of a 9th-layer Qi refiner. The talisman fell from the sky like a bolt of lightning, crashing into the gates of the Xiao family estate. Within the estate, the ordinary family members had just been escorted away, while Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai were preparing to lead their elite forces outside. Suddenly, the distant sound of galloping hooves grew intense. The enemy's main force has arrived. Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai were taken aback, not anticipating the enemy's swift approach. 3 carriages, brandishing torches, with at least a dozen individuals. Xiao Donghai peered through the crack of the door and gasped in shock. They are brandishing torches, brazenly revealing their presence as they charge forward. The enemy must possess skilled fighters. Xiao Zhanshan waved his hand decisively. Stay calm. Prepare an ambush, regardless of who approaches. If they wish to seize the Xiao family, let them prove their worth. With a resounding crash, a powerful bolt of lightning descended. Xiao Donghai swiftly attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could not have anticipated such a blatant assault without any preliminary probing. A bolt of lightning nearly struck him. Even so, he was caught in the shockwave, his hair standing on end. We've been discovered. Charge out. Xiao Zhinshan shouted. In a fit of rage, Xiao Donghai leaped over the wall, brandishing a large blade. Scoundrel, die. Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to release a second talisman, he spotted his father raising the blade to strike him, and with a howl, he turned to flee. Xiao Donghai, startled at the sight of his son, desperately redirected his blade. Son, run, I can't control myself. Xiao Nanfeng let out a pained scream as the blade struck his backside, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Zhinshan, armed with a long spear, vaulted over the wall, elegantly thrusting forward. Scoundrel, don't think I can't control my strength. In a hasty moment, he inadvertently flung his spear, losing control, and collided with Xiao Nanfeng's rear. Xiao Nanfeng wailed in agony, his suffering intensified by the humiliation. Family, who understands my plight? Half an hour later, the Xiao family estate was aglow with lights as Xiao Nanfeng limped into the living room, while Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai's faces turned as red as a monkey's backside, particularly Xiao Zhinshan. Patriarch, your iron-headed technique, Xiao Nanfeng grimaced, clutching his rear. Xiao Zhinshan hastily covered his face. The next morning, Xiaoan, still in a daze, was dragged out by the furious Xiao Nanfeng, receiving a barrage of punches and kicks. Xiaoan, why am I being beaten again? Am I destined to be a punching bag? Exhausted, Xiaoan collapsed into bed, needing a good sleep to recover from the overwhelming chaos. He slept soundly until the third day when Xiao Nanfeng finally awoke, feeling restored. Xiaoan, he suddenly leaped up. The pig-headed Xiaoan quickly approached, but this time no one was there to treat him. Guapi and the others were too apathetic to bother. Qian Guapi, emboldened by his position, seized the doorframe, commanding the store's employees to form two lines beside Xiao Nanfeng, resembling guards. Xiaoan looked on in terror at this intimidating scene. Young master, I'm in a terrible position. You wretched dog, I instructed you to deliver a message, and what have you done instead? Beat him to a pulp. No, I'll do it myself. But I won't rest until my grievances are avenged. Xiao Nanfeng gritted his teeth in fury. Xiaoan, feeling utterly wronged, squatted down, cradling his head. Young master, it's truly not my fault. You mentioned wanting my sister, but I have no sister, only an elder sister. Isn't it a coincidence that my sister was just divorced by her husband? Isn't this fate? If you desire, my sister would be a suitable match, and she doesn't even care about status. My father and the clan chief said, we keep it within the family, we should not let the good fortune fall to outsiders. Xiao Ling, hiding in a corner with her face covered, contemplated hanging herself, while Chen Guapi and the others quickly turned their backs, fearing they might be implicated. Their shoulders trembled slightly. Yi Yiding's face flushed, appalled at the brazen words. Even if she were not yet blooming, she understood the implications. Xiao Nanfeng slumped in despair on the chair. Father, you truly are my biological father. Surely my taste cannot be this poor. Our family name is Xiao, not Xiao. Of course, I could change my name to Xiao, but I can't bring myself to do it with Xiao Ling. Even if she is far away, if nurtured well, she will retain her charm. Ugh, Xiaoan, you wretched creature, for the next 3 years, there will be no monthly allowance. Xiaoan, obediently cradling his head, nodded. Young master, I was wrong. Please beat me once more. Xiao Nanfeng was tempted to strike him again, but seeing Xiaoan's pig-like demeanor, he relented. I'll wait until you heal before punishing you again. Once you recover, if you can't produce a thing, I'll consider it your fault. The chaos had turned the Xiao family upside down. Get out, get out. The shop is closed. Are you all just here to loaf around? Xiao Nanfeng was furious. Qian Guapi quickly reassured everyone. All right, it's fine now everyone, return to work. If you don't work properly, beware of your skins. Once the crowd dispersed, Xiaoan cautiously raised his head. Young master, Xiao Nanfeng shot him a disdainful glance. Speak if you must. Relieved, Xiaoan exhaled. Young master, you know I truly don't have a sister. I only have an elder sister. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare bring this up again? Young master, my sister is renowned for her beauty in the countryside, but her previous hardships have left their mark. If nurtured properly, she would still possess her allure. Xiao Nanfeng stared at Xiaoan, astonished. Perhaps what this wretch said held some truth? To hell with you. He sprang up, delivering a kick that sent Xiaoan tumbling outward. Get lost. Chapter 39. A familiar encounter. Alas, I nearly desecrated my ancestral grave, all thanks to that scoundrel. Xiaoan. However, Xiao Ling was indeed a renowned beauty in the region back then, though of humble origins. It seems she still possesses a certain charm. Ugh, where did that thought come from? My surname is not Chao. Those bearing the surname Chao are actually quite admirable. Today, I must visit the rejuvenation pavilion to soothe my wounded spirit. Alas, I have no money, cursed fate. My plans are thwarted. Lying half dead on the chair, Xiao Nanfeng appeared utterly limp. The fact that he hadn't managed to deal with that scoundrel, Xiaoan, left him feeling unsettled. It was absurd how a few of his words could throw the entire Xiao family into turmoil, yet, perhaps this turmoil isn't entirely negative. At the very least, the people in my shop have truly moved me. Even Yi Yiding, surprisingly, dared to stand by me in this struggle. I never anticipated that this wretched world is not devoid of redeeming qualities. I had initially presumed that the managers and servants I hired would engage in petty rivalries, or even resort to unscrupulous behavior, potentially colluding with outsiders. However, although our time together has been brief, they have proven themselves capable and genuinely considerate of the proprietor's interests. For this reason alone, we must indulge in a fine meal today. Qianguapi, Xiao Nanfeng called out. Qianguapi rushed over. Young master, you summoned me. Yawning, Xiao Nanfeng instructed, go procure a large fat pig, let us treat the brothers to a sumptuous feast. Qianguapi nodded eagerly and turned, only to collide with Xiaoan, who was lurking behind him, letting out a yelp. Xiaoan grinned. Despite the beating he had received, he had been treated for his wounds and was now fully recovered. Just as Qianguapi was about to speak, Xiaoan cautiously squatted beside Xiao Nanfeng's feet, igniting Qianguapi's fury. This is my spot. Xiao Nanfeng shot Xiaoan a disdainful glance. If you have something to say, then say it. But if you dare speak of your sister again, I'll knock you senseless. Xiaoan fell silent. Damn you, is your life truly only about your sister? Xiao Nanfeng retorted. Qianguapi chuckled. Young master, we prepare our own meals in the shop, and they're hardly fit for pigs. Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes at Qianguapi, fully understanding the implication. Although it appeared that Qianguapi and Xiaoan were perpetually at odds, in truth, their bond was profound, and they shared a strong camaraderie within the shop. Qianguapi was subtly acting as Xiaoan's advocate. Scram, from now on, Xiaoling will be in charge of the kitchen without pay. The two young ladies will assist Yi Yiting in preparing medicine, and if they fail, they'll be punished. Xiaoan immediately knelt on the ground. Young master, your great kindness. Qianguapi seized the opportunity to kick Xiaoan playfully. What a virtue. Xiao Nanfeng shot Qianguapi an exasperated glare, bemused by his opportunistic nature. Hurry and fetch Sister Ling to get the money for the pig. The young master has decreed that we feast today. Qianguapi delivered another playful kick to Xiaoan. Delightful. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoan would retaliate against such treatment. Instead, he bowed thrice to Xiao Nanfeng, causing his forehead to bleed. Before sprinting off, Xiao Ling soon appeared, hurriedly carrying a basket. Her eyes reddened. After receiving the money, she passed by Xiao Nanfeng and offered a brief salute before hastily exiting. Stop, Xiao Nanfeng called sharply. Xiao Ling jumped in fright, quickly turning back to kneel on the ground. Young master, Xiao Nanfeng ignored her and leapt into the street, inserting his fan into the back of his collar, bowing to a pair of figures in the middle of the road. He regarded them with a flourish. I am Xiao Nanfeng, the most notorious dandy in Qinghe town, soon to be the most renowned in Nanhua City, the young clan leader of the Xiao family. May I inquire your esteemed name, miss? A lovely girl widened her eyes in terror, recoiling in fear at Xiao Nanfeng's presence. The maid beside her, enraged, leaped forward, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely. Have you lost your mind? How dare you disrespect our young lady? My lady is the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. Who do you think you are, you wretched frog, to inquire about her name? Be gone at once. Xiao Nanfeng straightened up, gently clapping his hands together. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection. This lady possesses unparalleled beauty, and I, Xiao Nanfeng, am simply enamored. What wrong is there in that? A mere token of my esteem. 100 chi gathering pills, a gift for the lady's beauty regimen. The maid prepared to unleash her wrath. She suddenly froze. 100 chi gathering pills. Gazing at the small jar that contained them, she was particularly stunned when Xiao Nanfeng uncorked it, releasing a rich aroma that immediately dazed her. Luwani, standing behind, was equally astounded. Just a few days prior, rumors had swirled among her friends about a foolish dandy from Nanhua City who lavishly gifted treasures worth thousands of spirit stones. She had merely been passing by and never expected to encounter him. Why are you giving me something so extravagant? Luwani stammered. 100 chi gathering pills were worth 2,000 spirit stones. The Lu family, a prominent clan in Nanhua City, was the sole practicing family in Lu town, yet their annual income scarcely reached 2,000 spirit. Little sister, no, a tall, handsome youth, almost as striking as the esteemed readers, approached swiftly. We cannot accept such grand gifts from a mere chance meeting. Xiao Nanfeng cast a glance at him, feeling a surge of annoyance. Damn it, I despise anyone who dares to outshine me, except for those esteemed readers, who dares to compete with my looks. Yet, it seemed he was not a match for this youth. His aura suggested he was at least at the 8th level of chi cultivation, stronger than even his father's. Greetings, I am Lu Xiaoying from Lu town, he said, extending a hand in greeting. Xiao Nanfeng, feeling irked, thought, what gives you the right to use the same fan as I do? However, he refrained from retaliating, opting instead to return the gesture. I am Xiao Nanfeng from Qinghe town. It is a pleasure to meet you, brother Lu. Since we have such a rapport, why don't we step inside and share a drink? Lu Xiaoying smiled. As it happens, I was indeed here for the Xiao family's elixirs and talismans. Please, lead the way. Luwani was taken aback. Although they had come for the Xiao family's elixirs and talismans, why should they? Just moments ago, Xiao Nanfeng had been so eager to impress her, and now he seemed to disregard her entirely. The maid stood dumbfounded as she witnessed Xiao Nanfeng casually stow away the pills, nearly causing her heart to ache with despair. He truly put them away. He actually withdrew them. Miss, you didn't refuse them. The maid tugged at Luwani's sleeve. Luwani huffed, be quiet, we are here for serious matters. Such a precious gift, how could we possibly accept it? Xiao Nanfeng led Lu Xiaoying inside, feeling a surge of anxiety. The cursed system had just notified him of a stunning appearance, promising 20-fold returns. Yet, YNT had mentioned that he hadn't reached the 50-day mark for the returns to kick in. I nearly squandered 100 chi gathering pills. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly and didn't actually give them away. Lu Xiaoying observed Xiao Nanfeng, contemplating the recent rumors that painted him as a wastrel, a foolish dandy, and a desperate sycophant. Yet, he sensed the rumors might not reflect the truth. To casually give away thousands of spirit stones would have bankrupted his own family multiple times over. This individual was far from ordinary. Chapter 40 of the ambitious goal of 20-fold returns. Upon entering the store, Qianguapi immediately rushed over. Young master, you truly are remarkable. Just a casual gesture at the entrance has summoned such a distinguished guest. As the proprietor, one must possess an acute understanding of the commerce in Nanhuang City. The Lu family does not boast a unique industry. They engage in trade, albeit as mere middlemen. Their enterprises primarily derive from the various spiritual grains sourced from neighboring towns, which they sell in large quantities to the state capital. While they do operate a shop in Nanhuang City, their main business revolves around the collection and sale of grains. Although it may seem that they lack exceptional cultivation resources, food has always been of paramount importance. Those who manage to establish themselves as notable grain merchants in any world are rarely to be underestimated. Beyond the grain trade, the Lu family also acquires and sells a diverse array of cultivation materials. Today, it is highly probable that they are interested in the talismans and elixirs previously produced by the Xiao family. After all, they have sold quite a few in the past, and the price and quality are not easily overlooked by the discerning. Selling at such a low price presents a tremendous opportunity if they can distribute it in the state capital. Oh, observing the arrangement here, Lu Xiaoying was somewhat surprised. This is entirely different from the conventional norms of shops in this world. In a small place like Nanhuang City, it may seem of little consequence, but if this model were to be applied in a bustling metropolis like the state capital, it would undoubtedly be a refreshing innovation. Brother Xiao, your methods are commendable. Lu Xiaoying sincerely praised. Xiao Nanfeng, with a proud smile, replied, "It is nothing of great significance. Truly, when it comes to business acumen, I, Xiao Nanfeng, dare assert that no one would claim to surpass me." Lu Xiaoying nearly choked on his drink. By heavens, your first statement was somewhat modest, but your second is downright boastful. As Xiao Nanfeng continued speaking, he discreetly cast a glance at Lu Wanyi. Her enchanting beauty was indeed not a deception. Although she lacked the ferocity of Chen Yujie, her figure and appearance were perfectly balanced, neither too excessive nor too scant, gracefully standing like a blooming white lotus. 20-fold returns, that scoundrel Xiaoan. Xiao Nanfeng gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting that if it weren't for this rogue, he could have enjoyed 20-fold returns today. Young Master Xiao? Young Master Xiao? Lu Xiaoying called out twice before he managed to snap Xiao Nanfeng back to reality. Noticing Lu Xiaoying's displeased expression, Xiao Nanfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment that he had indeed. The Lu siblings possessed a beauty that was likely unparalleled in Nanhuang City. Lu Xiaoying felt somewhat speechless. All cultivators value their dignity and reputation. Your bluntness leaves me at a loss for words. Lu Wanyi, however, wore a disdainful smile while secretly reveling in the attention. The proud little maid raised her head, declaring, "Of course, not only in Nanhuang City, but even in the state capital, my young lady is the most beautiful." Cho he. Lu Wanyi stamped her foot, blushing profusely. Xiao Nanfeng's gaze was transfixed. By heavens, there is indeed beauty in this world. Even the likes of Lan Ziyan pale in comparison to the renowned stars of my past life. Chen Yujie is a league above, and although Yi Yiting has her merits, Bai Yu does not. Yet before me, Lu Wanyi truly resembles a celestial being. No, it is not merely Lu Wanyi's beauty, rather, it is her ethereal demeanor that adds immeasurable allure. Lu Xiaoying, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, mused that perhaps the external praises were not unfounded. Xiao Nanfeng's gaze lingered on Lu Wanyi, and he seemed utterly entranced. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Xiaoying cleared his throat loudly. Xiao Nanfeng, returning to his senses, asked, "Brother Lu, are you unwell?" Lu Xiaoying retorted, "The little maid speaks too freely." She scoffed, "No wonder people say that the Xiao family has produced a hopeless sycophant. It is indeed true, he cannot tear his gaze away from a woman." Lu Xiaoying's expression darkened. Chiu He. The maid's countenance shifted dramatically as she lowered her head. "Young master, I was in the wrong. Lu Xiao, please, grant her your forgiveness this once. The fault lies with me for not guiding her properly. I will ensure she is taught a lesson upon our return." In this world, despite the amicable rapport between Lu Xiaoying and Xiao Nan, however, Chiu He, as a mere servant, was no different from Xiao, and having accompanied Lu Wanyi since childhood, she enjoyed a certain immunity within the Lu household, where no one dared to provoke her, but she had become somewhat oblivious to the hierarchy. Even Lu Wanyi, fully aware of Xiao Nanfeng's notorious reputation as a scoundrel, would never dare to voice such an opinion openly. To do so would be akin to slapping him in the face, effectively sowing discord between their families. Yet for a maid to speak out, that would be a grave misstep, especially when ordered to apologize. Her unwillingness to do so, merely nodding, was hardly an adequate gesture of contrition. Xian Guopi and the others had long since positioned themselves behind Xiao Nanfeng, their faces filled with cold fury. As servants, they had endured enough. How dare she insult their young master in his own establishment? With a mere command from Xiao Nanfeng, they would not hesitate to eliminate Chiu He on the spot. This was Zhao's establishment. To come here and insult the young master of the Xiao family, what audacity! Lu Xiaoying felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, sensing the gravity of the situation. Lu Wanyi, too, realized that trouble was brewing. No matter how notorious Xiao Nanfeng's reputation may be, it was still a matter pertaining to the realm of cultivators. However, gazing at Chiu He, Lu Wanyi felt a pang of sorrow. She was a companion who had been by her side since childhood, akin to a sister. Lu Wanyi looked to Lu Xiaoying for help. Seeing his sister's distressed expression, Lu Xiaoying felt a wave of anger. His sister placed far too much importance on those around her, and it would inevitably lead to her downfall. But as the elder brother, what else could he do? Gritting his teeth, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a tome. "Brother Xiao, as a token of our first meeting, I humbly present this cultivation technique, a small gift from me, Lu Xiaoying. I hope you will accept it." His heart ached immensely. This cultivation technique was the lifelong work of a predecessor who had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. He had intended to use this tome to break through to the 9th level himself, yet for the sake of his sister, he endured. Upon seeing this, Xiao Nanfeng's heart soared with joy. He was in dire need of such a cultivation technique. Observing Xiao Nanfeng's reaction, Xian Guopi approached with a smile, respectfully bowing to accept the tome. Finally, Xiao Nanfeng cleared his throat and spoke indifferently, "Let us consider this matter resolved. Today, Brother Lu, do you have any further instructions?" Lu Xiaoying, left speechless, realized that what had begun as a friendly exchange would now likely turn to business. When it comes to serious matters, Lu Xiaoying dares not be careless. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled, his face immediately brightening with a grin. Sell, of course, I shall sell. Is that not the very reason I opened this shop, to earn a profit? Come, let's go to a more suitable venue next door to discuss the details. With that, he took Lu Xiaoying by the arm and led him outside. Lu Xiaoying was taken aback. Discussing matters, next door, Lu Wani exclaimed anxiously, brother, where are you two going? Xiao Nanfeng turned back and replied, Guapi, please extend my regards to Miss Lu Da. I am taking brother Lu to a place for serious discussions. Guapi quickly nodded, rest assured, young master. Xiao Nanfeng gave Lu Xiaoying a knowing glance, who, still puzzled, was pulled along swiftly by Xiao Nanfeng as they made their way out of the shop. Before long, they navigated through streets and alleys. Arriving at the returning spring building, Lu Xiaoying was taken aback. His family's teachings strictly forbade such places. Brother Xiao, is this truly a suitable venue for our discussions? Lu Xiaoying's eyes were ablaze with concern. He had heard tales numerous times and passed by various establishments of this nature countless times, yet the rules of the Lu family were adamant. Moreover, they were here to conduct business, not to indulge in frivolity. Xiao Nanfeng spoke earnestly, to engage in business, one must possess both the capital and sincerity to do so. Brother Lu, as the young patriarch of the Lu family, a pillar of support, if you cannot navigate such social occasions with ease, how will you achieve greatness in the future? Lu Xiaoying couldn't help but agree. Indeed, such social engagements would only multiply in the future. He must learn to adapt. With a reluctant heart, Lu Xiaoying followed Xiao Nanfeng into the establishment, their arms draped over each other. The madam of returning spring building glanced at the sky in confusion. Whose kind soul comes to visit a brothel so soon after breakfast? Ah, gentlemen, welcome. The madam, professional and dutiful, quickly wiped away the remnants of sleep from her eyes and stifled a yawn as she approached them. Xiao Nanfeng observed her, noting that she still possessed a certain charm. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Could it be that he had become so desperate? The madam, casting a flirtatious glance at Xiao Nanfeng, remarked, a few years ago, I was the star attraction here. Having encountered countless men, she could easily discern Xiao Nanfeng's intentions. Xiao Nanfeng straightened, where are the finest ladies? Gather them here. Today, we shall treat the young master of the Lu family well, your reward shall be plentiful. Although he had never been here, Xiao Nanfeng had discreetly observed the patron's behaviors on many occasions, learning the ways of the establishment. The ladies are all resting, the madam replied. They only just finished a night of singing and dancing and have barely slept for an hour. At this hour, one must be generous. Money can open any door. Xiao Nanfeng whispered urgently to Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying's heart raced, his hand clutching the folding fan trembling. He casually tossed a small pouch. The madam caught it, gasping in astonishment, 50 spirit stones, whoever gives such a sum before even meeting the ladies? This was no ordinary establishment, 50 spirit stones could book the entire place for 3 days. Ladies, prepare to receive guests. The madam's voice rang out. Dozens of disheveled, barely clothed women, still in a daze from their slumber, were pulled from their rooms by eager patrons, oblivious to what was happening. Lu Xiaoying suddenly shuddered. The sight was overwhelming, a riot of colors and beauty. Having been raised with strict decorum, he had never encountered such a spectacle. The intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air made his head spin, causing even his chi refinement stage to falter. These were all celestial beings. Xiao Nanfeng was astonished, his excitement palpable. Here they come, they are arriving with the grace of snow-capped mountains. At last, I have arrived at returning spring. The madam and several eager patrons rushed to comply, sealing the entrance. What a sight, what a fragrance, as if one were enveloped in a cloud. Lu Xiaoying felt as though his life had been elevated to a new realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng furrowed his brow. Damn it, where is that delicate flower the system mentioned? All the ladies were present, yet she was conspicuously absent. As he surveyed the scene, Lu Xiaoying found himself lost amidst a sea of garments scattered across the floor, the brilliance of the white fabric dazzling his senses. Xiao Nanfeng, cup in hand, narrowed his eyes, taking in the surroundings. A young woman clad in alluring attire approached him. Xiao Nanfeng waved her away. I have no money, he does. The young woman promptly pivoted and dashed to Lu Xiaoying, who was now surrounded by an entourage of flirtatious companions. What a lowly caliber, not even worthy of comparison to a willow maiden, and yet they dared to approach me. With that, Xiao Nanfeng dismissed all but Lu Xiaoying, wandering around the building, exploring every nook and cranny, even the kitchen. But alas, there was no sign of her. Perplexed, he glanced at the system notification again, still no sign. Turning back, he looked at the madam. Could it be you? Although the madam retained her allure, she was not to his taste. Young master, how may I assist you? The madam rushed over to Xiao Nanfeng upon seeing him beckon. Xiao Nanfeng, exuding impatience, replied, is this all there is? Are there no better options? The madam faltered, there are 32 ladies in the building, and they are all here. If the young master is dissatisfied, I can make arrangements. With a swift kick, Xiao Nanfeng sent the madam stumbling away. Begone. After another thorough scan of the surroundings, he resigned himself to a seat, contemplating the insights he had gained in chi refinement. Whom should he bestow this newfound knowledge upon? Perhaps Yi Yiding, to enhance her abilities, thereby facilitating her alchemical prowess. Assessing the situation, Xiao Nanfeng stood up and made his way to This fellow is quite capable, managing to hold his own amidst such numerous enchantresses. Impressive. Xiao Nanfeng decided to return through the back door to his own shop. Xiaoan was chopping wood, perspiration streaming down his face. Xiao Nanfeng felt satisfied. Look at Xiaoan, always diligent, whether there was work to be done or not. Just as Xiaoan was about to speak, Xiao Nanfeng covered his mouth. Is Lu Wanting still here? Xiaoan nodded. Xiao Nanfeng released his grip. Do not mention my return or wait for Lu Xiaoying to come back before calling for me. I am off to find Yi Yiting. With that, he dashed next door, where he found Yi Yiting. Yi Yiting had just finished bathing and was drying her hair when she was startled by the sudden entrance of Xiao Nanfeng. Momentarily too shocked to scream, this corner was relatively secluded, with a simple door set up by Qianguapi, ensuring that no man from the shop would ever step foot here. But who could have anticipated that Xiao Nanfeng would burst in? Ah! Yi Yiting's cry was stifled as Xiao Nanfeng covered her mouth and swiftly pulled her into the room. Chapter 42, 100 million lost. Let go of me. I am an artist, not a commodity. Yi Yiting exclaimed in terror, pushing Xiao Nanfeng away. Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly covered her mouth, saying, I meant no harm, just don't scream, and I'll release you. Yi Yiting nodded urgently. As soon as he let go, she retorted, You scoundrel, you lied, you promised not to shout. Xiao Nanfeng lunged forward, pinning her down, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yi Yiting, usually a person of integrity, was now contradicting herself. She nervously clutched her clothes, gazing at him in despair. Suddenly, with her eyes shut, she collapsed onto the bed. Xiao Nanfeng felt her relax and she despondently uttered, You even prey on men. Xiao Nanfeng scoffed, Seriously? At a time like this, you're still pretending, do you think I can't sense it? He shrugged dismissively. Anyway, I'm not interested in the vast plains. If you want to, I'm just here to inquire about the qi-gathering pills. How many do you have? What other elixirs can you concoct? The Lu family is coming today, it's likely a significant order. Xiao Nanfeng felt frustrated. The timing was indeed poor. He still needed nearly 50 days to see any returns. However, he couldn't afford to do nothing in those 50 days. Even ordinary elixirs and talismans could sell. Otherwise, without a steady supply, even the best clients would dwindle. Without resources, during urgent times, who would trust you for long-term partnerships? Yi Yiting quickly adjusted her clothing, relieved she had secured her chest wrap earlier. Otherwise, she would have been discovered. Why did you sneak in here, then? Could you not speak outside? Yi Yiting gritted her teeth, yet felt a deep sense of loss, even she didn't know why. Xiao Nanfeng grinned mischievously, I was avoiding the Lu family's people. Of course, I sent the young master of the Lu family to the Huichen pavilion. Yi Yiting's eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, covering her mouth in sheer terror. The Lu family was known for their strict upbringing. They were the foremost family in Nanhua City. The Lu family's pride was their reputation for not raising wastrels, but now, the young master had been sent to a brothel by Xiao Nanfeng. If the Lu family found out, wouldn't they break Lu Xiaoying's legs? Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. Yi Yiting trembled and asked, but why? Xiao Nanfeng replied nonchalantly, the Lu family is too principled, making business difficult. When dealing with them, you need to have some leverage, right? Lu Xiaoying is at the 8th level of qi refinement, the most promising disciple of the Lu family, practically in charge of their enterprises now. Unless he is accepted into the Qingling sect in 3 years, which is inevitable. Lu Xiaoying was indeed a prodigy. At 17, at the 8th level of qi refinement, he had experienced some fortuitous encounter a year or two ago that propelled his cultivation to new heights, earning him the title of the best among the younger generation in Nanhua City. Now, do you think Lu Xiaoying would dare to return and claim he was tricked into a brothel? He wouldn't. Xiao Nanfeng laughed with satisfaction. Yi Yiting seethed, you were so cunning. Xiao Nanfeng, beaming with pride, opened his fan and declared, of course. In business, deceit is inevitable. However, what Xiao Nanfeng truly desired was to establish a stable relationship with the Lu family. Relying solely on commerce was too precarious. After all, Lu Wanting was currently the only one offering a 20-fold rebate, and that had to be secured. In a small place like Nanhua City, one could hardly expect greater returns. A 20-fold rebate was already the limit, but now, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't leave Nanhua City. His current strength was insufficient for that. He had no intention of jeopardizing himself with his newfound system. Why not level up comfortably instead? Slowly becoming invincible was far more appealing than risking everything with a mere 90% certainty. What foolishness to engage in life or death struggles without full assurance. Just then, Xiaoan rushed in from outside. Young master, I saw nothing. Yi Yiting was startled and hastily pulled up her attire, exclaiming, Xiaoan, dare you speak nonsense, and I'll poison you. Xiao Nanfeng was alarmed. You dare to spread rumors, and I'll break your legs. Qianguapi stood outside, shivering. Young master, you are the pillar of the family, the hope of the household. You cannot have an affinity for men. Xiao Nanfeng protested, I did nothing. He sensed the situation was spiraling. Qianguapi whispered, Yi Dan sure hasn't even dressed yet, young master. Women, I haven't done anything. Qianguapi quickly interjected, Xiaoan, today, you saw nothing. If the young master's reputation is tarnished, I will kill you. Xiaoan hurriedly covered his mouth, nodding vigorously. While a wastrel could be accepted, the notion of the young master preferring men would be a laughingstock. Even if Xiao Donghai doted on Xiao Nanfeng, he would come to deliver punishment. Xiaoan fled. Qianguapi lamented, looking at Xiao Nanfeng, young master, at least close the door. With that, he covered his face and departed. Xiao Nanfeng nearly fainted, thinking, really, this is what to do. Xiao Nanfeng felt like crying. You know, if I had gone to Huichen Pavilion, even if you accused me of kidnapping a maiden, it would have been better than this. Yi Yiting clenched her teeth, suggesting, how about I disguise myself as a man? Then, no one would speak ill of us, they would only say you are having an affair with an alchemist. Xiao Nanfeng stared at her in disbelief. Is it really flattering to ruin your own alchemist's reputation? Yi Yiting covered her face and dashed back into her room. Xiaoan peeked out from behind the water vat, cautiously saying, Young master, the young master of the Lu family has returned and is being scolded by the young lady of the Lu family. What should we do? Xiao Nanfeng glanced at the sky. Goodness, is it almost afternoon? Lu Xiaoying is something else. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Just as Xiao was about to retract his head, he froze in place, his movements halted. Xiao Nanfeng turned around sharply. Oh my! As he beheld Yi Yiting entering, his jaw dropped. What is the essence of a refined lady? How delightful! No, wait, a system notification flashed, a beauty of unparalleled grace. What? This evaluation even comes with an upgrade. Are you really a woman? Xiao Nanfeng thought he had given Yi Yiting an escape route. Yi Yiting blushed deeply. As a fragile woman traveling alone, if I were to appear as a lady, it would surely invite trouble. Hence, I must present myself as a man. Given the circumstances, I hope you will take care of me in the future. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at her. You've got to be kidding me. Had I known, I would have torn your clothing and insisted on your dressing as a woman sooner. If you had donned women's attire, looking like a beauty, I wouldn't have lost 100 million. Young master, a confrontation is about to erupt ahead. Xiao snapped back to reality, calling out. Regardless of how lovely Yi Yiting appeared, she wasn't the only one who could capture his attention. Business matters took precedence. Xiao Nanfeng fumed. You useless servant, can't you see I'm trying to charm a lady? Chapter 43. Frequent visits within the shop. Lu Wani wore a face as cold as frost. Lu Xiaoying appeared bitterly disappointed. Who would have thought that a formidable master at the 8th level of Qi training could be defeated by a group of untrained female sprites? The crucial part was that the dozens of lipstick marks on his face remained uncleaned, and upon his return, his sister immediately noticed. Xiao Nanfeng, Lu Xiaoying wore an expression of deep resentment. But could this be attributed to Xiao Nanfeng? He had clearly stated that Lu Xiao was immensely powerful and that the young ladies of the Rejuvenation Pavilion were obliged to serve him, thus he would not compete with Lu for his brother's favor. What a splendid brother indeed! Xiao Nanfeng strolled in, elegantly waving his folding fan, accompanied by a stunning beauty of unparalleled grace. Lu Xiaoying abruptly rose to his feet. This woman surpassed his sister by a significant margin. He hastily lowered his head. One must never offend a brother's wife. Seeing the woman blush delicately, trailing closely behind Xiao Nanfeng, it became evident what their relationship entailed. Xiao Nanfeng, you are truly how could you deceive my brother into going to that place? Lu Wani's voice suddenly faltered as she caught sight of Yi Yiting. This woman ignited an unparalleled battle spirit within her, surging forth. A formidable rival. Who would have thought that in this humble southern wilderness city, there existed someone even more beautiful than herself? Lu brother, let us adhere to the prices we discussed at the Rejuvenation Pavilion. For the 7th level Qi training talismans, 50 spirit stones each, with a monthly supply of 200 as for the gathering Qi pills, I currently have only 20, priced at 15 spirit stones each. In 2 months, I shall commence alchemical production, supplying an equal quantity each month. If Lu brother has no objections, shall we proceed to sign the contract? Xiao Nanfeng's words effectively closed off all avenues of discussion. Slightly turning aside, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Xiaoying. Nothing is more paramount than business. It must be said that Lu Xiaoying was indeed an elite among men. With just a glance from Xiao Nanfeng, he understood completely. Gratitude shone in Lu Xiaoying's eyes as he promptly rose, clasping his fists in salute. Very well, let us sign, brother Xiaonan. You are indeed a man of your word. It was worth every spirit stone I spent to host you. Xiaonan, hundreds of spirit stones. Does the Rejuvenation Pavilion dare to charge such prices? Are you attempting to settle accounts with me? He thought to himself, realizing he was no saint either. With a beaming smile, Xiaonan immediately dispatched several attendants to deliver the 207th level Qi training talismans and the 20 gathering Qi pills. Lu Wani wished to voice her concerns but felt as though she would be seen as unreasonable. Her brother had indeed gone to the Rejuvenation Pavilion to conduct business. Even if there were other matters at hand, they were surely mere trifles, were they not? Otherwise, how could such a substantial deal be struck? She fell silent. Lu Xiaoying, brimming with satisfaction, proceeded to pay immediately. Xiao Nanfeng looked at him with approval. Consider the gathering Qi pills a personal gift from me, no charge for everything else, a mere 10,000 spirit stones will suffice. Lu Xiaoying clapped Xiao Nanfeng on the shoulder. Brother Xiaonan, you are most generous. Henceforth, our Lu family shall undoubtedly ally with your Xia family, flourishing together. In 3 years, with individuals like you and I, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qingling sect, becoming a legendary tale. The two engaged in fervent business flattery, causing even the money clerk to blush. The younger generations of the Lu and Xia families completed their initial collaboration in a friendly atmosphere, marking a significant milestone for both clans. Lu Wani felt as if she were floating, momentarily forgetting her rival, Yi Yiting. She could not comprehend why negotiating business at the Rejuvenation Pavilion seemed so effortless. Here she sat, laboring for over 3 hours with the money clerk, only to settle on prices of 19 spirit stones per gathering Qi pill and 80 spirit stones per 7th level Qi training talisman. Was it possible that women were inherently ill-suited for business? Could she truly not compete with her brother for the family's leadership? She found herself ensnared in profound self-doubt. Lu brother, come again. At the entrance, Xiao Nanfeng waved cheerfully. Lu Xiaoying turned back with a smile, holding his fan with both hands in salute. Certainly, do visit the Lu residence. My father possesses fine wines in his collection. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Lu Wani felt an acute sense of inferiority. Look at how her brother had forged such a close relationship in less than a day, while she had labored for hours over a mere cup of water, receiving nothing but indifference in return. What a stark contrast. Her self-confidence seemed on the verge of collapse. The fragrance of exquisite dishes wafted from the back courtyard. Xiao Nanfeng rubbed his belly. He had not eaten all day in preparation for this business deal. Oh no, he suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. He rushed out, Lu brother, wait, don't leave yet. Lu Xiaoying, having not ventured far, paused and turned back to look at Xiao Nanfeng. He strode towards him with urgency. I cannot believe it, it's past noon, and I have yet to invite you both for a meal. At this hour, having not dined, I must make amends. We must eat before you depart, otherwise, how can my heart find peace? Xiao Nanfeng lamented, pounding his chest in regret. Seeing Xiao Nanfeng's sincerity, Lu Wani found wasn't Xiao Nanfeng known for his frivolous and reckless demeanor, yet, his current enthusiasm was profoundly moving. Lu Xiaoying's eyes glistened with emotion as he grasped Xiao Nanfeng's hand. Come, let us return. Today, you and I must not part until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Sister, if you are not hungry, you may leave first and inform father that I have found a like-minded friend in brother Xiaonan. Lu Wani was about to consent when her gaze fell upon Yi Yiting, who stood at the entrance, proudly lifting her chin and puffing out her chest. A provocation, how could she endure this? Brother, how can our Lu family behave so rudely? How could we refuse the gracious invitation of the young master of the Xia family? Brother, what did father teach you about etiquette? You must not forget, and I dare not forget either. Lu Xiaoying was immediately moved. Good sister, you speak the truth, come, let us eat. A few minutes later, seated at an outdoor table in the back courtyard, Lu Wani, is this fit for human consumption? Yet opposite her, Yi Yiting gracefully rolled up her sleeves, elegantly devouring the dish without a hint of hesitation. Lu Wani found herself in a quandary. Unless the meat was from a spirit pig, how could a cultivator consume such fare? Would that not be a degradation of status? She glanced around at the attendants squatting on the ground, ravenously devouring their meals without a shred of decorum. How could she, surrounded by them, eat such common, lowly pig meat in full view of everyone? Xiao Nanfeng, however, had one foot resting on the bench, raising a bowl of wine and, alongside Lu Xiaoying, rolled up his sleeves, shouting loudly, 8 donkeys, ha ha ha. You cannot manage it. Does this seem crude? Men's camaraderie is forged in such ways. Lu Wani felt tears welling up. Lu Xiaoying had lost count of how much he had drunk. The ordinary coarse wine had rendered him thoroughly inebriated. The Lu family members arrived with a carriage to take them home. Xiao Nanfeng stood at the entrance, swaying, Lu brother, do come by often. Hiccup chapter 44 each with their own agenda as they watched the figures recede into the distance. Qianguapi and Xiaoan supported the unsteady Xiao Nanfeng back inside. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Nanfeng, as if devoid of bones, immediately stood upright. Goodness, Lu Xiaoying can drink quite a lot. I almost got truly intoxicated. Quickly, retrieve the contract. Seizing the opportunity while he was inebriated, I managed to secure a 3-year long-term contract. This is a business worth hundreds of thousands. Xiao Nanfeng triumphantly produced the contract and handed it to Qianguapi. Previously, agreements had been mere verbal promises, lacking in reliability. This time, however, we have firmly established a 3-year contract, black and white on paper. Regardless of whether you can sell it or not, you must come to the Xiao family each month to pay and collect your goods. Any losses are to be borne by your Lu family. Not a single cent of my Xiao family's money shall be diminished. Qianguapi gazed at Xiao Nanfeng with admiration. Young master, your talents are unparalleled, I can scarcely keep up with you. This was Qianguapi's heartfelt sentiment. He never imagined that even though they had come for the Xiao family's shop, such a significant deal could be concluded in a single day. Even if negotiations were possible, it would typically involve some initial discussions, followed by the arrival of the Lu family head, and a protracted tug-of-war before a deal could be reached. Yet under the young master's prowess, it was resolved in just one day. Moreover, the Lu family has agreed to deliver the advance payment tomorrow, 100,000 for the procurement of materials for alchemy and talisman crafting. Who has ever heard of such a thing? The young master refers to it as an advance payment. In this world, who conducts business by paying in advance, it is always a matter of exchanging money for goods. Xiao Nanfeng casually tossed a small pouch to Yi Yiting. She huffed in response, stingy. Xiao Nanfeng shot her a glance of disdain and tossed her another pouch, 200 spirit stones, that is not insignificant. You consume and enjoy, and I still have to provide you with pocket money. Who do you think I can turn to for reason? Yi Yiting placed her hands on her hips. If it weren't for me attracting Lu Wani's attention, would you have so easily deceived Lu Xiaoying? Give me another 100, or else you can forget about my assistance next time. I will only concern myself with alchemy. Xiao Nanfeng winced at the thought. 100 spirit stones could reserve the entire rejuvenation pavilion for 10 days. Yi Yiting snatched the 100 spirit stones from his hand, haughtily huffing as she dashed away. Qianguapi blinked in astonishment, suddenly coming to a realization, and slapped himself across the face. The scheme the young master devised is indeed sophisticated. As the manager, he has much to learn. Previously, he had thought that Yi Yiting had merely provoked Lu Wani a little, but he now understood the substantial impact of her actions. Xiao Nanfeng patted Qianguapi's shoulder. Learn well. Do not be deceived by Lu Xiaoying's apparent status as the eldest son of the Lu family, nor underestimate Lu Wani's immaturity. In the future, it is certain that Lu Wani will assume leadership of the Lu family. Qianguapi's expression turned serious as he knelt down. You are not deserving. Tears welled up in Qianguapi's eyes. Young master, if you do not allow me to call you master, then there shall be no master-apprentice bond. However, I have learned much. In another household, calling someone master would be the least of it. Qianguapi would need to change his surname to Xiao, inscribed into the Xiao family's regulations, thereby becoming a slave of the Xiao family for generations. Do you think the abilities of the master can be so easily acquired? Young master, Guapi wishes to enter the Xiao family. Qianguapi could no longer contain himself. Xiao Nanfeng kicked him aside. Get lost, I have no need for such a foolish individual. Quickly, go inspect the shop. Xiaoan ambled over, looking smugly at Qianguapi. You still wish to take the Xiao surname? You think you're worthy? Qianguapi forced a smile, bitterly. I was foolish to think I could catch the young master's eye. In the Chen family shop, Chen Yujie and Chen Yufeng peered through the window's crack, their faces ashen. The Xiao family had actually allied with the Lu family. This is troublesome. Sister, did you not say you had him wrapped around your finger? What now? But that Lu Wani is no less formidable than you. If these two get together, our Chen family is truly finished. We have gone 4 days without selling a single talisman. Chen Yujie lamented as she sank into a chair. How was I to know that this sycophant would suddenly stop fawning? I have not even recouped my initial capital. This is a significant loss. No, I must try again tomorrow. If the aloof persona does not attract him, perhaps a more proactive approach will work. Chen Yufeng sighed with relief. His sister was simply too aloof. If only she would lower her pride, their chances would increase significantly. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoying returned to the Lu family, his eyes suddenly wide open. Lu Wani looked on in astonishment at her brother, who had just been helped to the ground, nearly dragged into the Lu family's living room. Brother, you tricked him. You weren't actually drunk? Lu Zhengfeng sat upright in the living room, gently stroking his beard, smiling at Lu Xiaoying. Wani, today I specifically had you accompany your brother to show you how he operates. You must learn well. Your brother is exceptionally gifted and, at the latest, will enter the Qingling sect within 3 years. Should you fail to enter the Qingling sect, you will need to take charge of our Lu family. Lu Wani's heart stirred. It dawned on her that this was their father preparing her for the future. Lu Zhengfeng turned to Lu Xiaoying. Xiaoying, how about it? Still think your father misjudged? Lu Xiaoying's face flushed. Father, your insight is unparalleled. I am ashamed that Xiao Nanfeng is indeed extraordinary, merely at the 3rd level of qi refining, and he could sense my presence from 100 meters away. He must possess other opportunities. His strength cannot be assessed solely by his current level. Moreover, 3 years from now, during the Qingling Sect's competition, he will undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. His approach to matters is imaginative, yet he always manages to exploit your greatest weakness. His son had matured and progressed. Lu Xiaoying produced 2 contracts, followed by the details of this shipment. Our collaboration has been fruitful. We have secured prices that rival those of the Wanbao building. Transporting to Zhouchang will surely yield great profits. 3 years of guarantee. Within these 3 years, our Lu family will be secure. Should I enter the Qingling sect after 3 years, who would dare covet our Lu family then? Lu Zhengfeng immediately examined the 2 contracts. The first was merely a contract for the goods, the second was indeed a long-term agreement for 3 years, and the prices were exceptionally favorable. We, the Lu family, have passed this hurdle. The Lu family in the state city had struggled. After all, they were merely a small family conducting business. There was fraught with difficulties, and they were on the verge of retreating back to Nanhua City. However, Xiao Nanfeng's meteoric rise in Nanhua City had ignited a glimmer of hope for them. To their surprise, the collaboration had gone so smoothly. Tomorrow, prepare a generous gift on your behalf to present to Xiao Nanfeng. We must maintain this relationship. Lu Jingfeng's spirits soared, but why would he invite us to a banquet featuring slaughtered pig dishes? Lu Wani suddenly frowned. Could there be some special significance? Both Lu Zhengfeng and Lu Xiaoying fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 45. The kind-hearted young master. What significance does the pig-killing dish hold? The significance lies in reminiscing about the flavors of a past life. Is there any issue with that? None whatsoever. Xiao Nanfeng merely yearns for the taste of the pig-killing dish from his previous existence. In that life, the dish was only savored during childhood celebrations of the new year. As he grew older, such indulgences diminished, leaving him with a lingering nostalgia. In this lifetime, as the esteemed young master of the Xiao family, the joy of purchasing a pig and preparing the dish with his own hands is something you simply cannot comprehend. In terms of food, this world can be divided into 2 categories of those that aid in cultivation and those that do not. What concern is it of mine if it aids in cultivation? I do not rely on bitterly enduring hardships or consuming elixirs. So why should I not indulge my palate with those that do not contribute to cultivation? Thus, for Xiao Nanfeng, food is classified solely as either delectable or unappetizing. That is the appropriate standard. A pig, a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, yielded more than 50 pounds of meat for the pig-killing dish, accompanied by another 50 pounds of assorted vegetables. How is it that such a feast was consumed by merely a dozen individuals? Xiao Nanfeng gasped, pondering whether this group of gluttons, who only feast without laboring, would leave him impoverished. Guapi, fetch some digestives. We cannot afford any tragedies. With a satisfied burp, Xiao Nanfeng returned home. Guapi, rubbing his belly, hurriedly got up to prepare the digestives. In this establishment, the owner has never allowed anyone to leave unsated. Yet, for ordinary folk, the pig-killing dish is a delicacy they have never experienced. Young master, it's almost noon, and Miss Chen from the Chen family is here to see you, Xiaoan announced, standing outside the room. Xiao Nanfeng yawned and pushed the door open. Not seeing anyone. Xiaoan nodded in agreement, understood. With a potential 20-fold return on investment, he had no need to entertain Chen Yujie, who dared to approach him with a mere 10-fold return. Chen Yujie, filled with indignation, could hardly believe she had been turned away, denied even a glimpse. How could this once subservient sycophant suddenly adopt such a tone? What on earth happened? Xiaoan stood at the door, puffing out his chest. Chen Yujie attempted to enter, her patience wearing thin as she had lost money in the process. Xiaoan stepped forward, blocking her path with courteous gestures. My apologies, Miss Chen, but my young master is quite occupied. Tears brimmed in Chen Yujie's eyes. She truly cried, yet it was of no avail. Xiaoan would not relent, for the young master had spoken. No visitors. Guapi, calculating in the background, kept a watchful eye on the scene. If Xiaoan failed to deter her, he would intervene. The young master is not someone you can simply visit at your leisure. Finally, Xiao Nanfeng arose, having indulged too much the previous day. Exhausted from recent toils, he felt justified in sleeping until noon. Standing in the courtyard, he stretched and noticed Yi Yiding busily attending to two small children. The 3-year-old appeared no older than a year and a half, unable to chop herbs yet diligently washing them in a large basin. The 6-year-old, looking no more than 3, trembled while attempting to carry water. It was a tragic irony that, despite their tender ages, they bore the weight of responsibility. This was a moral sorrow, a testament to the decline of humanity. Xiao Nanfeng crouched on the ground, hair unkempt, searching for retreat to in this cursed world. Even candied hawthorns were nowhere to be found. Xiaoan, come here. Xiaoan dashed in, kneeling swiftly before him. Xiao Nanfeng's expression was peculiar. Has he begun cultivation? This world indeed places cultivators on a pedestal above ordinary folk. Once one possesses spiritual roots, entering the path of cultivation is not insurmountable. Upon entering, they become beings that ordinary mortals can only look up to. A Xiaoan's sudden kneeling evoked a mix of annoyance and bemusement in Xiao Nanfeng. I instructed you to cultivate into a master, and yet you've become a mere cultivator. What use is that? However, his agility was commendable. Go fetch some sugar and hawthorn. Xiao Nanfeng, feeling somewhat discontented, lamented the absence of candied hawthorns to indulge in. It seemed he would have to make them himself. After Qin Yujie departed, he sat at the entrance of the shop, observing the sparse foot traffic outside. Indeed, there were not many people. This street appeared ordinary yet was frequented solely by cultivators or those connected to them. In the entirety of Nanhua City, there were few cultivators, and on ordinary days, the crowds were meager. Today, however, there was an unusual desolation. Young master, will we still have the pig-killing dish for lunch? A dazed individual squatted nearby. His height was baffling. Even when crouching, he towered over Xiao Nanfeng. What level of stature permits such height? While the dish was indeed palatable, he mused, let us have Sister Ling prepare it. Xiao Nanfeng squinted against the autumn sun, which warmed him pleasantly. The dazed one suddenly sprang to his feet, prompting Xiao Nanfeng to erupt in anger and kick him. You impertinent fool, do you dare bask in the sun before me? With that, the sunlight vanished. The dazed one scratched his head, chuckling heartily as he turned to flee. Sister Ling, the young master has decreed we will have the pig-killing dish for lunch. The shopkeepers paused their tasks, eyes sparkling with excitement. In an instant, everyone accelerated their efforts, productivity surging by 30%. Before long, Xiaoan returned, carrying a large sack, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Young master, 10 pounds of sugar and 50 pounds of hawthorn. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng felt invigorated. The mere thought of that sweet and tangy delight sent him leaping to his feet. Find a pot. Uncertain how others prepared candied hawthorn, Xiao Nanfeng opted for the simplest approach, boiling a syrup and coating the fruit. The finest ingredients deserve only the simplest of preparations. Damn it, without the grass stalks for skewering, it simply wouldn't be appealing. He kicked Xiaoan to fetch the stalks. Xiaoan, adept with his hands, found this task effortless. Little girl, come here. I have a task for you. Xiao Nanfeng rolled up his sleeves, busily preparing the candied hawthorn. The little girl hurried over, anxiously observing him. Her mother had said he was a great lord. Only when he was pleased could she fill her belly and ensure her mother and sister survived. Your task is to thread these fruit onto the grass stalks. If you do well, the young master will reward you with a candied hawthorn. If not, you will be punished by having to eat one. The little girl's anxiety escalated, her face pale as her small hands trembled. She fervently nodded her head. Sister Ling busied herself with the pig-killing dish, having learned the craft the previous day, a significant skill indeed. Xianguapi, overhearing Xiao Nanfeng's terms of reward and punishment, coldly huffed, Sister Ling, our young master may be kind-hearted, but we, as subordinates, must understand our place. You have learned the art of the pig-killing dish. You should know how to wield it wisely. Do not let the young master's kindness be squandered. The knowledge in this world is indeed precious. The young master's benevolence, imparting such monumental skills so freely, is a rare gift. That pot of pig-killing dish is a means to secure a livelihood and ensure the prosperity of one's family for generations. Sister Ling wiped away a tear, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, shopkeeper. I won't teach her unless the young master permits. Xianguapi nodded in satisfaction, striding about with an air of authority as he kicked the dazed one, who was drooling by the pot. You've shown no enthusiasm for work. Remember the young master's kindness. The dazed one, oblivious to the kick, remained fixated on the steaming pot. Curse this wretched world, Xianguapi muttered under his breath, yet his heart swelled with pride. In this life, he had found his purpose. Chapter 46 The First Order Alchemist capable only of refining chi-gathering pills. The days devoid of rebates are truly tedious. Even the sight of beautiful women fails to ignite any excitement within me. Xiaonanfeng, feeling as lifeless as a mere skeleton, reclined languorously on a chair at the entrance across the street. Chen Yujie watched with gritted teeth. The moment she approached, Xiaonanfeng would As noon approached, the simpleton arrived punctually, squatting down, straining to appear smaller, while gazing up at Xiaonanfeng. Xiaonanfeng's hand, clutching a candied hawthorn, trembled with rage as he sprang to his feet. The past 2 months have felt like an eternity. Daily consuming pig slaughtering dish. Who can possibly endure such torment? Those thick, fatty slices of meat have made me nauseous. I merely yearn for a fleeting moment of nostalgia, yet you all are insufferable creatures. Chen Guopi awkwardly sidled over. Young master, it is indeed unacceptable that in less than 2 months, we have consumed it 18 times. Which household indulges their servants to such an extent? We have devoured 2 whole pigs already, and today we must finish off yet another. Xiaonanfeng retorted, who the hell are you pointing fingers at? You, a dog-like steward, dare to reprimand your young master. Which household's dog servant is so audacious? Are you just here to inform me that there is no pork left and we cannot prepare pig slaughtering dish? In my previous life, I wouldn't even spare a thought to buy a candied hawthorn, and now this heartless boss sells them for 10 coins each. In this life, not embracing the grass and indulging in it would be a disservice to my identity as a cultivator. Biting into the candied hawthorn sideways, Xiaonanfeng began to count on his fingers. It has been a full 48 days, just 2 more days until the rebates can resume. Xiaonanfeng's spirits lifted instantly, and he shoved the half-eaten candied hawthorn into Qian Guopi's mouth. Xiaoan, come here. Xiaoan slid into view in a flash. Go, bring back a pig. Damn it. Every day it's pig slaughtering dish, I'm about to become a pig slaughtering dish myself. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to wield power. Go tell Sister Ling, we are no longer making pig slaughtering dish. Xiaoan scrambled to his feet and ran off. Qian Guopi, delightfully munching on the candied hawthorn, thought to himself, who else has tasted what the young master has tasted? The young master loves me. Xiaonanfeng rolled up his sleeves, while Xiaoan crouched down to stoke the fire, his head bowed in fear to look up. If he dared to raise his gaze, he would undoubtedly receive a blow from the firewood in Sister Ling's hands. The young master's culinary skills are not something you can aspire to learn. Not even a biological brother can. Observing Xiaoan's swollen head, Xiaonanfeng felt a pang of sympathy. Sister Ling was indeed brutal. Xiaoan was utterly aggrieved. While the young master ordered him to tend the fire, Sister Ling stuffed cotton into his ears. The young master said whether the fire was too high or too low, he wouldn't be able to hear, and if he couldn't hear, he would receive a kick. If he dared to ask, he would be beaten by Sister Ling. Qian Guopi, with a fierce glare, turned his back to the direction of cooking, cotton blocking his ears, coldly staring at the back door. Any servant daring to approach at this moment would be met with certain death. Cultivation is the affair of the elite, but the ability to survive day by day is the lifeblood of ordinary people. Even if Xiaoan has now entered the Xiaojia and begun to cultivate, as long as he is a servant to the young master, he must abide by the duties of a servant. Qian Guopi was absolutely clear on this matter. Braised pork, botzi meat, donpa meat. Xiaonanfeng hummed a tune, effortlessly stewing several large pots. Yi Yiting had ceased alchemy, standing at the door with her neck craned to see. The big girl quickly covered the younger girl's eyes. Don't look, if you see, you'll be beaten to death. Have you all learned it? Xiaonanfeng, drenched in perspiration, leisurely sat down, fanning himself. Sister Ling nodded vigorously. I've learned it, I've remembered it. Xiaonanfeng shot a glance at the overly tense Qian Guopi. Don't block the way, come and eat. The servants in the courtyard surged in. The aroma of meat wafted throughout the yard. Yi Yiting, you, a distinguished 4th-level cultivator and a first-order alchemist, how can you lack decorum like this? Huh, 4th-level cultivator, first-order, is it possible that a 4th-level cultivator can? Xiaonanfeng patiently waited for everyone to finish eating and help tidy up. He waved to Yi Yiting. As a 4th-level cultivator, how do you sustain the I cannot refine anything else. It still requires a cultivation realm, but that is too slow. Xiaonanfeng understood. It was the comprehension of a first-order alchemist combined with the unique talent of a fire spirit alchemist that enabled Yi Yiting to refine chi-gathering pills. No wonder she only refined chi-gathering pills, but something felt off. What was the discrepancy? Xiaonanfeng suddenly turned around, glaring at Yi Yiting in fury. You fraud, a monthly expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones. You can only refine chi-gathering pills? Yi Yiting placed her hands on her hips. Let me ask you, am I not a first-order alchemist? Xiaonanfeng paused. That is indeed true. Let me ask you, is chi-gathering pill not a first-order pill? That is also true. The contract states that I can refine pills within my capacity. Is there a problem? That is also not an issue. Then is there a problem with me refining chi-gathering pills? Xiaonanfeng felt dejected. Was this a loss or a gain, a counterfeit first-order alchemist? It doesn't quite fit, but can she be considered a genuine first-order alchemist? A first-order alchemist should at least be able to refine 7 or 8 types of pills, right? Observing Yi Yiting, Xiaonanfeng returned to his room, feeling despondent. Xiaonanfeng's eyes lit up, and he dashed outside. Ha, brother Lu, it has been too long, and you are even more radiant than before. Lu Xiaoying cupped his hands in greeting. Brother Xiao, it has been several days, and you two are brimming with vitality. Lu Wanyi, listening to the shameless flattery between the two, began to doubt her existence. Is this truly her gentle, refined, and dapper older brother? Huh, what is that delightful aroma? Xiao Nanfeng reached out, pulling Lu Xiaoying along with enthusiasm to a table. Jian Guopi immediately. He then sat beside Xiao Nanfeng, gnawing on the bone. Luani frowned slightly. A mere servant dares to join the table. Last time, Zhoulian returned home, nearly beaten to death by her father, and she still hasn't gotten out of bed. Why is it that a mere word from her servant could nearly lead to his demise? While his servant dares to enter the hall, Lu Xiaoying gently tapped his fan, taking advantage of Xiao Nanfeng's moment of distraction to serve the dishes himself. That is a member of the Xiao. Sister, pay attention and learn. Recently, 5,000 spirit stones were spent purchasing 5 source spirit stones, causing chaos in the Wanbao building, and it was this very individual, though useless. He is the trusted aide of the young master of the Xiao family, akin to a brother. You dote on Zhoulian, but would you spare 5,000 spirit stones for her? Luani was momentarily taken aback and chose not to respond. A household servant developing a spiritual root would inevitably be welcomed into the family, instantly elevating their status, and this was a given. This fortunate dog servant was indeed lucky. Luani clutched the Bai-Hai pearl in her hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of pity. Was she truly going to give this spoiled scion such a precious gift? Chapter 47 of The Return of the Adoptive Father. Lu Xiaoying wore a broad smile as he clinked his bowl with Xiao Nanfeng's, downing a hefty bowl of wine with great relish. From a young age, he had been nurtured to embody the virtues of a gentleman, yet it seemed that the camaraderie of drinking heartily and feasting with Xiao Nanfeng was the life he truly desired. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled inwardly, thinking, the rebellious phase of youth. Despite being entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Lu family, Lu Xiaoying was merely 17 years old. In this world, one assumes he might as well stick with his brother. Xiao Ge, have you heard about the recent happenings at Wanbao building? Lu Xiaoying inquired, finishing another bowl of wine. Upon hearing their conversation, Xian Guopi quickly signaled for everyone to discreetly exit the courtyard. Xiaoan, too, hurriedly left with his bowl in hand. In an instant, the courtyard was left with only Lu Xiaoying and Xiao Nanfeng. Lu Xiaoying cast a discreet glance at the last straggler, Xian Guopi, and mused, if there's no rebate, why would I patronize Wanbao building and become a fool? Without rebates, it's a loss. Wanbao building had certainly made a laughingstock of itself. Lowering his voice, I am a person of great fortune, even the dogs that follow me bask in its glow. What caliber does Wanbao building possess to dare gamble on such fortune? Lu Wani interjected, that scoundrel truly has the audacity to boast. What caliber does Wanbao building have? You dare question its standing, you, with a mere grocery store in a small county, what standing do you possess? Lu Xiaoying chuckled, indeed. After their his replacement, Jin Liufu, took on a task that ultimately failed, resulting in an embarrassing loss of face for Wanbao building as they sent in 2 adept practitioners of the 9th level of Qi training for a reward of 3 spirit stones. Wanbao building had lost all semblance of dignity, yet, they did not hold the failure against the task's initiators, displaying a remarkable level of tolerance. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up, who was so formidable? A task involving 3 spirit stones, and they sent in 2 practitioners of the 9th level? A glimmer passed through Lu Xiaoying's gaze, but he noticed that Xiao Nanfeng's eyes were filled with innocent curiosity. Luani attempted to interject but was silenced by Lu Xiaoying's foot. Observing Xiao Nanfeng, Lu Xiaoying savored a piece of braised meat that melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy, lean yet not dry, delicious. After conversing for a while, Lu Xiaoying found himself without any useful information. Having eaten and drunk sufficiently, he shot a glare at Lu Wani. Gritting her teeth, she produced a sea pearl. This time, Brother Xiao has rendered our Lu family a great favor. This sea pearl is but a token of our gratitude, I hope you will graciously accept it. Upon seeing the sea pearl, Xiao Nanfeng swiftly extended his hand, and in an instant, the pearl vanished. Lu Wani was left in shock, her hand empty. How shameless, when others come to present gifts, one ought to be courteous and refuse thrice. After all, we are civilized folk, yet you just snatched it away. Xiao Nanfeng laughed heartily, what assistance? It's merely business as usual, the goods this time are ready, and they consist solely of spirit talismans. However, if you can wait a couple of days, perhaps the day after tomorrow, you can come to collect a batch of Qi-gathering pills, at least 100. Lu Xiaoying was overjoyed. After 2 shipments in the past 2 months, Xiao Nanfeng had proven to be a trustworthy partner, delivering goods of ample quality and quantity at the agreed price. These 2 batches had enabled the Lu family to reverse their unfavorable position and stabilize their standing in the state city. This visit to present gifts was not merely to fortify relations, it was genuinely an act of gratitude among practitioners. One must not owe too many favors, even if it is merely business. The Lu family had been granted an immense opportunity, otherwise, they could have sold these items to Wanbao building without incurring any loss. The objective had been achieved. The talismans had merely restored the Lu family's standing, but with the addition of Qi-gathering pills. Cheers! As the evening wore on, Lu Xiaoying was urged to leave. Xiao Nanfeng lay beneath the table. Once Lu Xiaoying departed, Zhen Guopi scampered over. Young master, the Lu family has left. Xiao Nanfeng immediately sprang up, damn it. That rascal can really drink, we must be cautious. If Wanbao building has suffered a setback at our hands, it is likely that someone with ulterior motives has taken notice. Arrange for someone to send a message home, urging my father to be vigilant. Reduce the stock in the shop by 30%, and contact Wanbao building, informing them that we have Qi-gathering pills available in bulk. The day after tomorrow, have Zhou Dafu come to discuss matters. We need around 500 Qi-gathering pills, and as for spirit talismans, I will have to toil once more. Provide them with 500 talismans for their 9th level practitioners. Qian Guopi nodded in understanding, assisting Xiao Nanfeng in tidying his clothes and brushing off the dust. He pondered, young master, why would Wanbao building offer them so much? He absolutely refrained from inquiring about the source of the goods, as that was not for a mere shopkeeper to question. Xiao Nanfeng replied softly, Wanbao building lost 2 adept practitioners, they remain unaware of the Xiao family's true strength, but they will not let this go easily. If we offer them an irresistible benefit, they will think twice before taking action against the Xiao family. We must bide our time for an opportunity. The Xiao family is too weak. If we truly provoke Wanbao building, we cannot bear the consequences. We must endure. Qian Guopi immediately set about fulfilling his tasks. At dawn, the most inconspicuous assistant in the shop, Xiao Tuo, quietly departed. The next day, Xiao Nanfeng was rejuvenated. Adoptive father, I finally see you. Do you know how I have fared these past several days? Tears streamed down his face. System, your affectionate demeanor places me in a difficult position. Last time, I made an exception and gifted him a recovery pill, albeit at the cost of 10 rebate opportunities. Detected rebate subject. Yi Yiting, aptitude, enchanting beauty, rebate multiplier 20 times. Detected rebate subject. Lu Wani, aptitude, enchanting beauty, rebate multiplier 20 times. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback, looking up at the sky, which had just brightened. Is Lu Wani in such a hurry? Lu Xiaoying and Lu Wani arrived together once more. Brother Lu, so early, I knew I would hear the magpies chirping this morning. Indeed, esteemed guests have arrived, and you, sister, have just returned from the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace? Such a celestial demeanor, how could such beauty exist among mortals? Xiao Nanfeng stepped out to greet them with warmth. Initially anxious about today's transaction, Lu Wani found herself momentarily entranced by Xiao Nanfeng's enthusiasm. With a shyly flushed face, Lu Wani stammered, Am I really that beautiful? Lu Xiaoying rolled his eyes at the sky and exclaimed, Sister, you are far too innocent, just 2 compliments, and you've lost yourself. Not merely beautiful, but you are a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Even that so-called heavenly beauty, Zhuosini, would struggle to compare to you. Xiao Nanfeng's flattery was hardly worth much. In a certain celestial palace, a fairy suddenly felt a jolt in her heart, her brows furrowing in confusion. Why is my heart racing all of a sudden? My Dao heart feels unstable. Lu Wani, overwhelmed with shyness, gently swayed her body, her toes drawing circles in the dirt. Brother Nanfeng, you're making me feel bashful. Lu Xiaoying was taken aback. Sister. No, wait, my sister is about to break. Before their meeting, she had been a carefree and reckless girl, a hopeless romantic, and a spendthrift. Why is it that when she praises others, she is a fool in love, yet when it's directed at you, she becomes brother? Sister, you have changed, you are being double-faced. Chapter 48, is there still a bottom line? He quickly cleared his throat twice. Brother Xiao, won't you invite us siblings in for a seat? Today, seeing my little sister so stunning, I was momentarily entranced. Please, come in. With my little sister's arrival, this humble shop shines with brilliance. Lu Wani had completely lost herself across from her. Chen Yujie ground her silver teeth in frustration. This insufferable sycophant, he has switched his affections again. No wonder he no longer fawns over me. Watching Lu Wani's bashful demeanor shattered Chen Yujie's heart. My sycophant, I shall have your head. Yet, once Xiao Nanfeng took action, he was indeed magnanimous. Chen Yujie could no longer contain herself. If she did not find a way to win over Xiao Nanfeng, the Chen family's shop would surely face ruin. Just wait, once I have you under my control, you'll see how your downfall unfolds. As she arrived at the entrance of the shop, he was holding a large jar with both hands. Little sister, if you refuse this, it would be as if you looked down upon your brother Nanfeng, a mere 100 chi-gathering pills. I can hardly present them. If you do not accept, I shall annul our contract, no matter the consequences. Xiao Nanfeng's sycophantic demeanor pierced Chen Yujie's heart. Indeed, he remained the same servile fool, merely having changed his target, which explained why he no longer lavished attention on her. She had thought he might have altered his character, but it seemed Lu Wani truly possessed some allure. A plan must be devised. What is pride compared to the Chen family's future, or even her own? Chen Yujie could no longer hold back. However, it was not the right time. Should she reveal herself now, Xiao Nanfeng would undoubtedly dismiss her without hesitation. She turned to leave. At this moment, Lu Wani was in turmoil. 100 chi-gathering pills, worth 2,000 spiritual stones, how could he just give them away? Had he truly earned so much from his dealings with the Lu family in the past 2 months? The Bai Hai Pearl was indeed precious, yet it was merely valued at 2,000 spiritual stones. The key was that her family could only acquire 100 chi-gathering pills through a single transaction with him, yet he was willing to give away 100 outright? Suddenly, it dawned on her Xiao Nanfeng was not the least bit inclined to owe the Lu family any favors, that he intended to use this gesture to smooth over the debt of the Bai Hai Pearl. This simply could not be accepted. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at Lu Wani. Sister, if you do not accept this today, I shall kneel before you. A bottom line, as long as there is a rebate, what is a bottom line? Seeing Xiao Nanfeng ready to kneel, Lu Xiaoying quickly restrained him, and Xiao Nanfeng promptly stood upright, his heart racing. How fortunate he was to be stopped, otherwise, he would lose all semblance of dignity. Brother Xiao, there is no need for such. Since Brother Xiao has offered, you should accept it. We are like brothers, why be so coy over something given by an elder brother? Where is the spirit of a cultivator? Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Lu Wani's disposition, quite generous, indeed. Lu Wani, feeling helpless, reluctantly accepted, her hands trembling. This was a gift from Xiao Nanfeng, worth 2,000 spiritual stones. Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily dazed, staring blankly at Lu Wani. A transaction successful. 100 chi-gathering pills acquired, valued at 2,000 spiritual stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 20 times. Calculating rebates, 1,000 chi-gathering pills will be returned. At this moment, Lu Wani's delicate face flushed crimson. Brother Nanfeng, if you look at me like that, I shall become shy. She touched her warm cheeks and thought, indeed, I am quite beautiful. Lu Xiaoying. Cough cough ahem. Xiao Nanfeng snapped back to reality, realizing that if he did not refocus soon, Lu Xiaoying might suspect he had fallen ill. Sister, this is how it should be. Lu Xiaoying hastily if this continued, his sister would soon be throwing herself at him. He coughed again. Brother Xiao, have the goods been prepared for today? Xiao Nanfeng smacked his forehead. My memory, all my fault for being distracted by little sister. Lu Wani was taken aback. Why blame me? Lu Xiaoying was astonished. Damn it, just as I was getting to the point, now I am drawn back. Indeed, Xiao Nanfeng bowed to Lu Wani. It is all because little sister shines like a brilliant star, illuminating my dim little shop, causing me to forget the matter at hand. Lu Wani, blushing fiercely, turned away. Brother Nanfeng, you are too mischievous. I shall not come anymore. Lu Xiaoying looked at Lu Wani in horror. You are not my little sister. He quickly blocked her, fearing that if this continued, he would lose both business and his sister. His muscles tensed. Brother Xiao, have the goods been prepared for today? Unable to maintain his composure, he could only be straightforward. Xiao Nanfeng smiled triumphantly. Brother Lu, please wait a moment, the goods are already prepared and will be delivered shortly. Xiaoan, come here and help me move the items. Understood. Xiaoan swiftly approached, executing a smooth slide and standing up with remarkable grace. Xiao Nanfeng stared in awe. What the hell, have you been practicing sliding for the past few months? Upon entering the room, Xiao Nanfeng casually instructed Xiaoan to bring forth the fruits of his labor from the past 2 months, time spent laboring for an hour each day. Indeed, in the last 2 days, he had even worked for 5 hours straight yesterday to meet the deadline. He felt he had let down the system's paternal figure. He casually retrieved 100 of the recently rebated qi-gathering pills, setting the rest aside. Returning to the shop, Xiao Nanfeng placed the goods on the table. Brother Lu, please check. Lu Xiaoying quickly replied, how could I do something so petty? The bond we share as brothers surely means I trust you. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled, brothers trust one another, knowing we are lifelong friends. Both wore forced smiles. Lu Wani did not wish to leave. Being with Xiao Nanfeng was incredibly comforting. Lu Xiaoying's face twitched as he forcibly pulled Lu Wani away. If they did not leave soon, they would embarrass themselves. The look in his sister's eyes when she gazed at Xiao Nanfeng was almost captivating. Xiao Nanfeng, proudly waving his fan, strolled leisurely back. Xiaoan, keep watch. Once back in his room, Xiao Nanfeng began to study the Bai Hai Pearl. The Bai Hai Pearl, possessing water attribute powers, when worn long-term, could enhance water attribute strength and nurture water attribute spiritual roots. Was this considered an auxiliary magical tool? However, it's of 2,000 spiritual stones for something of such trivial value. Was it worth his attention? Yet, didn't Chen Yujie also gift him a jade pendant? The gathering spirit pendant was worthless, tasteless to consume, regrettable to discard. However, the items in his possession might still hold value. Lu Wani had gone to the prefectural city with Lu Xiaoying and would not be seen for a while. In 5 days, the only prospects for a rebate were Yi Yiting and Chen Yujie. Giving the gathering spirit pendant to Yi Yiting would surely win her heart. Although they had a contract, he could still invest in fostering relationships. People can become estranged if not frequently in contact. He decided to wear the Bai Hai Pearl for now and see if it had any effect. As the gathering spirit pendant had not yielded any noticeable results, he tossed a qi-gathering pill into his mouth. It was delightfully crunchy, with a flavor reminiscent of chicken. Stepping out of his room, Xiao Nanfeng felt invigorated. What the hell, the qi-gathering pill has this effect. As he moved about, spiritual energy permeated the entire shop. Chapter 49 The futility of men's learning. Men have learned nothing of worth after consuming the qi-gathering pill. Do they not immediately retreat into seclusion, fervently absorbing its essence while fearing the slightest leakage? Xiao Nanfeng scoffed, upon ingesting the qi-gathering pill, does it not invariably leave a trace within one's body? What justifies such rigorous meditation? I possess an abundance of qi-gathering pills. Alas, I simply indulge. While you meticulously savor a single qi-gathering pill, I can consume 100, and I refuse to believe you would surpass me. The shop's attendants found themselves enveloped in a subtle yet pervasive spiritual aura that permeated the entire establishment. Even ordinary individuals, continuously nurtured by this ethereal energy, would find themselves benefiting from prolonged vitality. Yi Yiting sensed something amiss. Stepping out of the alchemy room, she inhaled deeply, unmistakably detecting the fragrance and essence of the qi-gathering pill. But why was it so prevalent everywhere? Perplexed, she approached the storefront, immediately perceiving Xiao Nanfeng as a veritable walking elixir. A qi-gathering pill was flicked into the air, and he opened his mouth to catch it. Yi Yiting felt a chilling tremor. It took her 12 arduous days to painstakingly refine 52 qi-gathering pills, and he treated them as if they were mere candy. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, she froze. Something was off with this insufferable sycophant. Had just gifted Lu Wani 100 pills and sold another 100, 200 in total, yet in the past 2 months, she had only succeeded in refining 4 times, with the total not being a consistent 52, but merely 211. After selling on both sides, only 11 remained, but in this brief moment, he had already consumed 3. Xiaoan, open your mouth. If you cannot catch this, I shall smite you, Xiao Nanfeng commanded. Xiaoan immediately obliged. Xiao Nanfeng flicked a qi-gathering pill toward him. Guapi, open your mouth, you fool, open your mouth. Yi Yiting felt as if she were losing her mind. Is this how one treats qi-gathering pills? She felt a pang of anguish that rendered her breathless, though beneficial for ordinary people. Were these pills truly meant for the likes of sycophants? Yi Yiting, open your mouth. Xiao Nanfeng approached her. With immense indignation, she glared at him. You show such utter disrespect. Having said that, she reluctantly opened her mouth. She was loath to part with the chi-gathering pill. As it melted in her mouth, Yi Yiting was stunned. This is not the chi-gathering pill I refined. Furthermore, in the course of this brief episode, that despicable wretch had consumed at least 20 more chi-gathering pills. Where did he acquire such a bounty? Casting a glance at Xiao Nanfeng, her heart sank. This is bad. The Xiao family is unfathomably deep, harboring other alchemists. Yes, that must be it. The Xiao family hired me, and they are willing to spend 1,000 spirit stones a month on expenses. You show such blatant disrespect for alchemists. However, the monthly expense of 1,000 spirit stones is rather generous. I suppose being a target is not entirely unfeasible. After a day of indulgence, the entire shop was suffused with spiritual energy, invigorating everyone present. Yi Yiting even forgot to return to seclusion to properly absorb the chi-gathering pills. Chen Yuji entered, a tray of pastries in one hand and her skirt lifted in the other. Upon entering, she was immediately taken aback. What on earth transpired in this sycophant's shop? Why was there an ethereal energy wafting about? The Jade Fairy has arrived. Xiao Nanfeng promptly approached her with a smile. Chen Yujie was taken aback. Why has this sycophant, who has ignored me for the past 2 months, suddenly become so warm? Xiao Nanfeng strode over, eyeing the pastries. Chen Yujie felt a surge of pride. Surely her culinary skills astonished him. Mother was right, beauty merely attracts initial interest, but winning a man's heart lies in capturing his appetite. She smiled sweetly, her face radiant. Brother Nanfeng, I had nothing to do today and thought of your kindness, so I specially made this ice jade cake for you to savor. Please tell me if it suits your taste. Xiao Nanfeng took a piece and bit into it. It was quite delightful, though perhaps a tad overly sweet. Does your pawn not require payment? The Jade Fairy is indeed thoughtful. With a flick of his hand, as Chen Yujie was about to speak, a chi-gathering pill landed in her mouth. This chi-gathering pill is for the Jade Fairy. Chen Yujie was instantly elated, her face flushed with excitement. Whether the chi-gathering pill was expensive was secondary. Even at 20 spirit stones each, it was not beyond her means. The key was that they were scarce in Nanhua City. Until now, she had only heard that this insufferable sycophant's shop employed a first-tier alchemist, who, once refined, was promptly claimed by the Wanbao Tower. To her astonishment, Chen Yujie was flushed with excitement, hastily putting down the ice jade cake, covering her mouth in fear of the spiritual energy dissipating, and quickly turned to leave. Chen Yufeng, seeing his sister returning with her mouth covered, was wide-eyed in terror. What had transpired during her visit to the Xiao family's shop? Was this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Chen Yufeng was suddenly moved. For the Chen family, my sister truly perseveres. 2 days later, having thoroughly absorbed the chi-gathering pills, Chen Yujie emerged revitalized. Chen Yufeng observed his sister with a grave expression. Sister, you have suffered. Chen Yujie glanced at him and nodded. The path of cultivation is fraught with trials and tribulations. Hardship is to be expected. I shall return to the kitchen to prepare some delicacies for that insufferable sycophant, as mother advised. Chen Yufeng stared at his sister in astonishment. You dare return after what happened the other day? But Chen Yujie had already departed. For several consecutive days, she brought food to Xiao Nanfeng without a hint of hesitation. On the 5th day, as Xiao Nanfeng regarded a bowl of lotus seed soup, he pondered. Jade Fairy, I am truly grateful for your care over these past few days. It has brought me great joy. I present to you the sea pearl. Tears welled up in Chen Yujie's eyes. Having endured her grievances while covering her mouth daily, she had finally achieved a significant reward. This insufferable sycophant had indeed not changed his ways. He had been moved by her. Mother was right. Chen Yujie gazed at the sea pearl in her hand, nodding fervently. Thank you, brother Nanfeng, you are the best. Setting down the lotus seed soup, Chen Yujie surprisingly engaged in a few words. Back at the shop, she was so overwhelmed with emotion that she nearly cried. Chen Yufeng was alarmed. Sister, that wretch Xiao Nanfeng bullied you. Chen Yujie raised the sea pearl in her hand. It worked. The method mother taught me has finally succeeded in bringing that insufferable sycophant back to me. Look, the sea pearl, it suits me perfectly. Chen Yufeng was taken aback. What did mother teach you? Chen Yujie huffed. The method mother taught me is, of course, a woman's way. It would be of no use to men. Chen Yufeng felt a pang of anguish. What could a woman's methods possibly achieve with men? In recent days, Chen Yujie had entered the Xiao family shop, only to hurry back with her mouth covered, and men understood such signs. But now, with Xiao Nanfeng to contend with, his talismans were nearly bringing the Chen family shop to its knees. It was a matter of whether his sister could resolve the situation before the Chen family shop was forced to close. Nonetheless, it was a promising beginning. Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly returned to his room. Transaction successful. This purchase of the sea pearl is valued at 2,000 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is tenfold. Processing transaction settlement for this rebate. Chapter 50 Invitation. Alas, what a significant loss. I should have waited a few days. This was meant for Yi Yiting. After all, she is the one who offers a 20-fold return. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at the oceanic pearl in his hand. If a 10-fold return was granted for the oceanic pearl, what would a 20-fold yield? The oceanic pearl possesses the power of water attributes, and prolonged wear can enhance the growth of one's water attribute abilities, providing a nurturing effect for those with a water attribute spiritual root of 8 inches or more to activate its properties. He couldn't utilize his own spiritual root. A mere inch was a result of consuming the legendary millennial spiritual grass. Xiao Nanfeng was at a loss for words. Are there truly geniuses with spiritual roots exceeding 8 inches in South Wilderness City? The best in the Xiao family, Xiao Donghai, has a 6-inch spiritual root, and he is already considered the most formidable. Xiao Nanfeng tossed the oceanic pearl into his spatial pouch, staring blankly at the sky. After a lengthy moment, he received an invitation. Wanbao Tower, what could they possibly want from me? Chen Guopi shook his head. A messenger delivered the invitation and left, stating that Zhou Dafu personally invited you. A flicker of curiosity stirred in Xiao Nanfeng's heart. Could it be that the Xiao family's affairs have been uncovered? However, without the elaborate traps set by their ancestors, the Xiao family would likely struggle to fend off those two qi refinement experts. This was something Xiao Donghai had informed him of. What could Wanbao Tower possibly be scheming? Rising to his feet, Xiao Nanfeng ambled in that direction. Zhou Dafu was already waiting at the entrance, and upon spotting Xiao Nanfeng, his face broke into a radiant smile as he rushed over. Brother Xiao, your esteemed presence graces us. Wanbao Tower is truly honored. Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. This did not seem like an indication that Wanbao Tower had discovered any issues. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Dafu suddenly kicked a nearby Wanbao Tower assistant. With the young clan leader's arrival, you couldn't even clean the entrance properly, not a single reflection of his presence. What else can you do? You are bringing disgrace to our Wanbao Tower's South Wilderness branch. Day after day, supporting uselessness like you is a complete waste of resources. Jin Liufu glared venomously at Zhou Dafu. You bastard, if it weren't for your sister being the 18th concubine of the branch manager, you would have been done for last time. What level do you think you are, to dare share a name with me, with Fu in it? Xiao Nanfeng shot a glance at Jin Liufu. This was the same fellow who had replaced Zhou Dafu as manager for 3 days after Zhou Dafu was dismissed, only to end up losing 2 Qi Refinement 9th layer experts due to 3 Spirit Stone tasks. Noticing Xiao Nanfeng's gaze on Jin Liufu, Zhou Dafu contemptuously remarked, he's an idiot, don't mind him, let us go inside and sit. That scoundrel Jin Liufu, relying on his brother-in-law being the deputy manager of the State City branch, had reported me last time, falsely accusing me of sabotaging the headquarters, resulting in my dismissal for 3 days. Humph, does he even deserve to be a manager? He lost 2 Qi Refinement 9th layer experts over 3 Spirit Stones. What level does he think he is, to be on par with me as a manager? If not for my sister being the 18th concubine of the State City branch manager, he would have nearly succeeded. Xiao Nanfeng noted. Wanbao Tower does not pry into the client's information. It is the rule. Wanbao Tower accepts tasks and collects fees, never inquiring into the client's details and certainly never recording their identities. Of course, this is merely for appearances. Although Qian Guopi is young, he is an experienced manager and understands the importance of concealing identities when delivering commissions. As a result, Jin Liufu, lacking experience, failed to ascertain the client's identity beforehand. He foolishly accepted the task, went to the Xiao family, and here we are now. Xiao Nanfeng listened in astonishment. Jin Liufu was indeed quite amusing. Fortunately, with him around, if I had let Wanbao Tower investigate, it would have been troublesome. Manager Zhou, you are indeed favored by the heavens. However, why did they invite me today? Xiao Nanfeng looked at Zhou Dafu in confusion. Zhou Dafu smiled with pride. A few days ago, the 500 Qi gathering pills and 300 spirit talismans sold to me by the young clan leader have brought me immense prestige. I am certain of a top ranking in this selection. Such goods are rarely seen in the State City. My brother-in-law has made a fortune from it, and our Wanbao Tower South Region branch has been stirred up. An elder in the South Region branch has been promoted, and my brother-in-law is likely to advance further after the new year. Rest assured, I will never disclose your information. This is my exclusive route, and no one can take it from me. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. Congratulations, Manager Zhou. It seems you two are on the rise? Zhou Dafu's smile revealed his teeth. With a flick of his hand, he pulled out a small box from his sleeve. This is a special gift from my brother-in-law, sourced from the State City branch. Young clan leader Xiao, please do not refuse. Xiao Nanfeng did not look at it, knowing it must be something valuable. However, one must remember that gifts often come with expectations. Could one expect someone? It was inevitable that he had ulterior motives. Manager Zhou, please speak freely. Is there any need for us to beat around the bush? Zhou Dafu whispered. After the new year, my brother-in-law will be. However, once there, the manager will be Jin Liufu's brother-in-law. Without brother Zhou's strong support, I fear I may not be able to hold my ground. The State City, I have a good store there. Understood. Zhou Dafu intends to take me to the State City to maintain his supply chain. To the State City? Xiao Nanfeng remained silent as Zhou Dafu chuckled. Of course, this matter requires careful consideration. There is no rush. Just provide me with a response after the new year. I guarantee that as long as brother Xiao goes to the State City, I assure you the Xiao family will monopolize Qinghe Town, even South Wilderness City. Recently, I have heard that the city lord of South Wilderness City, Li Zhongya, is quite restless. A flicker of realization struck Xiao Nanfeng. This was a gesture of goodwill. The city lord of South Wilderness City, Li Zhongya, had a son, Li Shouliang, with whom he had previously clashed. However, there had been no subsequent actions taken, and now that he seemed to be stirring, what could this imply? Xiao Nanfeng regarded Zhou Dafu. Brother Zhou? Zhou Dafu scratched his head. His brother-in-law had instructed him that he must secure the Xiao. Yet now, he felt slightly unstable. After all, the initiative had never been in his hands. Recently, Xiao Nanfeng had established connections with the Lu family, which was somewhat aligned with Jin Liufu's brother-in-law. Li Shouliang had set his sights on Nanshan. There was little more to say. Xiao Nanfeng felt a stirring in his heart. Nanshan. Zhou Dafu mentioning this at such a time must refer to the Nanshan in Qinghe Town. Nanshan in Qinghe Town had once been the Xiao family's most significant spiritual field, spanning over 10 acres. Such fields are akin to golden geese that lay eggs. Once acquired, they could yield dividends for 100 years or even several hundred years. Xiao Nanfeng stood up. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your guidance. I shall definitely discuss this matter thoroughly with my family. After sending Xiao Nanfeng off, Zhou Dafu's eyes brimmed with confidence. Wanbao Tower is not a place one can casually approach. Although the Xiao family currently holds the initiative, without Wanbao Tower's protection, could they safely sell qi-gathering pills and spirit talismans here? The Xiao family must choose a reliable ally, and Wanbao Tower is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Naturally, Wanbao Tower does not impose easily. Fostering harmonious relationships for mutual benefit is the foundation of Wanbao Tower's existence. Xiao Nanfeng meandered back at a leisurely pace. Autumn had deepened, and few leaves remained on the trees. Having been here for several months, with the Xiao family's current strength, if they were targeted by a foundation establishment expert, it would certainly present challenges. However, it would merely be a matter of inconvenience. I do not believe that 100 Thunderstrike talismans would fail to eliminate you, yet, South Wilderness City is still a small place. The key issue is the scarcity of cultivators. The State City? No, the State City is also a gathering place for both cultivators and ordinary people. With few cultivators present, the world of cultivation inevitably requires one to venture into areas densely populated with fellow cultivators. The nearest location, not far from here, is the Qingling Workshop, affiliated with the Qingling sect, which presents a commendable option. Chapter 51. Was the code incorrect? This is, after all, a matter of great significance to the family. Xiao Nanfeng pondered for a moment and decided to have Xiaoan send a message back. Xiaoan returned swiftly. The clan leader and the elder stated that we are a family of integrity and honesty. Having accumulated virtue and performed good deeds over the years, we are naturally blessed, and malevolent spirits dare not infringe upon the Xiao family. Xiao Nanfeng wholeheartedly agreed. The Xiao family, especially himself, truly this sentiment, shared between himself, his father, and the clan leader, indeed reflects the perspective of heroes. And then, Xiao Nanfeng noticed that Xiaoan had fallen silent. Xiaoan, with utmost sincerity, replied. That's all. Xiao Nanfeng looked at Xiaoan in astonishment. Was there nothing else communicated? Xiaoan shook his head. No mention of how to handle it, at the very least, some advice on avoiding disaster? Xiaoan continued to shake his head. Xiaoan widened his eyes. By heavens, what kind of mindset do the clan leader and my father possess? Li Zhongliang is a foundation building expert, and has been one for several years. If such a master truly intends to strike, not even a group of Qi practitioners at the 9th level could withstand him. Oh, right, the elder also mentioned, he is as he is, yet the bright moon illuminates the great river. Xiaoan smacked his forehead and hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that immediately, I must return to Qinghe town to see the elder, bring him a message. Odd changes do not alter the even, and another, hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. No, Xiao Nanfeng felt as if he might explode. Riding at full gallop, he rushed into the Xiao family estate, where he saw his father merrily practicing his punches in the courtyard. Odd changes do not alter the even. Xiao Donghai? Xiao Nanfeng dashed over, grasped his father's hands tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Xiao Donghai's face turned pale instantly. Xiao Nanfeng knelt down in a flash. Father, I have finally found the organization. Xiao Donghai bellowed quickly. Someone come, the young clan leader has gone hysterical. The Xiao family was thrown into chaos, everyone rushing over to encircle the tightly bound Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng stared wide-eyed. Father, odd changes do not alter the even, the second half. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, the continuation, bang, Xiao Nanfeng's head was struck heavily from behind. Xiao Xinshan withdrew his hand, looking up at the heavens. How unjust you are to the Xiao family. Why has our business prodigy suddenly gone mad? Xiao Donghai wept bitterly. Brother, my son, the potential of an emperor has just manifested. The Xiao family was in a state of panic. As night deepened, Xiao Donghai sat by Xiao Nanfeng's bedside, tears streaming down his face. With his wife gone, he had but this precious child left, a true genius. How could this happen? What on earth transpired? Xiaoan had already been summoned back, kneeling by Xiao Nanfeng's bedside. Elder, I merely relayed the words verbatim to the young master. Upon hearing them, he immediately went mad, seizing someone's horse and rushing here, claiming something about chickens turning into lotus roots, Qinghai's my cleaving through the rock. Xiao Donghai furrowed his brows. What on earth does that mean? What do chickens turning into lotus roots and Qinghai's my cleaving through the rock signify? Suddenly, Xiao Donghai sprang to his feet. This is bad. Quickly, summon the clan leader. Xiao Xinshan arrived in a flurry, a grave expression on his face. Xiao Donghai's demeanor was solemn, his chill palpable. Seeing his countenance, Xiao Xinshan trembled, his voice quaking. He raised a hand, pointing to the east. Xiao Donghai nodded gravely. Xiaoan, step outside and wait. Xiao Xinshan immediately spoke with a quivering voice. Xiao Donghai approached the table, casting a glance at the still unconscious Xiao Nanfeng. He poured himself a glass of water and downed it in one go. Xiao Xinshan sat down quietly. You understand now. Xiao Donghai nodded silently at the Ji family. Ji Bian, Ji Qinghai has finally. The two sat in silence at the table for a long while, the only sound being the occasional soft crackle of the burning wick. If that is the case, we may no longer remain in Nanhua City. We must hasten to enter the Qingling sect. Once within the Qingling sect, we shall find refuge, at least for a time. However, this generation may find it difficult to gain the Qingling sect's favor. Xiao Xinshan glanced at the slumbering Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Donghai spoke softly. Are you hoping to rely on Nanfeng's prodigious talents to establish a foothold in Qingling Square? Xiao Nanfeng's business acumen is unparalleled. In just a few months, he has elevated the Xiao family's establishment in Nanhua City to unprecedented heights. Such prowess would surely allow him to secure a place in Qingling Square. As long as he can establish himself there, despite his inadequate aptitude, the Qingling sect would not overlook a business genius and would certainly absorb him into their ranks, even if only as an outer disciple. It would afford us some stability. However, where did Nanfeng acquire this information? Xiao Zhinshan was quite perplexed. Xiao Donghai gently replied, it is best not to inquire about the source. Knowing the outcome is sufficient. Look at the child. He has been so affected by this news. When he awakens, we shall act as if we know nothing, as though nothing has occurred, and we do not comprehend this information at all. The following morning, Xiao Nanfeng awoke, gasping cold air, feeling a large lump on the back of his head. Xiaoan watched him with concern. Indeed, there can only be one traveler through time. He is as he is, the bright moon illuminating the great river. How could it coincidentally be a phrase from the Xiao family's martial arts? How could such a coincidence occur? Xiaoan, who exactly assaulted this young master yesterday? That scoundrel struck far too ruthlessly. In Qinghe town, Xiao Zhinshan sneezed repeatedly, glancing outside as the autumn winds rose. It was time to keep warm. Xiaoan quickly lowered his head. At that time, I had not yet returned. I do not know. Xiao Nanfeng shot Xiaoan a disdainful glance. A scoundrel, you were absent when you were needed? Xiaoan looked utterly aggrieved. He grabbed a chair and sat in the small courtyard, watching Xiaoling busily prepare lunch. Xiaoling still possesses considerable charm. She was tossing qi-gathering pills into the courtyard, where the aromatic vapor wafted around. Yi Yiting, catching a whiff of this fragrance, felt an intense anxiety. With such a powerful alchemist in the Xiao family, would they dismiss her? The expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones a month aside from Xiao Nanfeng, the spendthrift, which shop would be foolish enough to— No, I must be prudent, regardless of what he says or does. As long as I have everything, I will absolutely not resign. As lunch approached, Yi Yiting finished her tasks and stepped out. Upon seeing her, Xiao Nanfeng casually remarked, when will you be able to concoct the revitalizing pill or something similar? Yi Yiting suddenly felt embarrassed. She stammered, I lack sufficient cultivation level. I absolutely know the recipe, I promise. It's just that my cultivation level isn't quite enough. My spiritual energy is insufficient to support alchemy. Just give me some time. Once I reach the qi practicing 5th layer, I guarantee I can produce not only— Do you think reaching that level is so easy? Countless individuals go their entire lives without achieving the qi practicing 4th layer. Give you some time to reach the qi practicing 5th layer? You must be dreaming, a penniless alchemist like you, relying on me for your salary, and you wish to enhance your cultivation. Xiaoan, Xiao Nanfeng called out. A gust of wind swept behind him, and with a smooth slide, Xiaoan appeared by Xiao Nanfeng's side. Xiao Nanfeng, something feels off. Why hasn't Qin Yujie come to deliver food today? Chapter 52. Is father safe and sound? Xiaoan instinctively glanced outside. Qianguapi was returning with his companions for a meal. He hadn't come yesterday either. Qianguapi spent the entire day at the counter, and there weren't many customers in the shop, particularly not Qin Yujie, whom he would never mistake. How peculiar. Xiao Nanfeng couldn't be bothered to engage with him. The last time, after that embarrassing incident, he had lost money on an investment with her, and he had no desire to deal with him again. Forget it, it was time to eat. Was it possible that the news about Zhou Dafu was false? In any case, there had been no activity for 2 consecutive days. On the 5th day, Xiao Nanfeng stood in the courtyard. Mid-stretch, he saw Xiaoan sliding over, delivering a bundle of firewood. Damn it, aside from sliding around, what else can you do? It had been months, and despite consuming dozens of qi-gathering pills, he still hadn't reached the first level of qi refinement, yet he practiced sliding every day. Xiao Nanfeng was furious and kicked out. Xiaoan, with a deft slide, wrapped one arm around a post and ducked behind it. Young master, I didn't I practiced, but I truly can't understand that martial art, it's too incomplete. Dare you hide, gain some skill. Xiao Nanfeng pursued him. Xiaoan skillfully curled down, covering his head. Seeing him cower, Xiao Nanfeng lost interest. Well, a waste with 5 spiritual roots, barely half an inch in progress, compared to my genius bearing the presence of a great emperor, he truly was incomparable. One cannot expect too much from a waste. Yi Yiting, having nothing to do today, leaned against the pillar at the alchemist's door, cracking seeds, looking at Xiaoan with disdain. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Yi Yiting. If you wear women's clothing every day, I'll raise your salary by 2 spirit stones each month. How can you not showcase your stunning beauty for my enjoyment? Wouldn't that mean I'm feeding you for nothing? Yi Yiting rolled her eyes at Xiao Nanfeng. As a man, do you know the psychological burden I'd endure wearing women's clothing? Xiao Nanfeng replied, that's not my style, is it? 5 spirit stones, no more. He blinked. If you disagree, then forget it. I can always look at Xiao Ling, who is also quite pleasing to the eye. The men's clothing of the Great Plains cannot compare to the charm of Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Yi Yiting vanished in a flash, and moments later, her stunning beauty appeared before Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. You sold yourself for 5 spirit stones. As he gazed at Yi Yiting, before he could even feel his youthful heart stir, the system interrupted. Detected consumable target. Yi Yiting, stunning beauty, consumption rebate multiplier 20 times. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly came to his senses, nearly forgetting that today he could receive a rebate. He quickly checked his inventory. He couldn't possibly give her the qi-gathering pills that she had crafted herself, right? Besides, there was no shortage of qi-gathering pills now. Aside from 2 major clients, though rare, not many bought them. They were too expensive, a high-end luxury. Who could afford it? He had barely finished consuming them himself at the Bihai Yuanju that was from the rebate, cannot be gifted again. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng flicked his wrist, sending a spirit-gathering pendant flying to Yi Yiting. Yi Yiting hurriedly reached out to catch it, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the pendant. Although it was tasteless, it was certainly better than nothing. Is this for me? She exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Nanfeng smirked. Your women's attire pleases me. Consider this a reward. If you keep making me happy, there will be more rewards. Yi Yiting quickly stowed the pendant away. However, Xiao Nanfeng felt a shiver run through him. Consumption successful. This transaction involves 1 spirit-gathering pendant, valued at 2,000 spirit stones. This consumption target's rebate multiplier is 20 times. Settlement in progress. Spirit-gathering pendant. The wearer can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for personal use. The denser the energy, the greater the effect. Sleight effect. What is wrong with a sleight effect? The key is that it requires no cultivation and absorbs automatically. Truly, the stunning beauty was exceptional. Xiao Nanfeng quietly donned the jade pendant, and indeed, a barely perceptible thread of spiritual energy was continuously drawn into his body. However, the description of sleight effect was indeed quite accurate. How much difference was there compared to not cultivating at all? Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng had a thought. Isn't the effect better with denser spiritual energy? He casually pressed a chi-gathering pill against the spirit-gathering pendant. Hiss, this young master indeed possesses the bearing of a great emperor. Such a brilliant idea. The spiritual energy from one chi-gathering pill was entirely absorbed by the pendant, not a trace escaping. This was infinitely better than the way Xiao Nanfeng had consumed them before. When consuming them outright, he could only absorb 1/10,000th of a chi-gathering pill. Xiao Nanfeng could hardly contain his joy, laughing at cultivating like a beast that was beneath this young master. At this rate, he could absorb about 30 to 40 chi-gathering pills a day. That would be no small consumption. No matter, with Yi Yiting and Lu Wani providing 20 times the rebate. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly sat up a system. Is father doing well? System of father. Maximum rebate value of the system is 5,000 spirit stones. Excellent. But what if I encounter... Moreover, this young master's imperial bearing, shall I be limited to these low-grade items for a lifetime? System, are you foolish? Xiao Nanfeng replied decisively. I am not foolish. System, you are foolish, Xiao Nanfeng retorted. You, dog system, if you can explain it to me, I'll admit I'm foolish. System, with a 5 times rebate target limit is 100 units, with a total price of 5,000. Xiao Nanfeng was suddenly overjoyed. So the 10 times rebate target limit is 200 units, totaling 10,000. How foolish I am. Oh heavens, I've lost a fortune. Dog system, why didn't you say so earlier? System host insults the system. Deduction applies. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in horror. Stop. I called you father before. Wouldn't that be bribery? I'm bribing you, and you're accepting bribes. Aren't you guilty too? We re-even. System are deep down. Still quite pleased. You should have said that earlier. Last time, didn't I directly give Lu Wani 200 chi-gathering pills? The rebate would have been 4,000 chi-gathering pills. Wait, dog system, you clearly said Yi Yiting was a simple girl. How did she become a stunning beauty now? And where did that fire spirit alchemist go? Xiao Nanfeng had been puzzled by Yi Yiting's assessment these past few days. The system was reluctant to engage with Xiao Nanfeng, a user who only called upon it when in need. When you need me, I'm your father, otherwise, I'm just the dog system. Disguising one's aura, ask for the rest yourself. The system was evidently quite displeased. Isn't it absurd that a grand system can be deceived by a mere disguise? Why did I find that hard to believe? System, a miscalculation. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Should I believe you or not? Xiao Nanfeng immediately exited the room and saw Yi Yiting and Xiao Ling tidying up the kitchen. He strolled over. Why Yi Yiting suddenly sensed someone staring at her. Turning around, she caught sight of Xiao Nanfeng's lecherous gaze. She pressed her back against the wall, clutching her chest. Young master, what do you want? I'm a man. Miss Ling retains her grace, far more feminine than I as a man. Xiao Nanfeng replied, do you truly think Chen Guopia's dog eyes are blind? Even if your skills could deceive me, they wouldn't fool Chen Guopia's keen gaze. Chapter 53. A calamity. Xiao Nanfeng let out a soft snort, concealing his breath. Why Yi Yiting's complexion instantly changed dramatically. Stretching languidly, Xiao Nanfeng remarked, I've heard there's a bounty. With that, he sauntered into his room with an air of indifference. Yi Yiting's face turned ashen, her expression shifting endlessly. Xiao Ling stifled a giggle behind her hand. Can a woman truly conceal anything from another woman? Everyone had already noticed. It was merely that the young master was teasing her, and they chose to feign ignorance. How amusing that Yi Yiting still believed she was convincing. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yi Yiting lowered her head, lifting her skirt, and entered Xiao Nanfeng's chamber. Observing Yi Yiting standing before him, head bowed and at a loss for words, Xiao Nanfeng leisurely opened his fan. I've heard that in the northern part of Linzhou City, there is a family renowned for alchemy that recently met with a tragic end. It is said to have been over some worthless alchemical secret. Coincidentally, that family shares the surname Yi. Isn't that a curious coincidence? As he spoke, Xiao Nanfeng rose and approached Yi Yiting. Yi Yiting's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a sight both pitiful and heart-wrenching. Xiao Nanfeng shuddered slightly, exclaiming, alas, this little appearance is simply irresistible to me. If only I were not yet of age. You read too easy to tease. Xiao Nanfeng's heart softened. After all, beauty has a way of softening one's heart. Yi Yiting gazed at him and said, if you were to send me away, wealth and glory would be at your fingertips. By selling me off, your Xiao family could soar to great heights. Would you not be tempted by such an exchange? Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. How deeply do you underestimate me? Am I the sort of person who would engage in such dealings? I, Xiao Nanfeng, am noble and righteous. How could I? How much do you think they would offer? What could you offer? She interjected. As long as the price is right, I could protect you, and perhaps even sell you, depending on who bids higher. In this wretched world, if one does not act for oneself, one is doomed. Xiao Nanfeng nearly drooled at the thought. Yi Yiting felt a wave of despair. Hope had never been hers to begin with. Yet, she was the last remaining member of the Yi family. Gritting her teeth, she asked, what do you desire? With the Yi family gone, I have nothing. Xiao Nanfeng rubbed his temples. And who are these people? Yi Yiting replied softly, the Wolf Tamer Gang. I've heard of them, he exclaimed. This notorious faction is known for taming celestial beasts for their own use, with strength rivaling that of Nanhuang City. However, their activities have always remained in the north, with no connections to Nanhuang City. Damn it! Dealing with the Wolf Tamer Gang is repugnant. I'd be retching for 3 days afterward. Surely you must have something of value? Isn't the Yi family quite affluent? He added. Yi Yiting forced a bitter smile, producing a mask. I escape with this, isn't this what you desire? If you can protect me, what use do I have for it? With that, Xiao Nanfeng found a token in his hand. As he received it, he was about to smile, but the expression faded abruptly. A drip, 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 his drool fell to the ground. Without the mask to conceal her breath, Yi Yiting's chest appeared unnaturally robust. Was this the legendary youthful beauty with such proportions? How could such a petite figure withstand it? Yi Yiting gazed at Xiao Nanfeng quietly. If you could avenge me, Xiao Nanfeng hastily covered his nose. I have no time for such matters. I can't stop this nosebleed. Xiaowen gasped in shock, young master, you're injured. His shout echoed throughout the courtyard, alarming everyone. Xiaowen's face was swollen, while Xiao Nanfeng, head held high, glared at him with fierce eyes. You fool, now everyone knows I'm bleeding from the nose, my dignity is ruined. Yi Yiting Han-Ti left her room for days. Her meals were brought by Xiaoling each time the door opened. She felt like a thief. Meanwhile, in a dim corner, Zhou Dafu placed a document on the table, took a bag from it, inspected it carefully, and, satisfied, tucked it away before leaving. Shortly after, a shadow arrived and took the document. Xiao Nanfeng decided to pay a visit to Brother Lu. At the Lu family's shop. Lu Xiaoying appeared weary as he entered, clearly just returning. Brother Lu. Xiao Nanfeng called from several paces away, waving his fan excitedly. Lu Xiaoying's face brightened with surprise as he turned to see Xiao Nanfeng, rushing over as if to embrace him right there on the street. Where is your sister? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, glancing at the carriage behind Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying's expression darkened. Damn it! Yet, inwardly, he was elated. Could it be that Xiao Nanfeng has genuine feelings for Wani? Otherwise, such enthusiasm on the street would mean something else entirely. Xiao Nanfeng brushed past Lu Xiaoying, leaving him bewildered. No! Lu Xiaoying shouted, rushing after him to catch hold, but Xiao Nanfeng had already dashed to the carriage, flinging aside the curtain. Dear heavens! Xiao Nanfeng gasped. A calamity had indeed struck. Inside the carriage sat a stunning woman, appearing around 30, feeding a child. Her ample bosom was abruptly exposed when the curtain was pulled aside, leaving her momentarily stunned. Lu Xiaoying rushed over in panic, attempting to grab Xiao Nanfeng, but in his haste, he stumbled into a hole and crashed forward. Xiao Nanfeng was rudely jolted as Lu Xiaoying collided with him, sending him flying into the carriage. The woman shrieked, her high-pitched scream echoing through the street. Sister, please believe me, this is a misunderstanding. Xiao Nanfeng frantically scrambled out. Lu Xiaoying, clutching his head, climbed up and quickly covered Xiao Nanfeng's mouth, desperately pulling him into the The stunning woman, cradling her child, used her sleeve to cover her face, sobbing as she hurried off the carriage and into the shop, wailing loudly. Bang, bang, the Lu family shop's doors slammed shut. Half an hour later, Xiao Nanfeng sat despondently in a chair, his head drooping like a child caught peering at a widow bathing. Lu Xiaoying's face twitched with suppressed emotion, while Lu Wani, who had entered behind him, looked as vibrant as a painter's palette. The beautiful woman sat to the side, quietly weeping. The room was eerily silent. Aunt, I assure you, it was truly a misunderstanding, Lu Xiaoying insisted, trying to diffuse the tension. Xiao Nanfeng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. This was a grave predicament. It turned out to be Lu Xiaoying's aunt. In this world, while women might seem to venture outside, the rules were still exceedingly strict. A respectable woman's reputation was essentially tarnished by Xiao Nanfeng's foolishness. Indeed, the situation was that dire. Chapter 54. The pain in brother's heart. Xiao Nanfeng not only observed but also took a bite. This is serious. The beautiful woman trembled, rendered speechless. Lu Wani's She opened her mouth but was at a loss for words. Such matters were beyond the experience of a young lady like her. This situation had never occurred before. Lu Xiaoying suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. The beautiful woman jolted, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she gazed at Lu Xiaoying. Thank you, dear nephew. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Was that all it took? Lu Wani glanced at Lu Xiaoying. Brother, so many people witnessed. Lin Keqing's face was a turmoil of emotions as she turned to Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying signaled to Lu Wani. Lu Wani bit her lip and whispered a few words into Lin Keqing's ear. Lin Keqing glanced at Xiao Nanfeng, her face flushed, and nodded gently. The beautiful woman stood up, offering a slight bow to Lu Xiaoying. I shall defer to the young clan leader's decision. Just moments ago, she referred to him as dear nephew, and now she called him young clan leader? Lu Xiaoying nodded slightly. Aunt, please take some rest. In a few days, I shall see you safely on your way. Xiao Nanfeng blinked, feeling as though he had overheard something he shouldn't have. After sending Lin Keqing away, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Lu Wani snorted. Xiao Nanfeng forced an awkward smile. It's just that I haven't seen my sister in so many years. I missed her dearly. I thought I wouldn't know there were elders accompanying you back. Lu Xiaoying looked puzzled. Years without seeing? Lu Wani also regarded Xiao Nanfeng with curiosity. Xiao Nanfeng wore a forlorn expression, tilting his head at a 45. One autumn, one leaf, one splendid year, 3 autumns of red leaves cause heartache. Lu Wani's delicate face instantly flushed crimson. Oh, how annoying. Lu Xiaoying stiffened. Knowledge, I have learned something today. His sister, the fatigue borne by my sister is felt deeply in my heart. Xiao Nanfeng felt a cold sweat break out. Damn it, Yi Yiting is fearsome indeed, but you can't delay alchemy. With the return date in 5 days, he couldn't afford to waste any. What a pity, 200 was the cap. Losing out on half was a great loss. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng felt a pang of distress. Oh no, I just boasted about gifting 200 chi gathering pills to Lin Keqing as an apology. Though Lin Keqing may be delicate, that's still a tenfold return. What to do? Luwani, now in a dreamy haze, accepted the 2 bottles of 50 chi gathering pills each. Transaction successful. This purchase totals 100 chi gathering pills, valued at 2,000 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 20 times. Calculating. This transaction yields a rebate of 2,000 pills. Alas, but what about my aunt's compensation? The rebate on the chi gathering pills given away wouldn't provide a return, and besides, it was only once every 5 days. Sending them now would be futile. Ding, the rebate profit total exceeds 50,000 spirit stones, unlocking the system's basic item appraisal function. Xiao Nanfeng thought he was done, but a sudden prompt excited him. An appraisal function, he would have to try it at Wanbao building later. As he pondered, Lu Xiaoying gasped. He had just promised 200 chi gathering pills to his aunt, and now he was going to give another 100 to Luwani. How many formidable alchemists does this guy have in his family? Just a few days, and he has amassed 300 pills. Are chi gathering pills like candy, easily conjured? Luwani, having taken the pills, shyly turned away. I'll go check on my aunt. Seeing her leave, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly would it be acceptable if I compensated my aunt with 200 spirit stones instead? I'll pay 2,000 spirit stones at the price of 21 per pill. Lu Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback but felt a sense of relief inside. Now, it is only a misunderstanding. If not for my aunt, would I demand even half a spirit stone from a brother? Xiao Nanfeng achieved his goal and chatted casually before taking his leave. As he stepped onto the street, Xiaoan glided over from a distance. Xiao Nanfeng wasn't short on money. He had plenty, however. Revealing it outright would be rather alarming. Passing by Wanbao building on his way back, an idea struck him, and he walked inside. The attendant's face lit up upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng, rushing over with enthusiasm. Such discernment, Xiaoan, a reward for you. Xiaoan casually tossed a handful of spirit shards. The attendant's enthusiasm intensified, giving Xiao Nanfeng goosebumps. Another attendant hurried up to the 3rd floor. The store manager, that sycophant, no, the most notorious rake, Xiao Nanfeng has arrived. Zhou Dafu slapped his palm down. You scoundrel, what sycophant, what rake, he is my beloved friend. He tumbled down from the upper floor. Oh, my brother Xiao. It has been a few days, I've missed you terribly. Xiao Nanfeng replied, you call me brother Xiao and then my brother, this hierarchy is a bit tangled. Ha, store manager Zhou, the feeling is mutual. I just happened to pass by to see if there is anything interesting. Xiao Nanfeng said naturally. Zhou Dafu, noticing Xiao Nanfeng hadn't mentioned anything about a partnership, kept quiet and smiled. Of course, Wanbao building has plenty of interesting items. Chapter 55 of the Heartwood of Shenlu. What exactly does the Wanbao building do? It boasts of being all-encompassing, claiming to provide anything you can conceive of, with the only variable being whether you can afford the price. Xiao Nanfeng looked disdainfully at Zhou Dafu, remarking that the mere branch of Nanhuang City is among the most inferior, so what treasures could it possibly hold? After all, this is just a small county, a place where cultivators and mortals coexist. It's unlikely that anything particularly valuable could be found here. However, Zhou Dafu was not easily swayed. He led Xiao Nanfeng upstairs, saying, please wait a moment, brother Xiao. Before long, he returned with 7 or 8 palm-sized boxes. Insights from a knife-layer chi refinement level artifact craftsman, he proclaimed. Xiao Nanfeng scoffed, a knife-layer chi refinement craftsman? Why not mention the rank of the craftsman? My father, Xiao Donghai, is at the 7th layer, and he can craft, albeit barely managing to train apprentices. A notification echoed in Xiao Nanfeng's mind. A ding. Insight from an ordinary artifact craftsman. Using this will grant you the crafting abilities of an apprentice. Ah, this insight actually represents a nearly perfect apprentice level, akin to that of a first-tier craftsman. Zhou Dafu felt a twinge of resentment. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. Perfect, spare me. If it weren't for the fact that the system's adoptive father just granted me basic appraisal abilities, I would have been utterly deceived. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure, tapping on the other boxes with his fan. Zhou Dafu opened another box, exclaiming, this is my store's treasure, a secret transmission of ancient formations. Xiao Nanfeng glared at Zhou Dafu. The contents of the jade slip within were almost entirely fabricated, with only the words secret transmission holding any truth. Ding. Basic formation secrets of ancient formations. Using this will grant you a perfect apprentice-level legacy in formations. Xiao Nanfeng replied, huh, this is acceptable? Suddenly, his anger surged. I regarded you as a brother, and you treat me like a fool? What remains of this is merely the word secret transmission. Use it now, and if you can't set up an ancient formation, I will end you. Zhou Dafu awkwardly scratched his nose and reluctantly set the box down. Take it for 50 spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng opened the remaining boxes himself as Zhou Dafu continued to boast, shaking his head. Xiao Nanfeng stood up, declaring, "Enough, all of this is rubbish, I wouldn't need. This examination is crucial for whether I can become the deputy manager in the state city. Even with my brother-in-law's connections, I cannot afford to perform poorly. A Wanbao building does not support idlers. Brother Xiao, please, remain calm. Today, I shall give it my all." With that, Zhou Dafu, visibly pained, rushed to the back and retrieved a small box. Inside lay a root of some plant, as thick as a finger and 3 inches long, emanating a rich aura of spiritual roots. Seeing this, Xiao Nanfeng's interest was piqued. This must be something akin to Bailan grass, possessing similar beneficial properties. Zhou Dafu carefully presented this item. "See, I just received this and have yet to submit it to headquarters. Were it not for our brotherhood, I would never reveal it in a small place like Nanhuang City. This treasure is worth 30,000 spirit stones. If auctioned, it could fetch at least 50,000. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. "What the hell, we are brothers, and you dare to deceive me. I may be a wastrel, but I am certainly not foolish." Zhou Dafu's shameless. His words suggested that the Xianlu root could increase spiritual roots by 3 inches, leading one to mistakenly believe that it could enhance a root of that length. In truth, it should be stated that this is a 3-inch long root of Xianlu that can enhance spiritual roots. As for how much it could enhance, Zhou Dafu conveniently omitted that detail. How much can it truly enhance, even if it only increases a fraction? That reflects your lack of talent. It's not entirely false, as it does possess some effect, but the price is certainly not justified. You treat me this way, well fine, from now on, our bond is severed. Xiao. Upon reaching the door, he turned slightly, saying, "Since our bond is severed, the price for each gathering chi pill is 80 spirit stones, and 500 spirit stones for each talisman. Take it or leave it, farewell, no need to see me off." Zhou Dafu immediately grew frantic. It was precisely through the gathering chi pills and talismans that he had found his opportunity. If that source were cut off, he would struggle to maintain his position as manager, let alone aspire to be deputy manager. Brother, I was wrong." Zhou Dafu suddenly knelt, grabbing Xiao Nanfeng's leg. "Save me, spare me. I shall never dare again." Furious, Xiao Nanfeng kicked his leg away, while Zhou Dafu sat on the ground, crying and sniffling. "How dare you wipe your snot on me, I will end you." Xiao Nanfeng roared, disgusted. Xiao Nanfeng seized Zhou Dafu by the collar, lifting him up. "If you dare say 30,000 again, I will kill you. 3,000 spirit stones, take it or leave it. I would rather hang myself." Xiao Nanfeng spat, "Then go hang yourself." Zhou Dafu ground his teeth, stomping his feet in frustration. 3 days exclusive use of the Huichun building, and I shall forgive you." Zhou Dafu immediately swore to the heavens. 3,000, 3 days at Huichun building. Xiao Nanfeng's face brightened, pulling Zhou Dafu close, draping an arm over his shoulder. "Brother, look at you, how embarrassing." Zhou Dafu quickly chuckled. Fellow kindred spirits, fellow kindred spirits." Pleased, Xiao Nanfeng returned, sweeping away all the boxes from the table in a single motion. Minutes later, the two walked out of Wanbao building, arm in arm, as close as brothers. "Brother, come again." Zhou Dafu called from the doorway, standing on tiptoe and waving until Xiao Nanfeng disappeared from sight, before humming a tune as he returned to Wanbao building. 3,000, bah, that pile of unsellable junk. I just held up 3 fingers to indicate 300, truly an ignoramus of a wastrel. I performed this tragic act and, with tears, Xiao Nanfeng triumphantly returned to his shop and immediately retreated to his room. "The Xianlu root, damn it, Zhou Dafu, you blind fool, that is not the Xianlu root, that is the heartwood of Xianlu." Chapter 56, The Binding of Yi Yiting. This is an extraordinary treasure capable of increasing one's spiritual root by an entire foot. However, it is ensconced within the core of the Xianlu root, preventing its aura from leaking out. In a dilapidated place like South Wilderness City, there are no formidable experts around. Had this been a state city, a practitioner above the foundation establishment stage would surely have detected it. If such an item were to be put up for sale, one would be embarrassed to line up without a starting bid of at least 200,000. With a spiritual root measuring 9 feet 9 inches, lacking just 1 inch to reach the Tao of Heaven. If I continuously procure such exceptional items, wouldn't I eventually surpass 9 feet 9? Ha, I shall strive to overcome heaven by half a foot. As for the other items, they truly lack any value. Ancient formation secrets, indeed, they are secrets, but alas, they are nearly reduced to nothing. It costs only a pittance. Cultivating an apprentice-level formation master, even with talent, requires several years and tens of thousands of spiritual stones. It's simply not feasible to expect otherwise. Insights on weapon refinement? Training an apprentice in weapon crafting is even more arduous. The rest of the junk, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't be bothered to examine, yet discarding it would be regrettable, so he decided to keep it. Later, when there are no suitable items for returns, they could serve as gifts. As he opened his mouth, Xiao Nanfeng was about to swallow the Xianlu heartwood when suddenly he jerked his head away, quickly stowing it back. By heavens, if the return is 20-fold, would that not increase my spiritual root by 20 feet? Ha, even if I possess 5 spiritual roots and can only increase by 1/10, would that not overnight elevate me to 2 feet 1 inch? Such a spiritual root, not to mention South Wilderness City, would be unparalleled even in the imperial capital. Even the scions of immortal families within the celestial sects may not possess it. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Yiting stood at the door. Xiao Nanfeng hastily stowed his belongings. What is the matter? He was somewhat curious, as it was exceedingly rare for Yi Yiting to seek him out. In fact, this was the first time. Does the Shao family have a formation master? Even an apprentice would suffice. If you could assist me in setting up a true fire spirit array, I could concoct a revitalization pill right now. Yi Yiting sensed a crisis of survival and needed to quickly present something worthy to secure her position. Otherwise, if word got out that the wolf taming gang was pursuing her, no one, not even in South Wilderness City, would dare to shelter her. Xiao Nanfeng blinked at Yi Yiting. 5 days, in 5 days, I shall see what I can do. If you succeed in concocting the revitalization pill, I will protect you. Even if Jesus himself were to come, I would vanquish him, mark my words. Such a gifted alchemist must not be allowed to slip away. What is the mere wolf taming gang in comparison? For a talented alchemist with the gift for fire spirit pills, even the Qingling sect would not hesitate to obliterate the wolf tame. This young girl has no idea of the worth of a talented alchemist, even if merely an apprentice. Yi Yiting nodded. That works. After all, finding a formation master is no easy feat. Among auxiliary abilities, talisman masters are the hardest to come by, followed by alchemists, then formation masters, and lastly, weapon refiners, who are the easiest to find. Yet, even the most accessible weapon refiners are still opportunity knocks. Xiao Nanfeng gritted his teeth and laughed. Yi Yiting, this time, I shall see where you run. When the next return comes, I shall bestow upon you the secrets of formation. Let us see if you dare to practice. Should you choose to pursue it, you may find yourself impoverished to the brink of death. You cannot resist the allure of dual cultivation in both alchemy and formation. The benefits of dual cultivation are exponentially greater. In this world, most alchemists have excellent connections with formation masters. This interdependence is why most dare not provoke an alchemist, for offending one means offending two. Moreover, these two professions are typically well connected and possess numerous friends. Even an apprentice alchemist could, with a mere wave of their hand, summon a host of foundation establishment experts to deal with you. However, dual cultivation necessitates ample resources to support it. Without such support, the consequences could be dire. Generally, smaller sects may struggle to maintain such a resource-consuming beast. Who else but Yi Yiting could sustain herself? Yet, this Shenlu Heartwood. Xiao Nanfeng resolved to return home. His father had only a 6-inch spiritual root, thus, his future achievements would likely be limited. However, if he consumed the Shenlu Heartwood and attained a spiritual root of 1 foot 6 inches, he could at least secure a foundation establishment, and with a bit of effort, perhaps even attempt to reach the Purple Mansion realm. The Qingling sect, so formidable, occupying vast territories for cultivation resources, is merely presided over by an old-timer at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, is it not? No, his father does not return anything. The loss would be too great. Xiao Nanfeng felt dejected. Yet, to give this away would be a waste. Let us wait for a moment. The next morning, Xiao Nanfeng awoke. Damn it, it's barely past 10, I overslept. Sir, Manager Zhou from Wanbao Tower has arrived. Xiao Nanfeng had no choice but to get up. Chen Yujie, sitting across from him, frowned as she observed Zhou Dafu leaving the Shao family's shop with a beaming expression. Brother, didn't you say you heard that the Shao family had encountered a major incident a few days ago? How come Wanbao Tower is still trading with them? Chen Yujing was also taken aback. He had clearly heard that the Shao family seemed to be under attack, to the extent that they nearly fled in the night. No, it must be that Wanbao Tower intervened to assist. Otherwise, how could the Shao family be frightened into moving overnight and yet end up unscathed? Chen Yujie shot a glare at Chen Yujing. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been working hard for several days just to get that sycophant to lick my boots again. I must hurry back. A few minutes later, Chen Yujie rushed back to her room, covering her mouth, her face flushed. Chen Yujing looked up to the heavens in exasperation. It's over. Can my ice-cold goddess of a sister ever get married now? Sitting at the shop entrance, Xiao Nanfeng grinned as he gazed at the overly sweet pastries in his hand, casually tossing one to a thin. The dog snapped it up and dashed away, but before it could take a step, a 7 or 8-year-old child pounced on it, pinning the dog down, and pried the pastry crumbs from its mouth to eat for himself. The thin dog fled in a panic. A girl squatting nearby, sunning herbs, cautiously glanced at Xiao Nanfeng and timidly asked, Uncle, can I have some too? I'm more useful than a dog. Xiao Nanfeng felt a pang in his heart, and ached. He knelt down and ruffled the girl's hair, wanting to say something, but words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Sighing, he pulled out a spirit-gathering pill and placed it in the girl's mouth. Damn it, after being in this world for so long, how have I not turned into someone heartless? The girl's eyes glistened. Did you see, in this dog-eat-dog world, where else do you find a kind-hearted master like you? The owner of the fabric shop across the street, with bulging eyes, exclaimed painfully. Whose good-natured master is giving pills to a servant's child? Do they even deserve it? Shorty, come over here, I have rewards for you. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly shouted across the street. The nearly 50-year-old fabric shop owner leaped over the counter, scrambling over in a panic. This spoiled young master, you finally remembered to take care of me, for the past few months, who didn't he know that anyone associated with this spoiled young master would strike it rich? Use the finest materials, and I want moonlight silk to tailor 2 winter outfits for everyone in my shop, with white sable collars and white fox fur cuffs. Get lost, Xiao Nanfeng yawned in boredom, tossing 2 spiritual stones to the short owner. The short owner nodded vigorously. Young master Xiao, as spiritual roots reach the heavens, the path to immortality is unobstructed. Xiao Nanfeng was quite satisfied to see, now that S understanding. He glanced sideways at the bun shop next door, closed his eyes, and continued to bask in the sun. Chapter 57, Are you having an affair with your aunt? The owner of the Baozi shop, Bufangyu, immediately cast a flattering glance at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng spat disdainfully, Your daughter is so unattractive that I can hardly bear to look at her, and yet you dare to curry favor with me? Just take a look at the wife of the fabric shop owner, she still possesses remarkable charm. As for your wife, remember to have her come for measurements. Duan Sanchi, in a moment of folly, collided headfirst with the counter, resulting in a sizable bump on his forehead. Trembling, he turned his gaze toward his wife. This was disastrous. Could it be that this reckless, extravagant youth, the sycophant, has developed a taste for maturity? The fabric shop owner trembled slightly. You shameless scoundrel, why don't you hurry? Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you take me for? Xiao Nanfeng watched their quarrel with amusement, but MRS.Lu discreetly turned, casting a flirtatious glance at him that was brimming with allure. Startled, Xiao Nanfeng tumbled from his chair, hastily retreating in a panic. Bufangyu let out a snort, his hands tucked into his sleeves. What a sinful wastrel, providing servants with fine moonlight silk and fox fur cuffs, what a travesty! Ironically, as the days passed leisurely, Xiao Nanfeng grew increasingly anxious. The news from Zhou Dafu could not be mistaken, yet why was there no further development? In fact, he had discreetly sent Qian Guopi to Wanbao Tower to commission a task, and the outcome was no news. It was as if Li Zhongliang had forgotten about the matter altogether. With nothing pressing to attend to, he wandered into the Lu family shop. Upon seeing him, Lu Xiaoying immediately greeted him with a broad smile, throwing an arm around his shoulder as they entered. Returning to Chuanhuan Tower for a night? Xiao Nanfeng nearly choked on his qi-gathering pill. Had he become addicted, he quickly replied, Ahem, today is for serious matters, serious matters. Saying this, he produced a bag of spirit stones. Lu Xiaoying promptly pressed his hand down, leading him towards the backyard. Upon arriving at a secluded little courtyard in the back, Xiao Nanfeng halted his steps. Brother Lu, isn't this rather inappropriate? Lu Xiaoying patted his chest reassuringly, we are brothers bound by family ties. What could possibly be inappropriate? The backyard of a family is reserved for the womenfolk, and outsiders are seldom permitted entry. Xiao Nanfeng's backyard is a different matter altogether, being unmarried, it does not count. Luani emerged upon hearing the commotion, her face flushing with bashfulness. Upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng, he clasped his hands together. Sister Wani, why haven't you visited your brother these past few days? I've been so distracted that I could hardly focus on my work. Lu Wanyi's cheeks turned crimson. Oh, brother Nanfeng, you're being annoying. Lu Xiaoying felt a wave of despair. It seemed his sister was beyond saving, yet, when Xiao Nanfeng glanced inside, he found himself in a dilemma. He had come to apologize to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu was a delicate beauty, and offering 2,000 spirit stones as an apology would yield. However, with Lu Wani present, that would be a wasted opportunity for a 20-fold return. Brother Xiao, please come in and sit. Lu Xiaoying insisted, pulling Xiao Nanfeng inside without giving him a chance. As they settled in the living room, Lin Keqing turned her face aside, clearly embarrassed. Xiao Nanfeng gritted his teeth. Aunt, Xiao Nanfeng, owe you an apology. That day's misunderstanding was truly unintentional. I hope you can forgive me and overlook my indiscretion. This is our first meeting, a small token of my regard. I hope you will graciously accept it. Saying this, he placed the bag on the table. Lin Keqing felt utterly humiliated at accepting money. What was this? You've insulted someone and now offer money as compensation, Lu Xiaoying interjected, and perhaps it would be best to let it go. I assure you, brother Xiao's mistake was entirely unintentional. Lin Keqing, with a flick of her sleeve, hurried, I am but a lonely widow, entirely reliant on your judgment. Lu Xiaoying nodded helplessly. Just as Lu Wani was about to speak, Lu Xiaoying shot her a warning glare. Once Lin, brother Nanfeng benefits while giving money, doesn't that imply something inappropriate about aunt? Lu Xiaoying huffed, you little brat. One must live to have the privilege of caring about face. Aunt is currently struggling. Can she really spend her life in our shop? With brother Zhao's generous gift of 2,000 spirit stones, should aunt be discovered by the family living here and forcibly expelled, she would at least have a means to survive. It would also provide for my uncle's only offspring. Lu Wani opened her mouth, then lowered her head in silence. Xiao Nanfeng sighed softly. Well, this is ultimately a good deed. No one outside knows of it, and no one would dare speak out. Brother Xiao, brother Lu Xiaoying, on behalf of aunt and my brother, I express my gratitude. Xiao Nanfeng shook his head helplessly, we are brothers. What need is there for thanks? Your aunt is my aunt as well. I understand you were seeking a suitable excuse. With that, Xiao Nanfeng rose and turned to look at Lu Wani. Her face flushed immediately, brother Nanfeng. With a gentle smile, Xiao Nanfeng casually took out the refining insights he had previously acquired. I heard Brother Lu mention that you have been diligently studying the art of refining tools lately? This set of chi refining insights is something I chanced upon. You may use it for reference and understanding. Lu Xiaoying blinked in surprise. When did I ever mention that? However, this was a favor from Xiao Nanfeng, and he would not expose the truth. Lu Wani stared in astonishment at the jade slip before her, and before she could react, Xiao Nanfeng pressed the slip to her forehead. She hesitated momentarily before accepting it, and the jade slip absorbed her essence, leaving her utterly astonished. Heavens! This is the refining insight of a top-tier refining apprentice. With this, I shall surely become a refining apprentice within 3 months. Lu Xiaoying jumped up, his eyes wide with excitement as he gazed at Xiao Nanfeng. This favor was monumental, so significant that neither he nor Lu Wani could ever repay it. With the upcoming Qingling sect selection in 3 years, he felt quite confident of his chances. However, Lu Wani, merely at the second layer of chi refining, seemed to stand little chance, yet, if she became a refining apprentice, that would change everything. The realms of refining, alchemy, formation, and talismans were all auxiliary powers, far more coveted than mere chi cultivators in this world. Possessing even one of these skills, even as an apprentice, would make her irresistible to the Qingling sect. The Chen family, despite being vastly inferior to the Lu family, had leveraged Chen Yujia's status as a talisman apprentice to secure a place in the Qingling sect, far exceeding Lu Xiaoying's prospects. This was the very reason the Chen family had looked down on the Xiao family in recent years, but now, Lu Wani had the potential to become a refining apprentice. This would elevate the Lu family to unprecedented heights. Brother Xiao, how can I express my gratitude? Lu Xiaoying's eyes glistened with moisture. He had never anticipated that their relationship was merely a fade of business, and yet Xiao Nanfeng had bestowed upon Lu Wani something that could alter their fate. Did the Xiao family not wish for their descendants to be selected by the Qingling sect? If Xiao Nanfeng were to learn this himself, he would have at least a 50% chance of entering the Qingling sect. Why wouldn't that be appealing? Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand nonchalantly. It's a trivial matter, just a trifling affair. Lu Xiaoying glanced at Lu Wani, and they exchanged silent nods. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoying closed the door and stopped Xiao Nanfeng with a hand. Brother Xiao, do you know why I dared to take such a great risk in bringing Ant here? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up in surprise. Is there an affair? This was quite the scandal. Chapter 58 reveals that my father is coming tonight. Xiao Nanfeng has been quite perplexed by this matter. His widowed aunt, accompanied by her child, has been taken in by her elder nephew to reside in his home. Such a situation would certainly raise eyebrows if disclosed. After all, if the aunt were of advanced age, it might be more acceptable. However, Lin Keqing is merely in her early 30s, a second-tier practitioner in weapon refinement, still bearing her charm. In this world, a woman in her 30s, if she were an ordinary person, would be considered middle-aged. Even a 17-year-old, like the youthful and enchanting Chen Yujie, is still regarded as a delicate flower. Yet, Lin Keqing continues to be recognized by the system as a refined beauty, which speaks volumes about her allure. The elder nephew bringing such a stunning widowed aunt into his abode is indeed a curious affair. Nevertheless, Xiao Nanfeng would not pry into the private matters of others. Lu Xiaoying exclaimed, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Wanqi shot Xiao Nanfeng a disdainful glance and whispered, that is because our uncle left a map leading to a treasure in the deep mountains for the aunt before he passed away. She holds onto the map, too fearful to discard it or utilize it, living in constant dread. Of course, we siblings are also coveting this treasure map, but the aunt agreed to accompany us in search of it, which is why we took the risk of bringing her here. This is the truth. Without substantial benefits, who would dare to take such risks? Xiao Nanfeng quickly covered his ears, declaring, I shan't listen, such family scandals are not for my ears. If I hear of them, it could lead to trouble. Lu Xiaoying sighed, Brother Xiao, the matter has come to this, and I shan't hide anything from you. We shall set forth in 10 days. I have a request to make of you. Xiao Nanfeng felt an overwhelming urge to flee. What on earth, how could I possibly involve myself in such matters? It would surely invite great karma. He turned to leave. Lu Xiaoying did not stop him but called out softly from behind, with Brother Zhao's presence today, do you think others will believe you are uninvolved? Xiao Nanfeng, feeling a wave of frustration, turned back. How do you treat your beloved relatives in such a manner? Lu Xiaoying replied with a bitter smile, I truly have no other options. You are my only hope. You must be joking, you do not even trust your own family, yet you expect me to help you. Although I am a paragon of nobility and grace, I cannot be taken advantage of. Do I appear to be someone who invites suffering upon themselves? Speak plainly, I will assist where I can, but do not blame me for my indifference if I cannot. Lu Xiaoying promptly stated, we siblings are willing to gamble on our future. The aunt will accompany us, without her bloodline, we cannot access the treasure. It is my uncle's legacy. Xiao Nanfeng leaped to his feet, exclaiming, what nonsense, do I look like a dairy cow? How can an adult man take care of an infant? Lu Xiaoying felt embarrassed, while Lu Wanqi bit her lip, acknowledging the dilemma. However, the only request from the aunt was to protect the sole descendant. Silence reigned, thick and heavy. If Brother Xiao can arrange this, I am willing to share the treasure with you. Lu Xiaoying wagered everything. Xiao Nanfeng thought, a treasure, it sounds ominous. I have traversed countless tales of adventure, surely, I know that even protagonists who enter such places encounter perilous trials, yet, it is quite tempting, to experience such a place during my journey. How could I forego it? Xiao Nanfeng felt a strange inclination towards this venture, despite knowing he could simply remain at ease. This matter is of great significance. Grant me 5 days to consider it. Rising, Xiao Nanfeng left his companions without resistance. Upon returning to his shop, his expression darkened, and he retreated to his room, shutting himself away. Qian Guopi quickly signaled to the staff to tread lightly, wary of disturbing the furious young master seated in his room. Xiao Nanfeng called for his foster father. Let us settle the accounts. At least today brought some gains. Transaction successful. At this time, the chosen target is Lu Wanqi, granting her apprentice weapon refinement insights, valued at 5,000 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 20. This transaction grants a first-tier perfect weapon refinement inheritance. The prize has been dispatched to the host's storage bag. This transaction did not select Lin Keqing as a target, resulting in a gift of 2,000 spirit stones, with no rebate. Xiao Nanfeng felt a slight lift in his spirits. 2,000 spirit stones wasted, yet acquiring a first-tier perfect weapon refinement inheritance is essential. He retrieved the jade slip and used it without hesitation. In an instant, he felt transformed into a perfect first-tier weapon refiner. Alas, his third-tier cultivation level rendered it impossible for him to forge a first-tier artifact. Xiaoan. Xiao Nanfeng called. Xiaoan slid open the door, announcing, "Young master, I am here. Return to Qinghe town for me. Summon my father and the clan leader. They are to arrive tonight for an important discussion." That night, under the cover of darkness, two shadowy figures stealthily entered the Xiao family's backyard. Thud, one figure was thrown violently, suspended in the air like a ragdoll. The other, startled, brandished a knife to render aid, only to be ensnared by a binding talisman that fell from above. The second figure collapsed to the ground like a lifeless log. "Strike, beat them to a pulp. How dare they trespass into my Xiao family to seek death?" Xiao Nanfeng commanded in a low voice. Qian Guopi, accompanied by a dozen staff members, charged out. Even Yi Yiting emerged, wielding a stick used for alchemy. With a cacophony of blows, Qian Guopi, weary and aching, leaned against his waist. "Young master, we've dealt sufficient punishment. If we continue, they may not survive. Should we interrogate them?" Xiao Nanfeng huffed, "Light the lanterns." As the flames illuminated the courtyard, Xiao Nanfeng sat with authority, gazing at the two masked figures, discarded like defeated hounds before him. "Speak. Who sent you here, and what are your intentions?" he demanded. One of the masked figures, nearly unconscious, struggled to remove his face covering. "I am your father." Qian Guopi, enraged, barked, "How dare you insult the young master? Strike!" The masked figure shielded his head, pleading, "I truly am your father." Xiao Nanfeng retorted, "I am your father." Xiao Donghai, exasperated, cried, "I am truly your father. Stop hitting me. I am Xiao Donghai." Xiao Nanfeng, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity, exclaimed, "Father?" "Cease at once." Xiao Donghai, battered and groaning on the ground, gasped, "I truly am your father." Qian Guopi quickly held up a lantern, peering closely. I do not recognize you. I have not seen anyone aside from young Master Xiao since my arrival." Xiao Nanfeng leaned closer, shocked, "Father, my biological father. How could you be in such a state? You ruffians, how dare you lay a hand on my father? No meat for any of you tomorrow." Xiao Donghai sensed that Xiao Nanfeng was intentionally provoking him. The beating he endured today surely had personal motives behind it, particularly from the clan leader, Xiao Xinshan, who was still in pain and unable to speak. Xiao Nanfeng quickly instructed his staff to carry his father and the clan leader into a room. After administering 2 qi-gathering pills, both men slowly regained their senses. Over an hour later. Once Xiao Donghai recovered, he erupted in fury, springing up to slap Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng gritted his teeth and shut his eyes, whispering to himself, "Endure." Chapter 59. Beating the father today, I gave my father and the clan leader a thorough thrashing, leaving them looking like pigs. It was impossible to get away without a few blows. A gust of wind swept through. Did it not hurt? Xiao Nanfeng slowly opened one eye and saw that his father's palm was merely 3 inches from his face. Having come to a halt, Xiao Donghai was reluctant to strike. Xiao Xinshan gritted his teeth. "If you are unwilling to hit him, then I shall take on the task." This little rascal was doing it on purpose. He had even set up a silence talisman in the courtyard, rendering us unable to speak while we could only endure the beating. Xiao Donghai quickly embraced Xiao Xinshan, clan leader. The child, he is still just a child. So young and alone in a place like South Wilderness City, isolated and forlorn, he has fought tooth and nail for our Xiao family to carve out this territory. It has been exceedingly difficult for him. Without some means to protect himself, how could he manage? He acts solely to safeguard the Xiao family. Do not blame him, do not blame him. Xiao Xinshan looked at Xiao Donghai in disbelief. A doting father only leads to a wayward son. A doting father only leads to a wayward son. Xiao Nanfeng gazed gratefully at Xiao Donghai. What a good father. After receiving a beating, he still stood up for him. Xiao Donghai quickly turned to Xiao Nanfeng. "Will you not apologize to the clan leader?" Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng grew defiant, straightening up with determination. "Why should I apologize? It's the middle of the night, and you sneak in. Should I simply turn a blind eye? Can the clan leader allow enemies to infiltrate the Xiao family like this? I am not in the wrong. The clan leader should reward me instead." Xiao Xinshan and Xiao Donghai were taken aback. "Do you not have any shame?" Yet, there seemed to be a smidgen of logic in his words, albeit not much. "It was clearly you who instructed Xiaoan to return swiftly. We feared for your safety and hurried here without pause, entering only at your request, in the dead of night." "You knew we would come. Did you not do this intentionally?" Xiao Xinshan exclaimed, jumping in anger. After a moment of scolding, Xiao Xinshan suddenly asked, "Nanfeng, will the silence talisman in the courtyard allow sound to escape?" Xiao Nanfeng replied proudly, "Rest assured, it guarantees that no one will hear." You endured such a terrible beating, and yet no one was the wiser. Xiao Donghai and Xiao Nanfeng both turned their gazes toward Xiao Nanfeng. Your sister let it slip, he stammered. Wait. As he saw the approaching clan leader and father, Xiao Nanfeng's face turned pale. If he were to endure another beating, it would be disastrous. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand, and a large bag of spirit stones appeared on the table. 6,000. This year, I promised to generate 6,000 in profit for the family, pure profit. And then, look, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly produced a piece of talisman paper, his red brush swirling in the air. Within seconds, a lightning strike talisman appeared in his hand. Beaming with pride, Xiao Nanfeng raised his chin. After months of relentless practice, I have finally mastered the unparalleled art of talisman crafting and have become a first-tier talisman master. Xiao Xinshan and Xiao Donghai were left speechless, rooted to the spot. They were well aware of Xiao Nanfeng's character. While he might have some clever business acumen, who would believe he could become a first-tier talisman master in just a few months? Certainly, I do not believe it. However, this lightning strike talisman of the 9th level of chi refinement cannot be faked. A first-tier talisman master indeed possesses such capability. Xiao Nanfeng, filled with pride, declared, do not ask me how I practiced. Merely know that I toiled, I worked hard, I persevered, and I was diligent. Of course, the demeanor of a great emperor is of utmost importance. Half an hour later, Xiao Donghai was in tears, embracing Xiao Nanfeng and sobbing uncontrollably. My son has succeeded. My son possesses the demeanor of an emperor. My son possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Xiao Xinshan fell silent, holding the lightning strike talisman, lost in thought. After a ruckus, the workers were sent away to sleep. When dawn broke, they resumed their duties as usual. Xiao Nanfeng strolled leisurely out of the courtyard. The air was a bit cool but refreshingly crisp. But the treasure land must be visited. Xiao Xinshan had already promised to bring the child back to Qinghe town to hide him. Coincidentally, a family in the clan had just given birth, making it a suitable time to take the child along. As long as they did not leave the Xiao family estate, no one would know that an additional child had joined the family. Slumped in a chair at the entrance, Xiao Nanfeng felt melancholic. South Wilderness City is truly a desert of beauties. Day after day, I wait at the door, yet I have not seen anyone who surpasses Yi Yiting and Lu Wani as worthy of admiration. Even with Lin Keqing added to the mix, there is not a single one with the grace of a willow. The system wanted to curse. In a mere small county, there were 2 stunning beauties, several exquisite young ladies, and even a couple of willowy figures. Was that not sufficient? Even in a state city, such quality was not guaranteed. A stunning beauty is not something just anyone can attain. In the world of ordinary people, while a stunning beauty may not be the pinnacle, it is certainly close to the top. Occasionally, there might be 1 or 2 who could be described as a beauty that could cause the downfall of nations, but those are rare indeed. In Xiao Nanfeng's past life, spanning 5,000 years of great history, only a handful of beauties worthy of being remembered existed. However, this is a world of cultivation, a much grander place. Indeed, though a decision had been reached, how could the young master of the Lu family shamelessly seek out contact? When you seek assistance, you must adopt an appropriate demeanor. In any case, I am in no hurry. After wandering for a few days without a visit from the Lu family, Duan Sanchi arrived. His wife was also with him, even if Duan Sanchi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. You scoundrels, come out and change your clothes. You all look like a bunch of beggars. If I see any of you wearing patched clothes again and tarnishing my reputation, I will make sure you regret it. Xiao Nanfeng stood arrogantly at the shop doorway. The workers inside rushed out, their eyes red as they gazed at Xiao Nanfeng. Qian Guopi trembled as he exclaimed, this is truly outrageous. What kind of wealthy family could afford such treatment? The finest velvet fabric, stitched together with moonlight silk, the collar lined with sable, and the cuffs adorned with fox fur. Wearing such an outfit, who would dare say this is merely a shop assistant? Surely, this must be the foolish son of a wealthy landlord. I must say, Duan Sanchi's wife's figure, Duan Sanchi's skills are indeed remarkable. Especially when Yi Yiting and Xiao Ling donned their new garments, even Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but steal a few additional glances. This suffocating mountain, if one wishes to appear graceful in morning attire, white is also quite elegant. Xiao Ling, dressed in a primarily white outfit, stood there, exuding grace. Xiao Nanfeng quickly turned away, feeling embarrassed for her. Just as he turned, he caught sight of Yi Yiting in a fiery red outfit. Xiao Nanfeng quickly wiped his mouth and slipped away. After taking a look around, Xiao Nanfeng noticed the workers at the shop, strutting about with their chests puffed out, and he felt quite speechless. Is it merely a new outfit that makes one so boastful? Well, how vulgar. Just look at the workers in the neighboring shop. Even the shopkeeper is dressed in rags. Returning to the backyard and ignoring the workers' display, Xiao Nanfeng saw Yi Yiting sitting at the entrance of the alchemy room, propping her chin on one hand, staring blankly at the sky, her small face revealing a hint of melancholy. This aura does not quite suit your youthful appearance. What is the matter? Xiao Nanfeng casually inquired. Why Yi Yiting sighed in distress. I cannot break through to the 5th level. My spirit root is only 4 inches. For a single spirit root, 1 inch corresponds to 1 level of cultivation, which determines the upper limit. But are you truly a single spirit root? Chapter 60 A dog system, dare to eat my kickback. Xiao Nanfeng blinked, realizing something was amiss. But he only possessed a mere inch of spiritual root, yet, he had already cultivated to the 3rd layer of qi. Could it be that there was some truth to this? What, then, was his situation? As Xiao Ling passed by, Xiao Nanfeng pondered this conundrum. Here, eat this, he said, casually pulling out the heart of the Shin Lu wood and stuffing it into Yi Yiting's mouth. Ugh, bitter, so bitter. What are you making me eat? Yi Yiting exclaimed. Just then, Qian Guopi approached, startled. Get away. In an instant, the courtyard was left with only Xiao Nanfeng and Yi Yiting. With one arm around Yi Yiting, she half lay in his embrace, while he covered her mouth with his other hand. To onlookers, it appeared as though Xiao Nanfeng was forcibly dragging Yi Yiting into the house. Xiaoan quietly opened a crack in the door. Young master, do you need me to hold her down? Yi Yiting looked at Xiaoan in terror, incredulous at his thoughts. Just as she was about to explain, she involuntarily swallowed the bitter substance. Tears streamed down her face from the bitterness. Xiao Nanfeng quickly released her, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch! He hastily reached out to help her up. What on earth did you make me eat, you scoundrel? Yi Yiting shouted in anger, her face contorted in pain, tears cascading down her cheeks. Xiao Nanfeng quickly murmured, it's the heart of the Shenlu wood. Hurry, let us go inside. Yi Yiting's eyes widened in realization. She instinctively covered her mouth and dashed into the house. As an alchemist, how could she not recognize the treasure that was the heart of the Shenlu wood? Xiao Nanfeng swiftly followed her in and closed the door. Such matters must not be seen by outsiders. After all, this was a significant issue concerning spiritual roots. If anyone discovered that Xiao Nanfeng possessed the heart of the Shenlu wood, it was uncertain what might happen to him, but his days of peace would undoubtedly be over. As Yi Yiting began to digest the heart of the Shenlu wood, her face twisted in bitterness. Indeed, it was a treasure, but it was also incredibly bitter, yet she refused to spit it out. Who knew if this might be the essence of the heart? After more than 2 hours, Yi Yiting finally calmed down, even forgetting the bitterness in her mouth in her delight. Master, you didn't even dare to consume such a precious item yourself, yet you gave it to me. In this lifetime, if I cannot repay you, in the next life, I would serve you as a beast. After much contemplation, Yi Yiting found herself at a loss as to how she could repay him. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Do you even realize what you're saying? If someone were to take a liking to you, it would be a willingness to offer oneself in gratitude, but if it's about serving as a beast in the next life, having perused numerous online novels, how could Xiao Nanfeng be oblivious to such implications? His face twisted in frustration. I am a striking figure. My father even claims I possess the bearing of an emperor. How could you possibly look down on me, master? Were it not for the wolf tamer gang, I fear I would drag you down. I would willingly offer myself in gratitude. Yi Yiting's cheeks flushed crimson as she stole a glance at Xiao Nanfeng. Instantly, Xiao Nanfeng felt a surge of satisfaction. Now that's more like it. You willing to offer yourself? Of course, I can't accept such a thing. With your youthful charm, do you expect me to forsake the splendid world outside? What a dreamer you are. As Xiao Nanfeng looked at Yi Yiting, he mused that perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question. Dinner is ready. Xiaoling called from the courtyard, snapping back to reality. Xiao Nanfeng sighed. Fine. Who told me to be unable to bear your pitiful appearance? The heart of the Shenlu wood is but a trifle. He added. Remember not to speak of this outside. Just say it's your innate gift. Yi Yiting nodded vigorously. Such matters must not be spoken of lightly. With the heart of the Shenlu wood, her spiritual root had grown a full 5 inches, now measuring a full foot. Particularly, her fire spiritual root appeared ever more vibrant. As a fire alchemist, she benefited greatly from her unique fire spiritual root, yet she was not simply a prodigy of a single root but possessed 3 fire, metal, and water. This was also the reason for her exceptional alchemical prowess. Xiao Nanfeng opened the door, feeling invigorated. I haven't even had the chance to check my rewards. There is no rush. Why hurry for what I already possess? At that moment, Yi Yiting emerged, covering her mouth, her face flushed, eyes brimming with shyness. Qian Guopi quickly looked down, muttering, what is not to see, what is not to look at? I'm blind, this isn't my business. Xiaoan gazed at Yi Yiting with his innocent, naive eyes. Brother, what is wrong with you? Qian Guopi slapped Xiaoan on the back of the head. Quit calling me brother. In this situation, you still dare to call me brother. Xiaoan looked confused. You hit me again. I'm used to being hit without knowing why. He scratched his head and resumed eating. The courtyard fell silent. After dinner, Qian Guopi bowed to Yi Yiting. Young mistress, we shall take our leave. Yi Yiting sat there in a daze with her chopsticks raised, while Xiao Nanfeng stared blankly at Qian Guopi. Xiao Ling stifled a laugh, while the other servants appeared nonchalant. Only Xiaoan remained perplexed. Guopi, what nonsense are you spouting? The alchemist is male. How could he possibly marry the young clan leader and become a young mistress? My sister still possesses her charm, Qian Guopi retorted, kicking Xiaoan aside. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly came to his senses, exclaiming, nonsense, don't you dare slander my reputation. With so many beautiful flowers and plants outside, would I ever take a fancy to this little potato? Yi Yiting exhaled in relief but soon felt something was amiss. What do you mean? You actually don't fancy me, you shameless scoundrel. You still think of the flowers and plants outside. Xiao Ling was taken aback. Yi Yiting gritted her teeth. Who would want to be your young mistress? At dinner, Yi Yiting transformed her indignation into appetite, eating like a little hamster, her cheeks puffed out. Xiao Nanfeng merely took a few bites, casting a glance at Qian Guopi. Qian Guopi quickly looked down. Oh no, the young master has eaten his fill but refuses to acknowledge it. Back in his room, Xiao Nanfeng immediately checked his rewards. Consumption successful at this time. The consumption of Shenlu wood heart, valued at 20,000 spiritual stones at this time. The rebate multiplier for the consumption object is 20 times. Processing consumption settlement consumption overflowed, settlement valued at 50,000 spiritual stones at this time. The rebate Shenlu wood essence. The prize has been awarded to the hostess storage bag. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, what, dog system, get out here. The heart of the Shenlu wood starts at 300,000, how could you calculate it at 20,000, and with the overflow in consumption, you only valued it at 50,000? This is infuriating. This dog system is robbing me of my kickbacks. Clearly, something starting at 300,000 should yield a rebate of 6 million at 20 times. Shouldn't I be receiving a treasure worth 2 to 3 feet of spiritual root? To only calculate it is worth 20,000 spiritual stones. System of the Heart of the Shenlu Wood is valued so highly at auction because of its rarity. The 5-fold rebate is because the maximum limit for the 5 times rebate object is 5,000, for the 10 times rebate object is 25,000, and for the 20 times rebate object is 50,000. This is the system rule. Sha Nanfeng roared in anger. Then what if I encounter an object with 1,000 times rebate? The maximum would only yield 1 million. What good are you then? Dog system, I want to file a complaint. System of the hostess rebate level is too low to unlock higher permissions. Furthermore, the system exists independently, with no superior authority. Your complaints have no destination, and you must endure. Damn it, Sha Nanfeng held in despair. Chapter 61. After kneeling for 5 days, 10 days, and nights, when did the dog system ever acquire a level? When shall I elevate my authority level? Sha Nanfeng was left speechless. System of the host's power is too low. Should the authority be too high, the likelihood of being backstabbed and meeting a fatal end increases significantly. Once the host's strength reaches the foundation establishment stage, the rebate limit can be doubled. The host's strength determines the authority level. Sha Nanfeng blinked to father. Does this mean that if I become an immortal, I could potentially reap infinite rewards? System, you treat me as your father when it suits you, yet refer to me as the dog system when it doesn't. You truly are a cur. I shall ignore you. If it weren't for the fact that I am bound to you, I would have already kicked you to your end. Observing the silent system, Sha Nanfeng chuckled. Good night, father. Farewell, father. System. Sha Nanfeng gazed at the essence of the Shenlu Wood. The essence of the Shenlu Heart contains the life force of the Shenlu Wood, capable of promoting the growth of spiritual roots by 1 foot and 8 inches. Thankfully, it is stronger than before. 1 foot and 8 inches should suffice to enhance my spiritual roots, right? Yet, the thought of Yi enduring the agony of consuming the Shenlu Heart sent a shiver down Sha Nanfeng's spine. Shaoan. Moments later, Shaoan entered with a large bag of candy, bringing a substantial tub of syrupy water to Sha Nanfeng's room. Staring at the tub, Shaoan scratched his head. Young master, do you want me to assist you in consuming all this? Get lost. Very well. Sha Nanfeng was taken aback. A sliding shovel is meant only for use on the ground, yet Shaoan's slide landed perfectly atop the roof. What does that mean? Not only are you shoveling the ground, but are you also shoveling the heavens? With such finesse in your slides, you won't even need oxen for the farming of spiritual fields next year. After sending Shaoan away, Sha Nanfeng shut the door, closed his eyes, one hand holding a large bowl of syrupy water, while the other bravely stuffed the essence of the Shenlu Wood into his mouth. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above others. The path of cultivation is truly arduous. Wait, not arduous. Sha Nanfeng was overjoyed, quickly sitting down. At least it wasn't particularly bitter, only slightly astringent, with a tinge of sourness. However, compared to Yi Yiting's ordeal, this was significantly more tolerable. After several minutes, Sha Nanfeng rose to his feet. The absorption by the 5 spiritual roots was remarkably swift, far quicker than Yi Yiting. Rising, Sha Nanfeng stretched. The path of cultivation is indeed exhausting. It took me merely a few minutes to grow my spiritual roots by 5 inches. Alas, with 6 inches and 1 point of roots, this young master must continue to strive. Given the hardships of cultivation, a midday nap shall serve as my recompense. Tidying up, he exited the room, only to find Qian Guopi anxiously pacing at the door. Are you preparing to grind? Sha Nanfeng shot him a glance. Hearing the voice, Qian Guopi hurried over. Young master, the son of the Lu family has arrived, looking rather anxious. He has been waiting for 2 hours. Sha Nanfeng then realized that the sun was about to set. He sauntered to the store, but as he neared the entrance, he suddenly quickened his pace. Lu brother, I apologize for the wait. I inadvertently practiced for the entire day. Sha Nanfeng felt no shame. Lu Xiaoying sighed in relief upon seeing Sha Nanfeng, yet the anxiety in his eyes was unmistakable. Sha Nanfeng's mind raced. Sit down in the back, I have some fine wine here. Upon arriving at the back, the others promptly vacated the area. Brother Xiao, how do you fare? Lu Xiaoying had no inclination for drinking. He immediately inquired upon sitting. Sha Nanfeng mused. Are you anxious? Not at all. We still have 5 days before departure. Observing Lu Xiaoying, Sha Nanfeng feigned deep thought. My family is in quite the predicament. Lu Xiaoying immediately broke into a sweat after the family's misfortune, especially concerning this matter. Other clans dared not involve themselves. Former brothers who once shared camaraderie now avoided him. Only Sha Nanfeng remained as usual. If the Xiao family were to refuse, he would truly be at a loss. Of course, we are as close as brothers. I knelt and pleaded with my father for 7 days and nights, my knees nearly worn raw, before he relented. My father then knelt for 3 days and nights before the clan leader finally acquiesced. Lu Xiaoying was instantly overjoyed, and how the father-son duo accomplished this feat in just 5 days was of no consequence. He promptly stood, bowing deeply to Sha Nanfeng. If this journey yields any profit, I shall never forget the benevolence of Brother Xiao and the Xiao family. From this day forth, should I have any requests, I shall exert every effort to fulfill them. Should I ever take charge, as long as I breathe, the Lu family and Xiao family shall be eternally bound as brothers. Sha Nanfeng was satisfied. Oaths and promises are among the few things in this world that hold any weight. What he sought was the sincerity of his intent. Thus, Lu brother, do enlighten me, what should we be wary of regarding that treasure land? What preparations do we need to undertake before entering? Sha Nanfeng urged Lu Xiaoying to sit. Lu Xiaoying pondered briefly, shaking his head slightly. All I know is that the treasure land was discovered by my uncle, who subsequently used my aunt's blood as a guide to penetrate the entrance of the treasure land. Only my aunt possesses the ability to unlock it. However, what lies within remains a mystery, as none have ever ventured inside. Nevertheless, it is prudent to prepare ample supplies, as danger is surely present. Sha Nanfeng nodded. What cultivation level does your uncle possess? Lu Xiaoying replied to the 9th level of Qi refinement, on the verge of foundation establishment. Sha Nanfeng's heart sank. A master of, although I may be a rather formidable 3rd level, it remains perilous. However, at least there is a practitioner at the 8th level among us. Let us gather defensive items, and if the situation appears dire, we shall retreat without hesitation. It should not pose a significant problem. Very well, I shall prepare accordingly. Departing in 5 days, Xiao Nanfeng sought confirmation once more. Liu Xiaoying promptly nodded on the evening of the 3rd day. At that time, we shall convene in Qinghe Town, then enter the mountains from the southern slope of Qinghe Town. Xiao Nanfeng's heart raced. How fortuitous, the entrance is located in the direction of my spiritual field. Excellent, I shall arrive ahead of time. On the 3rd day, Xiao Nanfeng stepped out of the shop. Guabi, keep a vigilant watch over the store. Upon my return home, after settling the necessary profits, your position as manager shall be officially recorded in the Xiao family roster. Furthermore, all of you shall likewise be inscribed in my family records, signifying that you have successfully completed your probation period. Let us all work diligently, avoiding laziness. Ensure the store is well managed. Being inscribed in the family roster does not equate to being included in the genealogy. They are distinct matters. It is akin to officially joining the Xiao family's company as a full-time employee. All the staff, under Qian Guopi's leadership, expressed their gratitude, bowing in unison as they watched Xiao Nanfeng depart. Xiaoan, should you continue to slide, I shall return the horse and make you shovel it back. Must you slide even when mounting? You truly are vexing. Chapter 62. A fresh start. Young Master Xiao returns. With a resounding shout, chaos erupted in the streets of Qinghe Town. Vendors, shoppers, and those buying vegetables. Xiao Nanfeng touched his ear and muttered, "Damn, this feeling is all too familiar." However, today there were no barking dogs, only the sound of galloping hooves, which still rendered the onlookers on either side. Xiao Nanfeng scratched his nose with his riding whip, pondering, had he ever bullied the common folk during his days as a wastrel? Why were they so afraid of him? He had been in a rush to South Wilderness City earlier and hadn't paid much attention to this matter. Xiaoan, have I ever picked on ordinary people? Xiao Nanfeng turned to Xiaoan. Xiaoan immediately lifted his chin, looking around with an air of superiority. Xiao Nanfeng then lashed out with his whip. Damn it, I'm asking you a question, not letting you show off. Xiaoan quickly shrank. What status do they have to be worthy of the young master's attention? The young master is a frivolous dandy, not a tyrant. Xiao Nanfeng shot a glance at Xiaoan, exasperated. Is being a frivolous dandy something to be proud of? And why are you shouting so loudly? Suddenly, a smug smile spread across his face. He had to maintain his reputation as a dandy. Moreover, he must reinforce the impression among the townsfolk of his hometown. Xiaoan, toss some rewards my way. Scatter gold and silver along the route. Xiaoan promptly agreed but then hesitated, shrinking his head as he looked at Xiao Nanfeng. Young master, our recent business has been lucrative, but we haven't used gold and silver. We've only received spirit stones and spirit fragments. We have plenty of spirit fragments and stones, but no gold or silver. Xiao Nanfeng realized the truth in this. Gold and silver had long ceased to befit his status as a young clan leader. Just then, Xiao Nanjun approached from a short distance. Upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng on horseback, he halted at the street's entrance. His attendant, Xiao Ming, immediately remarked with bright eyes, "Young master, look at Xiao Nanfeng's troubled expression. He has suddenly returned. It's neither a holiday nor a festival. What could he want? He must be encountering difficulties with his shop and is too embarrassed to ask for help. Young master, this is an opportunity." Xiao Nanjun widened his eyes in surprise. Opportunity? What opportunity? Xiao Ming excitedly explained, seize this chance to take over his business, and then the position of the young clan leader will belong to you. Xiao Nanjun glared at him in annoyance, you fool. I've told you countless times that the position of young clan leader is not to be contested. That role is a pitfall. I must concentrate on my cultivation to eventually enter the Qingling sect and become a top-tier powerhouse on the path of immortality. What does being the young clan leader of the Xiao family even mean? He kicked Xiao Ming repeatedly, venting his frustration. After venting his anger, he commanded, get out of my sight and go home to wait. At a street corner. Meanwhile, he found himself in a predicament concerning his pride. Just moments ago, he had boisterously declared rewards. If he didn't distribute them, how could he maintain his dignity as young master Xiao? Xiaoan, ride swiftly back home and fetch me a bag of silver. I'll wait for you at the town entrance. Returning in glory requires some commotion, otherwise, it would be akin to a lavish journey in silence. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Nanfeng. Without questioning the reason, Xiaoan promptly spurred his horse back to the Xiao residence. Xiao Nanjun observed in bewilderment but chose to remain hidden, curious about Xiao Nanfeng's intentions. Is he leaving? Upon reaching the entrance of Qinghe Town, Xiao Nanfeng halted. What could he possibly want, not returning home after arriving in Qinghe Town? Before long, Xiaoan arrived, straining under the weight of a bag of silver, galloping toward the town entrance. Upon arrival, he opened the bag. Young master, 5,000 taels, all in broken silver. My father asked what it was for, and I told him you wished to reward the townsfolk. He specifically had all the broken silver taken out. Excellent, let us make our grand entrance once more. With a triumphant demeanor, he rode back into the town. Xiaoan bellowed, young master Xiao has returned. The townspeople obediently stood on either side. Offending a cultivating family could be a matter of life and death. Moreover, Xiao Nanfeng's reputation was hardly commendable. Clearing his throat, Xiao Nanfeng commanded, Xiaoan, distribute the rewards. Xiaoan promptly obeyed, scattering the broken silver generously from his horse. Instantly, the streets of the town were showered with silver. What are you all staring at? Don't you thank the young master for the rewards? A group of oblivious individuals was met with Xiaoan's ire. Xiao Nanfeng cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoan, bemused by how effectively he wielded his influence. The bystanders suddenly awoke to the realization that this notorious wastrel was lavishly distributing money. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare take the coins, yet, this notorious spendthrift was well known for his lavishness and pride. Once he scattered the coins, he would never call them back. The street erupted into chaos as countless individuals scrambled for the silver. Get out of the way, you're obstructing the young master's path. Xiaoan shouted angrily amidst the commotion. He continued to shower the coins. Young Master Xiao, a spirit root of immeasurable potential. The path to immortality is paved before him. Young Master Xiao, a prodigy of cultivation, will establish his foundation in a single day. Xiao Nanfeng grinned widely. Behind him, Xiao Nanjun gasped in disbelief. What an utter disgrace, he is truly disgracing himself. This shameless sycophant is deliberately tarnishing my reputation. If my name is sullied, my claim to the position of young clan leader will be compromised. In this generation of the Xiao family, there were only two with spirit roots, myself and Xiao Nanfeng. Fury consumed Xiao Nanjun. This shameless fool is plotting against me. He aims to sever my path to immortality, forcing me to toil for the Xiao family and sacrificing my cult. He hurriedly made his way home. As he scattered silver along the way, he arrived at the Xiao family residence, where Xiao Donghai stood at the entrance, grinning as he observed the townsfolk's cheers, contentedly stroking his beard and nodding in approval. Clan leader, do you see how beloved he truly possesses the demeanor of a great emperor, adored by the masses? Xiao Zhanshan's face twitched with irritation. Damn it, I'm the one distributing silver, these commoners would adore me too. 5,000 taels at once. While a cultivating family may not care for such mundane things, this is hard-earned money for the Xiao family. It could have been exchanged for 5 spirit stones. Why didn't you inform me in advance? We could have prepared a warm welcome for you. Xiao Nanfeng dismounted and immediately turned to Xiaoan. You dare to fall off the horse? I'll break your legs. Xiaoan immediately climbed down, standing quietly behind Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Donghai quickly embraced his son, patting his back warmly. My son, truly a figure of imperial stature, respected and adored by all. You are destined to be the leader of our Xiao clan. Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes at Xiao Donghai, finding his father quite endearing. Have the guests arrived? He inquired quietly. Xiao Donghai remained impassive, merely giving Xiao Nanfeng's back a gentle pat. Xiao Nanfeng understood, likely indicating that someone had arrived. He continued to strut confidently, fanning himself as he strode inside. Brother Nanfeng, Lan Ziyan approached, her face pale and unsteady. Xiao Zhanshan let out a disdainful grunt. Xiao Donghai chose to ignore it, pulling Xiao Nanfeng through the door. Xiao Nanfeng cast a curious glance at Lan Ziyan, sensing something was amiss. This fade she wore was far too convincing to be mere pretense, yet, the Xiao family evidently held no interest in Lan Ziyan, and to his astonishment, she was devoid of any maidservants in attendance. With a clang, the Xiao family gate shut, leaving Lan Ziyan stranded outside, overwhelmed with despair. She could do nothing but cover her face and depart helplessly. Onlookers reveled in her misfortune. Once, she had manipulated others with her charm, but now that they had awakened to the truth, how could she still hope to play the victim? Upon entering the parlor, Xiao Zhanshan promptly dismissed the others. What is the matter with Lan Ziyan? Xiao Nanfeng feels no pity for her. This woman is no virtuous soul. Oh, right, she is devoid of virtue. Xiao Zhanshan sneered. Don't be fooled. The Lan family thinks that by withholding their flattery and gifts, they can induce Lan Ziyan to play the victim and draw you back in. Humph, thankfully they recently withdrew their engagement, or else, Xiao Donghai wholeheartedly agreed, immediately stating, my son, with the bearing of an emperor, could never condescend to ally with the insignificant Lan family. Son, do not fall for their tricks. Xiao Nanfeng smiled slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, Lan Ziyan is undoubtedly the most promising candidate from the Lan family to enter the Qingling sect. I refuse to believe that, merely because I have withdrawn my investment, they would dare treat her thus. Are they not afraid that should Lan Ziyan fortuitously enter the Qingling sect, it might backfire on them? Xiao Donghai's eyes lit up. Indeed, my son possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Look how astutely he analyzes the situation. I had intended to caution him, but it appears unnecessary. My son has truly matured. Xiao Donghai's eyes brimmed with emotion, viewing his son with unrestrained admiration. Xiao Zhanshan chuckled. Your analysis is commendable, let alone the Lan family. Even my Xiao family would not dare act in such a manner. They are merely coercing Lan Ziyan into a sob story, hoping to regain our assistance. Dream on, he scoffed. Nephew, I hear you have been quite close with the young lady from the Lu family recently? Yes, indeed the Lu family is commendable, but do avoid provoking Chen Yujie from the Chen family. Such lowly folk should never cross the threshold of our Xiao family. We must seek only those from prominent families like the Lu family. Ah, you have changed, clan leader. You now look down upon the Chen family. Yet, in what way does the Lu family surpass them? Were it not for my assistance in selling them some fine goods, the Lu is that truly what constitutes a prominent family? Their conversation meandered aimlessly, avoiding any serious matters. It was not until nightfall that Xiao Donghai and Xiao Zhanshan quietly entered Xiao Nanfeng's chamber. Son, are you truly certain about venturing to Nan Mountain's treasure site? It is far too perilous. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. If you insist on going, your father and the clan leader shall accompany you. Xiao Donghai expressed profound concern, his face etched with gravity. Xiao Zhanshan mirrored his seriousness. The treasure site, while enticing, was equally fraught with peril. Who among those who entered a treasure site did not confront death? Though the rewards were tantalizing, one must live to savor them. You are the hope of our Xiao family. You must not act recklessly. Xiao Zhanshan attempted to persuade, but his words fell silent. Xiao Nanfeng casually tossed a few qi-gathering pills into his mouth, then deftly flicked 2 more into the mouths of his father and the clan leader. The 2 quickly covered their mouths, ready to flee, but then remembered their purpose for visiting and found themselves in a quandary. These were qi-gathering pills, invaluable treasures for practitioners, impossible to procure, and thus, they couldn't afford to waste them. As they wrestled with their dilemma, Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand, causing 10 bottles of qi-gathering pills to materialize on the table. With another flick, another 10 appeared, and yet another wave summoned yet another 10. Xiao Donghai's eyelids twitched furiously as he swallowed a chi-gathering pill. Stop it, my heart can't take it, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. Is that all you can handle? Look at this. With a wave of his hand, a thick stack of talismans, over a foot in height, appeared on the table. Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai, both perceptive, immediately recognized that the least among them were at least 7th grade chi-gathering talismans. With a flick, a large pile of 9th grade Thunderstrike talismans appeared, at least 100, had it not been for the lack of suitable materials for refining. Xiao Nanfeng could have astonished them even more. Regrettably, during a previous rush, he had given away the core of the Xin Lu Wood to Yi Yiting and had been unable to showcase his formations, otherwise, he would have demonstrated the true might of his imperial demeanor. Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai exchanged glances. Enough of this persuasion. With these resources, as long as there were no formidable foundational dangers in the treasure site, there would be no risk at all. Even if a foundational expert were present, 100 9th grade Thunderstrike talismans would ensure a peaceful demise. Son, your father supports you. It is time for you to venture out and hone your skills. However, always remember, apart from Xiaoan, no one is to be trusted. Xiao Donghai was quite direct. Xiao Zhinshan nodded in agreement. Xiao Nanfeng grinned. Rest assured, I understand, all brothers are but actors. Should I encounter mere illusions of danger, Lu Xiaoying will surely put on a display of deep brotherly affection, yet, if faced with genuine peril, Lu Xiaoying will likewise perform a heartfelt act of camaraderie. Clan leader, father, are you both prepared? Xiao Nanfeng's expression turned serious. You keep these. I have plenty, but do ensure utmost secrecy. I cannot afford to expose the fact that I am consuming chi gathering. Typically, I wouldn't even dare sell them. As he spoke, he pushed 200 chi gathering pills toward the clan leader and his father. In this world, trust is a rare commodity. However, he was certain about the loyalty of his father and the clan leader. Xiao Nanfeng was acutely aware that the few individuals he truly cared for were but a handful. The stronger they grew, the more secure he felt about the future. Xiao Zhinshan's face twitched. How can a first-tier alchemist be so formidable? I cannot believe it, yet he refrained from questioning. This is the world of cultivation. There are always inexplicable phenomena. Perhaps this lad has simply been extraordinarily lucky to stumble upon a treasure. Moreover, that girl must possess a significant background, likely with great fortunes awaiting her. Xiao Zhinshan understood the rules, yet Xiao Donghai was deeply concerned. What price must be paid? Xiao Nanfeng replied succinctly. What nonsense about rules, I simply offered a high price, and she happened to be evading enemies. I promised to protect her. It is as simple as that. Xiao Donghai and Xiao Zhinshan straightened, their expressions grave. Such an alchemist would surely have formidable enemies. Alchemists, formation masters, and weapon refiners are all individuals with extensive networks. Ordinary cultivators or sects would think twice before crossing a first-tier alchemist. However, for her to be hiding under an alias indicates the magnitude of the forces she has offended. Who has she wronged? We must carefully calculate this matter, Xiao Zhinshan advised. Xiao Nanfeng understood that he could not halt this affair, otherwise, he would struggle to provide a reasonable explanation later. After all, consuming such a large quantity of chi-gathering pills. Wolf Tamer Gang, Xiao Donghai thought he had misheard. What? The Wolf Tamer Gang? Xiao Zhinshan's expression shifted to one of shock. Chapter 64 A Departure. Xiao Nanfeng shuddered slightly. The information he had gathered about the Wolf Taming Gang was scant, nearly hearsay. He remained oblivious to their true strength. Could it be that the Wolf Taming Gang is formidable? After all, it is still a gang, and if their power is substantial, they might even be considered a sect. Suddenly, Xiao Donghai leaped to his feet, rolling up his sleeves. How dare they covet a Dan master from the Xiao family? If I don't beat them to a pulp, may they consider themselves fortunate. Xiao Zhinshan also cracked his knuckles. How can anyone insult a Dan master of the Xiao family? Once I find the time, I shall obliterate them. Xiao Nanfeng interjected. Alright, I understand now that the Wolf Taming Gang is certainly not a worthy adversary. At the very least, the Xiao family has nothing to fear. With that, the matter seemed trivial. Yet, they still inquired into Yi Yiting's circumstances. Upon learning that Yi Yiting was indeed a minor and that her talent had only recently been discovered unknown to outsiders, they felt entirely reassured. Should outsiders become aware of her exceptional talent, such a treasure would not be something the Xiao family could easily possess. My son, such a rare gem, and with her family gone, she is all alone. It is truly pitiful. The Xiao family must act with chivalry and take responsibility for nurturing those on the path of cultivation. However, I feel this alone does not suffice to demonstrate our sincerity. Why not, my son, marry her? That way, we can better care for her. Xiao Donghai was filled with righteous indignation. You old fool, are you truly suggesting I trade my happiness for a mere first-tier Dan master? No, wait, it seems you've already bartered my happiness 4 times for Lan Zian, Chen Yujie, and Luani. Xiao Zhinshan bore an expression of nonchalance. Ignoring them, Xiao Nanfeng began to gather his belongings. Clan leader, let us discuss serious matters. I need to conceal my whereabouts in the coming days. What is the plan? Xiao Zhinshan replied with a smile. Rest assured, everything is arranged. We shall say that the Xiao family has fortuitously acquired a high-grade Dan medicine, allowing you and Xiao. Such a retreat, lasting several months, is entirely reasonable. This excuse is quite normal and perfect for a cultivating family. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. Very well. Moreover, this will serve as a guise for me to protect my cultivation while winter is fast approaching. The following day, the Xiao family held a grand celebration, even distributing double the monthly allowances to all the servants of the Xiao household, the reason being Xiao Nanfeng had completed the profit task he had previously agreed upon with the Subsequently, rewards were bestowed upon Xiao Nanfeng, utilizing family resources to acquire a high-grade Dan medicine for his seclusion. Everything appeared quite justified. In the Lan family, Lan Tianqi's face was contorted with rage, his beard trembling uncontrollably. The elders of the Lan family sighed heavily. Standing nearby, Lan Zian was on the verge of tears. Put away that beguiling demeanor, this is home, not in front of that sycophant Xiao Nanfeng. What good does it do? An elder shot her a disapproving glance, which only caused her tears to flow more freely. Lan Tianqi slammed his hand on the table, standing abruptly in anger. Do you still have the audacity to weep? That sycophant Xiao Nanfeng has spent nearly 10,000 spirit stones on gifts for Chen Yujie from the Chun family in just a few months. I've already warned you not to be too aloof. When fishing, one must bait the hook. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that by keeping your mouth shut and allowing no benefits, he will continue to endure? Xiao Nanfeng may be a sycophant, but he is no fool. Look at him now, lavishing attention on Chen Yujie and Lu Wani, and you've hung on for 3 years only to be cast aside with a kick. Lan Zian wept bitterly, feeling utterly helpless. Xiao Nanfeng now barely even glanced in her direction. Lan Tianqi shot her a disapproving look, wary of pushing her too far. After all, she was the most promising descendant of the Lan family destined for the Qingling sect. Enough, enough. Stop crying. What good does it do? Can tears bring Xiao Nanfeng back? Quickly, once he emerges from seclusion, we must confront him, using any means necessary to win him back. Although he is a sycophant, he is a commercial genius. In just a few months, he has earned the Xiao family 3,000 spirit stones, 3,000 spirit stones from a single shop. Meanwhile, as Xiao Nanfeng entered seclusion, that very night, he and Xiaoan quietly departed. Under the cover of darkness, they plunged deeper into the South Mountain. By the next morning, the 5 of them had ventured into the heart of the South Mountain. Standing beneath a tree, Xiao Nanfeng wore a... There is nothing quite as comfortable as lounging on a chair at the entrance of my own shop, basking in the sun. How lowly I feel. 3 more days, crossing over... Thankfully, among the 5, even the weakest, Xiaoan, was at the first level of qi cultivation, surrounded by the aura of gathering qi pills daily. Despite his mediocre talent, reaching the first level of qi cultivation was still quite simple, and he had finally succeeded. As long as one could cultivate qi, an ordinary person would no longer pose a threat after reaching the first level. A solo practitioner at the first level could easily take on at least 5 ordinary individuals. Otherwise, with 2 delicate ladies among them, traversing 300 miles in these mountains would likely take half a month. However, now they could manage it in about 2 days if they remained vigilant. Xiao Nanfeng plopped down onto the ground. Are you certain none of the others from the Lu family are aware? We cannot afford to be followed. Lu Xiaoying replied proudly, I am... Not only do the Lu family members remain oblivious, but even within my shop, no one knows of my whereabouts. Such matters of great importance must remain undisclosed to a 4th person, no, a 6th. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glance, and if you perish, the Lu family will remain ignorant, leaving me to deal with the aftermath. Exploring for treasures has never been devoid of risk. Each year, countless cultivators perish in the pursuit of treasures worldwide, including many formidable figures at the Purple Mansion and even Golden Core stages. It is said that even an infant transformation expert perished a few years back. To grow stronger, one must bravely seize opportunities. Lu Xiaoying gritted his teeth. This South Mountain may seem adjacent to the South Wilderness City, but in reality, it is a remote region of this world. After traveling a mere 200 miles into the mountains, they could no longer see any signs of human activity. Over the next 2 days, they entered a valley where the dense forest obscured the sky. The entrance to the treasure lay deep within this thicket. Lu Xiaoying scouted ahead and soon returned. I found the mark left by my uncle. We are not far now. He glanced at the sky, noting the sun was nearing the horizon. The valley was already poorly lit due to the thick foliage and towering mountains, and soon they would hardly see the path. It's too late today. We shall seek the entrance first thing in the morning, Lu Xiaoying declared. Xiao Nanfeng nodded and wandered nearby to find a suitable spot for camping. Casting a glance at a solitary tent not far away, he felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Keqing. Yet, observing Lin Keqing crouched down, tending to a deer, clad in practical attire, he couldn't help but feel a stir of desire. If this delicate beauty were just a few years younger, she would surely be a captivating figure, perhaps even surpassing Lu Wani in allure. What a pity, truly a pity. What are you staring at? I'll have your eyes gouged out. Lu Wani shot an indignant glare at Xiao Nanfeng. Chapter 65. What if he runs away first? Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly wiped away the drool and offered an awkward smile. He had become so engrossed that he hadn't noticed his rapt attention. Lu Wani was infuriated. Throughout the journey, this insufferable sycophant had lavished care on his aunt instead of her. Had it not been for her aunt's dignified demeanor, which left no room for insincerity, this shameless flatterer would have surely received a scathing rebuke. Wani, my dear, I was merely contemplating that at this moment, you must be 1,000 times more beautiful than your aunt. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed immediately. Lu Wani felt a significant portion of her irritation dissipate. I shan't acknowledge you, you insufferable toady. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled as he moved closer, squatting beside Lu Wani, observing her as she foraged for wild vegetables. It appeared that she was quite accustomed to the outdoors, as her technique was commendable. Stay away, brother Nanfeng, you are too kind. But, how could I possibly accept this? Lu Wani's heart raced. Just as she was about to express her annoyance, an unexpected shyness overcame her. Despite muttering her embarrassment, she swiftly gathered her belongings. In Xiao Nanfeng's palm lay a piece of Xianjin iron. This material was renowned for its excellence in weapon crafting, and it was said that weapons forged from it could be wielded by foundation-building masters, while mere chi practitioners would find it beyond their means. Naturally, Xianjin iron itself was quite costly. A piece the size of a fist was worth no less than 500 spirit stones. This treasure had been unearthed from among the clutter of Zhou Dafu's possessions. Initially, it had been concealed within or, rendering it unrecognizable. Zhou Dafu's poor judgment had been a blessing in disguise. Had it not been for the system's identification capabilities, Xiao Nanfeng would have dismissed it outright. Upon breaking it open, he discovered a piece of Xianjin iron. However, this item was of no immediate use. More importantly, they were in a desolate wilderness, and the time for returns had fortuitously arrived, making it impossible to make it. Yet, he could not let this opportunity slip away. He would deliver the item and make a hasty retreat. Xiao Nanfeng was determined not to allow Lu Wani the chance to draw closer. Should she be tempted by him, he would find it exceedingly difficult to refuse her advances. After all, how could a mere 20-fold return on investment befit the grandeur of this young master? Retreating to a corner, Xiao Nanfeng bit down on a blade of dogtail grass, squinting slightly as if deep in thought, yet in truth, he was merely assessing the returns. Consumption successful. This transaction involved one piece of Xianjin iron, valued at 500 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 20 times, calculating. Failing to hit the rebate cap signifies a loss. Xianjin iron, however, is still satisfactory. This material is valued at 7 to 8,000 spirit stones. Darn it, the system has the audacity to compute it at 10,000. A piece the size of a fist weighs over 1,000 pounds. This is not something that mere chi practitioners or even foundation builders can utilize. Only those at the golden core stage can wield weapons forged from such materials. Without achieving the golden core stage, one lacks the strength to wield a sword crafted from over 1,000 pounds of material. Forget it. I forgive you, dear system. This item is undoubtedly rare. Even among the ancient beings of the nascent soul stage, few possess the means to forge artifacts or weapons from such materials. As the sky darkened, Xiao Nanfeng seized a roasted deer leg, devouring it with unrestrained delight. For ordinary individuals, venturing into the mountains is fraught with peril, yet for cultivators, as long as they do not encounter formidable foes, life is quite comfortable. The local beasts are easily captured. This deer, for instance, was swiftly dispatched by Lu Xiaoying without it even having the chance to flee. Having satisfied his hunger, Xiao Nanfeng burped contentedly and crawled into the tent, reclining with his legs crossed. Xiaoan squatted nearby, eyeing Xiao Nanfeng with evident anxiety. Young master, I've heard that the treasure ground is exceedingly dangerous. Indeed, Xiao Nanfeng replied. Rumor has it that the treasure ground is perilous, Xiaoan reiterated. Indeed, the treasure ground is said to be fraught with danger. Xiaoan pressed on. Enough already, are you done? Xiao Nanfeng snapped, sitting up and kicking him out. Xiaoan, with a mournful expression, protested, the treasure ground truly is dangerous. Then if you're so terrified, why don't you just go back? Xiao Nanfeng retorted. You insisted on tagging along, and now you're whining about being scared. Xiaoan immediately replied, I'm not afraid of death. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Xiao Nanfeng was at a loss for words. Fine, your loyalty is commendable. Now come inside and rest. Lu Dazhou is a master at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. If any danger arises, he'll handle it. Even if there is peril, he will ensure our escape first. What is there to fear? Xiao Nanfeng said with resignation. Xiaoan lay beside him. But what if he runs away first? He is the strongest. If he flees, we shall not be able to catch up. Lu Xiong would never do that. We are dear friends, bound by a bond stronger than that of brothers, Xiao Nanfeng reassured him. Xiaoan, you must learn to trust. Just look at me and you will understand. Xiaoan pouted. I trust no one but the young master. Curse it, you're getting sentimental on me? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, feeling a flicker of unexpected emotion, albeit slight. After a lengthy exchange of chatter, Xiao Nanfeng fell asleep. The next morning, after packing their belongings into the spatial realm, Lu Xiaoying immediately led the group deeper into the forest. The sounds of unknown birds and insects echoed through the woods, mingling with the rustling of leaves as they walked. The wind seemed unable to penetrate this place. Despite it being daytime, a palpable sense of foreboding enveloped them. Xiaoan instinctively stayed close to Xiao Nanfeng. Lu Xiaoying forged ahead, and before long, they had unwittingly entered the heart of the thicket. There were no paths here, and they had to leap over trees and navigate through thickets continuously. Lu Xiaoying was relentless in her search for the markers left by the Lu family's uncles. Fortunately, the markings, though well hidden, were distinctly clear. An outsider would hardly suspect them to be markers, seeing nothing but an unremarkable landscape. As they pressed onward, they gradually approached a cliff. At the base of the cliff lay a tangle of enormous dead trees and vines, marking the end of the trail. Lu Xiaoying turned to Lin Keqing, who diligently searched until she found a unique mark only recognized by their couple, finally confirming their location. After navigating through layers of robust vines and bushes, they arrived at the cliff's edge, parting the foliage to reveal an entrance standing over a meter high. "This is the entrance," Lin Keqing declared. Upon seeing the entrance, Xiao immediately grasped Xiao Nanfeng's arm, preventing him from being the first to enter. However, Xiao Nanfeng had no intention of being the first either. In a hushed tone, Lu Xiaoying said, "The interior of the treasure ground is fraught with peril. I shall enter first to scout the way, you may follow shortly." With that, she bent down and crawled through the opening. No sooner had she entered the cave than her form vanished into thin air. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. While he had long been aware of the extraordinary nature of this world of cultivation and possessed a fair share of— "Let us go in," Lin Keqing suggested after waiting for 10 minutes without a word from Lu Xiaoying. Xiao gritted his teeth and rushed forward. "Young master, I shall enter first, and you can come in last." Lin Keqing, who had been relatively quiet and had not engaged with Xiao Nanfeng, finally spoke up. "Your servant is indeed loyal. If only I had a servant such as that." Chapter 66 of the Fragrant Hidden Path. Upon witnessing Xiao enter and vanish, Lu Wani whispered, "I shall go in, aunt, follow me." Lin Keqing nodded gently in agreement. Lu Wani bent down and crawled inside, with Lin Keqing following closely behind. Xiao Nanfeng inhaled sharply, pondering, "Is this a test of my worldly heart?" Lin Keqing knelt and crawled into the cavern, her eyes instinctively shielding themselves from the sight of a massive peach. Hastily, he covered his eyes with his hands, peering through parted fingers. Lin Keqing soon disappeared into the depths of the cave. Xiao Nanfeng, ready with his talisman, gazed into the cavern, took a deep breath. What is there to fear? No sooner had he crawled forward half a meter than an unexpected darkness enveloped him. Glancing back, he found the cave entrance had vanished. A sudden shock surged through his heart, and he retreated hastily. It was too late, the entrance was gone. What the hell? Xiao Nanfeng truly felt the malevolence of this place, only half a meter in, yet retreating had brought him back several dozen meters without an escape. This cave was indeed peculiar. His heart raced violently as he crawled forward. Since retreat was futile, the only option was to move ahead. He had underestimated the depths of this place. After crawling for at least 100 meters, cold sweat began to bead on Xiao Nanfeng's brow. Ahead lay a dimly lit passage, obscured and seemingly endless. However, retreating was pointless. He gritted his teeth and accelerated his advance. After traversing several dozen meters, he suddenly bumped his head against something soft. Xiao Nanfeng gasped in surprise. Could there be a celestial beast lurking in this cave? Instinctively, he reached out and grasped a large, soft mass. Its texture was truly delightful. "Let go quickly." Lin Keqing's voice, laced with embarrassment and anger, pierced through. Xiao Nanfeng quickly withdrew his hand, momentarily stunned. At that moment, he focused intently and realized that less than 30 centimeters ahead of him was the enormous peach. "I am so sorry, I truly did not mean to," Lin Keqing gritted her teeth in anger. "You must not speak of this, otherwise, I shall kill you." Being touched inappropriately was indeed a bit much for Xiao Nanfeng. He nodded earnestly, lifting his head and exclaiming, "Oh no, I bumped my head against the rock." And, this passage, Xiao Nanfeng felt uncertain, cradling his head. The key issue was that crawling on his knees within the passage was exceedingly uncomfortable. Lin Keqing softly suggested, "Rest for a moment, this passage is a maze at the entrance, continue forward while keeping close to the left wall, and you shall find your way." It was evident that Lin Keqing possessed considerable knowledge indeed. Following Lin Keqing, they crawled forward for over 100 meters until suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. After traversing a few dozen meters, the cave opened up dramatically. Xiao Nanfeng crawled out in one breath, finally exhaling in relief. That wretched cave had nearly triggered his claustrophobia. The cave was not large, only a few meters wide, but it widened as they progressed. After walking out for several meters and rounding a bend, the entrance expanded to a breadth of over 10 meters, revealing a picturesque landscape of mountains and clear waters. Xiao Nanfeng inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. A short distance ahead stood Lu Xiaoying and Lu Wani, alongside Xiaoan, who were gazing intently ahead but had yet to step forward. Upon seeing Lin Keqing and Xiao Nanfeng arrive, Lu Xiaoying immediately turned to Lin Keqing. Lin Keqing stared ahead, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. This was the place where her husband had met his demise. Lu Wani approached her gently. "Aunt, death cannot be undone. We must continue to look ahead." Lin Keqing wiped her tears and nodded, moving forward. Upon reaching the first tree outside the cave, she swiftly turned left 3 paces, circled around a tree, then Lu Xiaoying and Lu Wani became animated. Xiaoan, oblivious to the happenings, merely stared blankly. Xiao Nanfeng meticulously memorized her movements. Beneath the 4th tree, Lin Keqing drew a short knife and pried up a stone. With a firm push beneath the stone, the ground trembled suddenly, and the surrounding trees began to shift, revealing a path through the underbrush. Lin Keqing stood up, declaring, "It is just ahead." The group promptly followed her, advanced. However, this floral haven bore signs of decay, yet, even in its dilapidation, the concentration of spiritual energy here was intoxicating. This was far superior to consuming chi-gathering pills. If one were to cultivate here, the spiritual energy emanated from the remnants of the medicinal herbs scattered about. "We must gather these quickly. Once we have finished, we shall proceed further," Lin Keqing urged softly. Xiao Nanfeng rejoiced. These medicinal herbs, the youngest among them, were likely over 1,000 years old, truly treasures. The so-called 1,000 or 10,000-year-old materials from the outside world were mere exaggerations of, for instance, that 1,000-year-old. Genuine medicinal herbs that had existed for 1,000 years might not grant one the power to transcend, but they would certainly facilitate rapid advancement in cultivation. After all, consuming treasures that had absorbed the This expanse of land, spanning over 3 acres, was no mere flower garden, it was likely a medicinal garden cultivated by a former inhabitant, yet, at present, the garden lay in tatters, with few visible herbs remaining. Lu Xiaoying dashed forward, cautiously unearthing a 7-leaf ginseng that must have been at least 800 or 900 years old. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyi sought out a 9-palace lotus. Xiaoan, unfamiliar with the situation, simply followed Xiao Nanfeng, leading him deeper. Xiao Nanfeng quickly discovered a 3-leaf tea hidden among the weeds, though regrettably, it bore only a handful of leaves. These leaves, if given to an alchemist for even a modest refining, would allow one to cultivate simply by brewing tea or drinking water, truly valuable indeed. Of course, one should not expect extraordinary. After unearthing the 3-leaf tea, the two meandered around, unearthing several more herbs, each aged 800 or 900 years. Regrettably, the entire medicinal garden yielded only a handful of herbs, most of which had been harvested by Lu Xiaoying and her sibling. Lin Keqing, however, leaned against a small tree at the edge of the medicinal garden, gazing blankly into the depths of this place. It seemed that, to her, everything here, even these 800 or 900-year-old treasures, paled in significance. Each leaf of the 3-leaf tea could fetch several hundred spirit stones on the market. Clearly, the loss of her husband had dealt her a profound blow. Xiao Nanfeng glanced in the direction of Lin Keqing's gaze, which was fixed upstream along a... This river flowed silently from its source, winding past the garden before disappearing into the unknown. The river's origin was a small waterfall cascading from the mountains, several meters high nearby. A quaint little thatched cottage nestled beside the pool formed by the waterfall. Enough of this, aunt. Let us move forward, Lu Wanyi exclaimed with unbridled excitement. The mere acquisition of the herbs here was worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. This excursion had already proven immensely fruitful. Yet, there were surely more treasures to be uncovered. Everyone's gaze shifted towards the charming little cottage. Chapter 67. This treasure land is not so special. Xiaoan trailed behind the group, quietly leaning beside Xiao Nanfeng. Young master, it seems there is little danger here. The entrance is merely hard to find, and this treasure land lacks any extraordinary features. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glare. Mind your tongue, just be cautious. The group followed the small stream upwards, and after a mere few hundred meters, they arrived beside a small pond. Within the pond, a golden carp, adorned with long whiskers, gracefully swam. Xiao Nanfeng's eyelids twitched, prompting him to take a few steps back. Lin Keqing suggested, let us first investigate the house. Your uncle mentioned that there were treasures inside just before he passed. The group promptly turned towards the house. The humble cottage was modest in size, consisting of a single room. On the left, there was a bed, while on the right stood an alchemical furnace. Near the door, beneath a window, an antiquated table and a chair were placed. Several garments and a sword hung on the walls, and in the corner lay a few tools evidently used for tending a medicinal garden. Lu Xiaoying rushed in first, heading straight for the sword. Grasping the long sword, he trembled with excitement. Qingxuang, this is the Qingxuang sword, he exclaimed, drawing it forth. An icy aura instantly. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. This was undoubtedly a treasure. He glanced at the table, where several books lay, hastily collecting them without a second thought. What was the use of examining them now? It would be far more prudent to study them leisurely upon returning. Furthermore, the materials of the table and chair appeared extraordinary. Lu Wanyi dashed towards the nearest tools. Heavens, tools forged from Xinjin iron. The owner of this place must have been a powerful figure of the Purple Mansion realm. At that moment, Xiaoan wasted no time, rushing over to seize a silver-white robe hanging on the wall. Young master, this attire suits your temperament perfectly. Xiao Nanfeng beamed, amused by the child's perceptiveness. The shimmering garment was clearly no ordinary piece, it was ostentatious. One could not help but be the center of attention in it, a veritable beacon wherever one went. Soon, the cottage was stripped bare of its possessions, though everyone maintained a semblance of decorum, refraining from outright competition. Before long, even the bed had been claimed by Lu Xiaoying. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng pondered whether the house could be dismantled for transport. However, was not a treasure land supposed to be fraught with peril? Why, then, were there so many fine items here? A sense of unease flickered in his heart, and a hint of worry crossed his gaze, yet at that moment, no one seemed to care. Was it not fortunate to acquire treasures without danger? They appeared to have forgotten that Lu's uncle had met his demise here. If this place were truly so safe, how had he died? Who had taken his life? Xiao Nanfeng contemplated. Let us dismantle the house. Lu Xiaoying stared at him, dumbfounded. How did I not think of that? The materials of this house are treasures in themselves. After all, how could a structure nearly a millennium old remain intact and devoid of dust if it had not been well maintained? The group immediately set to work, with Lu Wanyi rolling up her sleeves to join the demolition efforts. Lin Keqing sighed gently from outside. Perhaps we should refrain from dismantling the house. It is not of great value, merely an ordinary dwelling. The others were taken aback. Not valuable, they echoed, but if it were merely an ordinary house, how could it withstand the test of time and remain dust-free? The house's preservation indicated regular maintenance, and the absence of dust suggested that someone had been living there, cleaning frequently. Lin Keqing explained softly. Xiao Nanfeng's heart tightened suddenly. He drew a dagger he had found by the bed, surveying their surroundings warily. Lu Xiaoying and Lu Wanyi were equally startled. Lin Keqing smiled for the first time. Let us depart now. She walked toward the pond, which held water so frigid it was ideal for alchemy and crafting. The group hurriedly approached, each seeking ways to collect the icy water. Once they could carry no more, Lin Keqing asked, are we finished? Lu Xiaoying surveyed the area, puzzled, and inquired, Aunt, are there other locations here? If this is all there is, then what about Uncle? Lin Keqing shook her head. I do not know, all I remember is that your uncle instructed me to wait at the entrance. He entered alone, and a day later, he burst forth, grievously injured, managing only to tell me how to escape before he passed. Xiaoan drew closer to Xiao Nanfeng, an unshakable fear creeping into his heart. Lu Wanqi's expression turned sorrowful. And, do not dwell on it too much, once we return, whatever we siblings obtain shall be shared with you, with these gains, you will surely find ease in your future. Lu Xiaoying approached gently, saying, Aunt, we are all saddened by uncle's death, including the nephew. After we return, our priority will be to raise him well. If he possesses spiritual roots, nurturing him will be our duty, let us depart. Lin Keqing nodded resignedly. Xiao Nanfeng cast a glance at the fish in the pond. Had everyone forgotten about it, this fish was no ordinary specimen, its worth was surely comparable to that of the herbs. After all, it was quite unusual for a fish over a meter long to inhabit such a small pond, nearly 3 meters in size. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoying smacked his forehead. Ah, I almost forgot about this fish, Brother Xiao, let us work together to catch it. This fish is definitely extraordinary and will surely be a treasure when taken back. Lu Wanqi immediately rolled up her sleeves, preparing to enter the water. Xiaoan hurried to assist, but hesitated, looking at them. If we catch it together, how shall we divide it? The young master's share must not be diminished. Lu Xiaoying chuckled, we can sell it and split the profits. Wanbao Tower will surely offer a handsome price, let us say 60-40, I take 60, and Brother Xiao takes 40. Xiaoan frowned. There are 2 of you and 2 of us, why should the young master receive less? Lu Wanqi wrinkled her nose playfully. Brother Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng immediately softened. Xiaoan, how could you speak to Sister Wanqi in such a manner? Whatever she suggests for the division shall be followed. Xiaoan pouted, preparing to assist. Ah, I thought the young master had changed, but it seems he merely shifted his affections from one person to another. Lin Keqing interjected suddenly, before you proceed, count the whiskers on this fish. Lu Xiaoying stared at her in confusion. We can count them once we catch it. Yet Lin Keqing ignored him, calmly stating, a century ago, the map of this treasure land fell into the hands of a man. He sought 3 brothers to explore it. 40 years ago, another man came into possession of the map, recruiting 2 brothers for exploration. 8 years ago, your uncle acquired this map, bringing his wife along to investigate. Thus, there are 9 whiskers in total. If you doubt this, count them yourself. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly looked up, meeting Lin Keqing's gaze, which bore a teasing glimmer. Lu Xiaoying trembled, and, how do you know this? His eyes widened with terror. Lin Keqing's frown vanished instantly, replaced by an enchanting smile. That is because, this fish is one I have raised. Chapter 68. Is this not enough to kill? Lu Xiaoying was taken aback and swiftly. Yet, in an instant, the chilling aura of the sword enveloped him, freezing him in place, with only his eyes still moving. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Lin Keqing let out a melodious giggle, exuding an enchanting charm. She gracefully approached the edge of the pool, raised her left hand slightly, and a fish floated effortlessly into her grasp. In that moment, Lin Keqing's beauty was otherworldly, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Xiao Nanfeng shook his head vigorously. What the hell? She intends to devour her enemies now. How can she think of this at such a moment? Lu Wanqi, terrified, stammered, Aunt, what do you intend to do? We will give you everything here, we don't want it anymore, just let my brother go. Xiao Nanfeng regarded her with calm indifference, saying, I understand now why you were so at ease allowing us to. You must have long since set a trap for these items, Haven to you? Xiaoan abruptly positioned himself in front of Xiao Nanfeng. Demonis, master, quickly leave. Lin Keqing chuckled mischievously, approaching Lu Xiaoying and extracting a stack of spirit talismans and some pills from his embrace. You are quite clever, but alas, Lu Xiaoying, with his 8th level of qi training, is the strongest among you. Even with these spirit talismans and pills, in my severely injured state, I am no match for him, therefore, I shall resort to some minor tricks. Lu Wanqi's face turned ashen with fear. What do you truly desire? Lin Keqing nonchalantly flicked her wrist, causing the fish to splash back into the cold pond, sending droplets of water flying. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at the fish, noticing its eyes turning blood red, mirroring the transformation in Lin Keqing's own gaze. At that moment, Lin Keqing's enchanting visage, what the hell, how can one still ponder such matters at a time like this? Of course, it is to feed you all to my precious. Once I consume all 4 of you, my treasure will grow, and upon devouring it, I shall regain at least half my strength, reaching the foundational realm. At that point, I shall annihilate Nanhua City and reclaim my former glory. Lin Keqing spoke with an air of serene confidence. Xiao Nanfeng tilted his head, gazing at Lin Keqing with confusion. Upon noticing his expression, Lin Keqing's demeanor shifted to one of anger. How could he look at her without a hint of fear? Instead, wearing a mocking smile, he even laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? Lin Keqing demanded sharply. Xiao Nanfeng sneered, I'm merely curious if you've ever read web novels. Lin Keqing scoffed, what web novels? I've never heard of them. Xiao Nanfeng grinned, oh, it's good that you haven't read them. A classic of web literature, the villain perishes from excessive talking. If you had acted the moment you subdued Lu Xiaoying, I might not have been able to react in time. After all, I've been focusing most of my attention on being wary of the treasure, not on a temptress like you. But now, Lin Keqing glared at Xiao Nanfeng with fury. You won't be laughing for. Lu Wanqi despaired. With Lu Xiaoying gone, their remaining numbers were no match for her. The key was that to ensure a better chance against the dangers of the treasure, Lu Wanqi had entrusted all the spirit talismans and pills to the stronger Lu Xiaoying, intending merely to follow her brother and benefit from the spoils. Now, with her at merely the second level of Qi training, Xiao Nanfeng at the third, and Shaoan at only the first, how could they possibly contend with Lin Keqing at the seventh level? Xiao Nanfeng pondered for a moment. Lin Keqing seems reminiscent of a poisonous femme fatale from a century ago? Lin Keqing smiled with pride. Indeed, I am Mu Kurson, but you have come to this realization far too late. However, despite your incompetence, you possess a somewhat decent appearance. I shall ensure you enjoy yourself well. Faced with such a woman, Xiao Nanfeng was inclined to feel joy, yet dared not indulge alongside Mu Kurson. Observing her, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly sighed in relief and began to laugh, followed by hearty guffaws. In that instant, Mu Kurson's hand twitched, and the already frozen Lu Xiaoying's head fell from his shoulders. A nearly imperceptible thread had swiftly severed his neck. Make a move. At nearly the same moment, Xiao Nanfeng bellowed in fury. Yet, he rushed ahead without a second thought. Master, run! Shaoan shouted desperately as he dashed forward. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled darkly, his eyes misting. Run, not on your life. If we do not capture her, we shall perish. Moreover, does this wretched woman even deserve my retreat? With a flick of his wrist, a spirit talisman flew forth. Trap! Mu Kurson sneered, a mere trifle. Weakness, soft tendons, quagmire, falling rocks, flames, entanglement, ice, lightning, countless spirit talismans surged from all directions. Mu Kurson nearly spat blood, consumed by despair. How many types of spirit talismans did you bring? But did you think this was the end? Lightning, 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 ice spikes, ice spikes, ice spikes, ice spikes, ice spikes, ice spikes, ice spikes. Before Mu Kurson could leap to evade, she was overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks, crashing to the ground, her garments torn asunder. You bastard. Too late. Mu Kurson wailed. In a mere 3 seconds, she was bombed. Not to mention a 7th level practitioner, even a 9th level foundational master could not withstand such an onslaught. Who could have anticipated that this lad possessed hundreds of spirit talismans, each more formidable than the last? Having finished the assault, Xiao Nanfeng elegantly waved his hand and dashed forward, delivering a kick that sent Mu Kurson sprawling to the ground. If she hadn't been slain by so many talismans, she was certainly something formidable. The harder it was to kill her, the more cautious Xiao Nanfeng became. With the phrase "the villain perishes from excessive talking" was firmly etched in his mind. He did not utter a single unnecessary word and, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a barrage of binding, restraining, paralyzing, and softening talismans, launching a series of auxiliary binding talismans once more. Before Mu Kurson could utter a word, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly produced a slender silver rope and charged forward to bind her. Rising to his feet, he clapped his hands, declaring, "The technique of binding is flawlessly executed." Blood poured from Xiao Nanfeng's nostrils. The manner of binding was indeed tantalizing. After the onslaught of talismans, Mu Kurson's garments had long since vanished, leaving only a pendant around her neck glowing faintly. Xiao Nanfeng rushed over and yanked down the pendant. This is it. Had it not been for this, the previous barrage of talismans would have reduced Mu Kurson to a pulp. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Indeed, it was a defensive talisman capable of unleashing the defensive power. Unfortunately, due to Xiao Nanfeng's reckless spending, the multitude of talismans had overwhelmed this talisman in less than 5 seconds. Shaoan. Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly covered his nose. Just moments ago, Shaoan had charged in, only to be kicked away by Mu Kurson, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 69 Abundance of Treasure. Xiao Nanfeng finally managed to staunch the flow of blood from his nose. Just as he lowered his head, contemplating a means to extract information, his gaze fell upon Mu Kurson on the ground, and the blood surged forth once more. Damn it, if this keeps up, I shall bleed to death. He pinched his nostrils shut, forcing himself to regain clarity. This was indeed a bewitching enchantress. Mu Kurson, bound tightly like a wriggling worm, gazed at Xiao Nanfeng and provocatively remarked, "Brother, you've yet to experience the pleasures of a woman, have you? Come now, let your sister transform you into a man. Am I not pleasing to the eye? Is my figure not exquisite?" Xiao Nanfeng felt a momentary daze. He abruptly bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. What excruciating agony! Regaining his composure, he rushed over, desperately suppressing his internal turmoil, and flipped Mu Kurson over several times. Soon, his gaze landed upon a crimson thread tied around her ankle. Thankfully, Mu Kurson had not exerted her full strength when she kicked Shaoan. He had merely been knocked unconscious, but he was otherwise unharmed. Xiao Nanfeng scanned the surroundings and wondered, where had Lu Wani gone? At that moment, Lu Wani cautiously peered out from behind a small structure, her voice trembling. "Brother Nanfeng, did you defeat the wicked woman?" Xiao Nanfeng was about to boast, but instead simply nodded. "Yes, it's over now." He felt a pang of guilt. I couldn't save Lu Xiaoying in time. She is surely beyond help. With the danger to Lu Wani averted, the memory of Lu Xiaoying struck her, and she dashed forward, collapsing beside Lu Xiaoying's lifeless body, wailing inconsolably. None could have anticipated that Lu Xiaoying, the most gifted youth in Nanhua City, would meet such an untimely demise. Indeed, had it not been for Xiao Nanfeng, everyone would have perished at the hands of Mu Kurson that day. Xiao Donghai once said, in the world of cultivation, the greatest peril lies not in external threats, but in the treachery of human hearts. Speak up, be forthright. You're destined for death anyway. It is better to be candid than to prolong the agony, Xiao Nanfeng said nonchalantly as he approached Mu Kurson, intent on extracting a means of escape from her. Mu Kurson erupted into a fit of laughter. Even without the enhancement of the red string, she remained irresistibly enchanting, compelling Xiao Nanfeng to avert his gaze. You all shall perish here with me, she cackled maniacally. Xiao Nanfeng cast a glance at her before striding to the edge of. A fish was skewered and flailed desperately. With a resounding splash, the fish landed before Mu Kursun, who shrieked as if mourning a father's death. No. Xiao Nanfeng strolled leisurely to the side, kicked down the door of the small wooden cabin, and Mu Kursun glared at him with venom. You shall meet a most unfortunate end. Ignoring her, Xiao Nanfeng meticulously kindled a fire and placed the fish over the flames. Mu Kursun writhed in her bonds. Put it down. That's mine, you must release it. She craned her neck, desperate to reach the fish. Xiao Nanfeng lifted his foot and pressed it down upon her head, thwarting her advance yet allowing her to witness the cooking fish. Mu Kursun was driven to madness gradually, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, and she ceased her struggles, fixing her gaze on Xiao Nanfeng. Give me the fish. I possess a technique that can significantly enhance your cultivation speed. If you grant me the fish and set me free, I will train alongside you. Xiao Nanfeng approached her, forcefully pried open her mouth, and extracted a tooth. Witnessing this, Mu Kursun glared at him with malice. I curse you to eternal unrest. With a swift motion, Xiao Nanfeng struck the tooth, transforming it into a ring. Placing it upon his finger, he nodded in satisfaction. Quite fitting. Once you are dead, everything within this ring shall belong to me, including your technique, which must surely be the reason behind your many murders of men. The Harmony Sutra, perhaps? Mu Kursun turned her head sharply, gritting her teeth. She understood that as long as she withheld the means of escape, she would not perish. There remained a glimmer of hope. While you focus on roasting fish, shouldn't you be concerned about your dear brother? Your little beauty is weeping inconsolably. Will you not offer her some comfort? Mu Kursun suddenly interjected. Xiao Nanfeng continued to turn the fish over the fire, unfazed. When faced with great upheaval, tears are inevitable. Once they are shed and emotions vented, clarity follows. Death is irreversible. I have done my utmost. At the very least, I have ensured she remains alive. Mu Kursun scoffed. Pray, enlighten me on its merits. It does smell delightful. It must taste exquisite. Mu Kursun abruptly turned her head away, refusing to look at him. At that moment, Lu Wani approached, her tears rendering her nearly unable to stand. Her face was etched with sorrow. Brother Nanfeng, could you help me bring my brother home? As she spoke, she sat down, lost in her thoughts, as if speaking to herself. Did you know? I have always been my brother's shadow. He is a genius. I have always believed him to be more capable than our father. As long as he is around, I will never be in danger. He will protect me. I have longed to accompany him on his explorations of treasure-laden lands, where wonders abound and the scenery is breathtaking. The fish was cooked. Xiao Nanfeng took a bite, savoring its exquisite flavor. Observing him relish the fish, devouring it with gusto, Mu Kursun felt a pang of anguish. After nurturing it for nearly 100 years, it was snatched away from her. Lu Wani stared at Xiao Nanfeng with wide eyes. Brother Nanfeng, did you not hear me? Her frustration bubbled over. How could he find the appetite to eat when her brother lay lifeless? Lu Xiaoying was not merely her brother, but also his close friend. Xiao Nanfeng belched contentedly and set aside the remaining fish. Mu Kursun's eyes darted erratically. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng felt a surge of power within him, his aura rapidly intensifying. He reached the 4th level of qi cultivation in an instant, and his strength continued to rise. 4.5, then 5. He was on the brink of breaking through to the 6th level, when most of his energy dissipated. To his astonishment, a dagger abruptly pierced his chest. Wani, you, Xiao Nanfeng gasped, looking at Lu Wani. She erupted into laughter. You are all merely stepping stones for me, you all deserve to die, ha ha ha. Mu Kursun was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Chapter 70. Not even the bones are spared. Lu Wani's face was a mask of malevolence as she delivered a savage kick to the corpse of Lu Xiaoying, which had just been dragged over. The frozen body shattered under her forceful blow. Mu Kursun gasped in horror, while Xiao Nanfeng staggered backward, his gaze vacantly fixed on the sky. Wani's hair seemed to move on its own, as if possessed by madness. Why did I only possess a 5-inch spiritual root, while he, merely a few years my senior, boasted a 9-inch spiritual root? Why could he wield his elder brother's status to belittle me, treating me like a child? Why did he control the Lu family? The Lu family rightfully belongs to me. Did he truly believe that by occasionally bestowing upon me trifling favors, I would feel gratitude towards him? And you disgusting wastrel, a sycophant, a trifling cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement, how dare you admire me? I have endured you for far too long, merely to retrieve what you gifted me. Ha, you dare to break through in my presence and consume this flesh? How utterly ridiculous. Mu Kursun remained silent, taken aback. It seemed that the venomousness of these two women was rather comparable. The elder sister remained silent, while the younger sister spoke. What gives you the audacity to think that I would truly trust you? Xiao Nanfeng spoke slowly. Lu Wani suddenly jolted, fear washing over her as she looked at Xiao Nanfeng. Why are you still alive? She shrieked, lunging towards him, frantically stabbing at his chest. His torso was pierced repeatedly, resembling a sieve, yet Xiao Nanfeng appeared impervious to pain, coldly chuckling at her. Mu Kursun looked on in disbelief at the scene before her. At that moment, Xiaoan approached silently from behind Lu Wani, brandishing a hefty stick that he brought crashing down onto the back of her head. With all his might, Xiaoan struck, and Lu Wani's head exploded instantaneously. With such feeble schemes, you siblings think you can play mind games with our young master? Xiaoan scoffed, tossing the stick aside and dragging Lu Wani's lifeless body to one side. Suddenly, Mu Kursun gasped, lifting her gaze towards the small cabin. Xiao Nanfeng, the complete Xiao Nanfeng, was stepping out from that direction. On the ground, Xiao Nanfeng's corpse gradually dissipated, leaving only a shattered spiritual talisman behind. The fish on the fire remained intact, exuding an extraordinary aroma. Everything that had transpired was merely a substitute talisman. Curson let out a self-deprecating laugh. We underestimated you. We thought you were nothing more than a true wastrel, merely basking in familial indulgence. We were mistaken. You are not a wastrel at all. Your daily antics are all fade. A person so meticulous and cautious could never truly be a wastrel, Shaoan returned, clapping his hands together with an innocent grin. You fools, how could our young master possibly fall for your tricks? Our young master possesses the demeanor of an emperor, as my master has said. Curson's eyes narrowed. You are not the simpleton I once believed you to be. You, your master and servant, no, that kick just now should have killed you. Shaoan disdainfully curled his lip, producing a stack of indestructible talismans, protective talismans, and breath-holding talismans from his pocket. Curson stared in astonishment at the hundreds of talismans before her. This master and servant were no ordinary individuals. Shaoan proudly lifted his chin. Had it not been for the young master's prior instructions, my last slide would have nearly incapacitated you. Xiaonanfeng, you are slightly exaggerating. After all, he is a master at the 7th level of qi refinement, while you are merely at the 1st level. What could your slide possibly do to him? Pa, you, who cannot even grasp the basic cultivation methods, dare to challenge me again. Curson feigned scornful disdain as she regarded Shaoan. Shaoan shook his head. I am not foolish. Your provocation is too simplistic. In my youth, the young master has tricked me countless times. Are you truly that Navi? You are as cunning as a monkey. Xiaonanfeng gazed at Curson with a satisfied smirk. Shaoan may be simple-hearted, but he is not foolish. If he were, how could he have earned my father's recognition and remained by my side? My father dotes on me. He would never allow a fool to accompany me. Oh, no, Shaoan is not just my attendant now, he is my brother. Furthermore, his sliding technique is genuinely impressive. Shaoan's spirit soared. Young master, you finally recognize my— Is it merely because of your family's wealth that you pile talismans upon the dead? Enough, this time, it is truly well cooked. Xiaonanfeng removed the fish from the fire, tearing it in half and offering a portion to Shaoan. The pair immediately began to devour it. As Xiaonanfeng ate, he held a piece of fish meat to Curson's lips. Is it not delicious? You must have been nourished for 100 years, right? So, you must be around 140 to 50 years old? It is rare to see such a well-preserved old lady, yet, I did not expect to have slain a master of the Purple Mansion realm. In this world, that standing could establish a sect, becoming the leader of a minor sect. Curson trembled with rage. You are the old lady. Had you not thwarted my plans, I would have soon restored my cultivation and become a formidable golden core expert. At that point, Xiaonanfeng glanced at her disdainfully, biting into a piece of fish. Do not fantasize about the future. You have no future and now. You will obediently tell me how to get out, and I will grant you a swift death. Curson gritted her teeth and turned away, refusing to meet Xiaonanfeng's smug expression. Xiaonanfeng remained unfazed, leisurely consuming the fish meat alongside Shaoan. As they enjoyed the crispy fish bones, Shaoan remarked, Young master, these fish bones are perfectly roasted and incredibly fragrant. Xiaonanfeng nodded. 1/2 for each, listening to their crunching sounds as they gnawed on the fish bones. Curson was seething with indignation. You do not even spare the bones. Fully satiated, Xiaonanfeng felt a warm energy rising within him. This time, he was genuinely growing stronger. His cultivation level rapidly ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement, though he could not break through to the 6th. Otherwise, with his current mastery over the peach blossom sword intent, combined with hundreds of talismans, he would certainly dare to ambush a master at the 6th or even 7th level of qi refinement. He needed to be cautious. He could not afford to take unnecessary risks. If he attempted to ambush a master at the 8th level of qi refinement and faced retaliation, it could prove perilous. However, with his current abilities, he estimated that even masters below the 3rd level of foundation establishment would likely struggle against him. Even in a direct confrontation, his talismans were overwhelmingly powerful, designed to overwhelm. As Xiaonanfeng observed Shaoan finishing his meal, he extended his hand. Shaoan promptly retrieved a piece of dogtail grass from his pocket, the very one Xiaonanfeng had casually picked up on the way. Young master, you are truly remarkable. You were prepared in advance. I wonder how long this enchantress can endure. Shaoan wore a sycophantic expression. Curson suddenly turned her head, recognizing the dogtail grass in It seems so familiar. Wasn't it the very same one from when they first arrived? No, it couldn't be. Chapter 71. A reluctance to kill you. Curson's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiaonanfeng. You picked this dogtail grass as soon as you entered the— You had it all planned out, didn't you? How could you have schemed so early? Xiaonanfeng scoffed. Do you truly believe that a dignified first-tier talisman master is Navi? I visit the small courtyard where you reside every night for several hours, simply to discern your intentions. Oh, do you remember our first encounter? I even took a bite. He instinctively glanced at Curson's chest. Curson puffed her chest out proudly. Shaoan immediately scoffed. How can you flaunt something that's been toyed with by countless others? Curson felt her anger boiling. If she could move, she would certainly end this dog slave at the first opportunity. Xiaonanfeng spoke nonchalantly. Ever since I learned to forge talismans, I've maintained a sensing talisman on me. At that time, I sensed that you were at the 7th layer of qi cultivation, and your realm was quite peculiar. I became intrigued by you. Subsequently, I even borrowed the guise of a sycophant from Lu Xiaoying to gather more information about you. Lu Xiaoying, unaware, thought Xiaonanfeng was smitten with her aunt. Curson suddenly calmed down. Losing to you is no shame. It's a pity my 100 years of planning will come to naught. But how did you discover the two of them? Xiaonanfeng squatted beside her feet, pressing his hand down on her foot. Curson was taken aback. Do you have a penchant for women's feet? You might as well keep me. I can be quite entertaining. You can do whatever you wish with me. Shaoan, infuriated, slapped her face. Pop. You shameless wretch, how dare you presume? Our young master possesses the bearing of an emperor. My master has proclaimed that he is destined to be the great emperor of the immortal realm. You, a mere rag, are hardly worthy. Mu Kurson trembled with rage. Dog slave, I'm speaking to your master, ha ha ha. Xiao Nanfeng leisurely pressed down on her foot, the dog-tail grass brushing incessantly against her soul. Mu Kurson was driven to madness by the desperate itch. 3 minutes later, 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later. Mu Kurson, now a limp mass, wept incessantly, spare me, I will tell you everything. Xiao Nanfeng stood up, glancing at Xiaoan. With women, one must be gentle. Mu Kurson, dismantle the wooden house. It serves as the eye of the formation. Once the eye is removed, this place will naturally revert to its original state, revealing the way out. Mu Kurson could no longer endure. Xiao Nanfeng understood her previous attempts to prevent others from dismantling the house. It all made sense now. Xiaoan, go demolish the house. Do not approach, use the lightning strike talisman to collapse it from a distance. Stand beside this woman, if anything happens, send her straight to hell. Mu Kurson sighed bitterly, it's spring water. Don't scratch, ha ha ha. After more than half an hour, Mu Kurson felt as if she were on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Xiao Nanfeng snorted, if you dare to play tricks again, I will make you laugh until you die. Do not think we truly cannot escape. It's merely a matter of prolonging our time here. Despairing, Mu Kurson looked at Xiao Nanfeng and weakly said, take me to the forest at the exit. I truly dare not anymore, grant me a swift end. Xiao Nanfeng nodded, Xiaoan, carry her. Xiaoan complied, lifting Mu Kurson and, though she may be older, she indeed has a fine figure. Xiaoan's face turned crimson as he instinctively glanced downward. But, young master, this woman is too filthy. Moreover, my master has decreed that before the age of 18, one must not lose their purity, lest it affect their cultivation. Xiao Nanfeng nodded, indeed, it isn't too much of an issue. If you wish to indulge, I shall not stop you. After all, she is quite appealing. Xiaoan protested, young master, when I think of her being over 100 years old, I lose all it. How had she fallen into the hands of such two inhumane beings? If they were truly lecherous, she might not have felt so pained. Their solemnity, coupled with their incessant references to her as an old woman, inflicted a deeper wound upon her psyche. Soon, they arrived at the outer woods of this time. Mu Kurson did not cause any further trouble and obediently pointed the way. Indeed, after passing a few trees, the path opened up, revealing a scene distinct from their entrance. A small opening appeared before them. As Xiao Nanfeng was about to proceed, Xiaoan casually tossed Mu Kurson to the ground, eliciting a cry of pain from her. Young master, be cautious. Mu Kurson watched Xiaoan and shook her head helplessly. How fortunate you are to have such an excellent dog slave. Xiao Nanfeng regarded Xiaoan. That fish they had eaten earlier was indeed a treasure. Consuming it himself would have been futile, for the energy absorbed was less than what had dissipated. Xiaoan quickly squeezed through the opening. Xiao Nanfeng, holding the rope, dragged Mu Kurson through. Upon emerging from the small cave, they found themselves outside the valley, finally free. Upon reaching the outside, Mu Kurson realized that her days were numbered. That child, she suddenly said. Xiao Nanfeng replied coolly, do not worry, I will return and turn him into mush. Mu Kurson smiled bitterly, you indeed possess the bearing of an emperor. Such ruthless disposition is. Mu Kurson's heart raced. Could it be that this loyal sycophant hesitated to kill her? She couldn't help but suddenly twist her body. Her bare form was undeniably a fatal temptation in front of such a young man. Indeed, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled bitterly, I suddenly find myself reluctant to kill you, such a beautiful woman, a breathtaking visage. As he spoke, Xiao Nanfeng reached out to caress Mu Kurson's face. I am a master at the Purple Mansion realm. Even though I currently lack a realm and am only at the 7th layer of Qi, my experience in transitioning from Qi cultivation to Purple Mansion will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Moreover, having a beautiful female servant at your disposal is surely a man's delight. Xiaoan gasped, young master, you cannot, this enchantress will only bring disaster. Xiao Nanfeng wore a conflicted expression, glancing at Xiaoan impatiently, do I need your guidance in my decisions? Mu Kurson was overwhelmed with joy. There was indeed hope, her heart raced with excitement. Xiaoan, fraught with anxiety, could do nothing but stomp his feet in frustration. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly turned to Mu Kurson, do you understand formations? Mu Kurson nodded fervently, I do. I am an adept first-tier formation master, the formations here were all set up by me. Xiao Nanfeng produced a jade slip, then help me examine the formation within this jade slip. If you can explain it clearly, I will consider you valuable. Chapter 72 You are of no use now. Mu Kurson, feeling quite troubled, exclaimed, but you're tying me up, and I can't see anything. Xiao Nanfeng promptly replied, just contemplate this jade slip, and then impart the knowledge of the formation to me. Xiao Nanfeng pressed the jade slip against her forehead, and she immediately began to absorb its contents. In an instant, she absorbed the inheritance of an apprentice-level formation master. Although it differed from her main area of study, it was nonetheless comprehensible. Moreover, it enabled her to grasp a new branch of formations directly. Mu Kurson was overwhelmed with joy. This fool, after all, beauty does wield tremendous influence. Look, this hopeless sycophant has finally. Xiao Nanfeng slapped his palm against her chest, causing her bosom to cave in. Mu Kurson was left dumbfounded. Weren't you going to let me go? Why the sudden attack? Why, I am still of use. Xiao Nanfeng responded nonchalantly, oh, you are of no use now. Damn it. If it weren't for today's unexpected rebate, I might have forgotten, he thought. Besides, you are exceptionally beautiful, it is only fitting that before you meet your end, you make some contribution, is it not? The transaction This time, the consumption was for the insights of an apprentice alchemist, valued at 5,000 spirit stones, with a rebate multiplier of 20 times. As the transaction was being processed, the rebate for the first-level Perfect Formation Master's Inheritance Jade Slip was on Xiao Nanfeng's mind. He felt a pang of regret. Luani and Mu Kurson, he had lost 2 sources of 20-fold rebates in one go. From now on, he would have to rely solely on Yi Yiting. Xiaowen was taken aback. Young master, how did you come to this realization so suddenly? Blood flowed from Mu Kurson's mouth as she pleaded, that child, please. Xiaowen frowned at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng had no intention of engaging in further conversation with her. She was utterly useless now. Once settled, Xiao Nanfeng stabbed her heart several more times to ensure she was beyond salvation, then activated a dozen Thunder Strike talismans, completely reducing. With a sigh of relief, he finally felt secure. Rest assured, that child is already waiting for you in hell, he said. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Xiaowen was startled. That child is merely her raised gu cauldron. The real child has long since perished. Now, let us return home. Xiaowen, alarmed, exclaimed, is it true? Is our home in danger? We must hurry back. Xiao Nanfeng slapped him on the back of the head. With your sluggishness, our Xiao family would have perished long ago. Everything at home has already been arranged. Now, let us go. This expedition to the treasure site was flawless. Without mentioning anything else, one person ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement, while another reached the 3rd level. This alone constituted the greatest gain for the Xiao family. Moreover, they had acquired numerous treasures and herbs. With their enhanced strength, the route home felt familiar. 2 days later, under the cover of night, the two returned quietly to the Xiao family. Xiao Donghai and Xiao Jinshan had been on edge during their absence. Although Xiao Nanfeng had assured them of his confidence, how could they not worry? Upon seeing the two return unscathed, and with their cultivation levels drastically increased, Xiao Donghai felt an immense relief. He immediately embraced Xiao Nanfeng, exclaiming, my son, you have suffered. Xiao Nanfeng quickly pushed him away. Father, let us. Xiao Nanfeng took a seat and spoke softly, after I stay at home for a few days, and then announce my breakthrough, you can use the excuse of inspecting the spirit field. I have brought back the map of that treasure site. No one is allowed inside, only Xiaowen, along with father, the clan leader, and perhaps Nansun as well. We need someone capable of manual labor. After all, there are several acres of spirit fields to tend to. Those 3 acres of spirit fields are not only of high grade but are not the lowest of the 9th rank. They are at least of the 8th rank. Previously, the Xiao family spent decades acquiring 10 acres of top-tier spirit fields outside Nanshan, yet those 3 acres are superior, classified as graded spirit fields. Each acre far surpasses 10 acres elsewhere. The Xiao family remained silent, unaware of the events that had transpired. Returning to his secluded area, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled to himself as he took out the first-level Formation Master's Inheritance Jade Slip. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly to secure today's rebate before Mu Kurson's demise, otherwise, the loss would have been significant. Absorbing it directly, the first-level Formation Master's Inheritance was of perfect quality. Eager to test his newfound skills, Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily disheartened. His cultivation level was insufficient. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, he was unable to set up foundational formations. However, crafting formations powerful enough to rival the 9th level of Qi refinement was well within his capabilities. In the entire South Wilderness City, no, perhaps even in the entire state, there would be no more than 3 formation masters with such abilities. Incredible. After spending over 10 days in seclusion, unable to even claim his rebates, the time had come once again for the rewards. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Nanfeng publicly announced his successful breakthrough and exited his retreat ahead of schedule. Coincidentally, he had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, making his public announcement seamless. As soon as he emerged, he hurried back to South Wilderness City. He could not afford any delays regarding his rebates. He had already missed 2 opportunities. Today marked another rebate day, and he would not let it slip. Galloping swiftly towards South Wilderness City, upon arriving at the shop, Xiao Nanfeng surveyed the scene, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction at everything appearing normal. The young master has returned. With a shout from Qian Guopi, all the attendants rushed out. Xiao Nanfeng, brimming with pride, casually tossed a bag into Qian Guopi's arms. Take this, it belongs to the Xiao family. From now on, work diligently. One of the most important tasks upon his return was to register these individuals in the Xiao family roster. Xiao Nanfeng would not forget that. Qian Guopi hurriedly opened the bag and, upon seeing its contents, immediately knelt on the ground. Thank you, young master, your kindness is immeasurable. From this day forth, we, the 12 of the shop, shall remain eternally loyal to the young master and the Xiao family. Should any of us harbor treachery, may the heavens strike us down. The other attendants quickly followed suit. Kneeling in reverence, Xiao Nanfeng kicked Qian Guopi aside. Enough of this nonsense, hurry and fetch me some water. I am parched. Qian Guopi quickly wiped his tears and got up, glancing at the group of attendants, many of whom were weeping, especially those attendants. They possessed no special skills, merely being ordinary individuals. Being listed in the Xiao family roster meant a lifetime of security. No, being part of a cultivation family like the Xiao was a guarantee of prosperity for generations to come. Get up quickly. Get busy. Several attendants hurriedly went to tend to the horses in the back. Xiao Nanfeng stood at the entrance, not rushing inside. With an air of superiority, he extended his hand empty. Damn it, he had forgotten his fan. Qian Guopi rushed over, holding the fan. Xiao Nanfeng took the fan and opened it, just in time to see Chen Yujie hurrying over. Upon noticing Xiao Nanfeng's return, Chen Yujie immediately approached, eager to bask in the glow of his presence. Even without a gift, every time she came, receiving a qi-gathering pill was still a significant gain. Oh dear, this young master has been so diligent in his training that, without realizing it, I have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. A true genius, indeed. Chen Yujie was momentarily stunned. This sycophant, in less than a month of seclusion, has reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Are you pulling my leg? Chapters. Many individuals may spend their entire lives without ever achieving the 4th level. Even prodigies with spiritual roots exceeding 1 foot in length require at least several months of diligent effort, along with substantial wealth to support their journey. The Xiao family is indeed affluent, yet, what of a prodigy with merely an inch-long spiritual root, or a talent with 5 spiritual roots deemed worthless? Can anyone believe that within less than a month, one could leap across 2 minor realms to attain the 5th level of Qi refinement? Chen Yujie believed it, for Xiao Nanfeng had indeed reached the 5th level. He stood there, deliberately exuding his aura, as if to ensure the world was aware of his accomplishment. Are you truly this arrogant? Yes, he was indeed this brazen. Today is a joyous occasion. Come here, sister you. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Nanfeng sent a qi-gathering pill flying towards her. Chen Yujie promptly opened her mouth, only to hastily cover it and swiftly turn away. Chen Yufeng stared in disbelief at Chen Yujie. Have you no shame? You are the aloof goddess of South Wilderness City. How could she, upon a mere flick of Xiao Nanfeng's finger, behave so eagerly, akin to a little dog? Yet, he felt a sudden relief. Every time Chen Yujie returned with her mouth covered, he had feared she had fallen prey to Xiao Nanfeng, when in fact she had merely consumed a qi-gathering pill. But why did that feeling leave a bitter taste in his mouth? Observing Chen Yufeng across the street, Xiao Nanfeng beckoned. Chen Yufeng, open your mouth. Today, I've broken through, and in celebration, rewards await those who Xian Guopi quickly covered his mouth. This brother and sister pair had indeed fallen under the master's control. As they returned, Xiao Nanfeng turned to Bufanyu. No oil today, I shall handle the buns myself. From this moment on, anyone on this street, be they human or even a dog, shall receive buns. Guopi, fetch him 100 taels. Xian Guopi hurried to collect the money. He moved swiftly on his way there but returned slowly, proudly brushing off non-existent dust. My esteemed young master has broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. In his joy, everyone shall receive buns. You lot, go shout. The louder and more festive your shouts, the greater the reward. Several little beggars immediately scrambled over, racing to Bufanyu. He quickly grabbed 2 buns for each of them, urging, hurry and shout. As they munched on the buns, the little beggars ran wildly down the street, their voices hoarse from calling out. Watching the exuberant children, Xiao Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. Guopi, look at these wonderful children, they know to put in effort after receiving their buns. Xian Guopi sighed with a sense of resignation. They struck it lucky. From now on, 1 tea buns be a daily fare for them? Xiao Nanfeng replied, it's fine to occasionally reward them, but they can't come every day. Am I to support an entire county of tens of thousands? Wouldn't I go bankrupt? Although ordinary buns may not hold much value, when tens of thousands partake, it becomes a staggering sum. Had Guopi just recently joined the Xiao family as ranks, and now he dared to make decisions for himself? Or was he hiding something deeper, intending to undermine the Xiao family? Chen Guopi held his head high. From now on, the young master shall break through daily, and rewards shall follow. Xiao Nanfeng's face lit up with delight. Ah, splendid. Today is indeed a grand occasion for South Wilderness City. Bufanyu, in despair, knelt on the ground, his head bleeding from striking it. Gentlemen, I beseech you, spare me, I truly cannot handle this. While not everyone, Bufanyu, despite his fingers appearing as mere phantoms from the relentless rapping, could only produce so many buns in a day, yet, at least several thousand had gathered. Seeing the throngs of people, Xiao Nanfeng laughed heartily. Rewards. Silver coins flew through the air like confetti. Countless individuals scrambled to collect the coins from the ground, only permitted to gather what lay beneath their feet. Anyone attempting to snatch would face dire consequences. Xian Guopi, seeing the mass of people, shouted loudly. Should chaos erupt, it could indeed turn deadly, yet, his threats bore weight, for the members of the cultivation families held superiority. Even if they truly killed someone and discarded the body, ordinary folk could only accept their misfortune. The authorities, how could they antagonize a cultivation family for a few lowly beggars? This was the grim reality of the world. Despite the chaos, no one dared to push forward. Many even made way for the children out of fear for their lives. Bufanyu's little shop, which could barely manage 1,000 buns a day under fortunate circumstances, was now inundated, with several thousand people arriving and more likely to follow. Tens of thousands were not out of the question. He could never keep up. I am the Lord's mansion of South Wilderness City. Li Zhongliang stared incredulously at his advisor. What did you say? That insufferable sycophant is scattering silver in the streets, at least 10,000 taels. Oh, that is not much, merely a little over 100 spirit stones. What? And he intends to distribute 100,000 buns? Good heavens, he is attempting to win the hearts of the people. He has designs on my position as Lord, how dare he? His advisor bore a pained expression. He is indeed scattering silver. Li Zhongliang's fury flared. This is my city. Moreover, he is giving away 100,000 buns. I am a foundation building master. He is merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The Xiao family is but a rural landlord. How dare he? Now, however, he has reached the 5th level. After a month of seclusion, he has surged through 2 realms, and I hear that spies from the Qingling sector rushing to report the news. Those from Wanbao Tower are also confirming the information. Li Zhongliang slumped into his chair, defeated. It's over. After a month of seclusion, this waste with 5 spiritual roots had astonishingly broken through 2 levels. With such speed, he was a genius among geniuses. A talent like this, especially within the territory of the Qingling sect, would undoubtedly attract their attention, and he truly could not afford to act against him. Otherwise, the Qingling sect would eliminate him. My lord, we must endure. We can no longer provoke him, but if we wait a few years until the Qingling sect's grand competition, he will undoubtedly enter their ranks and cease his antics in South Wilderness City. His advisor implored. Li Zhongliang gazed heavenward in despair. He had only just set his sights on this individual, recognizing the potential for profit, yet, scarcely had he begun to observe, when this dreadful news arrived. Was there truly no hope left for the Shao family's business? Li Zhongliang felt a pang of reluctance. His advisor chuckled bitterly. My lord, if he does not come looking for trouble, we should be thankful. Why harbor thoughts of seizing his assets? From now on, let us govern the city well. As long as the Shao family does not covet our position, we shall pretend not to see. Li Zhongliang collapsed into his chair. Am I to cease all endeavors before I even begin? I spent tens of thousands of spirit stones to secure this lordship. His advisor mused. What if I approached the esteemed individual from the Qingling sect who facilitated your rise? His advisor internally scoffed. You, a foundation-building novice with no prospects, against perhaps the Shao family's shop still requires a steward of sorts? Chapter 74 of the arrival of the big shot. Zhou Dafu bowed his head, unable to muster the courage to look up. Before him stood the chief representative of Wan Bailu in Nanyun province. The commotion stirred by Shao Nanfeng had escalated to such proportions that even this esteemed figure was alerted. This was a being of divine stature, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Yun Dingxiu gazed perplexedly at the throngs of people outside the window. How could a mere waste with 5 spiritual roots manage to break through 2 levels in almost a single night? Among the crowd clamoring for dumplings, he had even taken the time to observe that sycophant, with a meager 6 inches and a fraction of spiritual root. It was certainly commendable, yet still a 5-rooted waste. Had it been a single root, or even 3 roots, the potential for cultivation would have been immense, but 5 roots. Yun Dingxiu suddenly felt a pang of self-doubt. He questioned his own judgment. Was he truly getting old? A 5-rooted waste. For centuries, no one had ever managed to cultivate to the 5th level, for was the absolute limit. Moreover, this young sycophant had yet to reach adulthood. Even if he had begun cultivating from his father's womb, he would scarcely be 16 years old. 5-rooted waste. Those who had managed to reach the 4th level through the might of formidable families had all been at least in their 40s or 50s to achieve such a breakthrough. What baffled him even more was that being a 5-rooted waste was no longer a matter of wealth. 5 roots were akin to uncarvable rotten wood, or mud that could not be propped up. No matter how many spiritual materials one poured into it, it would amount to nothing more than feeding the dogs. The feeble foundation rendered high-tier spiritual medicines and treasures unusable. Low-grade treasures were of little value, and only an unending accumulation of inferior materials could barely push the needle forward. Yet, with such an abundance of materials, even the most inept 3-rooted cultivator could potentially reach the Purple Mansion realm. No family would be foolish enough to expend such tremendous effort on a future that was doomed to be hopeless. The distinction between wealth and poverty was utterly insignificant to ordinary families. The Shao family was wealthy, their meager fortune was merely relative to Nanhua City. Those truly powerful families could easily afford to part with a single hair, which would outweigh the Shao family's entire fortune. Could they possibly invest resources to elevate a 5-rooted waste to the 5th level of qi refining? It was unthinkable. How could it be possible for a 5-rooted waste? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of sheer luck? Rise now. Yun Dingxiu finally spoke. Zhou Dafu felt as if he had been granted amnesty, hastily straightening his back, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain as he fell to the ground, sweating profusely and unable to rise. He had bent over for too long and had hurt his back upon standing too quickly. Yun Dingxiu wanted to scold him but ultimately sighed. After all, it was this fool who had reported the astonishing news of breaking through 2 realms in a single night. Yun Dingxiu approached and casually pressed down on Zhou Dafu's body. The latter immediately felt relief and was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the leader of Nanyun province personally treating his injuries. Luaner, come in. Yun Dingxiu beckoned as he sat down, lifting. Outside, a stunningly beautiful young woman with fair skin and long legs, appearing to be around 18 or 19, entered. Zhou Dafu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered such beauty in Nanhua City, nor even in the provincial capital. Compared to this woman, the likes of Chen Yujie and Lu Wani paled in comparison. Particularly striking was the black long knife she cradled in her arms, and her attire of black and red exuded an aura of elegance and unparalleled beauty. Do you dare to gawk? The beauty shot Zhou Dafu a disdainful glare. He promptly lowered his head, his heart racing in fear. Yun Dingxiu glanced at the beauty and smiled kindly. Luaner, listen closely. He turned to Zhou Dafu. Please elaborate once more on how that sycophant, Shao Nanfeng, behaves in his frivolous pursuits and his attempts to ingratiate himself with women. Yun Dingxiu, Zhou Dafu hurriedly replied, that Shao Nanfeng is nothing but a prodigal, a wastrel, a sycophant without any principles or shame. Previously, he was infatuated with Lan Zian, the daughter of a minor family from Qinghe town, but upon seeing the more beautiful Chen Yujie, he quickly shifted his affections. He continued, animatedly recounting how Shao Nanfeng was fickle in love and unable to resist the allure of beautiful women. He did not need to embellish the tale, he merely needed to relate the truth. This revelation left Yun Luan wide-eyed in amazement. The gifts he casually presented to women, often amounting to thousands of spiritual stones, were given without expectation of return. Even the most notorious wastrels of the provincial capital would never dare to engage in such behavior, for it would lead to their demise. How could a mere Shao family from a small town not have gone bankrupt by now? Yun Luan inquired, perplexed. Zhou Dafu smiled wryly. It truly hasn't. Currently, our branch's spiritual talismans and chi-gathering pills all come from their family. This lad is a business prodigy, and moreover, he possesses extraordinary luck, with skilled talisman makers and alchemists under his employ. Yun Dengxiu chuckled. Fickle-heartedness can be advantageous. Luaner, in the coming days, go investigate what peculiarities exist within the Xiao family's shop. Zhou Dafu could not help but glance at Yun Luan, eager to speak, but quickly thought better of it. After all, Yun Luan was the granddaughter of Yun Dingxiu. Instantly, she grasped her grandfather's intent and pouted in discontent. Sycophants and wastrels were the very type she held in the utmost disdain. As a dual spiritual root genius, with a measurement of 3 feet and 8 inches, at merely 19 years of age, she had already achieved the 5th level of foundation establishment. This was despite the Yun family deliberately suppressing her advancement, allowing her to consolidate her foundation. Otherwise, she might have already been striving for the Purple Mansion realm. She was the strongest genius of her generation in the Yun family. Luaner, you are not being sent to court him. Merely go observe. Who knows, perhaps you might discover something valuable within his shop. I have a premonition that this lad must possess some extraordinary fortune to have achieved such a transformation. Investigate thoroughly. If it proves true, then it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship, as this is, after all, the territory of the Qingyun sect. Wan Beilu was unlikely to engage in conflict with any sect lightly. In such matters, it is best to advocate for peace. Of course, this is primarily due to the fact that Xiao Nanfeng is indeed a 5-rooted waste. Had he been a dual-root or single-root cultivator, or even a 3-rooted one, Wan Beilu would not hesitate to sever ties with Qingling sect. But a 5-rooted waste, it would merely be a gesture of goodwill to Qingling sect. After all, while astonishing, the prospects for future accomplishments were bleak. Had it not been for his coincidental inspection of the provincial capital, he would not have even bothered with such trivial matters. Yun Luan contemplated for a moment before nodding. In any case, I shall take this opportunity to enjoy the scenery of the border. At that moment, as Wan Beilu was preparing to take action, a woman in her 30s, garbed in flowing white garments that gave her an ethereal appearance, arrived at the city lord's mansion accompanied by 2 attendants. Li Zhongliang was taken aback, immediately kneeling in greeting. I am unaware of the esteemed arrival of the Qingling sect celestial being. I beg your forgiveness for my failure to extend a proper welcome. The beauty smiled gently. Rise, and tell me about that Xiao Nanfeng. Chapter 75. Just accepted. Xiao Nanfeng was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had attracted the attention of so many prominent figures. At this moment, he stood cheerfully at the entrance, observing the long queue of individuals waiting to receive their buns. Each person allotted 2 buns. With such a commotion, surely it could overshadow the affairs of the Lu family. Initially, the visit of the Lu siblings and their aunt to this place was meant to be a closely guarded secret. Moreover, all the staff from the Lu family's shop had vanished without a trace. Even if someone were to notice the irregularity, it would undoubtedly be unrelated to the Xiao family. Inside the Lu family's shop, several elders and experts wore expressions of deep concern. The eldest son and daughter of the Lu family had gone missing, and not a single shop assistant or manager remained. They had all disappeared. In fact, they had no idea where everyone had gone. Today marked the culmination of their prolonged absence. Had they not failed to send the agreed-upon materials within a month, the Lu family would have remained unaware of the turmoil here. Gazing at the desolate shop, where everything except the entrance had been looted, the elders of the Lu family quickly reached a grim conclusion: robbery and murder. Elder, what is this? A disciple suddenly discovered a broken arrowhead in the backyard. The elder took the arrowhead and, upon inspection, his face turned ashen. The heart-piercing arrow, I never expected it to be them. Let's leave this shop to its fate. We, the Lu family, can no longer remain here. We must return home. It's time for us to relocate. Thus, the affairs of the Lu family quietly slipped into obscurity. As for reporting to the authorities, in this world, officials like Li Zhongliang would never intervene in the matters of a cultivation family. When a cultivation family faces trouble, one must either seek vengeance on their own or endure in silence. Hence, cultivation families exercise extreme caution, never daring to act arrogantly, especially the smaller clans. Xiao Nanfeng leisurely sat at the shop's entrance, occasionally tossing a chi-gathering pill into his mouth. Having reached the 5th level of chi cultivation, his ability to absorb the pills should have improved, right? After all, it was just a delightful treat. When Yun Luan arrived, she found Xiao Nanfeng lounging with his legs crossed at the entrance, exuding an air of utter laziness. On this crisp autumn day, what could be more pleasant than basking in the sun? As he squinted against the sunlight, Xiao Nanfeng was suddenly startled by the system notification: drowning fish and falling swallows? Goodness, a super beauty with 50 times the rebate? Today, he had been pondering how to obtain the rebate, and this felt like a serendipitous stroke of luck. With a single glance, Xiao Nanfeng immediately locked onto his target. In an instant, he sprang forward, appearing before Yun Luan like a spring. Why has this celestial sister descended to the mortal realm? Your presence brightens our world by threefold. In the face of such ethereal beauty, this modest token is hardly worthy. I beseech you to accept it. Xiao Nanfeng presented a small vial, and a fragrant aroma of san yi tea wafted into the air. Although the Qing Shuang sword was exquisite, Xiao Nanfeng refrained from revealing it, for it was the notorious weapon of the poison lady from a century ago. Bringing it forth would surely invite calamity. Yun Luan was taken aback. She had never encountered someone so shameless. They had just met, and yet he acted as if they were familiar. Even in the state or provincial cities, there were many young rakes, but at least they pretended to maintain some decorum. He didn't even bother to put on an act. Upon seeing the San Yi tea, Yun Luan's astonishment deepened. While it was more about show than utility, its price was indeed exorbitant. A single leaf was currently trading for 800 spirit stones in the provincial city. 5 leaves would amount to 4,000 spirit stones. This brazen sycophant truly dared to offer it. Yet, was it appropriate to simply take something from her? Yun Luan, still possessing a sense of modesty, hesitated. This esteemed fellow, we are but strangers. Yun Luan's heart fluttered. She was indifferent to the tea itself, as it held little value for her. However, she could not ignore that Yun Dingxiu adored tea, and he had reminisced about the San Yi tea he had tasted years ago. Now, even in the provincial city, it was nearly impossible to find. If she brought this back, her grandfather would surely be delighted. How much? Yun Luan inquired immediately. Xiao Nanfeng was instantly enraged. How can you treat me this way? How dare you insult the reputation of the most notorious wastrel of Nanhuang City? In the presence of such beauty, I, the foremost sycophant of Nanhuang City, should be asked for money? Do I not have any pride? Yun Luan stood frozen in place. Could anyone be so brazen? Even a sycophant could make such a righteous claim. Xiao Nanfeng was determined today. The San Yi tea could aid in cultivation, and if he received a 50-fold rebate, the treasures that returned would allow him to cultivate merely by gazing upon them. For Xiao Nanfeng, who detested arduous training, this was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Yun Luan stared at Xiao Nanfeng, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Nanfeng tossed his hair back, raising his chin with pride, casting a triumphant glance at the onlookers. At that moment, Chen Yujie approached, her gaze fervently fixated on the San Yi tea. Why should he get it? Yet, Chen Yujie was more astute than Lan Ziyan. She recognized that approaching now would likely yield adverse results. She had encountered such situations before. Experience spoke volumes. Yun Luan bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. The San Yi tea is priced at 800 spirit stones per leaf in the provincial city. The 5 leaves you possess are of superior quality. I offer 1,000 spirit stones per leaf. How does 5,000 spirit stones sound? Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng trembled with rage, pointing at Yun Luan in utter indignation. He stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, he turned to the crowd and bellowed, "What do you think? How should I respond to such an insult? The honorable young master of the Xiao family, offer a gift, and she dares to demand payment. She wants to use spirit stones to belittle my noble character." Yun Luan felt her mind spin in confusion. Does a sycophant even possess a character? At that moment, a crowd of over 100 people surged forward. "Miss, you should just accept it. Our young master Xiao is renowned for his generosity in Nanhuang City. Who doesn't know that he is magnanimous and regards wealth as mere refuse? Indeed, dear celestial maiden, please accept it. If you refuse, it would be an affront to our Nanhuang City." Instantly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Yun Luan was completely flustered, her face flushed. Though she was powerful, she had never encountered such a situation. It seemed as if she would be deemed a historical villain if she refused to accept. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself to accept when, suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng's expression turned blank as he gazed beyond the crowd. He had spotted a potential consumer. Lu Qingyan qualification, a beauty that could eclipse the moon and the stars, rebate 100 times. With a roar, Xiao Nanfeng broke through the throng, racing towards Lu Qingyan. She had just approached, intending to witness how this 5-element root wastrel had miraculously ascended 2 levels overnight. Suddenly, she saw the crowd surging, and many were accusing a young girl? This was intolerable. She swiftly made her way through, ready to intervene, but at that moment, in his haste, Xiao Nanfeng tripped over someone's leg and, with a thud, fell to his knees before Lu Qingyan, hands still raised, clutching the San Yi tea. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 76. Insulted. Xiaowen's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. No wonder the young master has always looked down upon my sliding shovel. It turns out he is the true master of it. The young master has secretly practiced the sliding shovel without my knowledge. He no longer cares for me, and Xiaowen felt a deep sadness. Xiao Nanfeng, drenched in sweat, held up a 3-leaf tea and gazed blankly at Lu Qingyan. She found herself at a loss for words to describe the woman before her. Despite appearing to be in her 30s, the moment she stood there, the entire street seemed to pale in comparison. Even Yun Luan lost her luster in this moment. Chen Yujie, feeling ashamed, quietly withdrew. This woman was simply too beautiful a fairy sister. I present this to you. I am Xiao Nanfeng, the most renowned sycophant of Nanhua City. Upon seeing you, I can no longer set my eyes upon any other woman, he declared. Lu Qingyan stared at Xiao Nanfeng in astonishment. In her daily life at the Qingling sect, she was held in high regard, a formidable figure at the Purple Mansion realm and one of the 3 elders of the sect. Who would dare speak to her in such a manner? Yet, the sincerity in his clear gaze showed no hint of lewdness. Xiao Nanfeng's heart raced with excitement. Quickly accept it, please. If you do, I shall receive 100-fold return. Wouldn't that mean I could obtain treasures that require no further cultivation? Yun Luan snapped back to reality, filled with rage. This wretched sycophant was exactly as Zhou Dafu described. No sooner did he see a more beautiful woman than he switched his affections. He didn't even bother to conceal it. If only he could find some excuse to soften the blow, I would feel much better. Just moments ago, he called me fairy sister, and now he has shifted his attention? Lu Qingyan was utterly perplexed. As an elder of the Qingling sect, she had encountered many things, but never such shamelessness. Opening her mouth, she suddenly realized she was parched and did not know how to face such blatant flattery. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly broke into tears. My Xiao family has resided in Qinghe town, running a small shop in Nanhua City, all thanks to the blessings of the fairy sister of the Qingling sect. Without your grace, we would have perished long ago. If you do not accept our humble offerings today, I shall perish right here. What are you all staring at? Hurry and express your gratitude to the fairy sister. Our peaceful lives in Nanhua City are entirely due to the Qingling sect and the protection of the fairy sister. He turned abruptly to the crowd, shouting, "Have you no conscience? Such a beautiful fairy sister, who does not disdain our humble Nanhua City, has come to visit you in person, and you have no gratitude to show?" Instantly, the crowd fell to their knees, expressing their thanks. Standing in the center, Lu Qingyan, though accustomed to being revered by disciples, was taken aback by the sudden sight of thousands kneeling around her. "Please, fairy aunt, accept our offerings. Fairy lady, we implore you to accept them, or our hearts shall be troubled." Lu Qingyan's breath quickened, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The Qingling sect occupied territories across 3 states and 6 prefectures. While they claimed to provide protection, it was merely to monopolize the cultivation resources of the area. To say they treated these ordinary people well would be a stretch. They typically regarded them with indifference, choosing not to disturb their lives. Yet now, she found herself thrust into the spotlight. Lu Qingyan, feel quite embarrassed. Under normal circumstances, when a subordinate family offers something, I would accept it without a second thought. But in front of so many people, Sha Nanfeng promptly placed the bottle in Lu Qingyan's hands. She cleared her throat. "Everyone, please rise. We of the Qingling sect have merely fulfilled our obligations. After all, these 3 states and 6 prefectures are under our jurisdiction, and we shall naturally look after everyone. Lu Qingyan, on behalf of the Qingling sect, thank you all for your sincerity." Sha Nanfeng let out a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with excitement. A 100-fold return meant treasures worth up to 200,000 spirit stones were within reach. Lu Qingyan shot him a glance, noting that it was quite inappropriate for so many to remain kneeling. Even if cultivators looked down upon ordinary folk, who wanted to lose face in such a situation, if this incident were to spread, her reputation would undoubtedly soar. Having completed his task, Sha Nanfeng took the opportunity to stand up. "Everyone, rise. The fairy sister has accepted our sentiments. Now, go and enjoy some buns." Those still kneeling hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Lu Qingyan. She looked at him with a strange expression. "What do you mean? Go enjoy buns? It sounds as if you are implying that I am buying your reverence with buns." "Fairy sister, this is my Shao family's humble shop. Would you not come in and sit for a while? Though it is modest, the brilliance of fairy sister will surely illuminate this place." Lu Qingyan was about to decline when she noticed the eager gazes of those around her. Steeling herself, she replied, "Very well, I had intended to purchase some materials anyway." The crowd cheered as they rushed to claim their buns. Upon entering the shop, Lu Qingyan's expression darkened. "You have some nerve." Sha Nanfeng gazed at her with admiration. "Sister, why do you suddenly seem unhappy? Did Nanfeng do something wrong? As long as you are pleased, I, Nanfeng, will accept any punishment." "Shaoan, fetch a stick." Shaoan quickly handed over a stick. Sha Nanfeng took it, holding it out before Lu Qingyan. "Alas, what a pity, such an amusing little fellow, yet he possesses a useless spirit root. Even if he had 4 spirit roots, I would have to make an exception and accept him into the Qingling sect, granting him an opportunity." Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qingyan felt no disdain. Rather, she found herself developing a fondness for this boy who wouldn't enjoy being praised. Today, her heart was immensely satisfied. As she surveyed the shop, noticing the 9th grade chi training talismans and gathering pills, Lu Qingyan was somewhat taken aback. After all, for such a small place as Nanhua City to offer these items in considerable variety and quantity was quite remarkable. No wonderly Zhongliang mentioned that this boy, she nodded slightly, about to say something, then paused. This boy was rather peculiar. Perhaps it was best to observe a little longer. Meanwhile, Yunluan had returned to Wanbao Tower, consumed by indignation, feeling utterly insulted. Chapter 77. Grandfather, he bullies me. Ah, that wretched sycophant bullies me. Grandfather, go and deal with him, avenge me. Yunluan, holding back her emotions, returned to Wanbao building, and upon seeing Yan Dingxiu, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she began to sob. Yan Dingxiu looked at Yunluan in horror, his anger instantly flaring. How could his granddaughter, so well behaved and refined, be bullied to the point of tears? Although she could be a bit aloof, everyone knew her upbringing was impeccable. She was renowned as a lady of distinction in the provincial capital. Today, she was actually bullied and crying like this. The last time she cried so openly was when she was a child, around 7 or 8 years old. "My dear granddaughter, wait for me. I shall deal with him at once." Yun Dingxiu stormed out suddenly. Yunluan grasped the sleeve of Yun Dingxiu's robe, sobbing, "Forget it." Yun Dingxiu was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had harbored such deep grievances, and now she wanted to let it go? A chill ran through him. Could it be that his granddaughter had indeed been wronged by that scoundrel? He quickly turned to Yunluan, asking, "My dear granddaughter, tell me, was it that rascal who bullied you?" Yunluan cried out, "That bastard. He insulted me. I want to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. I will slice him into 18 pieces. Yun Dingxiu felt a sudden calmness wash over him. It was all right. His beloved granddaughter had been raised by him, and such a wonderful girl could never be left in the hands of her incompetent parents. He knew her too well. She had not suffered the kind of humiliation he had feared. But yet, what exactly had transpired? He called out sternly, "Zhou Dufu." Zhou Dufu rushed in, nearly tumbling over himself. "Master, I'm here." Yun Dingxiu frowned. "What is now?" He asked at the 5th level. "Are you sure you can confirm this?" Yun Dingxiu pressed for clarity. "Absolutely, I would stake my head on it. However, he sells talismans. In a real fight, a typical 5th level chi refinement practitioner would likely struggle against him. Although he is notoriously a pampered sycophant, he is also a business genius. He has wealth, and with wealth comes talismans." Zhou Dufu swore an oath. Yun Dingxiu nodded. "You may leave." Zhou Dufu scurried away. Yun Dingxiu was perplexed. With such meager strength, even with talismans, it was inconceivable that Xiao Nanfeng could harm Yunluan. She was at the 5th level of foundation establishment, with an exceptionally solid foundation and numerous. Her talismans were certainly on par with that boy's. "My dear granddaughter, how exactly did he bully you?" Yun Dingxiu gazed at Yun Luan, who was still sobbing at the table upon hearing his question. Yun Luan was suddenly at a loss for words. How could she explain? Should she admit it was because of her looks? Yet, in reality, he hadn't truly wronged her. He had merely delivered a gift partially and then presented another to someone else right in front of her. Yun Dingxiu and Yun Luan exchanged bewildered glances for a long while. Suddenly, Yun Luan burst into tears again, feeling increasingly aggrieved. The core of her distress was that she could not voice it to anyone. A formidable fifth-level foundation establishment expert being so thoroughly unsettled by a mere provincial bumpkin, how embarrassing. Yun Dingxiu was baffled. No matter how he looked at it, Yun Luan didn't seem genuinely intent on harming Xiao Nanfeng. Her tone sounded more like a young girl playfully flirting. A shiver ran down his spine. Could it be that his dear granddaughter had taken a liking to some little sycophant? At that moment, Zhou Dafu quietly poked his head around the door. Yun Dingxiu stepped outside. What is it? Zhou Dafu spoke hesitantly. My subordinates have gathered information about what transpired just now. He glanced at Yun Luan. Yun Luan, upon hearing this, jumped up. If you dare speak, I will cut out your tongue. Zhou Dafu quickly withdrew his head, looking at Yun Dingxiu with a bitter expression. Yun Dingxiu understood. It appeared his dear granddaughter had fallen for someone. Despite his best efforts to fend off the various rascals from the provincial capital, it seemed he had inadvertently overlooked a significant threat right in this small county. The worst part was that this little sycophant was an utter waste of potential. He was merely at the 5th level of chi refinement. Even if the rumors about him were exaggerated, he was still just a 5th level practitioner, a waste. Such a person could never be worthy of his beloved granddaughter, Zhou Dafu said with a mournful face. Miss, so many people witnessed it, and sooner or later, the master will find out. Yun Luan immediately covered her face and cried as she retreated. Yun Dingxiu turned to Zhou Dafu. Speak, if you dare utter a single falsehood, I shall end you. Zhou Dafu recounted the events as they had occurred. The more Yun Dingxiu listened, the wider his eyes grew. He could hardly believe it. You're certain every word is accurate? He truly said that? Yun Dingxiu considered himself well-versed in human nature, yet he could not fathom that a boy of merely 15 or 16 could possess such audacity. Moreover, how could his exquisite granddaughter, still in her prime, be compared to a woman over 30? Oh, wait, Lu Qingyan, she was indeed over 100 years old. A true beauty, a mature and stunning woman, was something a young boy could hardly resist. I, an old man, am certainly not that kind of person. Zhou Dafu whispered. Master, should we go and deal with Xiao Nanfeng? Perhaps we could bring that woman here and have her admit she is not as beautiful as the young lady? Yun Dingxiu's eyes bulged in disbelief. You fool, the southern wilderness is not vast enough to contain such a bizarre occurrence. One Xiao Nanfeng is already peculiar enough. How did I not realize I had such talent among my subordinates? Get out! Yun Dingxiu kicked Zhou Dafu away. Standing in the room, Yun Dingxiu felt overwhelmed. Because of his children's affairs, if he were to intervene, it would be exceedingly awkward. Moreover, with Lu Qingyan involved, if she found out, his old face would be utterly lost. Yet, how could he allow his granddaughter to suffer this indignity? But how could he reclaim her honor when, in terms of appearance, figure, charm, and cultivation, she was utterly outmatched by Lu Qingyan? At this moment, Lu Qingyan had taken her leave and arrived at the residence of Li Zhenliang, the city lord. Well, Xiao Nanfeng can be considered a genius, though he may not have a grand future. He possesses his merits. It is best not to disturb him. With that, Lu Qingyan drifted away. Li Zhenliang dared not lift his gaze to meet Lu Qingyan's. She was simply too beautiful, a vision that haunted his dreams. Once she departed, he slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the sky. His assistant quickly covered his eyes. You must not look, you must not think, such beauty is beyond your grasp. Li Zhenliang pushed the assistant's hand away, muttering vacantly, the Xiao family's business is no longer reliable. The assistant, seeing the time, remarked, at this hour, do you still lack awareness? One of the 3 great elders of the Qingling sect, Lu Qingyan, specifically instructed not to disturb him. You dare even to think about it, such thoughts must not cross your mind. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng. Chapter 78, The Art of Cultivation. While reclining cultivation, rigorous training, and ascetic practices are the endeavors of fools, such trivialities are beneath a genius like myself. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Nanfeng could hardly contain his exuberance, bursting into laughter within the confines of his chamber. Transaction successful of this expenditure amounts to 3,000 spirit stones, utilizing 5 leaves of the tri-leaf tea. The rebate multiplier for this transaction stands at 100 times. Processing rebate. This time, the reward is the 7-leaf ginseng king tea, and the prize has been allocated to the host's storage pouch. Xiao Nanfeng had perused this system notification countless times, over 100. In fact, the 7-leaf ginseng king, one single leaf is sufficient to brew an entire pot of tea, and consuming that pot would naturally enhance one's spiritual energy significantly. Finally, I can cultivate while reclining, envisioning himself basking in the sun, sipping tea from time to time, and effortlessly elevating his realm. What a delightful prospect. Cultivation, what a farce. The 7-leaf ginseng king offers 7 leaves, enough to last a month. In that month, one could easily break through to the 6th level of chi refinement. Without hesitation, Xiao Nanfeng brewed himself a pot. After a single sip, he felt the spiritual energy within him surge wildly for a considerable duration. Indeed, it was potent. Alas, one could only consume a mouthful at a time with such a subpar 5-element root. He was incapable of absorbing more, rendering much of it wasted. This was no mere spirit-gathering pill. He couldn't care less about wasting it, for this was a limited edition, only 7 leaves, and once gone, they were gone, and the next opportunity for such a 100-fold rebate would be exceedingly rare. Lu Qingshan, one of the three grand elders of the Qingling sect, and the strongest among them, second only to the sect master, wielded considerable influence due to her unique position. The sect master often sought her counsel on significant matters. It was rumored that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once she achieved it, condensing her purple mansion into a dan, the Qingling sect would ascend to a new echelon. At that juncture, it would not only dominate the 3 states and 6 prefectures, but likely encompass the entire southern Cloud province. To Xiao Nanfeng, she was a figure of monumental disparity. This was precisely why he was willing to invest heavily in the rebate today. Regrettably, in southern Wilderness City, only Yi Yiting and Chen Yuji offered rebates, and even then, the maximum was a mere 20-fold. That Yin Luan was promising, indeed 50-fold, yet, it was evident she was not a person one could easily encounter in southern Wilderness City, making future opportunities for rebates. Otherwise, it would spoil. Sipping from this pot once a day could stretch it to a month, but at this rate, it might last him half a year. Damn it, here I am, a genius with a 6-inch, 1-point spirit root, only able to sip once a day? This is a grave insult. With a disgruntled huff, Xiao Nanfeng stepped outside, his face aglow with excitement. The atmosphere outside was tranquil. Even with many people collecting buns, no one dared to raise their voices. It was not that such boisterousness had not existed before, rather, they had all been evicted beyond the city limits by Xiaoan's heavy-handed approach. Young Master, Wanbao Tower has recently received a substantial shipment. Today, they plan to double that. However, their offered price is too low, yet, apart from them, we have no suitable clients. The Lu family hasn't come in a month. Southern Wilderness City is simply too small. Xiao Nanfeng found himself equally troubled. If only there existed a reliable customer base where he could sell his wares without concern. Southern Wilderness City was a veritable desert for cultivators. Xiaoan, munching on a spirit-gathering pill, squatted beside Xiao Nanfeng. Young Master, why not open a store in Qingling Square? That place is a hub for cultivators from the 3 states and 6 prefectures. There will undoubtedly be many affluent individuals with spirit stones eager to purchase our goods. Xiao Nanfeng felt a spark of intrigue. Previously, he had refrained from venturing there due to his lack of strength. After all, that was a congregation of cultivators. One misstep and he could offend a foundational-level master, inviting calamity. The Xiao family lacked the formidable experts to maintain their ground, but now, it seemed feasible. Jian Guopi's face paled. Young Master, let us not heed Xiaoan's fanciful notions. We should stick to the state city. If that fails, we can always head to the prefectural city, or even the provincial city if worse comes to worst. Qingling Square should be avoided. Xiao Nanfeng shot a puzzled glance at Qian Guopi. His fear of Qingling Square was palpable. However, the state city and provincial city were not places for just anyone. Moreover, while these locations were also under the auspices of various sects, the intricate web of power dynamics within the cities was no less daunting than that of Qingling Square. In fact, Qingling Square was arguably simpler. After all, no one dared to stir trouble within the Qingling sect's domain. Qingling Square was established by the Qingling sect, specifically for the purpose of facilitating trade and cultivation resources for cultivators across the 3 states and 6 prefectures. Naturally, the Qingling sect reaped substantial profits from this endeavor. Xiao Nanfeng remained silent until evening. When he closed the shop and returned to the courtyard after dinner, he instructed the attendants to retire for the night and summoned Qian Guopi. Let us discuss, he said. Qian Guopi sat on the threshold, letting out a sigh. Qingling Square is populated by cultivators. When I was learning under the old shopkeeper, I had the opportunity to visit. Even the shopkeepers and attendants there are adept practitioners in the qi refinement stage. Foundational level experts are commonplace, and Purple Mansion masters can frequently be seen. In our household, only you and Xiaoan are cultivators, the rest of us cannot even gain entry. Xiao Nanfeng scoffed. We are there to conduct business. What of it? What is wrong with ordinary people? Qian Guopi replied gently, if we were to encounter any coercive buyers, we would be utterly helpless. A single qi refinement expert could easily overpower us all. We cannot expect to rely on you to protect us every day. Xiao Nanfeng pondered for a moment. Indeed, that posed a dilemma, but what manner of person did he consider himself? A formidable individual. It was merely a matter of a few talismans. He could not believe that Qingling Square would always have a horde of foundational level experts ready to assail them. But wait, he was only at the 5th level of qi refinement. With talismans, he could barely contend with foundational level masters. Such a situation was insufficiently secure. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until he could confidently face a group before proceeding. Very well, let us bide our time. By the way, why haven't we purchased spirit beast meat and spirit rice recently? Today at dinner, I noticed everyone was eating regular rice and meat. Previously, the pig slaughtering feast was merely a whim of mine. Ordinarily, we should be feasting on spirit meat and spirit rice. Qian Guopi casually remarked, a bit of spirit rice and spirit meat for you and Xiaoan is sufficient. What use is it for us? Why waste the money? However, while spirit rice and spirit meat might not enhance their cultivation, they would at least contribute to their robust health. Preposterous, do I lack funds? Tomorrow, let us replace all our provisions with spirit rice and spirit meat. I, the young master and heir of the clan, should enjoy the same fare as those who dine on spirit rice and meat. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed. Incensed Qian Guopi was at a loss for words, having grown accustomed to such outbursts. Young master, in southern Wilderness City, which shop serves spirit rice and meat? It is typically reserved for the masters. Common servants such as us don't partake. Xiao Nanfeng huffed. What a pitiful mindset. We must aspire to be on par with Qingling Square. Whatever the shops there offer, we must possess as well. If we cannot even achieve this, how can we possibly consider making our mark in Qingling Square? Xianguopi observed Sha Nanfeng and nodded gently, murmuring, "Young master, I understand, tomorrow, I shall take care of it. This is indeed your generosity. Ordinary individuals consuming spirit rice and meat can prolong their lives and slow the aging process, but how many common folk can afford such luxuries?" Chapter 79 You touch men. Sha Nanfeng kicked Xianguopi and strolled leisurely in the courtyard. The moonlight was truly splendid. Suddenly, a sense of danger washed over him. "Who's there?" Sha Nanfeng instinctively dodged. A sharp pain shot through him. "Ow!" he cried out, clutching his backside, wincing in agony. Shaoan rushed out, bewildered, glancing around. The other attendants in the courtyard emerged, including Xiao Ling and Yi Yiting, but there was no one to be found. Sha Nanfeng's heart sank. After returning, he had specifically reinforced the courtyard with a formation. It was impossible for ordinary cultivators below the foundation establishment stage to breach it without triggering any alarms, yet, someone had infiltrated. Xianguopi, infuriated, began searching with a stick in hand. "Guopi, there is no need to look," Sha Nanfeng remarked, picking up a pebble from where he had just been struck. It was small, about the size of an egg. This was the very object that had struck him. In the entire courtyard, there was only this one pebble. The ground had been meticulously cleared by Xianguopi, leaving no trace of such a conspicuous stone. An ordinary pebble, yet it had caused him such distress, undoubtedly flung by a skilled individual, but he couldn't recall having offended any formidable adversaries. The Xiao family had no enemies of such caliber either. Sleep eluded them, no one dared to rest, knowing someone had trespassed into their home. Sha Nanfeng meticulously examined the formation. Everything was intact. It could only be the work of a master. Even ordinary foundation establishment masters would struggle to accomplish this. At last, dawn broke, and they managed to rest for a brief moment before hurriedly opening the shop. To be honest, business was dismal. The entire Nanhuang city was lacking in foot traffic. The shops primarily thrived on bulk sales of spirit rice and spirit meat to larger cities. This explained why the Xiao family's shop had historically earned so little spirit stones. It was rather peaceful. Sha Nanfeng winced. Even after taking a healing pill, the pain lingered. Habitually, he approached the door and saw a chair, instinctively sitting down. "Ow!" The moment he sat, a jolt of pain shot through. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Little thief, if I catch you, I'll strip you and hang you up for a beating." A day passed without incident. That night, Sha Nanfeng sprang up from his bed. The next morning, everyone bore panda eyes, staring at the two pebbles Sha Nanfeng had placed on the table. Xianguopi raised his hand to heaven, swearing, "I swear, young master, I've cleaned the backyard thoroughly. There is no way such large pebbles could have remained. This must be a weapon." Sha Nanfeng shot him a glance. "It hit my backside. How could I not know?" But damn it, he had been asleep in bed when it struck. What was worse, it had hit him on both sides, leaving him sore and swollen. The left side was somewhat better, as it was from the night before, and was finally healing. That evening, Ow! Sha Nanfeng was furious, staring at the hole in a 3-inch thick wooden board behind him, trembling all over. "I had a wooden board behind me. Even the golden armor talisman couldn't protect me. Who the hell are you?" What perplexed Sha Nanfeng was that if the assailant intended to kill him, they could have easily done so. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within him. He must cultivate diligently. It was utterly terrifying. Yet, this person clearly possessed the capability to do harm, yet chose only to strike his backside. What peculiar obsession did they have? This felt like a cruel prank, one that left him bruised and in genuine pain. Now, the staff in the shop appeared lethargic. After all, who could endure several sleepless nights? They might as well rest since the shop was nearly empty. Sha Nanfeng fanned himself irritably. Shaoan yawned beside him. "Young master, winter is approaching. Aren't you cold fanning yourself?" Sha Nanfeng smacked him on the head with the fan. "This is called style." Even Zhuge Liang fanned himself in the snow. "This is called finesse, understand?" As dusk descended, a sense of unease enveloped the shop. It was alarming to have someone targeting them each night, focusing solely on one. That night, Shaoan suddenly dashed into the courtyard, presenting his backside to the sky. "Don't hit our young master, hit me instead, my backside can take it." Xianguopi's eyes lit up. "I am plump, my backside is big, and there is plenty of flesh, it feels good to hit." The other attendants rushed out, a group of them presenting their backsides to the heavens. Sha Nanfeng thought, what the hell? Yet, he felt a flicker of gratitude. Xiao Ling stood at the doorway, her expression complex as she looked at Yi Yiting. "Is my woman not too much?" Yi Yiting, surprised. "You rabbit spirit, if you like, go to the Spring Revival Pavilion, go find a rabbit spirit in the provincial city. My backside may be beautiful, but it's not for you to touch." Touching a man's backside held no allure. Women's backsides were far more enticing. If you must, you can touch Sister Ling's, hers is ample, Xiao Ling retorted. "You're talking nonsense, I didn't touch." Suddenly, a voice could no longer contain itself. "The other night, when I was alone in my room, you touched me. Last night, you even lifted the wooden board to touch." Upon hearing the accusation, Sha Nanfeng was elated. He had finally found his culprit. "I didn't touch your backside, I aimed for your eyes to blind you." Sha Nanfeng paused, then suddenly declared, "Tomorrow, I shall visit Wanbao Tower to meet Lord Yun. I must show him my backside. It is utterly unjust to be touched by a man daily." Yunluan couldn't hold back any longer and jumped out. "You dare." Sha Nanfeng felt a wave of relief. Truly, it was a master. If this master were Yun Luan, there was no need to fear, though he had only met her once. The recent beatings to his backside indicated that this girl wasn't malicious. She merely sought some form of release. If it were he, suddenly being licked and teased, only to have the target abruptly shift, that would be infuriating. That's an investment, he thought. Fairy sister. Xiao Nanfeng's face lit up with surprise. Yun Luan was momentarily stunned. Hadn't he gone to flirt with Lu Qingyan? Why was he suddenly calling her fairy sister? I was wrong. That day when I saw Sister Lu Qingyan, I simply couldn't help myself. She is too beautiful, but I only wish to express my respect on behalf of Nanhuang City. After all, she is our protector. I neglected your feelings, and since returning, I felt remorseful. Xian Guopi raised his hand. I can testify. Young master has almost hanged himself several times. Luckily, we stopped him. Look, the rope is still there, hanging from this tree. You see, he hasn't eaten or slept well these past few days. Just look at his dark circles. Shut up. Xiao Nanfeng interjected, you're stealing my lines. Yun Luan demanded, you owe me an apology. Chapter 80 The South Wilderness City is too small. Yun Luan, after all, in terms of audacity, she is even inferior to Chen Yujie. Xiao Nanfeng thought he would need to devise a clever plan, but little did he expect that this would suffice. An apology, I excel at that, merely uttering a sorry, how pedestrian, without offering a few thousand spirit stones as a gesture of sincerity, it would be utterly insincere. Xiao Nanfeng glanced up at the moon. It's still 3/10 shy of the midnight hour, the rebate is imminent 50-fold, and it's being delivered right to my doorstep. How could I possibly refuse? These past few days of toil were not in vain. You must apologize with 5 leaves of 3-leaf tea, Yun Luan declared, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. 3-leaf tea, he had just been frantically pondering what to gift, and he found himself devoid of any valuable items, save for some inconvenient treasures acquired from the sacred land. She actually demands 3-leaf tea, of course, since it's an apology, 5 leaves of 3-leaf tea are essential, Yun Luan exclaimed. Grandfather has been harping on about this for quite some time. Fortunately, this item still has some stock, though we are still 3/10 short of time. Xiao Nanfeng dashed back into the house. Wait for me. After lingering in the room for 3 minutes, he flipped his hand, and 5 leaves of 3-leaf tea appeared within his grasp. He rushed back to Yun Luan, holding up the small vial triumphantly. Yun Luan beckoned with her hand, and the 3-leaf tea soared into her grasp. Telekinetic manipulation. Xiao Nanfeng watched enviously. Alas, such feats could only be performed by those in the foundation establishment stage. Taking the tea leaves, Yun Luan huffed. We're even now with that. She turned on her heel and vanished in an instant. Xiao Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, while Chen Guopi approached with a bitter expression. Young master, this is truly outrageous. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be quite unfair. After all, to be confronted and then compelled to apologize is truly excessive. Xiao Nanfeng also felt it was rather Consumption successful. This transaction cost 3,000 spirit stones, utilizing 5 leaves of 3-leaf tea. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 50-fold. Transaction settlement in progress. This rebate consists of 7-leaf ginseng tea. Xiao Nanfeng's heart soared with joy. 50-fold rebate yielding 7-leaf ginseng tea. He was too eager to examine it, resignedly glancing at Chen Guopi and the other servants in the courtyard. Let it be, we cannot afford to offend them. Let us all return and rest. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Tomorrow, we shall procure a spirit pig for a hearty feast. With that, Xiao Nanfeng slowly made his way back. Observing Xiao Nanfeng's despondent figure, Xiao slapped himself. I am to blame. It's all my fault for not training diligently and failing to protect the young master. The servants remained silent, their expressions solemn. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Nanfeng immediately checked his gains. What the heck, only 2 leaves? On what grounds? For a 100-fold rebate, it should yield for 50-fold, at least 2.5, right? Why only 2? Xiao Nanfeng fumed. Curse this dog system, you're skimming off my rebates. The system, disinterested, ignored Xiao Nanfeng's outburst. After a prolonged wait, Xiao Nanfeng huffed. Fine, 2 leaves it is. Good stuff. Indeed, a sip a day will enhance my cultivation. Lying on his bed, he stared into the darkness. Indeed, this world is perilously dangerous. Insufficient strength invites bullying. I must grow stronger. A mere foundation establishment girl was able to bypass his array techniques without him even realizing it is truly perilous, exceedingly so, but I cannot remain in this minuscule South Wilderness City. I must venture to Qingling Workshop to establish a shop. That night, he felt secure. Early the next morning, Xiao accompanied Xiao Ling to purchase a spirit pig, while Xiao Nanfeng headed directly to Qinghe town. His sudden return startled Xiao Donghai, who feared something dire had transpired. Father, I intend to open a shop at Qingling Workshop. Xiao Donghai stared at him in bewilderment, blinking in disbelief, and approached to stroke his head. You're not feverish, are you? Opening a shop at Qingling Workshop, does one think it's so simple? Moreover, South Wilderness City is functioning quite well, with Wanbao Tower as a steadfast major client. The profits from selling spirit talismans and gathering pills have already satisfied the Xiao family beyond measure. A mere 3,000 spirit stones in profits over a few months has secured our position as the foremost family in Qinghe town. We have distanced ourselves from the Lan and Chen families, poised to dominate Qinghe town entirely. Such a splendid prospect. Xiao Nanfeng swatted Xiao Donghai's hand away. Father, I am perfectly sane. Although South Wilderness City is relatively safe now, our family must expand and grow. There are too few cultivators here. We can no longer consume my goods. Only at Qingling Workshop, with its multitude of cultivators, can we secure ample sales channels. Sufficient sales channels yield ample profits, allowing us to amass wealth and fortify the Xiao family. He then recounted the incidents of being bullied over the past few days. Xiao Donghai's expression turned grave. Soon, Xiao Jinshan was summoned, his demeanor equally serious. A mere 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator has forced me into a corner. Thankfully, they were merely venting frustration. What if they were truly adversarial? Xiao Nanfeng spoke gravely. Xiao Jinshan and Xiao Donghai found themselves in a quandary. The closer one gets to Qingling workshop, the more perilous it becomes. There, cultivators abound, and various individuals lurk. One misstep could lead to greater danger, yet, without entering the tiger's den, how can one capture a tiger cub? Xiao Jinshan gently remarked. Yesterday, the Lan family sold us 8 acres of spirit fields. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Had the Lan family lost their minds? Spirit fields are the lifeblood of small families. Without your support, how could the Lan family afford the burgeoning demands of Lan Zian? The same applies to the Chen family. Their shop has long ceased to thrive, barely holding on, simply because they remain unwilling to part with the gathering pills you provide. Today, just earlier, the Chen family summoned me to discuss their 12 acres of spirit fields. Xiao Nanfeng instinctively tossed a gathering pill into his mouth, crunching it as the faint aura of spiritual energy quickly enveloped the room. Xiao Jinshan and Xiao Donghai could hardly restrain themselves from entering meditation immediately. Both the Lan and Chen families have begun selling spirit fields. Indeed, they have been cornered. The Xiao family shop has been thriving, while the Chen family's spirit talismans have utterly stagnated. Without the boost from spirit talismans, their spiritual rice and other products have become unsellable. The Lan family is even worse off, under the influence of the Xiao family shop, especially with Xiao Nanfeng's grand strategy. The profits from spirit talismans and gathering pills have led to a surge in demand for spiritual rice and meat. Xiao Nanfeng has even driven the prices of spiritual rice and meat to the brink of no profit. After all, he does not seek profit from these items. His aim is to suppress the Lan and Chen families. By weakening the Lan and Chen families, others in the town selling spiritual rice and meat have also felt the repercussions. Others are infuriated, yet none can compete with the Xiao family's pricing. However, the notion of selling spirit fields still astonished Xiao Nanfeng. Surely not? He exclaimed incredulously. Xiao Donghai cleared his throat, feigning seriousness as he declared, "Your father has toiled day and night. 20 days ago, he broke through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Our clan leader has also officially ascended to the 7th level of Qi refinement." Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in delight. This is the posture of dominating Qinghe town. No wonder they wish to sell spirit fields. Chapter 81. The rise of the Xiao family in the southern wilderness city. A Xiao family with one member at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and another at the 8th layer truly walks with an air of dominance. Even the city lord would think twice before provoking such a formidable clan. While ordinary families might attempt to exert some pressure, the Xiao family specializes in selling talismans, high-quality ones at that. They sell stacks upon stacks of premium talismans. If they can sell them, surely they have a stockpile for self-defense. A barrage of lightning talismans would be enough to overwhelm even a first-layer foundation establishment cultivator. If Li Zhongliang dares not challenge them, what chance do others have? Currently, the Xiao family stands unrivaled in the southern wilderness city, especially in front of the Lan and Chen families. They dare not utter a word. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng cannot help but smile wryly. The fact that an 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator can nearly dominate southern wilderness city only underscores its insignificance. However, this world extends far beyond southern wilderness city. There lies a larger realm that they will eventually have to explore. It is not just them. The towns downstream of Qinghe town are also in discussions with us regarding spiritual fields. At this moment, if we were to open a shop in Qingling workshop, we possess the capital to do so, yet it would likely delay our acquisition of these spiritual fields. Xiao Donghai proclaimed with pride. Of course, this is all due to my keen vision in selecting Nanfeng as the young clan leader. Not only the two of us, but among the 20-plus cultivators in our Xiao family, 7 have broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, and others are showing signs of advancement, all thanks to the gathering Qi pills you sent back. The Xiao family is indeed thriving. Xiao Jinshan was brimming with elation. Xiao Nanfeng remarked, "Goodness, truly remarkable. The strength of the Xiao family has absolutely doubled since I first arrived." With over 20 cultivators, the Xiao family boasts the largest number among the 3 families in Qinghe town, which has historically been their greatest source of confidence. Previously, apart from the clan leader, Xiao Donghai, Xiao Nanfeng, and Xiao Jinshan, the rest were all merely at the 1st layer of Qi refinement. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and it is no wonder that wealth ranks first among the essentials. Wealth, companionship, techniques, and land. Ordinary small families cannot even come close to the latter 3, and can only struggle for wealth. Having money equates to power. Who would dare to supply gathering Qi pills to a mere 1st layer disciple? With such progress, it is no wonder the Lan and Chen families have conceded defeat. As the grand 3-year competition approaches, they can only gamble for survival, otherwise, they risk being slowly consumed by the Xiao family. It is no surprise that recently, Chen Yujie has hardly ventured outside, aside from seeking gathering Qi pills. Similarly, Lan Zian, despite her thick skin, has ceased to bother Xiao Nanfeng due to a lack of hope. They are betting everything on the upcoming competition at Qingling sect. If they can enter Qingling sect, they will be able to reclaim all they have lost, provided that the Shao family cannot gain entry. Even if the Shao family's business flourishes, their next generation lacks talent. The most gifted, Shao Nanli, has perished, Shao Nanquan cannot be relied upon, and Shao Nanfeng is famously a 5-element root failure. The prospect of the Shao family entering Qingling sect seems bleak. What they are truly gambling on is the opportunity to enter Qingling sect. Once inside, they can suppress the Shao family and reclaim everything. However, they are destined to be misguided. Yet, the current dilemma for the Shao family is indeed a lack of funds. Shao Nanfeng silently placed 30,000 spirit stones on the table. Xiao Zhanshan leapt up in shock, his face ashen. Nanfeng, are you robbing the city lord? Have you gone to rob the state city lord? Even the city lord of Southern Wilderness City could not produce 30,000 spirit stones at once. Xiao Donghai's face turned pale with fear. Son, I will bear this burden for you. Do not be afraid. Speak to your father. We will find a way. Xiao Nanfeng shot them a glance, gathering chi pills and talismans. Do you think the Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai stood frozen in place. Does the Shao family even possess the legacy of a talisman master? Did you rob Chen's family? How could the Chen family be so formidable? Son, this is Xiao Donghai. Xiao Nanfeng was left with no choice but to conceal the source of his talismans, yet, he could not reveal too much, for that could lead to grave consequences. Should anyone inadvertently boast and expose their secrets, it would spell disaster. I learned from it, and that is how I became so skilled. What can I say? It is merely a talent, he explained. The two men felt as if they had wasted their entire lives. Who would believe him? If becoming a talisman master were so simple, the Chen family would have produced one in their hundreds of years of existence. Aside from their ancestors, the technique. Yet, they could find no alternative explanation. Xiao Nanfeng's capabilities were clear to them. Suddenly, Xiao Donghai grasped Xiao Nanfeng's hand, scrutinizing it closely before exclaiming in Xiao Zhanshan leapt up again, attempting to assess Xiao Nanfeng's spirit root. Upon hearing 6 inches, he nearly fainted. Xiao Donghai and Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly revived him. Tears streamed down Xiao Zhanshan's face. Heaven has eyes. My Shao family has a child with the potential of a great emperor. Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes. You have caught my father's foolishness. Is a mere 6-inch spirit root truly worthy of being called a great emperor's potential? What about someone with 2 feet and 8 inches? Nevertheless, he felt a sense of despair. In this world, even in the realm of cultivation, the highest known level is said to be the nascent soul stage, with no trace of any incarnation stage, let alone divine beings. But if one were to speak of a pure cultivation world, the spirit roots are generally quite pitiful. When people refer to spirit roots, they often mention 9 inches as the limit for ordinary families. It is unheard of for anyone nearby to possess a spirit root exceeding 1.9 inches. Is said to have existed only during the ancient prosperous age. Today, the cultivation world has long since declined, and even 9 inches is treated as a treasure. Consider the tens of thousands of residents in Southern Wilderness City, with dozens of towns, each housing several cultivation families, totaling perhaps a few hundred cultivators. Yet, those with spirit roots over 2 inches are rare as phoenix feathers. This explains why those like Chen Yujie and Shao Nanli, with spirit roots of 7 or 8 inches, feel entitled to look down upon others, and even possess a significant chance of entering Qingling sect. The elders of Qingling sect, it is said, possess spirit roots exceeding 9 inches. As for those over a foot, have you lost your mind? Individuals with spirit roots above 5 inches are already considered destined to establish a foundation and may. A spirit root of 9 inches guarantees entry to the Purple Mansion stage, with possibilities of advancing to the Golden Core stage. A spirit root exceeding 6 inches is a target for cultivation. Mastering this is far too easy, Xiao Nanfeng declared, snapping open a folding fan with a look of melancholy. Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Zhanshan exchanged glances, both cursing under their breath. Yet, could it be true that Xiao Nanfeng is a genius talisman master? Was it merely a lack of resources in his family that held him back? Chapter 82, Expanding greatly and achieving new heights. This notion is indeed plausible. Many individuals may lack proficiency in their cultivation